flap and the tensions between him and also Donald Trump. How has that affected things here?
I think it's helped Republicans come home. So we've had this, I wouldn't say it's tension, but people perceived it as tension between the two leaders, Trump and Ryan. And with Ryan out there stumping for Trump yesterday, they were going to rally together a couple days ago when Mr. Trump was going to come to Wisconsin on Sunday. That is a big deal for moderate and conservative Republicans to come home and unify, and especially, right here in the suburbs.
Well, I think there's a be home here in Wisconsin.
Yes, I want to mention there's a Catholic vote that I think is really important. Catholics are up 16 points. This state is 1/4 Catholic. It could make a difference.
All right, could make a difference. Congressman Sean Duffy and Rachel Duffy, thanks so much. We'll see you guys in just a little bit here from Wisconsin.
All right, Heather, thank you very much. All right, coming up next time.
Coming up, we are going live to a diner in Ohio with Pete Hegseth. But first, we are off to Florida with Abby Huntsman. Abby?
Maui, shapeshifter, demigod of the wind and sea, let's save the world.
I'm not going on a mission with some kid.
For a reason.
I could watch that all day.
Come on!
Disney's Moana. Thanksgiving in 3D. Rated PG.
One or two or both. Because at VisionWorks, when you buy a pair of glasses, you get a second pair at no additional cost. Go to visionworks.com/BOGO50 for your coupon to get an additional $50 off our BOGO offer. VisionWorks.
It's your TV. Take it with you. With DirecTV and AT&T, watch all your live channels on your devices data-free. Switch to DirecTV and lock in your price for 2 years. Offers starting at $50 a month.
Sandals. At last, an all-inclusive that truly includes it all. Sandals, the world's only 5-star luxury included resorts. Save up to 65%. Call 1-800-SANDALS.
Every home repair or improvement project should start with a pro you know you can trust. That's why for over 15 years, homeowners have trusted HomeAdvisor to find only the best home pros. It's a totally free service that instantly connects you with top-rated pros who have passed criminal and financial background checks. In fact, HomeAdvisor is the nation's #1 network of pre-screened pros and has been used by more than 30 million homeowners. So start every job with confidence at HomeAdvisor.com.
Throughout my life, I've always tried to be there for the people around me. Now, things have changed. I'm so grateful to have an angel who truly cares for me.
It's so rewarding to be a part of his life and make a difference when he needs it the most.
Visiting angels, America's choice in home care.
Clap your hands and you swing out wide. Stomp your feet. Rock a little bit, beat it out next bit. Everybody's happy when you're doing the job.
New Shuffle Cats. Download now.
Let's talk about your bad breath. It can really ruin the moment. Use TheraBreath mouthwash to instantly knock out bad breath, spit, and help restore confidence.
So it's now officially Tuesday, November 8th.
You know, between now and the time the poll closes tomorrow, we are going to be living on a prayer.
Living on a prayer. We don't need John Bon Jovi. We don't need Lady Gaga. Great ideas to make America great again. That's all we do. That's all we do.
There is a clear choice in this election.
We started a year and a half ago. We started with 17 very talented people, and now we have one flawed candidate left to beat. One flawed candidate.
Because none of us want to wake up Wednesday morning and wish we had done more, right?
Today is our Independence Day.
All right, you're looking at the White House. Why? It is temporary government housing because a new resident is coming in January. The question is, who will it be? Will it be a man or will it be a woman? We're down to 2.
It is 8:01 here on the East Coast, and we begin with an election alert because the polls have just opened a minute ago in Alabama, Arizona, Iowa, Minnesota, Mississippi, North Dakota, Oklahoma, South Dakota, Texas, and Wisconsin.
And now let's go out to Chappaqua, where we understand that Bill and Hillary have just arrived, and they are getting set to vote. We know what they're going to vote for, and we know that they've been a part of so many consequential elections over the last 20 to 30 years. This is just the latest. And of course, everyone this time with their iPhones, not their Blackberries, as she looks to turn back the clock and get back to the White House.
That guy was taking about 3 or 4 pictures in a row before he realized they're not in the shot.
All right, there
she is.
Mrs. Clinton right there, followed by the former president as well. They are at an elementary school in Chappaqua, not too far from their home there in suburban New York. She had a late night. She arrived at the Westchester Airport in the 1 o'clock hour after all sorts of campaign stops yesterday, making her final pitch, the final argument why she should be the next president of the United States.
Everyone's got their cell phones.
We don't know if she's going to win or lose, but we know the fireworks have been canceled.
Also this morning, we are having breakfast with friends all across the battleground states to figure out who people are going to vote for.
Heather is in Wisconsin, at least she says she is. Clayton Morris has been in Pennsylvania. He's exhausted. Abby Huntsman with her bright yellow top is having a great time. First time in the kitchen. And Pete Hegseth in Ohio. We are fanning out across the battleground states. But now let's go to the battleground couch.
We decided to have breakfast with Laura Ingram, who is sitting here.
Howard gets all that great, link sausage links. We got nothing.
We
I
have
just had
some
my
pastries.
Roll Tide.
Oh,
there you go.
Is there an election, really?
Right.
All right.
How excited are you?
That was a good LSU game. At 3 quarters, no score, and finally Hurt So Good comes through in the
Now
fourth
Auburn's
quarter.
next.
I got
True
you.
freshmen. They're going to take us all the way to the national championship. Alabama.
I got news for you.
True that.
The national championship is today.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll talk about the election. That's fine.
Let's go ahead and, while we're talking, Laura, let's put back up the images of Mrs. Clinton about to vote. What is the choice that America faces today?
It's time to turn the page. Trump calls it drain the swamp. But we've seen what these policies have done for America. Open borders, so-called open markets that are actually offshoring America's wealth. So many of our jobs have been sent overseas. This has become an election mired in personality, and he said this 11 years ago and her private email server. But in the end, it's about the vision for America that you want. Do you want a growing economy where America is on the rise and our adversaries are back on their heels? Or do you want an America that's either flatlining or in decline with totalitarian states on the rise like China and, of course, our adversary, Russia?
Now,
So, Laura,
Laura,
how do you... go ahead.
He does have a legitimate path to winning today. It's going to be difficult, but you've been in this business for a long time. So what do we as the voters need to look for as the votes start coming in?
I'm looking at a few states. Of course, New Hampshire, the Trump campaign was very confident on Sunday night. I was out at this rally at 1 in the morning, brought my daughter, 11 years old. We saw thousands and thousands of people standing out in the freezing cold. New Hampshire and Pennsylvania are 2 states I'm really looking at. I think Nevada, I don't believe that Nevada is lost for Trump. I think a lot of this narrative that we've heard over the last 3 or 4 days especially has been a narrative that hasn't taken into account not only the momentum that we've seen building for Trump, but also the people who do feel like they've been forgotten and actually haven't voted. I had so many people calling into radio, and Brian, I know you do as well, said, I'm 6 years old or I'm 40 years old. I've never voted. I was actually shocked. I heard that before, but I didn't really believe it until the calls started coming in. They hadn't ever voted. And finally, a Republican comes along and says, I'm actually representing your interests.
Speaking of somebody who just voted, Hillary Clinton just finished filling out her ballot. She's about to hand it over to the election.
What difference does it make?
At this point, anyway. Laura, one other thing regarding early voting, particularly with Nevada, what people have been talking about is more Democrats requested ballots than Republicans, or the get out the vote thing. But that does not take into consideration the number of Democrats who are going to vote for Trump.
Well,
we had some union guy who is a lifelong Democrat out in a diner this morning, works for Verizon. He said, I'm going to vote for Trump because the choice is clear.
Well, they also don't take into account the uptick in day of voting by white working class voters who feel like the Republican Party previously wasn't really speaking to them and wasn't really offering changes in policy that would advance their interests. People want to think that there's someone on their side. So whatever, Trump had plenty of self-inflicted wounds along the way. I think you kind of heard that wistfulness in his voice on your show earlier. But he actually spoke to the concerns of the everyman, which is we need better jobs. We have to have a healthcare system that works. We want schools that we can send our kids to. He spoke for them, and that was refreshing in politics. So whatever happens today, he's held up the mirror to the failures of the establishment.
Which is so bizarre because we're not going to look back to analyze because it's about today.
Sure.
However, when a billionaire can resonate with the everyday person and relate better to the middle class, it goes against everything logical that you would think in politics.
Yeah, in a way, it takes kind of someone who came from an elite background to do that. It's really hard for someone who really has very little money to come through. Like Santorum tried it, Huckabee tried it, and they had a powerful message, and they were much more polished politically than Trump.
Yeah, but
Trump had that brash bravado thing, and he said, I'm calling you all out. Republicans, I'm going to call out the Democrats, the media, the big business.
When you're
Four
years messages, my dad gave me $1 million. I had to start with just $1 million. You would think that's a disqualifier.
Yeah, but he wasn't.
Instead, he did it.
No, but people don't mind wealth. What they don't like is a lack of authenticity. Romney came out and tried to do that. I used to go through the national parks with my family, and it came off a little. And Romney, I disagree with what he did in this election. I think there's going to be a lot of recriminations for Republicans who didn't come home. But Romney always looked like he was a little embarrassed by his wealth. But Trump said, I'm rich and I want you more you to be rich too. That's refreshing. I mean, it's like, yeah, he's rich and he wants more of the country to have a chance at that dream.
That's Ainsley's attitude pretty much every day.
Right, every time I go out and speak, my plane is behind me.
Exactly. Well, God, don't we all want
the
that,
Ainsley
honestly?
Express.
You mentioned Mitt Romney. Tomorrow morning, regardless of what happens, people like John Kasich, the Bushes, Mitt Romney, they got a lot of splaining to do.
I guess we'll see whether all these people, the millions and millions of people who end up turning out for Trump, could be about 60 million people, if they end up saying, gosh, we really regret the fact that we fought hard for this guy, and gosh, Mitt Romney was right. I don't think that's going to happen. Somehow it didn't happen with Goldwater in '64. That movement continued.
Yeah.
There is a movement that's going to continue, win or lose for Trump, that is going to be a powerful movement for America. It's going to be an America-centered party that believes in a national defense, strong national defense, borders, and trade deals that work for the average working person. If we have a political system that ceases working for the average working man and woman out there, black, brown, whatever your background is, that political system will not hold for long. And we better see some changes in these policies.
What's so interesting about today is if you look at the states, well, she's winning, they're all within the margin of error.
Yeah.
So it could be an unbelievable upset to the pollsters, but the pollsters wouldn't be wrong. They'll say, I gave you stats that put Wisconsin, Michigan, Iowa, Ohio, Florida, North Carolina, Minnesota. I gave you stats within the margin of error. Yeah, she was leading in a lot of them, but I was still there. That's what's going to be fascinating about
and
this.
remember this, Trump has had much of the GOP establishment and the money class against him. He had, of course, the Clintons, the Obamas, Hollywood, academia,
mainstream media
of CNN. I mean, I'm sorry, but all these media outlets we now know are in collusion with the DNC, most of them.
Sure.
He's had all of that against him, and he's standing, he's fighting, and he's going to, this thing is going to.
If he doesn't win, there's definitely a division. And
if he does win.
No. Let me put that to line. I know we're almost out of time. We had in total Cruz, Trump, and Carson. You look at those, that voting block in the primary. That's about 76% of the electorate. The majority of the Republican Party is a more populist-centered, a strong economic borders. That is the Republican Party. The kind of Evan McMullen, sorry, you guys got me on saying that. Sorry, juicy. No. That wing of the Republican, big government republicanism, Bushism, it's over.
Yeah.
They might not know it yet, but they're like still fighting the old wars. We're moving forward. This movement is moving forward.
Laura, every time you appear on television, you always wear the cross.
I do.
This is obviously.
I was at St. Pat's earlier praying for the country.
You absolutely were. One of the last polls showed that Donald Trump was running away with Catholics. What is it about? Usually it splits 50-50.
Romney lost among Catholics, I believe, in the end.
So what's going on?
Well, a couple of things happened. Trump started talking about a prayer. He did this interview with Raymond Arroyo a couple of weeks ago where he said, what do you pray for? He said, that's a very personal question, but I pray for my family and my country. And on pro-life, he said, I had a very, very personal experience with a family, friends of mine, who were about to abort their child. They didn't. And that I think a young man grew up to be an amazing individual. It was a very personal story. We needed to see more of that early on. But I think people are very forgiving, and they know he's not a politician. He is kind of private about that stuff. We saw that heart come out, especially toward the
Because it shows vulnerability. He's not big into vulnerability.
No, he isn't. He's a strong guy, and it's a different era. He grew up in a different era as well. And in the end, I think the people of faith know that their faith and conscience rights and their religious liberties on the line in this election. The Supreme Court is where it's at, so Catholics are coming home, I think, to that candidate.
All right, Laura, thank you
Great
very
to
much.
see you. It's been a good ride this last
Good to see you.
18
Thanks so
months.
much for helping us through it. Meanwhile, it's not just Donald Trump locked in a tight race. Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson is trying to hold on to his seat. He had a massive comeback. We are live at the diner with the senator. The one thing he says will make all the difference for both of them will be revealed. And
Abby Huntsman is chatting with voters at Mel's Diner. She's down in Fort Myers, Florida. Abby, you there? How you doing?
Good morning, you guys. We're talking politics all morning long. Diane, who you voting for?
Mr. Trump, as you can see by my shirt and my hat.
How come?
Because we need a strong leader, someone who's going to fight for the American people.
And that's a firefighter. Matt, who you voting for and why?
I'm voting for Trump. I'm pro-life and pro-Second Amendment.
What about you, sir?
I'm voting for Trump for a stronger military and to protect our national anthem and our flag.
Nice. We'll be here all...
We need to talk to them.
Critics everywhere are praising Arrival. It's a masterpiece you won't stop talking about.
You want to stop them? Find out what this means.
And now it's 100% on Rotten Tomatoes.
I know what it is.
Arrival, rated PG-13.
Palm Wonderful Pure Pomegranate Juice is more than just full of antioxidants. It's packed with a burly battalion of free radical impaling antioxidants. Palm Wonderful, crazy healthy.
We asked people to write down the things they love to do most on these balloons.
Travel with my daughter.
Roller derby?
Now, give up half of them.
Do I have to?
This is the tough financial choice we could face when we retire. But if we start saving even just 1% more of our annual income, we could keep doing all the things we love.
Prudential, bring your challenges.
On Nutrisystem.
Be one of the first 500 callers and save $80 right now.
I'm Melissa Joan Hart, and I lost 40 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Lose weight fast with Nutrisystem's Turbo 10. Lose up to 10 pounds in your first month and 5 inches overall. Lose weight, money back guaranteed.
I lost 30 pounds. 48 pounds gone.
Order your 28-day plan right now and we'll rush you Turbo 10. Get specially selected meals, plus 1 week of NutriCrush shakes to crush hunger free. And 1 week of Turbo Shakes to help bust belly bloat free. Don't forget, be one of the first 500 callers and save $80 right now on Uniquely Yours, our most popular plan with over 150 foods.
There's never been a better time to get started.
Call 877-747-SIZE right now and get Turbo 10 with shakes free and save $80.
Back in the day, our phones were only as mobile as the length of the cord.
About $25 a month, and plans start at only $10 a month with no contracts.
We don't need an expensive unlimited plan, but we do love having our cell phone.
Like for navigation.
And with Consumer Cellular, it's easy to call and text.
Or use the web. Everywhere we go.
Consumer Cellular has great nationwide coverage.
And we're proud to have received the J.D. Power Award for highest customer service. Consumer Cellular has been an approved AARP provider since 2008, and members get exclusive discounts.
What does IDK mean? I don't know. Neither do I. No, it means I don't know.
Stop paying too much for wireless service and switch today. You can even keep your phone and number. And with our 30-day risk-free guarantee, it could...
Please! The ominous wizard's tower. It's the problem.
Be easier. Call 1-800-381-0343. Go online.
7 Channel 115.
It's time to come home and elect Donald Trump as the next president of the United States. It's time to come home and re-elect Speaker Paul Ryan and a strong Republican majority in the House of Representatives. It's time to come home and re-elect Senator Ron Johnson to a Republican majority.
Vice presidential nominee Mike Pence making his case in Wisconsin for his running mate, Mr. Donald Trump. House Speaker Paul Ryan and Senator Ron Johnson there as well.
So, will his push make a difference in the Badger State for both Donald Trump and Senator Johnson?
Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson, who I can find, he's wearing a sweatshirt right now in a diner. Joins us live.
What state he represents.
Wisconsin.
All right.
Morning, guys.
Senator Johnson, great to have you. Thank you very much. You know, I bet the Wisconsin television stations would love to thank you and your opponent, because your opponent is spending a lot of money along with outside groups to try to pry you out of your seat, right?
He sure has, and again, it just shows, part of his hypocrisy. Mr. Campaign Finance Reform, sets up 3 PACs, raises about $10 million to set up a money-making machine, and then transfers that money-making machine to his campaign, raises $14 million, more than $11 million of that outside the state, violating his pledge from 1992. So I think that Senator Feingold's been unmasked. I was up at Lambeau Field about 5 hours working the tailgate crowd. People realize he's a phony, he's a hypocrite, he's lying about me. And I think we feel really good about this election, both for Donald Trump and myself.
Senator, you guys couldn't be more different, the conservative against the ultimate liberal. But I also knew when this election season really started, you were about 14 points down. And it looked like Russ Feingold was one of those automatic, the Republican going to lose that seat. What happened in Wisconsin that allowed you to close the gap?
Well, I've been telling the truth. As Senator Feingold, who's a 34-year career politician, has hardly anything good to show for it, a lot of bad stuff. So his campaign has just been relentlessly negative, false, full of lies, distortions, class warfare. And let's face it, there's a lot of corruption on their side of the aisle. Hillary Clinton, he's got his own email scandal. So, bottom line is Wisconsinites, I think Americans are looking for real change. They realize career politicians like Senator Feingold, Hillary Clinton, they made this mess. They built this swamp. Nobody's going to look at them to actually fixing it. We really need some real change agents. That's certainly me. That's certainly Donald Trump.
Senator, we saw your numbers go up when Donald Trump's numbers went up. Do you credit him for your success?
Listen, we've been running our own campaign. I've just been telling the truth. I've been, laying out ads that are very positive, talking about how we've reunited families with their adopted children from the Congo. My Joseph Project, which is connecting inner city unemployed with good job opportunities, transforming their life. So we've been telling the truth about myself, but also telling the truth about Senator Feingold in his own words. How he said, people are pretending Obamacare is bad. No, the people are really being harmed as rates have doubled and tripled. He told those lies about Obamacare, and I believe Wisconsinites going to hold him accountable for those lies.
Senator, you made your money in big business, and as you do not have to work again. You just tell me on radio, you just want one more term. Why do you want to be involved? Why do you want to go through this? You've been for the last year and a half away from your family. You're up early in the morning again, pushing for this. What about the first 6 years makes you want another 6?
Well, first of all, I made my money the hard way selling plastic. Here's a sample of my plastic, a couple cents a pound in a family manufacturing business. But the reason I'm doing this, Brian, is because I was panicked for our country. I'm even more concerned after 8 years of President Obama. We're not addressing the debt and deficit. We need to save Social Security and Medicare. I want to go back one more term. I want to solve these problems. I'm not wanting to be a U.S. Senator. I want to solve these problems.
All right. Ron Johnson, who would like to turn Wisconsin red, the color of that sweatshirt right there. Thank you very much for joining us today from Wauwatosa, Wisconsin.
Thank you so much, Senator. Great to see you. We wish you all the best.
You too. Good luck.
Meanwhile, next on our rundown, our tour of swing state diners continues. Abby Huntsman is chatting with voters at Mel's Diner. I know they loved it. Now we're going to find out what they're saying in Fort Myers, Florida.
This program is brought to you by BDO. People who know BDO.
Continuously evolving with the needs of the user. Accessible through the cloud
to new markets all over the world.
The business model is completely different.
Yes, it is.
This totally changes the way we recognize revenue.
And where? Think about all those tax jurisdictions.
How are we going to handle all this?
We aren't.
People who know BDO.
Not getting your best sleep? Could be you've got the wrong bed. Enter Sleep Number. She likes the bed soft. He's more hardcore. You can both adjust the bed for the best sleep of your life. Right now, save $500 on the Queen CSE mattress with Sleep IQ technology. No better sleep with Sleep Number.
Our eyes. They have a 200-degree range of sight, which is good for me. Hey! And bad for the Barclay twins.
Take care of all your most important parts with Centrum, with our most vitamin D3 ever.
If you have Medicare, I have 3 things you'll want to hear. There's an all-in-one Medicare Advantage plan from Humana. It includes Medicare Part D prescription drug coverage, and it may save you money in so many ways. It's all in this book, and it's yours free just for calling. You'll see all the ways the plan might save you money, even on prescription drugs. In fact, Humana Medicare Advantage members can expect to save almost $500 in premium this year through our pharmacy benefit management efforts. And you get all this coverage with an affordable monthly plan premium, and in some areas, no plan premium. Even if you've looked at Humana before, you need to take another look at this plan. We'll send you the decision guide absolutely free, in a slightly smaller size, of course. Discover the all-in-one Medicare Advantage plan that could cut your costs and cover your prescriptions. Call 1-800-552-2950 or go to humanabigbook.com. The savings are too big to miss.
It's Blinds to Go's Customer Appreciation Sale. Buy one, get one, half off your favorite products, including Allwood Blinds, Cellular Shades, and Serenity Sheer Shades. Thank you for making Blinds to Go the go-to store for all your window decorating needs. Blinds to Go, blinds for life.
Do you think he gets around so fast? Take the reins this holiday and get the Mercedes-Benz you've always wanted during the winter event. Hurry, offers end soon.
It's Blinds to Go's Customer Appreciation Sale. Buy one, get one, half off your favorite products, including Allwood Blinds, Cellular Shades, and Serenity Sheer Shades. Thank you for making Blinds to Go the go-to store for all your window decorating needs. Blinds to Go, blinds for life.
Hi, welcome back, everyone. We're touring the country because this is Election Day, and the fight for Florida now tighter than ever as polls at the key battleground state are basically showing a dead heat, and they're officially open.
So, what are Florida voters thinking? This morning, let's check in with Abby Huntsman. She is talking to a lot of voters on the west coast of Florida at Mel's Diner in Fort Myers, Florida. Abby?
Good morning, you guys. We've been here all morning. I'm here with Manager Bill. He runs this diner, Mel's Diner. He's here with his Charlie's Angels this morning. They've been serving us coffee and breakfast all morning long. So I said, you guys sit. I'm going to serve you coffee, and we're going to talk some politics. So, Sandy, we'll start with you. You're a single mom. Yes. This election is very real for you.
Very real. I again, make America great. I want the benefits to stay in America. I want jobs to be better. I want pay to be better. I want benefits to be better. And I want my son, who's a freshman at MIT, to have a future in this country.
Who'd you vote for?
Trump.
Do you get any vacation days, any time off for yourself?
We can if we want, but it's not affordable for us to take time off for vacation.
It's very real.
Yes.
And Kim, who are you voting for?
I voted for Hillary. I think I'm in the minority, yeah. But I've been a Democrat, and
I think I'll stick with her. I know.
Has healthcare been an issue for you?
Yes, it is. It is.
Obamacare. Do you worry about that,
It's
though?
not affordable. I don't know if we're going to have health care from either one of them, to be honest. Yeah.
You've just given up on healthcare, basically.
Right now, yeah, I don't see it happening or being affordable for anybody.
Do you have healthcare today?
No health care.
You have no healthcare?
No.
And you work pretty much every day?
Sure.
At this diner?
Right.
And Jack, we were talking earlier about your dreams. So you wanted to own your own restaurant?
Yes, I do. I graduated from Cordon Bleu in 2006 from Las Vegas, and right after I graduated, the economy went down, and it's just not feasible at this time. Small businesses are all struggling right now.
Who'd you vote for?
Trump.
How come?
Because I believe he's going to open up jobs for everyone. I believe he's going to help small businesses out and keep the jobs here and help everyone.
Sandy, this is so real for so many people. And you work in the dining room every day.
Yeah.
How are people feeling right now? How are people feeling in Florida, the all-important state that could decide this election?
Well, a lot of our business is our snowbirds and retirees come down here, so they're bringing with them their economy from up there, which doesn't spread it actually spreads too thin down here. So people want to change. People want something different. People want America to be taken care of.
What's your biggest concern for this country?
The future for my child.
Because you raised him by yourself. You're a single mother.
I raised him. I did have help, but I'm a single mother now when it's the most important time, getting him on his feet and getting him out there in the real world. So any help is great help. I'm not too proud to ask for it.
When was the last time you took a vacation with your son?
With my son took a whole vacation last year, probably. Yeah.
It's been very real. Bill, you run this place. You talk to voters every single day, the people that work for you. This is one story of so many.
We just want to make America great again. And that's what everybody that we talk to wants to do. Everybody's struggling. The economy in Florida is one of the hardest in the country. It's coming back, but people are still afraid to spend money. And if we don't have people in the right positions, we're not going to have nothing. We need to make America great again.
What are you most concerned about?
Safety for my children. I have two small children, and I don't see a future for them because we're going down very fast. We need to build the economy. We need to boost it up. No matter who's in office, we need to boost it up.
Yeah. Guys, as you can see here in Florida, I mean, this is a very big day, election day, but also some very big concerns about the future of this country and where it's headed. But I'll tell you guys have been awesome, so thanks so much for being here.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much. Great job. This has been terrific. Going all across the country, looking at these diners, because these are people who are going to go out and vote today, and these are the things that they're really concerned about. And once again, as Ainsley mentioned, I mentioned yesterday, vote. Because if you don't vote today, you can't complain tomorrow.
And I'm firmly against voting, so that's who
I've already voted. Ainsley is about to go vote.
Right. But if you do vote and you have a complaint, send it to Brian's email.
Exactly.
Coming up, our tour of Spring State Diners continues. We're going to check in with Pete Hegstaff. He is in Columbus, Ohio.
That's right. Good morning to you, Pete. Plus, Newt Gingrich joins us to map out Donald Trump's path to victory. He can do it. Newt explains it next.
So here's to the cheap sunglasses, Red Bull and Mini.
Every yank of your tank is a tug of war. It's about time someone declared war on the tug. The Duluth Trading No Yank Tank. Stop yanking and get cranking. Only at DuluthTrading.com.
Big day? The usual. Move some new cars. All a bunch of steel. Get the supermarket shelves stocked. Make sure everyone got the latest gadgets. It's up to the next shift.
No, not too much. Just keep the lights on.
Thanks.
Doing the big things. Economy.
Just
just another day at Norfolk Southern.
Attention, if you or a loved one received a Stryker hip implant with metal stem, metal head, and suffer complications, call 1-800-777-6970 now. You may be entitled to compensation. Stryker hip implants such as Rejuvenate, ABG2, and Accolade are failing and causing severe pain and the need for more surgeries. If you received a Stryker metal hip implant and suffer complications, you may have a claim. Call 1-800-777-6970 now for a free case evaluation.
See me.
Don't stare at me.
See me to know that psoriasis is just something that I have. I'm not contagious. See me to know that I won't stop until I find what works.
Discover Cosentyx, a different kind of medicine for moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, proven to help the majority of people find clear or almost clear skin. 8 out of 10 people saw 75% skin clearance in 3 months, while the majority saw 90% clearance. Do not use if you are allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, you should be tested for tuberculosis, an increased risk of infections and lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough. Or if you have received a vaccine or plan to. If you have inflammatory bowel disease, tell your doctor if symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
See me on my way.
Find clear skin and a clearer path forward. For a different kind of medicine, ask your dermatologist about Cosentyx.
This is Peloton, the indoor cycling experience designed to happen in your home. And Peloton allows you to take high-energy live and on-demand studio cycling classes without having to go anywhere. Ride live with some of the best studio cycling instructors in the country. Ride flexible with thousands of on-demand routes. Ride...
I hope you adjusted your thoughts because we went backwards and it's 28 minutes before the top of the hour. This is the deal. We are voting now on the East Coast. Election alert. The polls are open in Arkansas. Bill and Hillary Clinton's home is now open in New York. And we caught them voting live, which was pretty cool.
We didn't watch them in Chappaqua, and we're pretty sure we know who they voted for. Just as we're pretty sure we know who Newt Gingrich is voting for on this election day. Good morning to you, Mr. Speaker.
Good morning.
You know, the polls are opening all across the country. Let's see, 10 and a half hours from now, the first polls are going to be closing. Tonight, what are you going to be watching for as the polls close to know whether or not you're having a good night with Donald Trump?
Well, let me just say, first of all, for a second, I hope everybody, whoever they're for, will recognize that this last year is something that doesn't occur in Cuba, doesn't occur in China, doesn't occur in Russia. This is what freedom is. And so I hope everybody will go out and vote today for whoever you're for.
Sure.
To validate this American process. I'm going to start with a couple of unusual places. I don't know what time it closes, but I'm going to look at the northernmost congressional district in Maine. Because if Trump picks that up, Maine allows each congressional district to cast its electoral vote separately. That'll be pretty unusual and a sign that a conservative Republican with blue-collar appeal can reach out on a place like Maine as opposed to the assumption you have to be a moderate. Second, you got to look at New Hampshire. If Trump carries New Hampshire, it's game on. At that point, if I were Hillary and her team, I'd be very, very worried. Obviously, in the South, you're going to look at North Carolina, and you're going to look at Florida, because if Trump carries those two, we're really in for a long night. Unless, as the poll that came out this morning suggests, he carries Michigan, in which case we're in for a very short night, because at that point it'll be clear that Donald Trump will be the next president. So I'm going to come from the East Coast, looking state by state. West Virginia will clearly go for Trump. Pennsylvania might go for Trump, although Philadelphia is very hard to beat and historically has a lot of voter fraud. Ohio is, I think, going to go for Trump clearly. So the East is going to be better for Trump than you would have thought 6 months ago.
So the other thing to think about, and just put this in perspective because you're a walking, breathing historian, I don't remember how many crucial states ever were within the margin of error. Everywhere. Doesn't matter if you go from Bloomberg or the ABC poll, everything within the margin of error, which makes you think we got 50 separate games to run today, or at least 12 separate games that could go either way.
Yeah, but I mean, part of what has, I think, led to some confusion is that Hillary's carrying, for example, California, which is a big state, by a very, very big margin. Well, if you average that into the national average, she looks great. But if she's that far ahead in California and she's only tied or barely ahead nationally, that means she's probably behind in a lot of very, very tight states. In Missouri, maybe Wisconsin, where Calista and I spent the weekend with her mother. Maybe in Minnesota, where the high school students, by the way, 77,000 of them, gave Trump the victory over Hillary, something you'd never have expected in Minnesota. So things are changing out there. The country's talking to itself. And I'll be very curious whether it's actually this close or whether the momentum for Trump means that it was this close on a snapshot over the weekend. So what happened with Reagan? He gained strength every single day up through Election Day.
I want to put up two different pictures because it shows kind of the direction of both of these campaigns. You have Hillary campaigning with President Obama. So if you want more of the same, there's the answer. If you want more of change and anti-establishment, then on the left-hand side of the screen is Donald Trump with his family, with the exception of Mike Pence, who has held a Senate seat and now governor. But if those are totally different. If you want the same, vote for Hillary. If you want different, then vote for Donald Trump.
This may be the clearest big choice election, and certainly in my lifetime, but in a very, very long time. Secretary Clinton represents the establishment, the whole system, everything we've been watching with the WikiLeaks, the FBI files, you name it, and she is the legitimate heir to Barack Obama. Donald Trump is the most outsider candidate to be nominated in my lifetime. This is a guy who 2 years ago, and you guys have known him a long time, but if you want somebody to walk into you and said 2 years ago, he's going to beat 16 other guys, become the Republican nominee, and by election day, you're not going to know who's going to win, you'd have thought they were crazy.
Yeah.
You're probably right. Just hours to go before the polls do wind up closing. What is your message as a lifelong conservative and Republican to the Republicans or the independents or Democrats for that matter, who've said, I'm just going to sit this out and not vote for my person because I don't like either one?
My message is that there are, and I say this as an Army brat whose dad spent 27 years in the infantry, there are young men and women all around the world risking their lives to protect your right to be a free citizen and to vote. And I think you dishonor them if you don't go vote. And don't just focus on the presidency. What about the school board? What about the county commission? What about the state legislature? What about Congress? I think every American has a moral obligation to renew the trust in our society every time there's an election. And to let those young folks around the world know they're not risking their lives in vain, that we as Americans treasure our freedom, and that we believe that we have an obligation to strengthen and renew that freedom with every election.
Well, that's a good reason to vote. Indeed. There's no doubt about it. If he is to win, and conservatives need someone to build off of, you as a conservative, going for Donald Trump kind of led the way. Newt Gingrich, it's going to be an interesting night. Thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Care.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Meanwhile, you saw it right here live on Fox and Friends. Eric Trump casting his vote for his father, and he has an Election Day message for you when he joins us live on the couch. Good morning to you, Eric. You're next.
Plus, our tour of swing state diners continues. Pete Hegseth is in Columbus, Ohio. Hey, Pete.
Columbus, Ohio, bellwether area of a battleground state. We're talking to... voters all morning long. Talk to even more people. Stick around. We're here in Columbus. More from Battleground State.
I don't want to put life on hold because of a headache. That's why I use Accept.
What the years take away, they also give back in knowledge, experience, judgment, and wisdom. We're Interim Healthcare, and we've been helping people live better lives at home for more than 50 years. Call or click today.
We've worked pretty hard to become the world's largest independent refiner and to be America's third largest producer of renewable fuels. But we've also worked hard to be named one of Fortune's most admired companies by giving over 125,000 volunteer hours a year, donating over 1 million pounds of food to local food banks, and building homes for Habitat for Humanity. To appreciate a company's true value, you have to understand the heart of its people.
Hi, Phil Swift here for the Flex Seal family of products. With Flex Seal, you can coat, seal, and stop leaks fast.
For the common homeowner, it's a life changer. This stuff really works.
And now, with Flex Seal Liquid, you can brush, roll, dip, or pour.
Once you start using it, you start finding all these other uses.
And with Flex Shot, you can caulk, bond, and seal virtually anything. Imagine everything you can do with the Flex Seal family of products.
Now everyone who uses catheters can get a better catheter with Liberator Medical's free catheter sample pack. There's the all-new compact catheters for women. Small, fits in your purse. The pre-hydrated catheter. It lubricates itself in the package. The self-lubricated catheter. Water-activated lubrication. The discreet pocket catheter. Curved to fit in your pocket to go anywhere. Call for your free catheter sample pack with free shipping.
1-800-344-6777.
Only in Jamaica can you stay at one Sandals and play around at all 6 resorts. Sandals in Jamaica. It's 6 vacations in one. Call 1-800-SANDALS.
The power of OxyClean is now in a laundry detergent. 1 cap beats 4 caps of the leading value brand to remove tough stains better for brilliant whites and vivid brights. Try OxyClean HD laundry detergent today. Save up to 20% versus the leading brand.
Dear Wayfair, for my home this holiday, I need cookie cutter, no more clutter, ornaments, and gifts from Mother Santa Claus. Oohs and ahs, new guest bed for my in-laws, extra chairs, no pillows, just one decent family photo. Foosball table. Now there's nothing left on my list to write, 'cause Wayfair, you got it all in one.
Shop your list at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, you've got just what I need.
It is a crucial battleground state no Republican president has ever lost.
We're talking about the state of Ohio. And there you can...
Hey. Fitzy's Diner has been so fantastic all morning long, full of festive voters here in Ohio, many of which have already gone to the ballot, some of which are planning to go because the polls opened just a couple of hours ago. So Columbus, a bellwether area of a battleground state, obviously a ton at stake here. I was talking to a family that had to leave, a couple of small kids. He had to go to work, a blue-collar Democrat who says he's voting for Trump because he's voting against Hillary Clinton. So we're hearing about Democrats crossing over for Donald Trump. We're going to ask a few more voters this morning. Sir, if you would, what's your name?
Steve Maresca.
Stephen, who are you voting for?
Donald Trump.
And why?
Well, I think change is what we need.
Change is what we need?
Yes, I think there's just been too much corruption in this country.
You got it. Sir, how about you?
I'm voting for Donald Trump.
And why?
Change, corruption.
What do you do?
I'm a small business owner.
And how would it affect your business?
Taxes allows me to hire more staffing and profits.
Profits.
Sure.
Profits are a good thing.
That's a very good thing. Stay in business.
Indeed. Well, thank you for being in business, ma'am. Thanks for joining us this morning. Here, we'll turn around this way. Who are you voting for?
Donald Trump.
And first of all, what do you do?
I'm a retired teacher.
You're a retired teacher.
Yes.
And so why, as a teacher, are you voting for Trump?
Because he holds the values most closely that we have. And I wouldn't trust Hillary Clinton.
So it's a trust
with his
issue.
Position,
Do you like his positions on education, repealing Common Core,
yes,
educational choice?
I do.
Absolutely.
I do.
Well, thank you for being here. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Sir, we talked to you a little bit earlier. Why are you voting for Donald Trump?
Very, very simple. It all comes down to the Supreme Court. And right now, the Supreme Court placements are going to be crucial for the next 50 years. the Supreme Court is the issue why everybody should be out voting for Donald Trump.
Sir, you voted this morning. See the sticker? You're usually the first guy at the polls. That's your tradition at your precinct, right? But today, what was it?
Sometimes two.
Okay, one or two, but what was it this morning?
I was number 15 and very disappointed, and the line behind me was going on forever.
So we're hearing that everywhere here. Lines out the door, tons of waiting time. No complications necessarily, but a lot of voters and a lot of urgency. Sir, I want to ask you a quick question. We talked earlier as well. Why are you voting for Donald Trump?
God and country. Quite simple.
Explain God and country.
Yeah, God and country. The Supreme Court's going to be one of the most important issues. If we get one more liberal on there, we're down the drain. If we get her in there, we're down the drain. So it's God and country. And I'm a conservative Republican by nature, but this is the first time I got up crack of dawn so I could cast that vote for our founders, for everybody that's ever served this country, and remembering what Winston Churchill warned us all about. Those people who forget their history are sentenced to repeat the worst parts of it.
We're here. That's a fantastic quote. We hear that from a lot of people. This is about the future of our country. We've had two undecided voters with us all morning. One admitted he's probably voting for Trump, but they're going to leave this diner and go vote. Ma'am, you were still undecided when we talked to you last. Where are you right now?
Well, so the point about God and country, my Christian faith is very important to me, and that has been what has been pushing me. And several of these people have made very good points, especially given Pence. I do like Pence, so I think I am probably going to pull the trigger on Trump.
Oh, there you have it. We got undecided voters, two of them this morning. She's pulling the trigger for Trump. A lot of enthusiasm in Ohio, obviously an important state. It's been a fun morning here at Fitz's Diner.
All right, Pete, thank you very much. Kind of like a game show, not knowing how those two undecided voters are going to vote. By the conclusion, she had made up her mind.
I understand that. He's a self-proclaimed evangelical, was a Catholic, and now he's evangelical. His faith is extremely important to him, and that matters to a lot of the voters.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, you saw it right here on Fox and Friends about an hour ago. Eric Trump casting his vote for his father, and he has an Election Day message for all of us when he joins us on the Curvy Couch. Coming up next. Good morning to you, sir.
But first, let's check in with Bill Hemmer to find out what's coming up the top. You made it, Bill. It's here.
Oh, I haven't made it yet.
That's true.
It has come to this. There are no more arguments.
Are you bored today?
I'll be there tonight. Okay. You bet. Yeah, we supersized the deal. Wait till you see this. You're going to love it. There are no more arguments. There are no more speeches. The decision has been put in your hands, America. You, the voter. You, the viewer. What will you decide? We've assembled some of the greatest minds in American politics, and over the next 2 hours, you will hear from them. Charles Krauthammer, Karl Rove, Joe Trippi, Chris Wallace, Chris Stirewalt, too many to mention. You will hear from all of them as we address where the race stands on this election day. What a day. Martha and I will see you shortly. 12 minutes away here on America's Newsroom.
Wizard entered New York with a case full of magical creatures, and some have escaped. It could mean war.
Time is running out.
Fantastic Beasts, rated PG-13.
We run forecasts in each country and for a range of tax scenarios.
And how do you have the resources to do that?
We don't. That's why we brought in BDO.
People who know BDO.
Your brain is an amazing thing, but as you get older, it naturally begins to change, causing a lack of sharpness or even trouble with recall. Thankfully, the breakthrough in Prevagen helps your brain and actually improves memory. The secret is an ingredient originally discovered in jellyfish. In clinical trials, Prevagen has been shown to improve short-term memory. Prevagen, the name to remember.
Tonight, it's complete Election Day 2016 coverage. Watch Your World with Neil Cavuto at 4 and The 5 with special guests Brett Baer and Megyn Kelly.
Afoot and lighthearted, I take to the open road. Healthy, free, the world before me, the long brown path before me leading wherever I choose. The east and the west are mine. The north and the south are mine. All seems beautiful to me.
We've got a small business, and we needed a new website.
I talked to a web design company, but they wanted to charge me a fortune.
If you call the experts at web.com now, you can have a new custom website built for your small business absolutely free. If you're happy with your new website, we'll continue to provide promotion, hosting, support, and maintenance, all for one low monthly fee. If not, cancel and pay nothing.
Call 1-800-834-6727 today.
I owed the IRS $10,000.
The IRS garnished my wages.
They put a lien on my house.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency in the world. They do not give up until you pay. Tax Solutions Now can get you help. Our agents know the rules, can stop the pain, and get you the best deals.
I called Tax Solutions Now, and they got the IRS off my back.
Call 800-756-5346. 800-756-5346.
On November 8th, we don't just get a chance to re-elect Todd Kaminsky. We get a chance to reaffirm our commitment to clean government and the ex-federal corruption prosecutor who's stripping public pensions from corrupt public officials and who's voted no 175 times against raising taxes. And we get to reject the hand-picked candidate of the corrupt Skelos machine, Chris McGrath, who will continue raking in millions of outside income. Todd's restored integrity to the South Shore. Let's keep it.
After more than a year on his father's campaign trail, Eric Trump cast his ballot just moments ago here in New York City. But what was it like casting that ballot? I would love to have a chance to talk to Eric about this.
Oh, well, we can make that happen, Brian, because Eric Trump is here now with his Election Day message to everyone. That had to be surreal to look at the ballot and see your father's name.
So proud of the man. I mean, that's all I can say, honestly, so proud of the man. Everybody had written him off. No one gave him any chance. He was fighting the greatest political machine, arguably in the United States history, maybe in world history. You know, he's fighting special interest money, the likes of which, again, no one's ever seen before, right? And he beat 17 people during the primaries. We accepted the nomination, Don, Ivanka, and I, and Tiffany at the convention when he got to the 1237 number. And here we are today on Election Day, and I could not be more proud of the man. I mean, he is an awesome guy. He's been the greatest father in the world, and I mean, what he's accomplished is remarkable.
Plus, you're very optimistic, and when you look at the polls, we're not talking specifics, just they are dead even for the most part. You think the enthusiasm level and also the number of Democrats who are going to cross party lines and independents who are going to go your father's way, it ultimately will break in his favor, and he's going to be the next president-elect of the United States.
No question to me. I mean, I've traveled tens of thousands of miles on the campaign trail over the last 18 months. I've touched hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people. Everywhere we go, people, I mean, I have 1,000 people show up for me whenever I go anywhere, let alone, and I'm not the candidate. In fact, I don't even really like politics. I probably will never go into politics. I mean, it's incredible. I was with him last night. We were in Scranton, Pennsylvania. We were in New Hampshire. These rallies, I mean, people were standing outside for 6-7 hours to try and get in so they could be, you know, front and center. I mean, they're holding signs, they're cheering, they're going crazy. I mean, he started a movement. This isn't a traditional political campaign. This is a movement to take back our country from career politicians. And he's just amazing. I mean, he's amazing, and what he's created is amazing.
A question for you. Ivanka said this last night, it kind of struck me. She says on a personal level, she was probably a little bit naive about what it meant when your dad declared his candidacy. Yeah. For Eric Trump.
Going down that escalator.
What did you think it meant? And now, a year and a half later, what did it mean?
Well, listen, we thought it was going to be obviously big. No one, I don't think, ever would have guessed it would have been this big. And I think the shocking thing to me is having a front row seat to really the political system in this country is how corrupt it truly is. And I'm not a fan of people stealing emails or anything else, but if there's one thing that WikiLeaks did do, it's show how bad it is behind the scenes, and it has to be cleaned up. I mean, the lack of ethics in the system, the amount of corruption in the system, it's horrible. I mean, it's horrible. And as a civilian in this process, I mean, some of the things that I've seen, I've just shook my head to. And as a country, we deserve so much better. But, you know, drain the swamp is kind of the big catchphrase these days. It's a great hashtag that's all over the place. It trends #1 everywhere. I mean, people want less from Washington, D.C. I mean, no one thinks that Washington, D.C. is helping this country. People are disenfranchised in so many ways. They want career politicians out of the equation, and I think that's really helped to rise the fuel of my father, who's really kind of been the total outsider, not the Democrat, not the Republican, the total outsider of this process.
Through no fault of your own, it's a gift you brought into a wealthy family. Sure. What was it like meeting people who aren't wealthy, middle class, lower class, all different types? What's that been like for you?
Brian, the stories that I have going across the country where, you know, you see, you know, I saw somebody the other day who came up to me and said, listen, I get $700 of government assistance. My insulin shots cost me $1,000. I mean, I can't survive. I can't afford food. I can't afford anything. I mean, you hear those stories all the time. I had a woman crying to me 2 days ago. Obamacare, my increases went up so much, I had to opt my entire family out of healthcare. Now I'm playing Russian roulette with my kids' life. And you know what the worst part of this, Eric, is? At the end of the year, I have to pay a $700 penalty to the U.S. government for something that I didn't want before. I mean, you hear thousands of these stories. I walk through factories where they're laying off employee after employee after employee because jobs are going overseas.
It became real. Not a stat, it became real. Eric, thanks so much for helping us out and bringing us inside.
Thank you.
Our incredible campaign.
Been a great honor being on this couch so many times with you.
It's been great to have you as well.
Thank you.
Very handy. You live a couple of blocks
Hopefully
away.
have you back soon. Meanwhile, guess where we're going? Back to the diners to wrap everything up. This is where we put some of the finest anchors and reporters in the world with some of the finest Americans in the world.
That's right.
The winner takes it all. The loser standing small. Beside the victory. That's
If you've gone to extremes to escape your nasal allergies, try Clarispray from the makers of Claritin. Clarispray provides 24-hour prescription-strength relief from sneezing, runny nose, and nasal congestion. Return to the world. Try Clarispray today.
A contentious fight, a critical decision, the choice that will decide who will lead our country. As America votes, no one brings it to you like Fox News Channel. Tonight, for fair and balanced coverage, stay with America's election headquarters.
Tired of trying to hide your belly bulge, muffin top, or that beer gut? Now there's a fun, effective, and easy way to get fit and toned in just minutes a day with the Simply Fit board. It's got everyone twisting and getting you into your fat-burning zone.
It's so fun. I don't feel like I'm working out.
I'm Lori Grenier from Shark Tank. I like being toned, but I'm not big into working out and sweating. That's why I fell in love with the Simply Fit board. The minute I saw it, I knew it was a hero, and I did the deal so we could bring it to all of you.
You'll feel it working instantly. The secret is its unique twisting motion and balance board pivoting action that engages your entire core, helping tone abs, legs, and your entire body, all while having fun. You can get started with as little as 5 minutes a day. Do it anytime, anywhere. Do it while watching TV. This is a great workout for everyone, no matter your age.
It's low impact and easy on the joints. And look at me, I'm 64 and in better shape than I've been in years.
I love feeling my muscles working because it feels like I'm working and I'm just burning fat away, and who doesn't want to burn fat away?
The Simply Fit board can help trim your waistline, engage your entire core, and improve your balance. The Simply Fit board is so durable it holds up to 400 pounds, and it's lightweight, portable, and stores away easily. Call or go online now to get your Simply Fit board for only $39.99. Plus, you'll also get the Simply Fit workout DVD with 3 full body exercise routines. And here's our 100% risk-free guarantee. If you don't feel it working in just 60 seconds, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. We'll even pay the return shipping.
Now that's a great deal. And that's how sure I am that you will absolutely love your Simply Fit board.
Simply Fit rocks!
To order the Simply Fit board for $39.99 plus processing and handling, call 1-800-509-8168 or order online at simplyfitboard.com.
Oh, the fishes will laugh as they swim out of the path. And the seagulls, they were smiling. And the rocks on the sand.
so peaceful up here.
Yeah.
Introducing the new turbocharged Volkswagen Alltrack with 4Motion all-wheel drive, soon to be everywhere.
Before we go, let's check in with our friends all across the country.
Heather Nauert is in Wisconsin. Heather.
Hey, good morning. We started the primaries here in Wisconsin, and now we're ending here today. Wisconsin hasn't voted Republican since 1984 with Ronald Reagan, but Donald Trump has spent a lot of time on this state, and he's hoping to turn it red.
All right, Clayton Morris is in Pennsylvania. Hey, Clayton.
Hey, good morning. We learned some great food this morning. We didn't see any undecided voters. This is Trump country, overwhelmingly Trump. We found 2 Hillary supporters. Back to you guys.
All right, Abby's in Florida.
Who's taking a selfie of themselves? Come on.
Guys, has everyone voted? Has everyone voted today? Guys, Florida's a huge state, as we know. The biggest issue
issues, Obamacare, of course, the economy. Some people that haven't voted in years voting for the first time today for Trump.
All right, Pete Hegseth in Ohio.
Pete?
Hey, Jen.
Hi. Pete was there in Ohio.
All right,
That's what happens when you have deafening applause
It's
already.
time for a great morning here. If I'm to sum up Ohio, I would say that tons of voter enthusiasm.
Tons of voters there. Tons of voters watching today. We'll see you back here
5 a.m. tomorrow morning.
See you. Stay within your...
I humbly and gratefully
accept your nomination.
your nomination
President of the United
for the presidency of the United States.
This has been a slugfest.
Crooked Hillary Clinton.
What he is saying is dangerous and divisive.
You think she looks presidential? I don't.
Friends don't let friends vote for Trump. A roller coaster ride.
I am your voice.
Donald, I know you live in your own reality.
You're telling the enemy everything you want to
We
do.
ran a campaign based on issues, not insults.
You should be ashamed of yourself. A marathon for them.
And for us.
And we wouldn't have it any other way.
Fair, balanced, and unafraid. No one covered it all. Like Fox News Channel.
It was a pretty rough week.
Voters are now paying attention.
The economy is going to be their top issue.
Better handle race relations.
Donald Trump spent the weekend campaigning. Spat between the Clinton and the Trump camps is only going to escalate.
Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton appeared to be close to tied.
We do it because we love politics.
We love journalism.
And we love this country.
What makes it great is that now
America decides.
We will unify our party to win this election.
I love to win. We're going to win for the country.
Election Day 2016. It all starts now.
And it is just after 9 o'clock on the East Coast, and here we go, the day we've been waiting for. It is Election Day 2016. Polls are now open in most of the country. Tens of millions of Americans making their voice heard. Who will lead this great country? As we say good morning, it's arrived. I'm Bill Hemmer, live here in America's Newsroom, and partner.
Good morning to you, Bill.
15 months ago it started. Here we go. Good morning, Martha.
Good to see you this morning. Good morning, everybody. On Election Day, I'm Martha McCallum. So the candidates themselves casting their ballots today. Hillary Clinton, we saw that moment just about an hour ago with Bill Clinton right at her side. Fascinating race this has been. We expect Donald Trump to do the same this morning around 10 a.m. in New York City.
So both candidates closing out their campaigns with midnight rallies. Trump in Michigan, Clinton in North Carolina, making one final pitch.
The corrupt politicians and their special interests have ruled over this country for a very long time. Today is our Independence Day. Today, the American working class is going to strike back, finally.
Then you have to vote. And remember, when my opponent says, every time I talk about these issues, that I'm playing the woman's card, well, you know what I say, deal me
Wow. All right. Fox Team coverage, everybody. Senior political correspondent Mike Emanuel live in Chappaqua, New York with the Clinton campaign. Chris Stirewalt is here with us in the studio, but we begin with senior national correspondent John Roberts live from the polling place where Donald Trump is expected to cast his vote in about an hour from now. Good morning to you, John.
Martha, good morning to you as well. You know, it's already been quite a day here in front of PS 59. You're saying, school? Where's the school? It's just to the right of the police car behind me. You can see a set of white iron gates. That's where Donald Trump will go through in about an hour's time and cast his vote for himself, he said this morning, for president. You wouldn't think it would be any other way. Donald Trump comes into New York this morning after a barnstorming session. Let's put up this map, and you can take a look at what the battleground was over the last 72 hours. He was in Florida, North Carolina, Minnesota, Iowa, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Colorado, Virginia, New Hampshire, 14 events in 10 states, returning back home this morning at about 3:30. A couple of hours sleep before he was with our friends on Fox and Friends this morning. Then we'll come and cast his vote here at PS 59. Trump tried to expand the map a little bit, which is why he was in places like Michigan, like Virginia, like Minnesota, because going into Election Day, his path to 270 votes is very narrow. He really has to kind of run the table here, so he'd like to give himself a little bit of breathing room. When he was appearing on Fox and Friends this morning, he predicted that he is going to do very well today. Listen.
I think we're going to win Iowa and Ohio and New Hampshire. We're going to win a lot of states. I mean, who knows what happens ultimately, but we're going to win. I think one that's going to be interesting is Michigan, because it's not a state that's gone Republican for many decades.
In fact, the last time that Michigan went Republican was 1988, George H.W. Bush 41, and has voted Democrat ever since then. But Donald Trump believes that his message about bringing automobile manufacturing jobs back to Michigan will be one that will resonate with union and non-union workers alike. Very much different than the message that Romney had back in 2012, where he said he opposed the auto bailout. So the campaign feels pretty good about Michigan right now, though, again, he's fighting an uphill battle there. Martha?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what turnout looks like and how big the enthusiasm is out there. Hillary Clinton had some really big names in her corner over the last couple of days. Jay-Z, Bruce Springsteen. But Trump has perhaps some notable people on his side as well, John.
He does have some very notable, some very well-known and influential people, none of whom sing, play a guitar, play the piano, as far as I know. You know, people like Bobby Knight, Lou Holtz, Joe Piscopo was at an event, but Joe Piscopo, of course, from Saturday Night Live at an event in Florida the other day. Last night, campaigning in New Hampshire because he would really like to flip that state and grab the 4 electoral votes. He said that Tom Brady, the 4-time Super Bowl champion quarterback, had called him earlier in the day to offer his support. Listen to what Trump said.
Tom Brady, great guy. He called today and he said, Donald, I support you, you're my friend, and I voted for you.
Trump also said last night that he received a letter of support from Patriots coach Bill Belichick, who wrote him to say, you have proved yourself to be the ultimate competitor and fighter. We'll see just how competitive he is later on today. Martha?
Well, those are 2 big winners in his corner, that's for sure. We'll see how this goes. John, thank you.
9 hours, 53 minutes. First polls close, and I'll show you what you can anticipate for the first 90 minutes later tonight. On the closing map behind us, I look to Virginia. I look to Georgia. I look to the Senate race in Indiana. That's 7 o'clock East Coast time. 7:30 East Coast time. 30 minutes later, Ohio, 18 electoral votes. North Carolina, 15 electoral votes. 8 o'clock, some big ones. New Hampshire at 4. Pennsylvania's 20. Florida, 29 electoral votes. That's just the first 90 minutes of tonight. Riding shotgun with us throughout the evening tonight will be our friend Chris Stirewalt, our Fox News digital politics editor, who's been crunching the numbers and doing this every minute of every hour of every day. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, man.
What Martha and I do every morning is we read as fast as we can for 3 hours, then we try and figure out what the segment or what the question could be.
Right.
I didn't do that today.
Okay.
I want you to shower us with your brilliance.
Ooh, boy.
And the first 90 minutes tonight, what's the key?
Well, the key in the first 90 minutes is, here's what we'll be looking for, and I know that you and Martha are going to be looking for the same thing, which is basically, we're going to get some core samples, and we're going to see what the electorate really looks like. I can always tell you who's going to win if you will tell me who's going to vote. And the question is, we talk about turnout, but it's not just specifically how many people, it's which people show up. Donald Trump, and he has made a very explicit argument in the closing days, which is that, as he says, working class voters who have been taken advantage of, he says, by global elites, are going to strike back. They're going to strike a blow against their oppressors. And if that happens in the terms that he's talking about, then we will see older, whiter voters than usual. We will see an electorate that doesn't look like 2012 and doesn't even look like 2004. We will see that electorate show up. On the other hand, Hillary Clinton says that she can mobilize young, Hispanic, non-white, women who haven't voted before. If that's what we start to see in these early states, and remember, even if these guys don't win a state, so let's say Hillary Clinton's not going to win Indiana in every likelihood, But we'll know something about how she's going to do that night based on what the electorate in Indiana is.
Fair evaluation. There are always surprises on these nights.
Oh, yeah.
And we can't predict what those could be. It might be that Ohio has mattered for 50 years. And maybe in this election it doesn't matter. Or it doesn't matter as much.
We would never say that.
It could, right. It could be that, North Carolina is the new battleground state where elections are won and lost. I'm not sure, but you can go through that map and find 100 different scenarios for your candidate, be Clinton or Trump, to come out victorious.
Sure, and that's the majesty of this. And I think the real moment here for America is we know what the polls say. We know what they've been. We have studied them relentlessly over and over and over again. And we want this to be science. We want this to be predictable. But that's why they play the game. Ultimately, in the end, the polls are going to be mostly right. But at the same time, you know what? The result is going to be different than the final numbers were in the last polls because this is an unpredictable activity ultimately.
You writing a halftime report today?
Heck yeah.
Thank you, buddy.
Good luck.
See you throughout the day, okay?
Yeah, man.
And to you. And tonight. Thank you, Chris. Martha, what's next?
So the voters have spoken in New Hampshire, a few of them anyway. It has become a tradition to open the polls in 3 neighboring precincts at the stroke of midnight, allowing everyone to vote and then go home. The first is, of course, Dixville Notch, right? Where Hillary Clinton beat Donald Trump by a vote of 4-2. Not too many people there. But Trump rallied, taking an overall lead 32-25 across the 3 New Hampshire precincts that opened their voting after midnight. So, turnout is going to be such a big deal here, Bill, as we watch all of this come through. There is a tremendous amount of enthusiasm out there, whether or not it translates into real long lines. I just think one of the biggest variables here, you're going to have a historic outcome tonight no matter what. Right? You're either going to have the first woman president of the United States or you're going to have what will be considered one of the biggest upsets of all time, essentially. So that's what we're in for. And that's why we're excited to go.
Yeah. I was in line at 5:45 this morning in Lower Manhattan, and 30 people beat me there to that spot.
You get up early in Manhattan.
Which states hold the key to tonight's race? Polls close in at least 2 critical states early in the evening, as we just showed you on the map. And what about the balance of power in Congress? That's a story that does not get talked about a lot. We'll break all that down for you. Karl Rove, Joe Trippi are on that in a moment.
Can't wait for that. That's going to be so significant tonight. And the path to victory. Where does the Trump campaign see it's going? One of his senior advisors, Jason Miller, will join us live on Election Day 2016, folks. Stay with us.
Hillary Clinton's only allegiance is to herself, her donors, and her special interests. My only special interest is to you, believe me.
Come on. Bona makes it easy to care for your hardwood floors, so you can take care of more important things. Win a Bona prize pack. Share a photo of simple moments on your floor at #MySimpleMoments.
You don't let anything keep you sidelined. That's why you drink Ensure with 9 grams of protein and 26 vitamins and minerals. For the strength and energy to get back to doing what you love. Ensure, always be you.
By 2050, we'll need twice the food from the same acreage to feed the world. That's going to take serious innovation. I'm John, research agronomist at Cove. We're challenging ourselves to create more advanced fertilizers that deliver nutrients to our crops more efficiently while respecting our environment so farmers can apply less and grow more. We are Coke.
So you're thinking about a Garmin Drive, but you want to know why it's better than the map on your phone that keeps slipping between your legs. Well, there's driver alerts for sharp curves, speed changes, and other potential delays, like an alien abduction on the 5. Okay, that's not going to happen. There's smart notifications for incoming calls or texts, most likely from your spouse with a new honey-do list. It's an insane amount of stuff, so you can do the one thing you're supposed to do: drive.
Are you
missing out on life because you're putting off neck or back surgery? Call Laser Spine Institute, the leader in minimally invasive spine surgery, to learn how a less than 1-inch incision can have you up and walking within a few hours of surgery, free from chronic back pain, and with no hospital stay and no lengthy recovery. If you or a loved one have been diagnosed with spinal stenosis, bulging or herniated disc, sciatica, or other chronic conditions, call today for your no-cost MRI review.
I was suffering with pain really bad to the point where I couldn't even stand up straight. Now, I can do everything that I did prior to my back injury. I can play with my kids. I can go bike riding, soccer, football, fishing. Changes your whole life.
If you've been told you might need neck or back surgery, call 1-800-501-BACK now for your no-cost MRI review.
Laser Spine Institute, a less than 1-inch incision, a lifetime of standing tall.
Your insurance company won't replace the full value of your totaled new car. The guy says, you picked the wrong insurance plan. No, I picked the wrong insurance company.
With Liberty Mutual new car replacement, you won't have to worry about replacing your car because you'll get the full value back, including depreciation. And if you have more than one Liberty Mutual policy, you qualify for a multi-policy discount, saving you money on your car and home coverage. Call 1-888-799-3459 for a free quote today. Liberty stands with you. Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Quality inclusions than any other resorts on the planet. Save up to 65%. Call 1-800-SANDALS.
These guys are itching to go over here, aren't they? 7 o'clock Eastern time. Polls close in at least, 6 states at 7:30. You've got 3 big ones closed then, including North Carolina and Ohio. Polling station there live. Is that Denver, Colorado? Indeed it is. Karl Rove, former White House Deputy Chief of Staff to President Bush. Joe Tribby, former campaign manager for Howard Dean, and both are Fox News contributors. And gentlemen, good day to both of you.
Good to be with you.
States to watch tonight are what?
3 purple states, Ohio, Florida, and North Carolina. If she takes Florida, the election is likely to be over. If he takes Florida, Ohio, and North Carolina, he's got a shot at it. But each one of those are going to be critical tonight. And then there's an unknown blue brick. He's got to take something out of the blue wall of the Democrats, the 18 states and District of Columbia that they've won in each of the last 6 elections. So whether it's Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, at some time during the evening, if he's doing all right in North Carolina, Florida, and Ohio, we'll all start to worry about what is the blue brick.
Karl, you're saying Ohio, Florida, North Carolina,
Right.
and then turn another state from blue to red.
Right.
Of those, what is the most likely? What's your guess?
My gut is Pennsylvania always, most of the time, Pennsylvania looks like it's the most likely. We came close in 2000 and 2004. Of those 4 states, we came closest in Wisconsin. Came within 5,500 votes in 2000 and about 11,000 votes in 2004. But times have changed, and his appeal is different, and it may be that Michigan or Pennsylvania is more likely.
Okay, Joe, your states to watch tonight.
I'd add New Hampshire and Pennsylvania to that. I mean, look, when you look at this, if she wins Pennsylvania and any one of the states that Karl's just pointed out, Florida or North Carolina, it's game over pretty early in the night. So I'm looking at, I agree with the states he put up there, but I would definitely be looking at New Hampshire too, because if Trump can win New Hampshire, that starts putting even that narrow electoral strategy of him getting to 270 with just, one from Maine, one from Nebraska, that kind of a strategy puts it in play.
A quick pop quiz on early voting. What did you see that was significant?
The Hispanic turnout everywhere is
everywhere,
pretty much everywhere is way up there.
The fact that Democrats didn't get the same margin out of Florida they got 4 years ago, that African-American turnout in early voting in North Carolina was down, and that the Democrats had a last weekend surge in Ohio that may have brought them, they were in a deep deficit.
Even with Cuyahoga County being down 22 to 30%?
Well, it may not be after this weekend. On the early vote,
That's what the Secretary of State of Ohio said late yesterday.
Well,
so that would count the weekend.
I got to tell you, he may have been focused on the early vote as opposed to the early and the mail-in. If you add them together, it looks like those two, it's up 1% in the county.
I think
Down for
Ohio-
the early in-person voting, up on the absentee vote.
Ohio may be in play. I mean, it could be. I mean, I would have given it to Trump. I mean, I think that's
Maybe
where
in
it was
play for
made, but it
Clinton,
may
you're
be in
saying.
play for Clinton.
U.S. Senate. Does it come down to a race? Or
I think it
two
comes
or
down
three?
to two. The Republicans, I think, are poised to be at 49, but I think it's going to come down to North Carolina and New Hampshire as the most likely number 50 and number 51 for the Republicans.
Joe?
Fifth sign of the apocalypse. Me and Carl agree. It's those two states. It's going to be, I think, come down to New Hampshire. And North Carolina to see what the balance of the Senate majority could be those two states.
If it's 50-50?
If it's 50-50, then the sitting vice president of whichever party presides over it, if it is Tim Kaine, if he's elected vice president, he has to give up his seat. The governor, Terry McAuliffe, appoints somebody, and a special election is held next November to settle.
If she were to win with a 50-50 Senate, Tim Kaine being the deciding vote, how much does she get done in the first?
Well, there's a big difference. When we came in, we had a 50-50 Senate, and then we lost one Republican in June who defected to the Democrats and gave them control. So Dick Cheney was going to be fully occupied, presiding over the Senate and casting votes during ties. But if you've got 50 plus the vice president, you organize the Senate, and that means you have a majority on each committee, and that's helpful to the sitting president.
Joe, last word.
I agree again. I mean, look, I think that's what's going to be, the Senate balance here is really going to be critical because regardless of who wins the presidency, that's going to matter a lot. Who controls those committee chairmanships, who decides what votes come forward. And right now, look, it could be a coin.
It's been a story that's been overlooked, but
yeah, absolutely.
We will not tonight. Joe, thank you, Carl.
In full disclosure, I'm involved in a group that's just spent $180 million trying to influence the outcome of the Senate. So, full disclosure.
Can you match that?
No, I did not spend $180 million.
See you guys tonight. Martha.
Well, no matter who wins the election tonight, there are likely to be some very deep divisions throughout the nation. So can the winner bring this country back together? We're going to take a closer look at that. And you will be hearing quite a bit tonight about the exit polls from yours truly. So how do they work? And what can they tell us about the outcome as millions of Americans cast their ballots today? We'll tell you what the exit polls really mean and how do they happen when we come back.
Being detected was not an option. If I was recognized, the whole operation was blown. The element of surprise was imperative.
Wow. He won't even recognize you. Seriously. I don't even recognize myself.
And thanks to my Cash Rewards credit card from Navy Federal with never expiring rewards, it's gonna be a killer honeymoon.
Woo!
Maui!
Boom.
Open to the armed forces, the DoD, and their families. Navy Federal Credit Union.
Mother-in-law with a keen sense of smell. Glad bag full of trash. What happens next? Nothing. Only Glad has Febreze to neutralize odors for 5 days, guaranteed. Even the most perceptive noses won't notice the trash. Be happy, it's Glad.
I do quite a bit of holiday shopping, and I use Ebates for all of it.
I earn cash back just by doing the shopping I was going to do anyway.
I've used that cash back to buy more gifts, or actually a gift for myself.
Join today and get a $10 bonus at ebates.com.
See me.
See me.
Don't stare at me.
See me.
See me.
See me to know that psoriasis is just something that I have and not contagious. See me to know that I won't stop until I find what works.
Discover Cosentyx, a different kind of medicine for moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, proven to help the majority of people find clear or almost clear skin. 8 out of 10 people saw 75% skin clearance at 3 months, while the majority saw 90% clearance. Do not use if you are allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, you should be tested for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you have received a vaccine or plan to. If you have inflammatory bowel disease, tell your doctor if symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
See me.
See me.
See me on my way.
Find clear skin and a clearer path forward. For a different kind of medicine, ask your dermatologist about Cosentyx.
Election Day. Go to foxbusiness.com and stream it all live. Starting at 4, we're streaming live and breaking down every result as it comes in.
Congratulations, Ted. Between you and me, I'm not sure I can fill your shoes. You'll be fine. But you'll need this. That contains the answers to the toughest questions you'll ever face. It's a blueprint for success. Passed down to me, just as I'm passing it to you.
Thank you.
Ever wonder where the people with all the answers get all the answers? Ask Markham, accountants and advisors.
What is Huntington Learning Center?
It's the I Can Read This Center.
It's the Show Matthews Boss Center.
It's the Crush the SAT and the ACT Center.
The Best Grades Ever Center.
If you're feeling frustrated or concerned about your child's grades or the upcoming SAT or ACT, call Huntington. Huntington Learning Center. Improving grades, test scores, and confidence since 1977. Call 1-800-CAN-LEARN today and save $100. Personalized attention, proven results.
So voting is now underway. There it is, live and happening in Chicago right now, and it's happening all across America as people line up to cast their ballots. Later today, you'll hear quite a bit about the exit polls as they start coming out. But what exactly goes into them, and how should we read them? What should we know about them? Darren Shaw is Fox News pollster and political science professor at the University of Texas, and it's great to see you, Darren.
Great to see you.
Darren's one of the big brains behind this operation, so it's great to have you with us this morning. So I'm just going to bing through some questions about polling, because I'll be doing the exit polling tonight, and I think it's important for people to understand where it all comes from. How many polling places, how many places do people vote across the country?
There are thousands and thousands of places where people are going to be casting their ballots. The exit polls in a particular state will isolate, let's say a state like Ohio or Florida, maybe 100 sample precincts, we call it, where there are interviewers, live interviewers, who are administering exit polls as people exit. And they'll interview every 6th or 7th person, depends on what the ratio is in a given state. You can't volunteer to take an exit poll. You have to be identified, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You're our exit polling person. We give you the exit poll, so people can't self-select. More enthusiastic people could take it if that were the case. And you fill out the poll, and we accumulate lots and lots of these exit poll results over the course of the entire day.
It's kind of like getting pulled out of the line for TSA. You're the lucky person.
Yes,
we're going to frisk you, okay? So you get a one-sheet piece of paper.
Right.
You fill it out confidentially. It asks you things like, are you Hispanic? Do you care about the email issue for Hillary Clinton? Do you care about, some of these things that will come up. Do you care about certain things that have come up for Donald Trump? Whatever is on there. But some people will say no. They don't want to fill it out. How do you typically, what kind of people say yes and what kind of people say no? And how do you adjust for that?
Well, enthusiasm is the primary indicator. Right? So people are more enthusiastic about their candidate, who are more jazzed about the political system. These are people who are also predisposed to say, yeah, I'll go ahead and fill out an exit poll. Because you're right, we try to do front and back, right? Not a 5-page questionnaire. Front and back, you want to value people's time and you want high response rates. So we have had some episodes. My most memorable one, I think, was the 2008 Democratic primaries, where there was a slight tendency for Obama supporters who were really enthused about their candidate to agree to take the exit poll. And Clinton supporters were slightly less likely. It was a very small differential, but we noticed it, and it tended to mean that there was a very, very slight overstatement of Obama's support in the exit poll.
Okay, so at 5 o'clock, these numbers are going to start coming out. So just so everybody knows, all the networks, ABC, Fox, CBS, NBC, AP, is also in that room. So they go into a quarantine room, and they start looking at the numbers that are coming in. And they have to leave their cell phones and their laptops outside the door. You guys do, right? You're going to be in that room today?
Yeah, that's right. We are absolutely, you talk about out of pocket, we are really out of pocket. You can't bring any communicative devices, and this is a result of, in 2000 and 2004, there were exit poll results that were leaked, and they'd get out on Drudge, they'd get out on other websites, and people would, the fear, of course, is that people are going to see these results, and either there would be bandwagon effects or depressive effects on both turnout and vote choice.
So people need to realize when they see those early numbers that I'll start reporting at 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock on Fox News tonight, those numbers are not recalibrated for the demographics. They're sort of the fresh numbers, right? And then over the course of the evening, they start to become more and more
the data,
weighted,
right?
So to speak.
The data are automatically weighted. There's no John Gorman used to tell me there are no such thing as unweighted exit polling numbers, which is actually true in the sense that each result from a particular precinct is weighted by the contribution of the precinct to the past vote. But they stabilize over the course. So we have wave 1, wave 2, and wave 3 over the course of the day. It's like anything else with respect to polling. The more cases, the more stabilized the estimates get, the more reliable they are as indicators of what's actually happening.
And we have to watch it because remember John Kerry's race in 2004, it looked like from the exit polls that it was leaning in his direction. And then as we found out throughout the course of the evening, the people who were calling him Mr. President were actually wrong. So we'll see. Darren, thank you so much. Thanks for the explainer, and we'll look forward to seeing lots of more of you tonight before you head into the quarantine room and we can't talk to you at all.
I know, it's going to be a fun
Thank you
evening.
very much. Good to see you.
I hope the food is good.
Oh, so did we all.
You got a long, lonely day, Darren. So get it right, all right?
I know.
Cool. You have seen the map, and we will show it to you again in a moment. How does Trump get to 270? Senior Trump advisor Jason Miller will lay out his case live next.
If you go out and make sure that Michigan is ready, we will elect Donald Trump as the 45th president of the United States of America, and we will make America great again.
Adventure sales event is happening now. Land Rover, above and beyond.
Back in the day, our military had to rely on lanterns like these. But today, lighting technology has come a long way. Nick Bolton here with the new TAC lantern from Bell & Howell. The TAC lantern collapses down smaller than a smartphone and weighs less than a pound. But don't let its small size fool you. It's twice as bright as an ordinary lantern. The secret is the genuine Bell & Howell Cobb LEDs that are smaller, brighter, and more energy efficient than regular LEDs. They make our TAC lanterns so bright it can fill an entire room with light and visible up to 2 nautical miles away. Plus, this lantern is built like a tank. It's heat resistant, works submerged in water, and can survive even the coldest conditions. Slide the housing to adjust the brightness for a little light or a lot. Add the fold-out hanging handles, and there's never been a better lantern for the great outdoors. When it's go time, I keep mine in full armor mode. Here's why. Takes a beating and keeps on working. So let's review. The TAC lantern is small and compact. Features state-of-the-art Cobb LEDs that can fill an entire room with light and is built to withstand even the worst conditions. There's just nothing like it on the market today.
Act now, and through this special TV offer, you can get the Bell & Howell TAC lantern for just $19.99, plus free shipping. It's the only lantern with genuine Bell & Howell Cobb LEDs and comes with our lifetime guarantee. But that's not all. Order today and we'll double your order. Just pay a separate fee. That's right. You can get 2 Bell & Howell TAC lanterns for this special low price. Here's how to order.
To order, call 1-800-684-9181 or go to buytaclantern.com. That's 1-800-684-9181 or go to buytaclantern.com. 1-800-684-9181.
How are you so calm?
Because right now they're just allegations.
These are key suppliers and major violations. The SEC is
looking for cooperation. You'll need to preserve documents, emails.
Of course.
The books and records, we put them all under a microscope, worldwide.
We don't have those kind of resources.
I know. That's why we're going to bring in BDO.
BDO?
People who know BDO.
So both candidates will cast a ballot today, but earlier we saw Hillary Clinton first thing this morning alongside her husband, the former president, near their home in Chappaqua, New York. And Mike Emanuel is spending yet another day in that town. He joins us live. And Mike, good morning.
Good morning, Bill. Yeah, despite, at that school this morning, there was a whole lot of excitement, as you might imagine, with the former president and the Democratic nominee heading out to vote, despite getting home from her final day of campaigning around 4 o'clock this morning. Hillary Clinton seemed to be in good spirits today. Clinton was mobbed by supporters and neighbors wishing her well. She said yay when she dropped her ballot into the box. Then after voting, Clinton spoke briefly about the magnitude of Election Day 2016.
It is the most humbling feeling, Dan, because, I know how much responsibility goes with this, and so many people are counting on the outcome of this election.
Clinton is now calling into 7 radio stations from Boston to Detroit to Tallahassee, all strategic locations, encouraging folks to get out and vote. Bill?
Seems like she got about 3 hours of sleep last night. How is the campaign feeling today, Mike, as it winds down?
They sound pleased. A senior Clinton aide told me that she is working on 2 different speeches to be prepared for whatever the outcome. We were told she's going to do some more speech work in the hours ahead to be prepared for tonight at the Javits Center in New York City. They say that essentially they feel like they left it all out on the field in terms of campaigning into the wee hours of the morning, hitting some strategic locations in the final hours of this campaign. The Clinton team insists it feels good about the situations in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Florida, all states where she spent a lot of time in recent days. But now, of course, it is all up to the voters. Bill?
Indeed. Thank you, Mike. Mike Emanuel live in Chappaqua, New York. Martha.
So let's now go to the Trump campaign. So what do they see as his path on this day that is loaded with jitters and excitement all around? Jason Miller, Senior Communications Advisor for the Trump campaign. What's the mood over at Trump Tower?
Pretty excited. It's here. It's Election Day. It's finally here. People are out. We're voting. Mr. Trump just finished up several fantastic days on the road, 5 states each day for 3 days in a row, and he'll be voting in just a little bit, and we'll start making history.
I think everybody understands that history is going to be made one way or the other today. You're either going to end up with the first woman president of the United States, or you're going to end up with someone whose story is extraordinary and against all odds. I was reading a piece in the National Review this morning, which has not been a huge fan of the Trump campaign, as you well know, but saying he has gone to places like Eau Claire, Wisconsin. He's gone to places where voters feel forgotten. Nobody has come to see them in years. Will that make the difference tonight? Are those people going to come out and be a surprise story?
Well, I think it will. This trade message, this bringing back American jobs, renegotiating these terrible trade deals. Not only is Mr. Trump going into blue states and saying, I'm going to fight for your vote, he's going into communities that haven't voted Republican for a long time and saying, I want to be your president. I want to be every American's president. As we talk about his urban renewal plan and renegotiating these trade deals.
Run up those numbers
Yes.
in places like Eau Claire and places like Western Pennsylvania to balance out what you're going to see coming out in places like Philadelphia. I mean, that's the political math that you guys have to master today.
Well, we're really encouraged by what we're seeing from the early voting so far. And so folks at home understand, usually Republicans in many states will go in trailing when you look at the absentee and early votes combined going into Election Day. And so, for example, the numbers that we're seeing in Florida, right now, the Republican ballots returned were about 81,000 votes closer to the Democrats than where the ticket was 4 years ago. When you look at North Carolina, we're 140,000 votes better and closer to where the Democrats are than 4 years ago. And so on Election Day, when most of our voters show up, this is when we go and move in.
I mean,
and take
generally,
over.
Republicans tend to mail in more absentee ballots, and early voting tends to be more Democrat. We have an enormous amount of early vote. You've got 40 million people have voted, and in 2012, 130 million roughly voted overall. What do you think the overall vote number is going to be today? Because really, that's what it's all going to be about for you guys.
I think it's going to be big. We're already.
You have a guess at the number?
I think it's going to be big. We want everyone to show up and vote. We think there are a lot of Trump supporters who haven't been counted and tallied so far who are going to show up and want to be a part of this process today. I mean, you see it in the crowds and with the energy. Even in states, take Nevada, for example, where the Democrats have been saying they've been turning out a lot of people. We're seeing 16,000 more Republicans vote early this year. That gap between Democrats and Republicans is 2,000 better. In the state of Colorado, There are now 7,000 more Republican ballots returned than Democratic ballots returned. That's typically a blue state. We think we have a great shot to win it tonight.
So 8 o'clock tonight, you're going to see North Carolina, you're going to see Florida, you're going to start to see results from Ohio as well. If you lose North Carolina or Florida, are hearts going to sink in Trump camp, or do you really believe you have a way to flip a Michigan or a Minnesota to make up for that?
Well, and this is the great thing about the last couple of weeks, the way we've seen Republicans coming together and these numbers start moving. Michigan is a dead heat. Pennsylvania is a dead heat. And in fact, there was polling that came out yesterday that said Mr. Trump was leading in both states. You look at New Hampshire, where Mr. Trump was last night, getting the support of Tom Brady and Coach Bill Belichick. I mean, we got to win New Hampshire now with them on board. So there are a number of different paths for Mr. Trump to get to 270. I personally think he'll run past that, and he'll do even better in the electoral count this evening. But we're pretty excited about how things look.
I think a lot of people look at the last few weeks and say they wish that was the campaign that Donald Trump had run for the last few months.
He's run a flawless campaign the last several weeks. He sees the finish line. He's running through it. He's focused. And as everyone knows, Mr. Trump is a closer.
We are waiting for him to vote. We expect him to vote around 10 o'clock this morning. And we look forward to taking that live. Jason, thank you very much.
Thank you, Martha.
Good to see you this morning.
So it is 9:40 here in New York, up and down the East Coast. There are millions of Americans making their voices heard right now. Been a rough and tumble campaign. Wow. It has clearly had its own personality, sometimes split personalities. Can either candidate unite the country? Fair and balanced debate on that with Rich Lowry and Juan Williams on deck. Next.
Now it's up to the American people to deliver justice at the ballot box. And I don't have to say do it tomorrow, do it in a week. You're going to do it today.
Now that FedEx has helped us simplify our e-commerce, we can focus on bigger issues, like our passive-aggressive environment.
We're not passive.
We're not passive aggressive.
Hey. There are no bad suggestions here, no matter how lame they are.
Well said, Anne. I've always admired how you just say what's in your head without thinking. Very brave.
Good point, Ted. You're living proof that looks aren't everything.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So, FedEx helps simplify our e-commerce business, and this is not a passive-aggressive environment.
I just want to say you guys are doing a great job. This is not supposed to mean.
FedEx, helping small business simplify e-commerce.
It's Empire Today's biggest sale, the 50-50-50 sale. 50% off carpet and flooring, 50% off padding and materials, and 50% off installation. That's right, half off your entire project. You can save thousands. Empire's 50-50-50 sale won't last long. Don't miss 50% off carpet and flooring, 50% off padding and materials, and 50% off installation.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today.
When you've got the ultimate high-potency probiotic working inside you, life feels a little lighter, a little livelier, a little more you. Take Ultimate Flora Probiotics and live digestively.
One, or two, or both. Because at VisionWorks, when you buy a pair of glasses, you get a second pair at no additional cost. Go to visionworks.com/BOGO50 for your coupon to get an additional $50 off our BOGO offer. VisionWorks.
We've been talking with people who have Medicare about the health plans from Humana that could save you money. These are all-in-one plans that combine medical and prescription drug coverage, all with an affordable monthly plan premium, and in some areas, no plan premium. If you have a separate drug plan with Original Medicare or with a Medicare supplement, you could be saving money and getting more benefits with Humana's Medicare Advantage plans. Could Humana be a better value for your healthcare dollar? Call or go online and get this free booklet that will help you decide if our all-in-one plans are right for you. More than 3 million people are enjoying Humana's all-in-one Medicare Advantage plans. The facts you need are in the book, and it's totally free. Call 1-800-552-6474 or go to HumanaFreeBook.com. That's 1-800-552-6474 or go to HumanaFreeBook.com.
At PXG, our company colors are black and white for a reason. The golf club either looks sexy or it doesn't. It either launches higher and goes further or it doesn't. It either feels softer, is unbelievably forgiving, and has a sweet spot the size of Texas, or it doesn't. The golf club is either good enough to be called the world's finest or it isn't PXG. Nobody makes golf clubs the way we do, period.
as Americans, we're living in a divided nation. We're living in a very divided nation. We're going to be brought together. Just imagine what our country could accomplish if we started working together as one people under one God, saluting one American flag.
So, Trump and Clinton claiming they can bring the country together. May not be so easy. Rich Lowry, editor of National Review, and Fox News contributor. Juan Williams, Fox News political analyst and author of We the People. And gentlemen, good day to both of you.
Hey, Bill.
What do you think? Who unites the country better?
Neither of the candidates are correct when they say they're going to bring the country together, obviously. If Hillary wins, she may well win with less than 50. Republicans will probably hold the House. We're going to see gridlock going forward. Plus, Bill, she's just not a very good or appealing politician, and this is the most challenging political job on the planet. If Trump wins, you are going to see a total meltdown on the left and the single most hostile media environment that any incoming president has ever encountered. So, no, these divisions are not going.
Well, I'm encouraged. Hang on here. I'm going to turn out the light and go back to bed. All right, Juan.
Well, I mean, obviously, this has been a very divisive election campaign process, and there's just no getting away from it. I look at the numbers, and I see it's so divided in terms of race in the society. It's almost completely white voters, especially whites who don't have college education, voting for Trump. It looks like, I think it's 75, maybe 85-15 in terms of non-whites and whites for Clinton. So you see this great divide in the society in a way that I don't think we've seen before, especially along the educational lines, people with education versus people with not, urban versus rural.
Why do you think that is, Juan? Because I remember a day in Des Moines, Iowa, when it was the night of the caucus and Huckabee had won for the Republicans in 2008 and Barack Obama had won for the Democrats in 2008. Right. And you came on television, and I do believe you were moved to tears.
I was.
Perhaps appropriately so that night, because you said on national TV, I can't believe what I'm seeing. An African American has won in a mostly white state. That was profound. So 8 years later, did we move the ball anywhere?
Well, I don't think we've moved the ball towards unification, if you mean in terms of race relations. I think that, in fact, when you ask white Americans about race relations, they say we've gone backwards. Black Americans, Hispanic Americans don't say that, but it's clear among white Americans, they feel we are more racially polarized today by issues like Black Lives Matter and the police and all that than we were 8 years ago. And of course, it's interesting you mention Iowa, because Iowa today looks like it's much more likely to go to Trump than it is to Clinton.
After twice going for Barack Obama. I see this white voter that you're talking about without a college degree as a person who feels like the political class has left them behind. And I think that's the voice they're expressing. My sense is that it does not have to do with a black or a white or America. It's...
Yeah.
You know, can I take care of my family?
Right. So Juan is right about the racial divisions, the partisan divisions. We've known about those for a very long time. Now what this race has really brought to the fore is divisions on the basis of class and education. Right. And Trump has pointed out how there is a class of white working class voters who feel left behind and alienated from the mainstream of this country. You look at the numbers for life expectancy. Whites without a high school degree, their life expectancy is actually declining. That is unheard of in an advanced economy. And Donald Trump, I don't think he has a solution to that, but he's pointed the finger to the problem, and it's something that can't be ignored going forward.
You know, what's interesting to me is that, again, Rich and I are agreeing on the basic facts, but I have a different take in the sense that I think that Trump has not just pointed to the reality. He has exacerbated and worsened the reality. I think he is an extremely polarizing campaign in which his basic theory is if I can turn out more of those white voters, and he felt Romney didn't do enough to do that, he can win.
He had a strong message for, you know, what's happened in African American communities in the inner cities, and he spoke to it in a way that I don't think a lot of Republican candidates have done before.
Well, this is the tragedy of Trump. A working class politics, in theory, should have more appeal across the board. Because we talk about working class whites, but there are tons of working class blacks, tons of working class Latinos, and because Trump was so divisive divisive along racial lines, it limited his appeal to those voters, and we may see a Latino surge that could cost him key states tonight.
Maybe that's the story tomorrow, maybe it's not. Let's hold our fire on that for the moment. What gets done in Washington for the country, for the American people, for the economy?
Very little. If Hillary wins, you might see a deal of some corporate tax reform in exchange for some more infrastructure spending, maybe something on criminal justice reform where you see interesting bipartisan coalitions, but it's hard to see anything big happening.
You know, what's interesting to me is the Supreme Court, because already you see some Republican senators saying we're not going to do anything in terms of moving a Clinton nominee. I don't know if they're going to move on Merrick Garland, the Obama nominee, in the interim. But this, to me, is an indication that there's not going to be much movement, and Mitch McConnell is already looking forward, no matter what happens in the Senate, to 2018, when the Republicans are really at an advantage. So, in some sense, he is smart to want to hold the ball, because he's going to likely get back even if he loses his majority in the Senate.
We'll leave that discussion for another day.
Gridlock and division as far as the eye can see, Bill, okay?
Well, thank you, Rich. Thank you, Juan. Oh, my gosh. McCallum. Oh, my gosh.
Feeling good, everybody? Okay. All right. Well, you know, it seems every election we talk a lot about how important Florida is, and this year is really no different. Watch Florida tonight. Will the Sunshine State decide the winner? It could be. I'm going to take you there live.
Also, what's the story a week from now? A closer look at how the mainstream media shaped this race. Howard Kurtz, very interesting take. Don't go anywhere.
So you're thinking about a Garmin Drive, but you want to know why it's better than the map on your phone that keeps slipping between your legs. Well, there's driver alerts for sharp curves, speed changes, and other potential delays, like an alien abduction on the 5. Okay, that's not going to happen. There's smart notifications for incoming calls or texts, most likely from your spouse with a new honey-do list. It's an insane amount of stuff, so you can do the one thing you're supposed to do: drive.
Home Advisor is a very easy way to find a home contractor, and for me, it's the only way.
Home Advisor is a totally free service that instantly connects you with top-rated pros you can trust for any type of home project.
It's the simplest service I've ever used.
I was able to just click a button and find someone. They do the dirty work for you. They do background checks.
They have reviews right there so that you can see what kind of work they've done in the past.
I think everyone should use Home Advisor.
And Home Advisor is always free to use. Go to homeadvisor.com now.
Now, with our future on the line, it's America's turn to make its voice heard. Fox News Channel has election night covered because we are America's election headquarters.
Are you confused about Medicare? Senior Healthcare Benefits Group educates Medicare beneficiaries about the maze that is Medicare. At Senior Healthcare Benefits Group, we listen to your concerns and explain your options, such as a Medicare Advantage plan or a Medicare Supplement plan. Our agents will determine which Medicare plan works for you and help you get enrolled.
Prepare yourself for the annual enrollment period. Call 631-270-7390 or visit our website, seniorhealthcarenow.com.
This is not your typical telecom commercial. We're not going to make assumptions about your business. We're not even going to tell you about our data, internet, and voice products. We will tell you that we're dedicated to connecting with our customers and solving their business challenges, one relationship at a time. But are we the right company to help your business? We think it's worth a few minutes to find out. If you're tired of the same old telecommunications experience, give us a shot. After one meeting, you'll feel the difference with LightPath.
We're the Johnsons. Optimal.
And I'm Streak, the world's fastest bunny. I'm pumped we have Optimum Online. It gives the whole family the internet speed they need to use all their devices at the same time. They can stream movies, stream music, and game without missing a beat.
Optimum. Let's connect more. Now with internet speeds up to 300 megs.
It's time to let your local news find you. Sign up for News 12 Alerts with the News 12 app. When you get an alert, click on it to see the full story. Or head over to News 12 for the in-depth local news coverage that matters to you. One click here, or here, or here. Keeps you connected 24 hours a day. Download the News 12 app today. News 12, as local news gets.
So Florida's always fascinating, right? On Election Day, the battleground state is expected to play a very big role in today's election. Bellwether State, 29 whopping electoral votes in the state of Florida. You got the Panhandle, which comes in a little bit later, so it's an 8 o'clock close. Phil Keating is live at the polling place outside Fort Lauderdale in Hollywood Beach. So Phil, a lot of people out there this morning?
5:15 a.m., Martha. That is when 21-year-old Ashley Liss walked up in the dark to become voter number 1 at this precinct in the mother of them all Battleground Electoral College Prizes, Florida. Interestingly, fewer than half of Florida's registered voters are allowed to vote today. That's because half already voted, thanks to 6.5 million Floridians either voting early in person or voting by mail. That is a record. Here on the beach, right about sunrise, there was a decent line, dozens of people, maybe 50. Everything going smooth and easy so far. Polls are open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. in Florida. And for Ashley Liss, personal history, she voted.
I feel very, very happy for doing my part. It feels really good to actually voice your opinion.
And we are getting reports that in Miami Gardens, there is a very long line currently of voters wrapping around the building. That's a heavily African-American voting area. So that's certainly something the Clinton campaign would see as positive, Martha.
What would you say, Phil, when you talk to people there? What's their mood? Are they passionate about this election? Are they sort of glad to have it over? What are they saying?
Well, you know, this was a very negative, divisive, even nasty campaign at times. And even after they cast their vote, you could still tell that was on their mind. Take a listen.
I think it's a rough one. It was between the both of them. You know, they had their problems. But I hope one of them does good for this country.
I just want it to be over.
Yeah, just that much disdain for the campaign.
Yeah, the campaign was terrible.
I'm glad it's over. I'm tired of hearing all the noise. I hope our country gets in the right direction. I'm not very happy with the choice that we have, but that's what we have to deal with.
29 electoral college votes at stake. Both campaigns want this state of Florida very badly. And since 1936, Martha, there have been 20 presidential elections. The winner of Florida has gone on to the White House 18 times.
Love hearing from those voters. I think they express the feelings of a lot of folks out there. It's been, whoa, what a rough ride, right? Phil, thank you so much.
So any moment now, we expect to see Donald Trump cast his ballot. We will take you there live when that begins. Plus, Chris Wallace breaking down what we should expect to see tonight. Wallace has a crystal ball, huh? Our special election coverage rolls on with Mr. Sunday and more. Top of the hour.
We are finally going to close the history books on the Clintons and their lies and schemes and corruption. We will open a bright new chapter focused on you, the American people.
Your brain is an amazing thing. But as you get older, it naturally begins to change, causing a lack of sharpness or even trouble with recall. Thankfully, the breakthrough in Prevagen helps your brain and actually improves memory. The secret is an ingredient originally discovered in jellyfish. In clinical trials, Prevagen has been shown to improve short-term memory. Prevagen, the name to remember.
You did it. You were disciplined. You saved your money and you have a retirement nest egg. But what do you do now? It doesn't have to be complicated. The smart investor has their money protected against market losses. Up with the market and never down. Forwards with their money, never backwards. And it's simple. Sound attractive? Get your investor's kit and I'll explain them.
Feeling chilled, but you don't want to raise your heating bill. So you pile on some blankets and maybe a sweater or two. There's got to be something better you could do. Now, there's the Handy Heater, the whole room space heater that plugs right into the wall and takes up no space at all, but is so powerful it transforms cold and chilly spaces into warm and cozy places for just pennies a day. Powerful enough to fill any room up to 250 square feet with warm, comforting heat. Look, this room was a jolly 63 degrees, but with the handy heater, it's a warm and comfortable 72. Bathrooms are especially cold. The cold tile is like ice on your feet. But with a handy heater plugged in, your bathroom is always warm and toasty. Up until now, space heaters have been big and take up too much space. But Handy Heater's thermoceramic design reduces the size and gives you incredible heat. The adjustable thermostat gives you exact temperature control, and the 2-speed fan circulates air to keep you warm and cozy in any room of your home. Perfect for chilly areas that have drafty windows and doors, or like a chilly office, or a cold and drafty dorm room. Ideal for homes with children and pets. Even a garage or basement workshop stays nice and toasty. And the compact size makes it perfect for travel. So keep old man Winter in his place and turn any room into a warm and cozy space with the Handy Heater. Bulky space heaters can cost up to $100 or more. But call now and get the compact, powerful Handy Heater for just $29.99. But wait, order now and we'll double your order free. Just pay separate processing and handling. Now everyone in your family can stay warm and cozy with Handy Heater. Yes, you get 2 Handy Heaters, an amazing value, all for just $29.99.
To order your Handy Heater, call 1-800-449-3116 or go online at handyheater.com. Don't delay. Call 1-800-449-3116 or go online at handyheater.com. Order now.
Finally, here is Decision Day in America. We're just 9 hours until the first polls close on Election Day 2016. Millions of Americans casting their ballots for president. And any moment now, Republican nominee Donald Trump will leave his home at Trump Tower and make his way to the voting place. We'll take you there live to watch that as it unfolds on this historic day. Welcome to a brand new hour now of America's Newsroom, everybody. Good morning. We're glad you're with us on Election Day. I'm Martha McCallum.
I'm Bill Henry. You wake up on a day like this, you know it's different. I mean, what a ride. And today is like none anywhere that you will find. This is the backbone of democracy, and it's playing out in states all across the country. Millions of Americans heading to the polls right now, deciding the outcome of a very long campaign. Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton making their one final pitch.
I think if people say, what have you learned? That's what I've learned. The people of this country are amazing. There's something about winning that's awfully nice, and our country doesn't win anymore, and we're going to start winning again.
I know. If we bring everyone together,
we can set goals and we can move toward them, and we can feel that sense of accomplishment that comes with being part of something bigger than ourselves.
What a ride. Chris Wallace anchors Fox News Sunday and will be with us throughout the day and, of course, into the evening hours as well as we watch this, Chris. Long ride to get here. Your sort of big picture thoughts on the meaning of this day.
I'm glad it's over. I think it's been one of the ugliest, least issue-oriented, most dispiriting campaigns that I can remember, and I go back in terms of covering campaigns to 80. In my memory, I go back to 1960. It has not been an elevating experience for Americans, and I suspect an awful lot of those people at the polls lining up, waiting to vote, are voting against somebody or voting for somebody they're not especially enthused about. I mean, if you had to say what are the issues in this campaign, you'd be hard-pressed because so much of it has been spent with her saying that he's a creep and he's saying that she's corrupt. And that's a heck of a way to choose our next leader.
I think in terms of their dialogue, I think that's absolutely true. But I do think that the Trump candidacy does speak to issues that exist in this country.
Oh, absolutely.
It speaks to small businesses. It speaks to Obamacare. It speaks to the forgotten man and woman out there who feel like they have been left in the dust.
I completely agree with that. The whole idea that there's to use his phrase, a rigged system, in effect. And look, Bernie Sanders spoke to the same thing, which is the idea that there's a system and the insiders, whether it's the political insiders or the financial insiders, the system works and is controlled by them, and the average working American Joe Sixpack, as we used to call him back in the 80s, is getting the short end of the stick. There's no question about it. It's just that it got waylaid so often by these personal and ethical controversies.
You know, what happens when you look ahead? You know, one of these people will win, but the angst that you described that I think everyone in this country has experienced over the course of this, it doesn't just disappear just because somebody wins.
And I'm very concerned about that. And I think tonight potentially is the first step towards bringing us together or the first step towards keeping us apart. And that is, and look, you know, everybody thinks when I'm going to say this, they're going to think I'm talking about Donald Trump, but I'm just as easily talking about Hillary Clinton. The loser needs to say, I fought for some issues, and I'm going to continue to fight for some issues, and the cause remains, but what unites us is more important than what divides us, and we need to unify around, and as I say it, I know it isn't going to happen, unify around our new president. That's the way it's always been in this country. It's the way it's traditionally been, but I don't know that it's the way it's going to happen tonight.
You hear Donald Trump in the recent days saying, this is your last chance. You know, for Republicans, if we don't win this today, he says to his supporters, it's over. It's over. Now, you do hear that sentiment expressed by a lot of people who watch politics and who watch the history of all of this, that there's a changing dynamic in this country, and that perhaps Republicans are going to be suffering losses for some time.
Well, Lord, let's hope it's not over. I mean, this is a great democracy which has existed for more than 200 years, and regardless of who wins or loses, we want it to continue, and my guess is it will continue. That may be an effect.
I think when he says it's over, he means, you know, he means the party that he's running for, that Republicans have not had a lot of winning campaigns, and that, you know, that they're in a tough spot.
Well, on the presidential level, that's absolutely true. On the other hand, they control the Senate, at least today. They control the House, and in all likelihood will continue to do so. Clearly, the Republican Party has gone through a nervous breakdown, and probably rightly so, because so many of the voters who voted in the Republican primaries feel completely alienated, completely out of touch with their leadership in Washington, with Mitch McConnell, with Paul Ryan, with the political class in Washington. They've got to come to terms with that, whether they win or lose. They've got to find a way for the party to mean something. And it may be that they have to wait 4 years to get a new leader. This is assuming, of course, that Donald Trump isn't the president. He's the president. Well, that'll be interesting, too, because I think he would have a governing majority, but not necessarily a very unified majority.
Thank you so much, Chris. What a day. We'll watch it.
I was really happy.
Let's end on a positive note. It's going to be great, right? We're going to have so much fun.
At least it'll be over.
Exactly. There's that to be said for it. Thank you, Chris. We'll see you tonight.
Sure it's going to be over, Wallace? I don't know, man. That shades of Tallahassee ringing in my ears over here. Nice to see you, buddy. I want to show you the map here and try and figure out how you get to 270. You're going to see a lot of this throughout the day. And at 7 o'clock tonight Eastern Time, this whole map goes blank, and we try and fill in one by one the remaining states. Everything in gray is a battleground. In fact, late last night we moved Minnesota to a battleground state because of the event that Trump had this past weekend. So which way is it going to go? You know, if Trump pulls this Ohio, North Carolina, Florida trifecta, he's in the game. And then after that, he's got to go somewhere here, perhaps in the Midwest. Is it Michigan? Is it Wisconsin? We'll find out together. Here's Mike Tobin live up in Janesville, Wisconsin. That's the hometown, the home district of the House Speaker, Paul Ryan. How you doing, Mike? Let's start with you.
Well, the race bill that's got everybody watching Wisconsin, of course, is the rematch between Johnson and Feingold. It's a statistical dead heat, and it could decide the balance of power in the Senate. Johnson went from trailing dramatically to within 3 points, according to the Real Clear Politics average, -1, according to the Marquette University Law School poll. Turnout here in Wisconsin has been breaking records, as it has been in many states. Turnout is up dramatically in the liberal stronghold of Dane County. Johnson, however, says he's not sweating it all.
People voting early, they made up their minds. Nothing's going to change it. So what we have going for us is all the momentum. All the independents are bringing toward us.
And turnout is above average here at the Edison Johnson Middle School here in Janesville. Hillary Clinton is favored in Wisconsin, one of the political wonks in Wisconsin I was speaking with yesterday, speculated that if Hillary wins Wisconsin by more than 5, that's going to buoy Feingold right down Johnson.
Mike, how is Paul Ryan's campaign going? You know, he's up for election today. Is there concern with his own re-election as Speaker of the House?
His campaign isn't particularly concerned with his own re-election. He does have an opponent. Ryan Solon is his name. What is more relevant is Solon's claim that the dust-up between Paul Ryan and Donald Trump has driven Wisconsin Republicans over to him. Now, Paul Ryan has attempted to put that under the bridge throughout the past week, declaring very publicly that he voted for Donald Trump. He encouraged other Wisconsinites to do the same. Ryan has also been shooting down those reports that came through the Hill that said he was no longer interested in the Speaker's Gallery. Bill?
Mike, thank you. Mike Tobin's there live in Janesville, Wisconsin. And we just want to give you a bit of a glance right here at the map to give our viewers an idea of what's going to happen later tonight. You know, the polls officially will start closing around 7 o'clock Eastern time. And then we're going to go into an absolute flurry of activity, especially in the first 90 minutes. If you examine for a moment here between 7 o'clock and 8:30 on the map behind us, this is when the action starts. At 7 o'clock, it's Virginia, Georgia, it's a good Senate race in Indiana. And then at 7:30, it's 2 big ones. Wow, it's Ohio at 18 electoral votes, and then it's North Carolina at 15 electoral votes. At 8 o'clock, the map will start catching fire. It's New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, Florida. Then as we move through the night, Arkansas at 8:30, then into the 9 o'clock hour when we take in New York, and where Mike is there in Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota, Colorado, all these states that we discussed and argued about and debated for a long time. And how does that map look like at the end of the night? That's what we're trying to figure out right now. Red or blue, which one will it be?
That's the big question. And, how will the map look at the end of the night? There's the White House. That's where they all have their vision set for the moment. And who will be living there come January is the big question for today. So what a day, right? So whoever does win the White House has a tough task ahead. Will they have a mandate to get anything accomplished? That's another big question for the day. Steve Hayes and Byron York up next.
Also, what is the final takeaway on the media's role in this election? Big question for Howard Kurtz. He joins us live.
We are finally going to close the history books on the Clintons and their lies and schemes and corruption.
We've got to be willing to start listening to each other again, respecting each other again.
Just like Mom, you have dinner on the table at 6 every night.
Hey guys, I'm home.
And of course, no one's going to have to be the cook. Campbell's one-dish recipes, designed around one pan and your schedule, and made for real life.
I'm terrible.
He is.
But I'd like to keep being terrible for as long as I can.
New patented Ensure Life has HMB, plus 20 grams of protein to help rebuild muscle for the strength and energy to do what you love. New Ensure Life, always be you.
Crystal Cruises continues to be the world's most awarded luxury cruise line for over 22 years. And not just a one-hit wonder. We've crafted an all-inclusive, truly exclusive travel experience that's in a class by itself. With ships that are more luxurious than the world's most upscale hotels, featuring elegant suites with butler service, glorious spas, open spaces, fabulous casinos, and exceptional dining. Iconic itineraries with overnight stays curated as only Crystal Cruises can, and unique tours ashore tailored to your personal style. Crystal shows you and your family the world with voyages ranging from 5 nights to 128 nights to all 7 continents. Take your next journey with Crystal Cruises, where all-inclusive is all-exclusive.
This is your house. This is you waking up. This is you tiptoeing past your family while they're still asleep. This is what you woke up for. This is your Peloton. This is Robin. Robin is your instructor. Robin is not going to lose you. This is you attacking the hill. Crushing the flags. push together. This is how you change your life. This is how you make a better day for yourself and your family. Here in your home. This is Peloton.
When you woke up this morning, you saw the sun, got your clubs, and well, some things you just can't control. Like runaway inflation or unstable governments printing money as worthless as wet scorecards. But you can control whether or not you let the money in your retirement lose its value. Hi, I'm William Devane, and it's time you took cover by transferring your existing IRAs to a Roslyn Capital Gold and Silver backed IRA. That means an IRA backed by gold and silver, not by paper and promises. So control the things you can control. Talk to Roslyn today and protect your retirement with a Roslyn Capital Gold and Silver backed IRA. What's in your safe?
Call now and get a free gold kit, a free silver kit, and a free IRA transfer kit. Call 800-630-8900. 800-630-8900. 800-630-8900.
Live image here, Midtown Manhattan. That's outside Trump Tower as we await Donald Trump to leave the Trump Tower and move his way to a polling station just a few streets to the east, I do believe, at a school here in Manhattan. So when that happens, we'll bring it to you live in a moment. Stand by. Martha?
Not so easy to get around New York City on a day like this to vote, but I have a feeling they're going to make way for Mr. Trump as he tries to go to the poll there. So whoever wins tonight could be in store for some major gridlock. Speaking of gridlock, both candidates looking at a very divided country and big opposition on Capitol Hill. So joining us now, Chief Fox News contributor Steve Hayes, senior writer for the Weekly Standard, Byron York, Chief Washington correspondent for the Washington Examiner, both great friends of this show and people who have helped us document this race throughout. I think back, when I look at Midtown Manhattan, I think back to that day that Donald Trump went down the escalator and, frankly, was met with a lot of titter. How interesting. Donald Trump wants to run for president. And here we are looking at a fairly tight race with this individual. So what does it tell us, Byron?
Well, it tells you, I think, first of all, that so many people thought Donald Trump was going to quit. I actually spent part of the last day going through all the predictions that people made, beginning before he even came down that escalator on June 18 of last year. So many people thought he was actually going to quit at various points in the race, and it never happened, and he is still competitive.
And that, to me, is one of the most astonishing things, Steve. When you look at Donald Trump, everybody thought he wouldn't have the capacity for it, he wouldn't have the ability to get out there and campaign. He loves campaigning. I mean, this man has a passion for getting out there and meeting. I heard him a little while ago say the most extraordinary thing for him in this whole experience was just getting to know the American people, being out there and seeing what an extraordinary country it is. Thoughts on this, big picture?
Well, I mean, I was one of those people who didn't think he would do well. I was one of those people who was tittering when he came down the escalator, although I did think he was going to run. I think he's exceeded everybody's expectations, including his own. And when you talk about him on the campaign trail, I think one of the things that he doesn't get enough credit for probably is that he enjoys himself on the campaign trail. I mean, he really seems to love this stuff. Now, his critics would say that's because he's a narcissist and he enjoys the adulation that he's getting from the crowd. But he loves it. He sort of thrives on that, and he does a pretty good job when he's giving a campaign speech if he don't score for things like telling the truth.
There's another issue that perhaps he could be a little misled by the enthusiasm for him, because I've been to Trump rallies, I think, in a dozen states. They're big and they're really enthusiastic. And, for example, Trump is talking a lot about Michigan now. Went to a Trump rally in Michigan back during the primaries. The way he connected with those voters when he said Ford is moving our jobs to Mexico, deep connection with the voters. On the other hand, Bernie Sanders got huge rallies, 20,000 plus rallies, and Hillary Clinton got more votes. And if you talk to the Trump people, one of the measurements, maybe the biggest measurement they make for his support, they say, look at those rallies, they're huge, people are enthusiastic, may not translate into 270 electoral votes.
That's what it comes down to. I mean, you've got 50 state contests, essentially, that are out there tonight. And, you can have all the enthusiasm in the world in a place like Michigan, as Byron says, but you have to close the deal there. And you have to have, the Detroit areas, you look at the things that have been traditionally weak over past presidential elections, Hispanic vote, women's vote, and those same issues are there.
Yeah, I think you have two competing things today, one benefiting Hillary Clinton, one benefiting Donald Trump. Hillary Clinton, on the one hand, had a real get-out-of-vote operation, partially inherited from Barack Obama, and I think that's probably going to be very helpful for her today, maybe 1.5 points, 2 points if you talk to some strategists. On the other hand, Donald Trump has voter intensity, and that's not nothing. I mean, it's true, as Byron says, you did hear that from Bernie Sanders voters. You heard it from Mitt Romney voters 4 years ago, but it's not nothing. If you show up at a polling place and you've got to stand in line for an hour and a half, and you're sort of lukewarm supporter of Hillary Clinton, you're voting because you don't like Donald Trump, or you're a Donald Trump supporter and you're passionate about it, you've been waiting to cast this vote for months, who's more likely to stand in line?
But you each only get one vote.
Right.
You know, I mean, the passionate voter and the person who goes, oh, I'm going to, trudge up there and I'm going to do my thing and vote for her, they both get one vote. Byron, tell me what your overall is. Who's going to win tonight?
I was hoping you would not ask that.
Yeah.
Trump has these 3 states. Obviously, he has to win Florida, North Carolina, Ohio. Doesn't win one of those, doesn't make it. I have to say it's very, very hard for him to get there because when you go back to the fundamentals, Hillary Clinton started out with 242 electoral votes. If you only count the states that have voted Democrat in every single election for the last 6 elections, that puts her 28 short of winning. So she started out as a Democrat, not as her as a candidate, but as a Democrat with a big, big advantage. And I think it's going to be hard to overcome that.
I keep coming up, we all are geeks and we go on the 270 to win website and we click the states and assign electoral votes. And over the past couple of days, I keep coming up with 303 electoral votes for her. I don't say that with great conviction, though. I mean, I think it is possible. You can see a turn here at the end, or you can see, some people talk about the Brexit, they talk about Matt Badman in Kentucky, they talk about polling misses in recent years. I don't think that's likely, but
so we don't know, and that's what makes it so crazy, right? I keep saying to people, well, it all looks like it's lining up this one way, but my God, if it goes the other way, it's going to be the most amazing political story that we've covered, not in a sense of good or bad, but just in a sense of surprise and recognizing that you don't always understand what's going on out there.
And if the polls show something is too close to call, nobody was really wrong. Either way, it turns out, unless it's a blowout and you thought it was really going to be close.
You're just protecting yourself.
But if the polls show it's really close, you can't tell.
I know. Oh my gosh. Well, that's why we play the game, and that's why we stick around. Thank you so much, you guys. Great to see you both. We look forward to seeing you throughout the afternoon and evening, and perhaps into the morning hours. We'll see. Thanks, you guys.
So the Trump campaign did something American politics has never seen. So what kind of president would he make? And win or lose, what's his role after the election? What does the Republican Party look like? Charles Krauthammer will analyze that. Also in a moment, hear the mainstream media's role in the race for the White House. How did they shape this campaign? We will analyze that for weeks, folks. But first, tonight is the night.
If you have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, isn't it time to let the real you shine through? Introducing Otezla, Apremilast. Otezla is not an injection or a cream. It's a pill that treats plaque psoriasis differently. With Otezla, 75% clearer skin is achievable after just 4 months, with reduced redness, thickness, and scaliness of plaques. And the Otezla prescribing information has no requirement for routine lab monitoring. Don't take Otezla if you're allergic to any of its ingredients. Otezla may increase the risk of depression. Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts, or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Side effects may include diarrhea, nausea, upper respiratory tract infection, and headache. Tell your doctor about all the medicines you take and if you're pregnant or planning to be. Ask your dermatologist about Otezla today. Otezla. Show more of you.
It's the little things in life that make me smile. Spending the day with my niece. I don't use Super Polygrip for hold because my dentures fit well. Before, those little pieces would get in between my dentures and my gum and it was uncomfortable.
Even well-fitting dentures let in food particles. Just a few dabs of Super Polygrip Free is clinically proven to seal out more food particles, so you're more comfortable and confident while you eat.
So it's not about keeping my dentures in, it's about keeping the food particles out.
Try Super Polygrip Free.
Every home repair or improvement project should start with a pro you know you can trust. That's why for over 15 years, homeowners have trusted HomeAdvisor to find only the best home pros. It's a totally free service that instantly connects you with top-rated pros who have passed criminal and financial background checks. In fact, HomeAdvisor is the nation's #1 network of pre-screened pros and has been used by more than 30 million homeowners. So start every job with confidence at HomeAdvisor.com.
Tonight, it's complete Election Day 2016 coverage. Watch Your World with Neil Cavuto at 4 and The 5 with special guests Brett Baer and Megyn Kelly.
Some people see things as they are and say, why? I dream things that never were and say, why not?
Juice before you go?
Hit me.
Just the paper today.
Hit me. More coffee?
Hit me.
The person who says it cannot be done should not interrupt the person who's doing it.
So there we go, live shot, Littleton, Colorado. That's Arapahoe County, south of Denver, 9 electoral votes in Colorado. Question for you, America. How big a role did the media play in tonight's final outcome? And what will we be talking about a week from now? Perhaps months from now. Howard Kurtz, Fox News media analyst, host of Media Buzz on Sundays. And Howie, nice to see you.
Especially on the big day.
Right on. What a headline. The nutty final days, sex, witchcraft, car wrecks, and punditry on steroids. You wrote that.
I wrote that. It's easy to write because we're in crazy town right now after a wild and crazy campaign. I mean, a Drudge headline about Clinton campaign chief John Podesta practicing occult magic. Actually, he was invited to a performance artist dinner, and it wasn't even him. It was his brother, Tony. Mike Huckabee is a big Trump supporter, as you know. He tweeted, Trump may be a car wreck, but at least his car is pointed in the right direction. Hillary is a drunk driver going the wrong way. Nice endorsement, Governor. And after...
Just hours to go before the polls do wind up closing. What is your message as a lifelong conservative and Republican to the Republicans or the independents or Democrats for that matter, who've said, you know, I'm just going to sit this out and not vote for my person because I don't like either one of them?
You know, my message is that there are, and I say this as an Army brat whose dad spent 27 years in the infantry, there are young men and women all around the world risking their lives to protect your right to be a free citizen and to vote. And I think you dishonor them if you don't go vote. And don't just focus on the presidency. What about the school board? What about the county commission? What about the state legislature? What about Congress? I think every American has a moral obligation to renew the trust in our society every time.
Very much of the mainstream coverage has been against Donald Trump, who so many wrote off for so long. And here he is. He's got a shot at this thing, despite all the negative stuff dumped on him by the press.
Is that the black eye?
I think there's a stain here from people on both sides.
I'd say the reason I ask you is you go out and poll people, and you know, the media has been ranked in, you know, low single digits for a number of years.
Whipping boy.
So, you know, okay, it's easy to take a shot at us. I think, you know, the criticism in some cases is fair. I think the criticism from other corners might be because their guy or their gal did not or does not win. analyze that.
This time is different. I think there is such disgust and disdain among many Americans, really on both sides, much more on the Trump supporter side, to be sure. But a lot of people on the left think that the email scandal is kind of like a grade C story. The media blew up, that we blew up the Clinton Foundation, they were trying to do good. So you have certainly a more polarized country, and that's reflected on Twitter and all the abuse and the invective. But I think that I've never seen this level of animosity toward those of us who at least try to get it right, try to be fair, and I think that is the lasting legacy for our business after 2016.
Thank you, Howard. There will be plenty to analyze. I think we can agree on that, right?
I'll be back tomorrow.
And okay, tomorrow for sure. And there'll be these big think pieces that come out over the coming week and month that will be something for all of us to take in.
A lot of hand-wringing to come.
Yeah, and just to consider and think about it. So thank you, buddy. We'll see you tomorrow, okay? Martha.
So the Trump campaign says that it sees a path to victory tonight. So we will see. Which way will this thing break? Coming up next, Charles Krauthammer on the Republican nominee's role after the election, if he wins or if he loses.
If I don't win, I will consider it a tremendous waste of time, energy, and money. I will have spent over $100 million of my own campaign.
Insults, women, it's all talk.
Well, here we go again.
It's really bad judgment.
Issues, not insults.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Fox News Channel has election night covered, fair and balanced. Up-to-the-minute exit polls, breaking race results, and powerful analysis from the best team in politics. Plus, it all happens live from our new state-of-the-art studio. Only Fox News Channel has election night covered because we are America's election headquarters.
Every yank of your tank is a tug of war. It's about time someone declared war on the tug. The Duluth Trading No Yank Tank. Stop yanking and get cranking. Only at DuluthTrading.com.
Is in terrible financial trouble. A new book, National Bankruptcy, Why the Middle Class is Doomed, by best-selling author James Cook tells it like it is. Find out why our financial downfall is inevitable and why we face the worst degree of crisis in history. Rural America is heading towards certain ruin. Also, get our free blockbuster book, How Liberals Are Wrecking the American Economy, and What You Can Do to Protect Yourself. Yours free. Get this crucial information to help you weather the economic storm ahead. Call now.
I'm only in my 60s. I've got a nice long life ahead. Big plans. So when I found out Medicare doesn't pay all my medical expenses, I looked at my options. Then I got a Medicare supplement insurance plan.
If you're eligible for Medicare, you may know it only covers about 80% of your Part B medical expenses. The rest is up to you. Call now and find out about an AARP Medicare supplement insurance plan insured by United Healthcare Insurance Company. Like all standardized Medicare supplement insurance plans, it helps pick up some of what Medicare doesn't pay and could save you in out-of-pocket medical costs.
To me, relationships matter. I've been with my doctor for 12 years. Now I know I'll be able to stick with him.
With these types of plans, you'll be able to visit any doctor or hospital that accepts Medicare patients. Plus, there are no networks and virtually no referrals needed. So don't wait. Call now and request this free decision guide to help you better understand Medicare and which AARP Medicare supplement plan might be best for you. There's a wide range to choose from.
We love to travel, and there's so much more to see. So we found a plan that can travel with us anywhere in the country.
Join the millions of people who have already enrolled in the only Medicare supplement insurance plans endorsed by AARP, an organization serving the needs of people 50 and over for generations. Remember, all Medicare supplement insurance plans help cover what Medicare doesn't pay and could save you in out-of-pocket medical costs. Call now to request your free decision guide and learn more about the kinds of plans that will be here for you now and down the road.
I have a lifetime of experience, so I know how important that is.
What an exciting day it is in America. Let's take a look at the live shot as we wait for Donald Trump to pull up. No signs of the motorcade just yet. He will be voting at PS 59. We saw Hillary Clinton in Chappaqua, New York earlier this morning with Bill Clinton by her side as they went in to cast her vote on this historic day. We'll take you there live as soon as Mr. Trump arrives. Bill?
Thank you, Martha. Stand by on that. Donald Trump likes to say he and his supporters have created movement. And who could argue about the populist thread sown over the last 18 months? And he's in it to win it, certainly. As he made clear last night around midnight, final stump speech in Michigan.
We're hours away from a once-in-a-lifetime change. We're going to have real change, not Obama change. I want to begin tonight by thanking all of you and all of the people in this incredible movement. You know, it's a movement like has never happened in this country before.
Charles Krauthammer, syndicated columnist and Fox News contributor who has made his way back to his hometown of New York. How you doing? Yeah. Good to be back. If Trump wins, what kind of president will he be?
Well, the first thing he will do is he will irreversibly reshape the party. This was the party of Reagan, and the Bush years were sort of an echo of the Reagan years. Reagan defined the contours of the party. Trump will do that, and it'll be changed. Particularly the most obvious issues are going to be immigration and trade. This will be a new party. It'll be a populist party. The country will not have a conservative party in the sense of a Reaganite party. And you do that by appointing the cabinet, which establishes the leaders of your movement in many areas of life. I think he will be obviously the RNC chair will be his choice, and I think he will influence who the leaders in Congress are. So he shapes the party. That's what happens on both sides.
So you're suggesting significant change there?
Well, it could be that the policies will fail. We will have a long experiment in populism led by the GOP, the new GOP.
If he loses, two questions on this. If he loses specifically, what does he do?
Well, he will be the one to determine which way the future of the party goes. That was an interesting statement he just showed, where he said that if he loses, he will have wasted a lot of time and energy and money. Which is, I think, his way of saying that it would be a total waste if he walks away. I don't think he's a Michael Dukakis. I don't think he's a Bob Dole. This is not a guy who's going to lose, I think, and walk away. He feels he's created something. I think he's right about that. He created this populist movement, very unusual in U.S. history. It happens, but, you know, a generation or two separated from each other. And it changes the GOP if it goes from conservatism to populism. I think, this is a guess, of course it'll be his choice, he can walk away and the movement will likely wither until some younger, newer leader comes along. But I think he stays in the game. He becomes the kingmaker. If he loses by a respectable margin, say less than Romney did, or within that range, I think he becomes the de facto leader of the party. And I think Paul Ryan represents the older Reaganite consensus. And I think, look, the Civil War will begin on Wednesday. It will begin tomorrow morning.
And on that question then, what if he loses, what does the Republican Party look like? What shape does it take? What priorities emerge or continue? Or pick up where we left off?
I'll give you one big example. Paul Ryan has been obsessed, I think correctly, but obsessed with entitlements and deficits. He's got plans. Remember, he got the GOP House to vote almost unanimously on a plan that would alter Medicare, that everybody had assumed was the third rail, would cost them control of the House. It didn't. But Trump ran on not touching entitlements. This is a more populist stand. Now, I think that is one example of how the
conservative, traditional, and now Paul Ryan agenda is in total conflict with what would be a Trump agenda. And I think the first test of who gets the upper hand is going to be the speakership. I think there will be a contest, and if Trump wants to be a player, I think he can engineer, or will try to engineer, deposing Paul Ryan.
Final question. John Boehner, the former speaker, had what he considered a deal with Barack Obama, the grand bargain they called it. That was government spending, it was entitlement reform, it was taxing, it was a lot of stuff. And as Boehner tells it, from the time he left the Oval Office and went back to the Speaker's office in Capitol Hill, Obama had called and said, I need more tax hikes. And he said, I can't get that through, and the deal died. If Hillary Clinton is president and Paul Ryan is speaker, can they get that deal done? Would that be a priority?
I think they can if their parties allow them to. I think Obama is a different personality from Hillary. I think Hillary would be inclined for the grand bargain. That would be her chance at a kind of immortality and of establishing her presidency, at least a legacy right on, early on. And I think she might be impatient to do that. But will her party let her, considering how far to the left she had to run to get the nomination? And then will Paul Ryan's party, with the Freedom Caucus and others, allow him to come halfway? But if you are an outside observer from Mars, you would say that the country's problems are soluble with a compromise on spending, on tax reform, on entitlements. It's all out there, all doable. But it requires a political will. I think it's possible given the personalities, but it might not be possible given the influences within the party.
You look better in New York.
I feel better in New York.
We'll see you later tonight.
Nice to see you.
Thank you, Charles Krauthammer.
Better in the Big Apple, right? All right. So both campaigns are keeping a very close eye on the state of North Carolina tonight. The Tar Heel state, a potential bellwether, 15 electoral votes up for grabs there. So let's check it out with Jonathan Seri, who's live in Raleigh right now. So the candidates did a bit of last-minute campaigning in the state where we find you today, Jonathan.
Yeah, not much sleep for the candidates. Hillary Clinton's been calling into radio stations in key states, including North Carolina. And just a few hours earlier, she was holding a rally at NC State University, a rally that went from midnight until about 1 a.m. She was joined on stage with recording artists Lady Gaga and John Bon Jovi, along with her husband Bill and daughter Chelsea. Mrs. Clinton called on her supporters to cast their ballots and then work to heal a divided nation. Listen.
Bridge the divides in this country. As the Bible says, we have to repair the breaches. We've got to be willing to start listening to each other again, respecting each other again.
Yesterday afternoon, Donald Trump held a rally at the North Carolina State Fairgrounds. He, too, urged supporters to make their voices heard at the polls.
You know, we're in a rigged system, folks. We're in a rigged system. You gotta go, you gotta vote, you gotta make sure that vote gets registered in there. Real change also means restoring honesty to our government.
And coming back out to our live site at this polling place, it has not been crowded this morning, but steady as voters come in and out. But perhaps the real story is going to be early voting. Before the polls even open at 6:30 this morning, 3.1 million North Carolinians had already cast their ballots in early voting. That's more than 2/3 the number of North Carolinians who voted over the course of the entire general election back in 2012. Martha?
Gonna be an exciting night. Lots of changing dynamics out there. Jonathan, thank you so much.
A whole lot of twists and turns over the past 15 months or so. Been a rough one at times, folks. You know that. Anger on both sides, boiling over. Is this the new normal in America when it comes to our politics? Fair and balanced debate on that as our coverage continues. It is Election Day, America. Time to vote.
Hillary Clinton is the most corrupt person ever to seek the office of the presidency of the United States.
Between division or unity, between strong, steady leadership or a loose cannon.
In there, you have to adapt to your environment. That's why
by Jaguar's instinctive all-wheel drive system constantly monitors the road surface and driver inputs hundreds of times every second. Outstanding performance all around. Jaguar all-wheel drive. For great offers, visit your local Jaguar retailer during the Bring Out the Jaguar sale event.
Duncan just protected his family with a $500,000 life insurance policy. How much do you think it cost him? $100 a month? $75? $50? Actually, Duncan got his $500,000 policy for under $27 a month. Less than $1 a day. His secret? SelectQuote. In just minutes, a SelectQuote agent will comparison shop nearly a dozen highly rated life insurance companies and give you a choice of your 5 best rates. Duncan's wife, Nessie, got a $350,000 policy for under $13 a month. Give your family the security it needs at a price you can afford. Since 1985, SelectQuote has saved over 1 million families millions of dollars on life insurance. Call now or go to SelectQuote.com. Discover what over 1 million families know. We shop, you save.
If you could be more heart healthy just by drinking a glass of earthy vegetable juice daily, would you do it? Probably not. But what if this performance-enhancing veggie was transformed into a great-tasting circulation superfood drink? It's called SuperBeets, and I can help you try it risk-free. SuperBeets is loaded with vegetable dietary nitrates that boost nitric oxide levels in your body. This equals an increase in energy and stamina without stimulants. Dietary nitrates are incredible for supporting healthy blood pressure, too. I take SuperBeets as my pre-workout in the morning and as a non-jittery pick-me-up in the afternoon.
I immediately felt like I was 10 years younger.
Within, 30 minutes taking it, I felt the difference. Get a free canister of SuperBeets with your first order. Get a free book called Beat the Odds on how to improve your health with Beat Nutrition, plus nitric oxide indicator strips to monitor your dietary nitrate levels before and after. Try SuperBeets. You'll love it.
Call 1-800-632-4230 or go to getsuperbeets.com.
Let's talk about your bad breath. It can really ruin the moment. Use TheraBreath mouthwash to instantly knock out bad breath and help restore confidence.
What makes a great custom suit? Fabric sourced from the finest Italian mills. Details handpicked by you. And made right here in America in just 3 weeks. I'm Joseph Abu. This is my custom suit. Now available at Men's Warehouse.
Donald Trump is temperamentally unfit to be commander-in-chief. Don't take my word for it. Listen to the Republicans who've refused to support him. He lacks a basic understanding of the world, justifies torture, suggests abandoning our allies.
What was that all? All right, President Obama last night slamming Donald Trump and the tone of his campaign as he was rallying in Philadelphia. Both sides have been guilty of some very harsh rhetoric in the course of this campaign. So let's bring in 2 people to fight about it, shall we? Julie Roginski, Democratic strategist and Fox News contributor, and Morgan Ortagus, national co-chair of the Maverick PAC and a former Treasury Department financial intelligence analyst. Welcome, ladies. Good to have both of you with us today. I mean, it really has, when you think back over the course of this thing, you think about the Clinton accusers marching in to sit down and watch the debate. You think about all of the stuff that has happened on both sides of this whole thing, and I do think people are disgusted by all that.
They are. I mean, there's nothing else to say about it, but it does motivate people to come out and vote on both sides. I voted for an hour on the Upper West Side of Manhattan to vote today, and the line was...
You voted for 1 hour because you couldn't decide who to vote for, or you were waiting a really long time?
No, the line was literally snaking around the block, and I've never seen anything like it. And I say that because I think it really has motivated people. I'm not so sure that people are coming out to vote for somebody. I think they're coming out to vote against somebody. And that's not just in my neighborhood, which is fairly liberal. But I think all across the country, places like Mississippi, I'm sure, are coming out to vote against Hillary Clinton as much as they are coming out to vote for Donald Trump. It motivates voters in some ways, and it does clarify choices for them, but I'm not sure what it means for the Republic going forward and how we potentially even try to unify tomorrow morning.
I mean, no matter who wins, I really hope that in that acceptance speech, they reach out to the people who didn't vote for them. Because both of these individuals would need to do that, I think, in a very sincere way to begin this process of bringing this country together, Morgan.
I think you're exactly right, Martha, but I don't think it happens in a speech tonight, and I don't think it happens overnight. I would argue that the tone of this campaign has actually been set for the past 8 years. It was President Obama who ran Obamacare through a Democrat-controlled Congress without working with Republicans. It was President Obama who secretly started negotiating with Iran without consulting Republicans in Congress. Same thing, President Obama who opened relationships with Cuba without talking to Cuban Republican members of Congress. So we haven't had the past 8 years of either side working together, and it's frustrating as a Republican for the Republicans constantly to get blamed on this whenever even Democrats have criticized the president for not working across the aisle.
When you think about the other side, and I think about the basket of deplorables, right? That comment that I think really went right to the heart of so many Americans who look at what Donald Trump talks about and says, I'm not a racist. I'm not any of the things that you are referring to me as, but I do feel, that they would say that they feel like they've been left out of the picture.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was an unfortunate comment. Certainly his comments about women and Latinos, and I can go on and on. Pocahontas yesterday when he referred to Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts have been unfortunate as well. I think it's unfortunate that Mitch McConnell said that his only priority in the first term of Obama's administration was making sure Obama was going to be a one-term president. Look, Washington has gotten so toxic. I haven't worked there in almost 20 years, but it had gotten toxic when I was there. It's gotten only worse since I've left, and I think it's going to continue to get worse because, unfortunately, whether it's gerrymandering with congressional districts or the permanent campaign that thanks to cable news and thanks to other news outlets we now have to engage in all the time, people consistently feel that they have to campaign now. There's no comedy anymore. Nobody goes out to dinner anymore. People fly back to their districts on weekends where they talk to their either Republican or Democratic constituents. And I don't know how to fix this. I wish I were going to wake up tomorrow morning and say, kumbaya, we have a president.
I was talking about this piece earlier in the National Review, a piece about post-Goldwater and Ronald Reagan and the emergence of Ronald Reagan, and how when you look back at the things that he said, he really did sort of bridge that gap and reach out to people and talk about the innate goodness of the country and of the people in this country. Anybody on the horizon who might make that happen, Morgan?
Well, I think that both candidates, whoever wins tonight, you have to respect the voters. What we have now, and we all see this going on our Facebook, on our social media feeds, the people who are for Trump are calling anyone who votes for Hillary an idiot, and vice versa. The people who are for Hillary are saying everyone who's for Trump is a racist.
So sad. I mean, that really is so sad. And I do think that social media is to blame in many ways because it gives you this smoke screen and you can just lash out at people in a way that's really unfeeling and wrong. And I think that that's one of the reasons that we've seen all this going. I don't know if that's the last word, I guess, on that. It's great to see you.
Your title. The show. We're going to take you to North Carolina in a moment. We'll take you to Ohio in a moment. How are things shaping up today on voting day? Will Ohio lead yet again? We're in Cleveland and we are in Raleigh, North Carolina.
This program is brought to you by PXG. You've never played like this before.
At PXG, our company colors are black and white for a reason. The golf club either looks sexy or it doesn't. It either launches higher and goes further or it doesn't. It either feels softer, is unbelievably forgiving, and has a sweet spot the size of Texas, or it doesn't. A golf club is either good enough to be called the world's finest or it isn't PXG. Nobody makes golf clubs the way we do, period.
Wouldn't a deal on car insurance involve two parties discussing something? Why not give you some say or let you driving do the talking?
Liberty Mutual Right Track finally puts you in control. With savings of up to 30%, with an initial discount just for signing up. Take control of your rates. Visit a local office or call Liberty Mutual today at 1-888-663-3155. Liberty stands with you. Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Bipartisan member of Congress, which means I get things done.
Bipartisan results. Pete King is
for city recovery. Pete King is Long Island.
I'm Pete King, and I approve this message.
Every day in America, millions of pets get very, very dirty. They roll around in the mud and smell pretty nasty. But there is hope.
Hi, I'm Josh with Pet Pass Mobile Grooming. We provide full service. Grooming at your front door.
You look 10 years younger.
Just been working out in my gym.
How can you afford a gym?
Republican choice. Fancy premiums. No plan premiums.
What about primary care?
Zero. Deductible? Zero. Anything for preferred generic drugs? Zero. They even cover some of my drugs through the donor.
Call 1-844-QHPNY-65 or go to getwithq.com.
Where you live.
Stand by, Stone. We're live in 3, 2, 1.
Breaking news this evening on News 12 Nights Up.
News is always happening.
They are talking about it as we speak.
Where you live.
Coming back to camera 3.
So here's what's happening across Long Island tonight.
You only have one source for local television news tonight.
No one was hurt.
Any information about this case?
Breaking news
The kidnapping, and that's on News 12 Nights Up.
on News 12 Nightside as local news guys.
Hey everybody, coming up on Happening Now from North Carolina, a key battleground state. I'm here reporting live. John Scott is out of the great state of Ohio as well, another key battleground. Just a fun fact to think about today. We're going to talk about all sort of political maneuvering that's happening in the state. But here's a fact to impress your friends. This is the only place in the world, North Carolina, where the Venus flytrap grows in nature. Is that a metaphor for politics? Who will get trapped here in this state? Which campaign is a question we'll explore coming up, top of the hour.
I'll watch for that answer. Jenna, thank you. I want to go to Ohio right now. Buckeye State, always a big prize. 18 electoral votes at stake. And Peter Ducey is live in Cuyahoga County. Cleveland, Ohio. And surprises so far? What have you found, Peter? Good morning there.
Good morning, Bill. There's no surprises yet, but there is some uncertainty here in Cleveland, and that's with the forecast. It is supposed to rain a little bit later on this evening, and the late afternoon possibly could start. And as you know, that's right around the time that people start getting off of work, they go to vote, and lines get longer. So that is something to keep an eye on, especially since officials here in Cuyahoga County at the Board of Elections are telling us they think that turnout here is going to be lower than it was 4 years ago. Now, lower for Cuyahoga County, where everybody is so involved because this is generally one of the most important swing states. The turnout that's low is 67%, which is much higher than other places in the country, but 40% of them have already cast their ballots. We're told that in-person early voting was up slightly, but mail-in early voting was down slightly. And you look behind us here in Cleveland at the Gunning Recreational Center, you can see it's not completely dead, but it is quiet right now. Some of the lines that we saw earlier.
Sorry about that, Peter.
About to vote. So we're jumping in here. There's the motorcade pulling up in front of PS 59 as we wait for him to get out of this motorcade and go in and do something that even Donald Trump years ago may not have imagined would ever come to pass. But he was on that stage with 17 other individuals. A lot of people thought that he would not run. Some thought it was a publicity stunt. There he is waving to the crowd. But he has been a committed campaigner throughout the course of this journey. You hear the crowds cheering him on as he goes in to vote. An extraordinary moment for Donald Trump. Melania, his wife, by his side. She spoke in Philadelphia last week, talked about her own immigrant experience and how much she wanted to be an American and a citizen. So she will vote as well, and no doubt will vote for her husband. We saw Eric Trump going in earlier this morning, but they are New Yorkers and in their hometown, casting their vote today in the Big Apple at PS 59. So quite a moment.
Julie Reginski was just talking about how the long lines are being reported. This anecdotal stuff here, but a lot of our friends and colleagues throughout New York City are talking about lines being very long already. It's about 11 o'clock in the morning. What does that mean? What does that portend? Who knows? But I think what it tells us is how this campaign has captured the imagination, Martha, of, well, tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of Americans. It has been the story in this country for more than a year.
And it's this extraordinary story of Donald Trump.
In fact, the reason the Lord has been ill is Princess
That talk again?
Rose. I heard that the petrifying disease is the curse of Princess Oz.
My ears are itchy. Enough already.
In fact, the reason the Lord has been ill is
I
Princess
trust the Lord.
Oz.
In New York, and we just saw Donald Trump at a public school where he is casting his ballot in Manhattan. We have live Fox News team coverage. Mike Emanuel is in Chappaqua, New York with the Clinton campaign, but we begin with senior national correspondent John Roberts in New York City. John.
John, good morning to you. Donald Trump arrived here at PS 59 on 56th Street between 3rd and 2nd Avenues just a few minutes ago to cast his vote for president. Donald Trump confirmed to us on Fox and Friends this morning that, yes, he will be voting for himself. He arrived here along with his wife Melania, daughter Ivanka, and son-in-law Jared Kushner. We will have some pictures inside, by the way, because the pool camera did go inside with him, and we'll bring those to you just as soon as they get transmitted. Trump plans on spending the rest of the day at Trump Tower, obviously working on speeches. You've got to have two speeches on Election Day, one in case you win and one in case it doesn't go your way. The interesting thing, we don't know yet what the theme of his speech will be, whether he will seek to win or lose, unify the country after what has been a rancorous and divisive election. The last 72 hours of this campaign, Donald Trump went to 10 states, 14 different events, and all of them at battlegrounds, also trying to expand the map a little bit, going into places like Michigan and Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Virginia. He has a very narrow path to 270 electoral votes to try to see if he can give himself a little bit of a buffer. On Fox and Friends this morning, predicting that he's going to do very well today. Here's Trump.
They make you seem like we're freaking
we're going to win Iowa,
divided.
Ohio,
No, the world is
New Hampshire.
It's actually,
we're going to win a lot of states.
You know, against all these
who knows what happens ultimately, but we're going to win. I think one that's going to be interesting is Michigan because it's not a state that's gone Republican for many decades.
They're scared, man.
Michigan was his final stop of his campaign after midnight last night, not wrapping up until after 1 o'clock in the morning out in Grand Rapids, believing that his message of bringing automobile manufacturing jobs back to Michigan will resonate well with non-union and union workers alike. He was also in Manchester, New Hampshire, a state that he would really like to win with its 4 electoral votes. In fact, he might not be able to get the Oval Office without New Hampshire, saying that Tom Brady, the 4-time Super Bowl champion quarterback of the Patriots, had called him to say that he voted for him. Haven't been able to confirm that with Brady's people, but Donald Trump also reading a letter that was sent to him by Bill Belichick, the coach of the Patriots. Here's Trump reading from that letter last night in Manchester. Listen.
You've proved to be the ultimate competitor and fighter. Your leadership is amazing. I have always had tremendous respect for you, but the toughness and perseverance you have displayed over the past year is remarkable. Hopefully tomorrow's election results will give the opportunity to make America great again.
As we said, Donald Trump has been trying to expand the electoral map. Don't know if he can do that in places like Michigan, Minnesota, Virginia, and others. But what he really needs to do, John, is he needs to win everything that Mitt Romney won in 2012 and needs to add Nevada, Iowa, Ohio, Florida, New Hampshire, and the 2nd Congressional District in Maine. He was leading in a lot of those states heading into the election. Not Florida, though. Well, it was kind of really even up more than anything. If he gets all that, he gets to exactly 270, and he becomes the president. John?
That Bill Belichick letter won't help him in Seattle, but he wasn't going to win Washington State anyway. John Roberts.
It will help him in New Hampshire. All right.
Yeah, it sure will. Thank you, John. Jenna?
Well, Hillary Clinton leaving her home this morning to cast her vote along with her husband and former President Bill Clinton in Chappaqua, New York. That's where we find our senior political correspondent, Mike Emanuel, who joins us live from there. Mike?
Well, Jenna, I'm told by a senior Clinton campaign aide that Hillary Clinton is preparing 2 speeches for tonight for whatever the outcome. After all, it is voting day. Earlier, there was a lot of excitement at the local elementary school when Hillary Clinton and her husband, the former president, turned out to vote. Clinton seemed to be in good spirits after her final day of campaigning ended with her getting home around 4 a.m. or so. A senior campaign aide tells me the Clinton team feels like they left it all on the field, with her final stops wrapping up a grueling 2016 cycle. After voting and greeting some supporters, Clinton spoke about this moment in history.
It is the most humbling feeling, Dan, because, I know how much responsibility goes with this, and so many people are counting on the outcome of this election.
After voting, Clinton has been calling into radio stations in some strategic locations, one in Charlotte, North Carolina, for a mostly light interview, but she did weigh in on a big controversy there, the debate over bathrooms.
I always love being in North Carolina. Last night at this big rally that we had in Raleigh, Bill said something which he and I have talked a lot about. When we were in Arkansas and he was a young governor trying to figure out how to improve education and create economic opportunity, everybody looked at North Carolina as the model.
Freaking lies, man.
Clinton is expected to do more work on her speeches in the upcoming hours. Then about mid-afternoon, I am told that she will head to a New York City hotel to be in position for election night. Jenna?
Mike, we're going to talk a little bit more about that rally last night in just a moment. Thank you so much. John?
Sure. A long and contentious election season, all coming down to decision day now. Voters lining up at polling places across the country this morning. But a record number of Americans have already made their choice. More than 46 million people voted before Election Day this year. Let's bring in Charlie Hurt of the Washington Times. Guy Benson is political editor for townhall.com, both of them Fox News contributors. Despite all of the rancor this election season, Charlie, do you take some heart in the early voting numbers?
Oh, yeah. I know that everybody's sort of wringing their hands right now talking about what a rancorous election it's been. But the truth is, this was a much-needed wake-up call for both Republicans and Democrats. In the political establishment, that things were not working and have not been working for a long time. So whatever happens today, I think, you know, this is an important step that America had to go through. And I do think that one of the things that I've always admired about Donald Trump's campaign is that it has energized a lot of people that have kind of checked out of the process for a long time. And that's a good thing. Having people vote in huge numbers is a very good thing for our democracy.
Yeah, I was surprised. I'm here in Ohio, Guy, where last presidential election, something like 72% of the eligible population voted, way above the national average. But this year, it seems like, you know, the whole country is engaged for one candidate or the other, but very much engaged in the process.
Yeah, everyone's watching. It's been a wild one. And one thing to your previous question, John, that's just been fun and cool to see. I was just scrolling in the chair here through Instagram, my Instagram feed, and I have friends across the political spectrum, people that I know are all in for Trump, all in for Hillary, and people that I don't even know where they exactly stand, taking selfies with their I voted stickers. People are proud of our democratic process in this republic. People are excited to be taking part in that process, even if everyone isn't totally thrilled about the two options. It's a very important election, and it's, of course, crucial to remember tomorrow morning the sun will rise again. We will still be America. The republic will go on, and will hopefully start to come together, because it has been a really divisive year.
So, Charlie, give us your sense of where things stand today. I mean, people are casting their votes. A couple of weeks ago, Donald Trump was, you know, said to be 10 or 12 points behind. And we don't broadcast polls on Election Day, but clearly he has made this a race.
Oh, I mean, it's been the unlikeliest of elections that certainly I've ever seen. You know, he arguably never should have won the Republican nomination in the first place. He came out very much running against Republicans, attacking the Republican establishment, and then turns around and manages to win the nomination, and then go on to stay very much in the fight to the very end. People predicted that he would be out of this in midsummer, but he is you know, largely on his own instincts and disregarding all sort of
And let me just interrupt you to say we are seeing live pictures from New York City as Donald Trump exits the school where he and I believe Ivanka both voted. He's about to get into his SUV, and one of the questions is there some more campaigning ahead? Last time around, the candidates made surprise trips to Ohio, where I am right now. There could be a plan for Donald Trump to jump onto his 757 and head off to one of the important states. Sorry, Charlie, for the interruption. Just wanted to bring that to our viewers. Donald Trump is emerging from his voting location in New York City. Go ahead, Charlie.
Well, it is an amazing place that we find ourselves today, because you know, all the predictions have been that you know, that Donald Trump would have been out of this by now. But whether he manages to succeed ultimately, the fact that he has come this close, I think, is a clarion call to the party establishment and political establishment that things need to change in Washington.
Yes. And Guy, you know, I suppose one could argue that Hillary Clinton represents the establishment. Is this a change election?
It is a change election. That's why this is such an interesting one and a fascinating dynamic that I think political scientists will be studying for a very long time. It is very difficult for the in-party to win a third consecutive presidential election historically. And if you look at the right track, wrong track numbers, most Americans, a large majority, are dissatisfied with the direction of the country. And Hillary Clinton has all that going against her, in addition to how disliked she is and distrusted she is by the American people. And yet, structurally, she has a bunch of advantages. If you believe the polls, she's going to win tonight. So that's the question. Is the data going to be correct? Or are these sort of winds of history blowing at Donald Trump back? Will they eventually prevail with some of these theories that we've heard about why the data could be wrong? I mean, from a pure political nerd standpoint, it is going to be really fun to watch this stuff come in.
Yeah. I'm here in Ohio, the state that has the best record of voting with the nation as to who's going to be president. We'll see what happens here in Ohio when the polls close at 7:30. Charlie Hurt, Guy Benson, thank you.
Thanks, John.
Well, John, last night I arrived in Raleigh, North Carolina. It was, you know, past dinner time, but we had to get out on the street and really talk to the voters. And as you know, Hillary Clinton held a big rally last night at NC State. And when we arrived, The line was just snaking all over the block, all around the block in the student union. So many people waiting in line to get in hours before the event started. One of the things we were looking at, and we continue to look at today, is this unaffiliated voter. This person that's not a Republican or a Democrat, but a big voting bloc in this state. And when you look within unaffiliated voters, you have to look at millennials, the young voters. What are they saying? And also, what about the mothers out there? Take a listen to some of the folks that we talked to last night.
There have been some that have said, well, listen, we were excited about Bernie Sanders, but not as excited about Hillary Clinton. Do you feel that way?
Right, I mean, that's fair. And there were some people who were like Bernie or bust. And frankly, that just doesn't really make sense with the two-party system. That's just not how it's going to work. And I was actually a little bit convinced to vote Socialist Party for about a week. But then I realized that...
What happened in that week to change your mind?
I thought that 2016 is not the year to vote third party.
Now, what about the celebrity stuff, the celebrity endorsements, and people showing up for her? Does that change your mind at all? Does that make you more motivated to vote for her?
Personally, I just believe in her politics. I think it's really cool that they have celebrities, but I believe that people should vote for what they truly believe in, not because a celebrity tells them to. But, I mean, it's all up to that person. I can't really control that.
Isn't it a school night, Mom?
It is a school night, but this is probably one of the best lessons in civics that they could possibly get, so we're happy to have him here.
And, Mom, have you already voted?
I have not. I vote tomorrow because I'd like to be part of the frenzy. I sort of like the excitement. He's voted early, and these guys aren't ready yet.
That's right, part of the frenzy. There will be some frenzy today, certainly, as polls are open here in North Carolina. Remember, Fox News is America's election headquarters. We have live coverage all day, all night. The latest results, a reaction, and fair and balanced analysis as America chooses our next president. So keep it right here on the Fox News channel. John?
Well, Jenna is in North Carolina. It is a key state in play on this election day. Up next, we'll take a look at how shifting demographics are changing the way North Carolina votes.
Can't you see the sunshine? Can't you just feel the moonshine?
Everything your family touches sticks with them. Make sure the germs they bring home don't stick around. Use Clorox disinfecting products, because no one kills germs better than Clorox.
Feel secure in your dentures. Feel free to be yourself all day. Just switch from denture paste to C-Bond denture adhesive seals. Hold stronger than the leading paste all day without the ooze. Feel secure. Be yourself with stronger, clean C-Bond.
I've been a poor man and I've been a king. I've had my life and the world on a string. I've traveled many roads, but I'm so far from done. Good to know there's so much to live for.
Tomorrow's the day we'll play something besides video games.
Every day is a gift, especially for people with heart failure. But today, there's Entresto, a breakthrough medicine that can help make more tomorrows possible.
Tomorrow, I want to see Teddy bait his first hook.
In the largest heart failure study ever, Entresto was proven to help more people stay alive and out of the hospital than a leading heart failure medicine. Women who are pregnant must not take Entresto. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. Don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren. If you've had angioedema while taking an ACE or ARB medicine, don't take Entresto. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high potassium in your blood.
Tomorrow, I'm gonna step out with my favorite girl.
Ask your heart doctor about Entresto and help make the gift of tomorrow possible.
Every home repair or improvement project should start with a pro you know you can trust. That's why for over 15 years, homeowners have trusted HomeAdvisor to find only the best home pros. It's a totally free service that instantly connects you with top-rated pros who have passed criminal and financial background checks. In fact, HomeAdvisor is the nation's #1 network of pre-screened pros and has been used by more than 30 million homeowners. So start every job with confidence at HomeAdvisor.com.
Your brain is an amazing thing.
But as you get older, it naturally begins to change, causing a lack of sharpness or even trouble with recall. Thankfully, the breakthrough in Prevagen helps your brain and actually improves memory. The secret is an ingredient originally discovered in jellyfish. In clinical trials, Prevagen has been shown to improve short-term memory. Prevagen, the name to remember.
Welcome back to Happening Now, everybody. Coming to you live from Raleigh, North Carolina. We've been mentioning it all day so far, and we'll continue to do so, how important this state is for the results of who becomes the next president of the United States. One of the things we're looking at here is early voting, specifically early voting results. And in the county that Raleigh's in, we've seen a record turnout for early voting. What does that mean? We're going to talk about that with Joe Stewart, Executive Director of the North Carolina Free Enterprise Foundation. So, Joe, we've heard all sorts of things about early voting. You're the one guy in the state that everyone quotes and everybody trusts when it comes to voting. So what is the truth about early voting in North Carolina?
Well, we've seen a record turnout this year, and I think some part of it is being driven by the fact voters are so engaged and enthusiastic about this election. There's been a lot of coverage, a lot of news about it. But North Carolina is a fast-growing place, but the growth is not even. It's been principally in the metropolitan parts of North Carolina. In fact, since 2010, almost half of the state's counties are actually smaller in population than they were when the census was taken. But fast-growing places like Wake County see dramatic growth, people moving from other parts of the country. They're a little bit more nationally oriented as voters, and so they take their cue from whatever's happening on the national stage. And in this election year, it just means they're more engaged.
So what do the results of the early voting, we got those results on Saturday night, what do they tell you about the results that we might see come tonight?
Yeah, what we have to compare it with is 2012, a year when Mitt Romney, the Republican candidate for president, won the state very narrowly, about 88,000 votes. The performance of Democratic-leaning voters, what we know about their registration, race, and gender, and those sorts of things, it's a slightly less Democratic early vote than the results of 2012, which would tell us that it's probably a slightly less Democratic favorable balance between the candidates going into Election Day.
I'm sensing a however, though.
Well, the thing we may ask ourselves, and we'll know after today, is were people voting early that were already planning to vote on Election Day? Did some of the vote get cannibalized, as it were? The turnout on Election Day, typically a little bit more favorable to Republicans. We'll just have to see what the results are today.
Who is this unaffiliated voter that we hear so much about, and why is that so important to North Carolina?
Well, it's a significantly fast-growing segment of our voting population. It's about 30% of the state's registered voters now, equal with the number of registered Republicans, and still slightly less than the number of registered Democrats. But over the last several years, unaffiliated voter registration has gone up, while there's been even just flat or modest losses of Republicans and some significant losses of registered Democrats. They're younger. They're not from here. They moved here from somewhere else. And they're more interested in candidates than they are necessarily on partisan labels.
Interesting. Just an interesting fact for our viewers. 250 plus people every day are added here in North Carolina, either through migration or you know, people having babies. So it is a growing state. What is the one thing, if you're watching one thing tonight, Joe, what is it? Give us a tip.
It really is, how do these metropolitan counties perform? Do we see significant turnout? Are these younger, less partisanly oriented, more recently arrived voters more likely to turn out on Election Day and participate? And what does that mean? This is really the election of the new North Carolina. It's a different population of people than it's been historically. We'll see what their attitudes are as voters after today.
We certainly will. It's going to be fascinating. It's exciting. Joe, thank you for visiting us here at our lovely location. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
John?
Ohio is known as the ultimate battleground state, as I sit here in Columbus, voting for the winning presidential candidate for more than 50 years now. It has the best record of all the states of going with the winner. So which way is the Buckeye State leaning as Ohio heads to the polls this time around? We'll take a closer look.
Hi, I'm William Devane. And right now, there's a serious discussion about who our next president will be. A Republican, a Democrat, an independent. The future of our country is hanging in the balance, which is why, as a good American, I'm going to do two things. I'm going to vote, and I'm going to buy gold from Roslyn Capital. Buying gold from Roslyn helps protect me against runaway inflation and all that paper money being printed around the world by unstable governments. Whether you want new or old gold or premium collector coins, Roslyn has them all. And what you order is what you get. No gimmicks, no nonsense, no hassle. So do your part to protect your future. Vote and buy gold from Roslyn Capital. What's in your safe?
Call now and get a free gold kit, a free silver kit, and a free IRA transfer kit. Call 800-630-8900. 800-630-8900. 800-630-8900.
If you're approaching 65, now's the time to get your ducks in a row to learn about Medicare and the options you have. You see, Medicare doesn't cover everything. Only about 80% of your Part B medical expenses. The rest is up to you. So if 65 is around the corner, think about an AARP Medicare Supplement Insurance Plan, insured by United Healthcare Insurance Company. Like all standardized Medicare Supplement insurance plans, they help cover some of what Medicare doesn't pay and could save you in out-of-pocket medical costs. So don't wait. Call to request your free decision guide and gather the information now to help you choose a plan later. These types of plans let you pick any doctor or hospital that takes Medicare patients, and there's a range of plans to choose from, depending on your needs and your budget. So if you're turning 65 soon, call now and get started, because the time to think about tomorrow is today. Go long.
Election Day. Go to foxbusiness.com and stream it all live. Starting at 4, we're streaming live and breaking down every result as it comes in.
Imagine winning $1 billion and using all the money to help humanity.
Dave owed back taxes. After being hit with a wage garnishment and a bank levy, Dave struggled with his finances. He thought all was lost. Then he found out about U.S. Tax Shield.
If you have been threatened with a wage garnishment, bank levy, or tax lien,
call 1-800-395-5298.
Sandra and Victor owed an enormous amount of money to the IRS. U.S. Tax Shield was able to reduce their tax debt so that they were able to maintain their lifestyle.
owe $15,000 or more to the IRS or state, call U.S. Tax Shield.
Call 1-800-395-5298.
The future of medicine at your hospital is the present medicine at our hospital.
Ohio is always in the thick of the presidential race. The Bellwether is written by Kyle Kondak. Kondak, he's a frequent guest on our program. Managing editor for the nonpartisan political newsletter Sabato's Crystal Ball. He's an Ohio native, and his book explains Ohio's record as a predictor of presidential results. Ohio has the best record of any state in voting for the winning candidate. Its results most often reflect the national voting average. Ohio also has provided the decisive electoral votes to the winning candidate more times than any other state. But this race could be unlike any other for the Buckeye State. This morning I was in Jack's Diner, spoke with a young man named Nicholas Wright who travels all over Ohio in his job as a repairman for a major real estate company. Here's what he had to say about the race.
I think that Ohio will go with Trump, but I ultimately think that Hillary will be elected, so that's just my opinion, but we'll see. It's very exciting.
Go Trump! Ohio has been correctly picking the winner of the presidential election ever since 1964. And really, if you go back into the 1800s, it has an almost perfect record. With us now, Jay Shabria, former senior advisor to Ohio's governor, John Kasich, and a political expert of all things Ohio. So this young man, Nicholas Wright, we spoke to, travels the state, sees a lot more Trump signs out there. He thinks Ohio goes for Trump, but this could be one of the few rogue years that Ohio doesn't, go with the national mood, because he also predicts Hillary wins the presidency. How do you see it?
It's certainly possible that Trump wins this, and probably the safe money is on that. Right now, all my Republican friends say he's going to win by a point. That doesn't seem like that's a very safe place to be. Ohio is a true toss-up right now. Look, the problem for Trump right now is he's been chasing unicorns. Is he going to catch the unicorn? I don't know. He was out there in Minneapolis instead of going to the states where would be a viable path for 270. Also, he's been spending a lot of time trying to turn out traditional Democrat voters as a crossover vote. That's a lot more effort and a lot more time than getting out Republican votes, safe Republican votes, and that's where the issue is going to be. It's all about the suburbs for Donald Trump. The white Republican women are going to be depressed. How much are they depressed? We don't know. Those are the voters that Donald Trump needs to win Ohio, and that's going to be the issue for him right now.
Talk about Cuyahoga County.
Yeah.
That's always a Democratic bastion.
It's been considered the firewall for Democrats for years. You have to have a big turnout in Cuyahoga County if you're going to be a Democrat to win. What we've seen is in early voting, it's been depressed. And a lot of that's from the African-American community where there's not that much enthusiasm. But Franklin County, where you're sitting right now, this is Columbus, Ohio, it's had huge numbers so far, and the reports today are that the lines are out the door. So that could be the new firewall for Ohio, and that might be something to look at going forward in Ohio's future.
Columbus typically votes Democratic, but the surrounding rural areas in this particular county kind of balance that out.
Yeah, the collar counties are very Republican, and those are the counties where Donald Trump's had some trouble, where a lot of white suburban women are either not voting or they're going to they're going to vote for Hillary sometimes.
Now, no Republican has ever won the White House without winning Ohio.
Yeah.
Does Donald Trump have to win Ohio?
He has to win Ohio. I don't see a way that he doesn't win Ohio and he wins the presidency. But look, I think Ohio's going to be a late night, but the rest of the election might not be tonight.
All right, so a late night for Ohio means what? Midnight, 1 a.m.?
Midnight, 1 a.m. Hamilton County sometimes comes in really late, which is Cincinnati. So we could be in for a long night in Ohio because no one gets above 51.5%. That's going to be a tight race.
And it's always tight in
always
Ohio.
Tight,
the research
always
I've
tight.
been doing says, it's usually a couple of points one way or the
That's
other.
right. And we don't have a significant Latino population to offset any lack of enthusiasm in the African-American community that Hillary has. So where you see her big numbers nationally, that's a hard place for her to make up here. And another reason why it's going to be tight here.
But how do you explain what you describe as a lack of enthusiasm in Cuyahoga County and all of a sudden this raging enthusiasm here in Franklin County?
That's one of those things that none of us can quite put our finger on, and I think it's caught us all by surprise. Because usually Cuyahoga County, they get the souls to the polls, they get their turnout machine going, and it's just working for them. But this time it's not. And look, and Hillary campaigned with LeBron James up there. She campaigned with Jay-Z. She campaigned with Beyonce, and it's just not been there so far.
Wow. So, all right, Jay Shabria, it's going to be fascinating.
Thanks for having me.
Spending some time with us today. Appreciate it. Jenna.
Well, John, voting is well underway here in North Carolina. A few hours. The polls have been open. The state, as we mentioned, is setting a record this year in early voting, and we're going to talk more about that. We're going to talk about it with a political professor who's saying that North Carolina really is becoming a model for the rest of the country, so all the more reason to watch it. Also, more from Ohio in just a moment, where the Buckeye State voters have correctly chosen the president in every election since 1964. If only they could choose lotto winners, right? What happens there tonight? We'll talk more about it coming up.
Well, here we go again.
Bad judgment.
Issues, not insults.
She should be ashamed of herself.
Fair and balanced. Fox News Channel has election night covered because we are America's election headquarters.
Abdominal pain, bloating, you may have IBS. Ask your doctor if non-prescription IBGard is right for you. IBGard calms the angry gut. Available in the digestive aisle at CVS, Walgreens, and Rite Aid.
Crystal Cruises continues to be the world's most awarded luxury cruise line for over 22 years, and not just a one-hit wonder. We've crafted an all-inclusive, truly exclusive travel experience that's in a class by itself. With ships that are more luxurious than the world's most upscale hotels, featuring elegant suites with butler service, glorious spas, open spaces, fabulous casinos, and exceptional dining. Iconic itineraries with overnight stays, curated as only Crystal Cruises can, and unique tours ashore, tailored to your personal style. Crystal shows you and your family the world, with voyages ranging from 5 nights to 128 nights to all 7 continents. Take your next journey with Crystal Cruises, where all-inclusive is all-exclusive.
Looking for a Medicare prescription drug plan that could save you money? At United Healthcare, we offer 3 plans to choose from to help meet your needs, including one that's brand new for 2017. Introducing the AARP Medicare RX Walgreens plan insured through United Healthcare. It features $0 copays on all Tier 1 prescription drugs filled at Walgreens, one of our lowest monthly premiums, and the convenience of more than 8,000 Walgreens nationwide. including Dwayne Reed. So if you're on Medicare, call United Healthcare to discuss your prescription drug plan options. You can enroll right over the phone, or if you prefer, enroll online. But don't wait. The open enrollment period ends December 7th. The AARP Medicare RX Walgreens plan provides coverage for the most commonly used generic drugs. And when you fill your prescription at a neighborhood Walgreens, you could really save money. Get $0 copays for Tier 1 prescription drugs and a $0 annual deductible on Tier 1 and Tier 2 drugs. Call to see if your drugs are covered and get help understanding your drug plan options. We'll send you a free enrollment guide, even help you enroll right over the phone. Or you can enroll online. It's quick and easy. Remember, open enrollment ends December 7th. At United Healthcare, we're committed to helping you find the Medicare Part D plan that fits your needs and budget. That's why we offer 3 plans. Like our new AARP Medicare RX Walgreens plan, with one of our lowest monthly premiums and $0 copays for Tier 1 prescription drugs when filling at any of the more than 8,000 Walgreens nationwide. Call United Healthcare today to learn more about your prescription drug options and find the plan that's right for you.
A contentious fight, a critical decision, the choice that will decide who will lead our country. As America votes, no one brings it to you like Fox News Channel. Tonight, for fair and balanced coverage, stay with America's election headquarters.
You know, in every election, we like to compare this year to the past years. What does it look like this year compared to 2012 to 2008? But there's a reason why in North Carolina that's particularly difficult to do, and that's because, as we mentioned earlier in the program, about 250 people are added to the population of the state every single day. So that's migration from the north. Those are families growing. And so the state is changing quickly. Still, there is a tradition in the state of North Carolina, and we're going to talk a little bit about it with Jason Husser. He's a politics professor and director of the Elon University poll. We don't talk about polls today, Jason, but it's great to have you on the program. I know you've been looking at a lot of numbers. What is the tradition in the state of North Carolina when it comes to politics?
North Carolina has really been a red state for most of its history. In some ways, it was a reluctant swing state. George W. Bush won both elections with almost 13 points, for only McCain to lose by less than half a point in 2008. What we've really seen in North Carolina is a story of mass migration, primarily from northeastern areas to the state, and totally changing our state politics.
And so how is that changing the way that you're looking at this election cycle?
This election cycle is really important to find out where these folks in the big urban centers are turning out to vote. If we see high levels of turnout in places like Raleigh and Guilford County and Mecklenburg County, that's not necessarily the best sign for some campaigns.
Who would it not be the best sign for?
If we see high urban turnout, it's going to be really problematic for Republicans across the board. That said, it does seem that Trump has a great deal of enthusiasm in rural and suburban areas throughout North Carolina.
What has been an issue in particular that seems to be really motivating voters in this state?
In many ways, what we've been finding and talking to folks across the state in our polls is really about personalities of the candidates. People concerned about Hillary Clinton personally, either things connected to emails or her past record, and then folks who sort of just have a sense of being fed up with the political system.
Now, it's not just the president that we're looking at. Of course, we're looking at the race for governor. That's going to be a tight race, and also a race for Senate, the senator here, which could change the makeup of the Senate for the entire country. What do you think is notable about those two races for voters that are not in the state?
The North Carolina governor's race has been one of the most contentious in the country. It is possible that we see an incumbent Republican lose the governor's race. That said, he's still got a very good chance going forward. The U.S. Senate race was one that a lot of folks didn't really think that much about. It wasn't on the radar screen that it was going to be that tight of a race. However, the Democrat has surged forward over time. That said, it does seem that the Republican incumbent, Richard Burr, has a pretty good chance going forward.
We're going to be talking about the bill, the HB 2 bill. I know our viewers probably have heard about this bill before because it has prevented North Carolina from getting some big businesses coming in. Can you tell us a little bit about that bill and why that's going to be a factor in some of the races for governor or for Senate?
The HB2 bill has been the central issue in the governor's race. It's even come up in the presidential race and Senate race as well, even though it's really a state issue. HB2 started out as a controversy over largely a bathroom ordinance in Charlotte. The General Assembly passed some legislation basically saying that no municipality could pass that type of legislation. It did other things as well, but primarily was about that. It's led to boycotts throughout the state. A number of big organizations have pulled out concerts in the state. We've also seen basketball games moving away from the state. Overall, a lot of voters are really opposed to HB2. That said, the question is it really motivating? Yes, people are upset that they've lost NCAA games, but is that enough to actually say, I'm going to pick somebody for the next 4 years over one issue?
It'll be interesting. As we're asking everybody, is there a single thing that you're really watching tonight that you can share with us that you think that's going to be the tipping point for either candidate for president?
In many ways, the big question to me is African-American turnout. If Hillary Clinton is not able to motivate African-Americans to get to the polls at the same level that Barack Obama did, it's going to be very difficult for her to win North Carolina. The major reason Barack Obama was able to surge ahead when George Bush had done so well in North Carolina was the fact we saw higher levels of African-American turnout.
But as you point out, he only won the state by less than a percentage point in 2008.
And Barack Obama barely won the state, and he did so at record numbers of African-American turnout. And so if we don't see similar sort of atypically high numbers, it's going to be very difficult for Clinton.
Okay, we'll be watching that. It's great to have you on the program. Thank you. Some great insight for us. John?
Here in Ohio, Jenna, election officials say they are keeping a close eye on polling places today to prevent any possible fraud. The Buckeye State plays a big role in today's presidential election since no Republican has ever won the White House without winning Ohio. Let's bring in Jesse Balmert, who covers politics for the Cincinnati Enquirer. And it's really bigger than that, because if you go back over the last 30 presidential elections, 28 of them, Ohio has always sided with the eventual winner. This is the best predictor of how the country's going to go. Are you making any predictions for tonight?
Oh gosh, I'm predicting that it's going to be very, very close. The last time that Ohio didn't go with the nation was 1960, so if Ohio breaks from the nation, it's going to be it'll be surprising.
What are the factors that are driving this particular race, this campaign? I mean, what's important to Ohioans, do you think?
What's important to Ohioans is a lot of what's important to the nation. I know Donald Trump has been talking a lot about trade deals, and that's something that's important to Ohio workers, especially up in kind of the northeastern part of the state. And so that's something that's been very concerning to them. Immigration is a little bit less of a concern in Ohio than it might be in the southern states, but
not a huge Latino population here.
No, I think Ohio's Latino population is about 3%, so it's a smaller portion of the state than it is of the nation.
There are reports that early voting is up by 11,000 in Ohio. What does that tell you?
It tells us that we're a little bit ahead of where we were in 2012, and that's out of 1.8 million voters, so that's a lot of voters, and 11,000 is not a huge number. But what's fascinating is that in-person early voting is up over 2012 compared to mail voting, which is actually slightly down, and that's a demographic that tends to benefit Democrats.
We were just talking with Jay Shabria, the turnout in Cuyahoga County so far has been light. That's typically a region that favors Democrats, but turnout right here in Franklin County has been very strong. This is also at least a city, Columbus, that favors the Democrats. How do you explain that?
It means it's going to be close. Yeah, Cuyahoga County in Cleveland is an area that Hillary Clinton needs to do well, and it's evidenced by the fact that she was there twice within the past weekend. So, but people are saying that Columbus might be a place where Democrats can pick up some votes that they might have lost in Cleveland area. And then I cover Cincinnati, which is in the southwestern part of the state, and it voted for Obama in both 2008 and 2012, but generally is a pretty good area for Republicans.
I'm struck by how Ohioans take their politics very seriously. 72% of eligible voters voted in the last election. In the rest of the country, you can barely get 50% sometimes. Ohio likes its politics.
We really do. Actually, I was born in Ohio, so elections have always been really important to this state. And it's something about being a swing state. I was taking a run last night, and I think I saw 3 or 4 different ads within the half-hour period of time. And so we are just inundated with politics here in Ohio, and I think that makes us feel like our vote might count that much more.
So if Ohio doesn't go with the winner tonight, does it lose its status as a bellwether state?
I think we still have a pretty good record as a bellwether state here in Ohio, but it's certainly something people are going to look at. Ohio's demographics are not mirroring the nation as closely as it has in the past, and I think that's something that people are going to look at when they're campaigning in Ohio in the future.
Back in the 60s, you had 26 electoral votes here. Now you've got 18, and it looks like next census you probably will lose at least one. Because the population is declining in Ohio, but the population is surging in other states, so they're going to redistribute some of that influence that Ohio has long had.
That's true, but I don't know if you've seen the candidates here almost every week this presidential election.
All right, so what are you going to be watching tonight? Percentage points in some and the Trump campaign, people are going to be in a different place. So that'll be fascinating. That's been about what we've been seeing all election cycle. And Rob Portman's seat is one that Democrats had hoped they could flip early in the cycle. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. Jesse Bauman. Jesse, thank you. Jenna.
We're broadcasting from 2 battleground states, but we can't forget what's happening in Indiana. Governor Mike Pence is on his way to vote in Indianapolis. We know from our pool reporter that he had a bike ride this morning with his family. So he's headed from a bike ride to voting, and we have a pretty good idea who he's going to be voting for. In the meantime, Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump are carrying out that vote as well. That one final act in this big election cycle. We'll have more from the state of North Carolina coming up.
Above and beyond.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. Many people with Medicare may be able to get extra benefits and don't even know they're available. You may be able to get dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage included in your plan. Call the Medicare Coverage Helpline to see if you can get the extra benefits you deserve. The Medicare Coverage Helpline is now accepting calls. You may be able to get extra benefits, including dental, vision, and prescription drug coverage.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jason Buchwald. Making sure you go to your doctor and taking all your medications as prescribed can help protect your health. To make it easy, get all the benefits you deserve.
Call to see if you may be able to get extra benefits, including dental, vision, and prescription coverage. Don't miss the annual election period deadline for Medicare Advantage. Call now. Call 800-222-0466. That's 800-222-0466.
I had periodontal disease, had lost 10 to 12 teeth, a lot of pain, a lot of hiding, a lot of shame. I didn't do a lot of smiling. It was life before Clear Choice.
At Clear Choice, we bring hope to millions who suffer from missing or failing teeth. With dental implants that look, feel, and function like strong, natural teeth.
All the specialists, all the technology they need are in one spot. So we can put new teeth in one day. We do it every day.
Our doctors use precise technology in a way that's environment to create a new, healthy smile. Call today to schedule your free comprehensive consultation. Early Talk Financing elections will be people. A clear choice you're about to display and this years. Call Clear Choice today.
This is what you woke up for. This is your Peloton. This is your instructor route. This is you tackling the hill, crushing the cloud, finding your way through the pack. This is how you make a better day for yourself and your family. Here in your home. This is Peloton.
This is one state where voters have a lot to play. This is North Carolina. The Carter state is battleground for determining the president. A whole lot more of that. This is now News and Observer political columnist, author of the book, The Paradox of Tar Heel Politics. It's great to have you on the program. I'm curious about Tar Heel. I think we need to just review that. Why is North Carolina known as the Tar Heel state?
Well, there's a couple stories, and we don't know which one's really true. One is during the Civil War, it was said that North Carolina troops wouldn't surrender or retreat, so their heels stuck like tar. And the other is that there was this big shipbuilding industry at various times, and that and there's other stories as well.
You're describing two states kind of emerging over the last year or so.
This is really very a lot of companies, a lot of educated, highly educated people with doctors, a lot of people moving in this area. Same way with Trump, a lot of banks and so forth. And so this area is pretty cosmopolitan. And this is Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton would win a landslide. But there's the other North Carolina, it's the traditional North Carolina. And this is in the rural areas, small towns, and it used to dominate the state. And in these areas, these used to be very dependent on textiles in the way that, say, Michigan was dependent on automobiles or West Virginia was dependent on coal. And also on furniture. And these areas have been very hard hit.
So you've been out and about in the streets. Just anecdotally, as you're writing your column, what sort of stands out to you from just the people that you're meeting on a daily basis about how they feel about either side?
Well, North Carolina is really like a microcosm of the country. So people are very divided, they feel very strongly, it's a very divided state. Not only in the presidential race, but
across the country. National. Great having you on the program. What are you putting your column? See what you think after we get the election results. John?
Obviously, Jenna, Florida voters are very important in this election. That state clearly has the potential to determine who wins this presidential race. We're going to go live to one polling station that could have a big impact on the outcome statewide.
Would you like to own an asset that has the potential for a 60% increase or more? Well, that investment is silver, and you can buy it at today's low price. If silver just returns to half of its all-time high, it would be a 60% increase. And if silver returns to its recent all-time high, it would be a 200% increase. Compare this silver investment to owning volatile stocks and low-yield bonds. Your chance to own silver before it rises in price. Call Wealth Capital to receive a complete guide to silver investing free. The guide shows why experts say silver is undervalued, why silver could rise 60% or more, and how silver can help protect your IRA if it never twice its price. Get your free silver guide and precious metals IRA investor kit so you can help protect and grow your portfolio in 2016. Call 1-800-889-8000. 1-800-889-8000. Call now.
The time is now, and America is ready. Brett and Megan have powerful election night coverage you can't miss. Tonight, don't miss a special America's Election Headquarters.
We've got a
a small business, and we needed a new website.
I talked to a web design company. They want a fortune. You can have a new small business. Your new and maintenance, all for a low money. If not, call 1-800-672 today. Life's too great to be stuck with stuff. Anti-System Relief treats more than diarrhea. It quickly relieves 7 different types of stuff. So nothing can hold you back. Kaopec. Get back to life.
I have
Capsaicin quickly blocks pain at the nerve level for hours. Capsaicin HP. Take the pain out of arthritis.
I can't wait for that Optimum guy to get here. I'm hungry.
Actually, we get expert help over the phone, and they can remote into your device. It's easy.
I say what? Who the heck am I supposed to eat?
Optimum. Let's connect more. Protect your devices today.
What would you bring to my company?
What do you mean?
I need problem solving skills.
I got through high school without a car, a phone, or a computer.
No college degree, though.
Not yet, but life's taught me a lot, and I'm ready for more.
Well, you're not the typical kind of
Factors is the rain that's headed this way. The voting is said to be going strongly here, but rain is coming, and Ohio voters might want to get to the polls because, well, they're going to have to take their umbrellas if they haven't voted already today. Anyway, that's one of the big stories here.
It's a factor for sure, John. You know, one of the things that we've learned in North Carolina, we've been told by some of our sources heading into the state, is that North Carolinians will tell you what they think. And they do that, which is interesting. You don't have to argue with somebody but you can say how they vote. So we're going to be paying close attention tonight as we report investigative exit polling, because that might be telling to us, and we don't know, but we'll be watching what that looks like, just because North Carolinians like to tell you exactly where they're at. Another key battleground state that we're watching is Florida as well. We're talking a lot about this big state, could play a critical role in deciding who becomes our next president. Phil Keating is live from a polling station in Hollywood, Florida.
In their efforts to get to the White House. Already, more than half of the state of Florida has already voted. That is because record early voting, 6.5 million Floridians already cast their ballot. So those 5-hour long line waits 4 years ago really shouldn't be an issue today. This morning, the very first person to vote, 21-year-old Ashley Liss.
I had to get up early since I wanted to be the first person to vote. Yes.
By sunrise, more than 50 people lined up to cast their votes here on Hollywood. Statewide, the Secretary of State says there are no problems anywhere and not that long a waits. This morning, precinct in heavily proven Iowa, Hispanic early voters turn out double what it was just 2 years ago, which could be the big story tomorrow. Voters telling me they voted today with a lingering bad taste, but not all. I'll take it. Thank you, God. I have such a participated in democracy for the very first time.
Johnny Ohio.
More coverage of the 2016 presidential election happening now as we watch and wait for America to choose our next president.
I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna
I've got a nice long life ahead. Big plans. So when I found out Medicare doesn't pay all my medical expenses, I looked at my options. Then I got a Medicare supplement insurance plan.
If you're eligible for Medicare, you may know that it covers about 80% of your Part D medical expenses. The rest is up to you. Call now and find out about the AARP Medicare Supplement Insurance Plan, insured by United Healthcare Insurance Company. Like all standardized Medicare supplement insurance plans, it helps pick up some of what Medicare doesn't pay and can save you possible costs.
To me, relationships matter. I've been with my doctor for 12 years. Now I know I'll be able to stick with him.
With these types of plans, you'll be able to visit any doctor or hospital that accepts Medicare patients. Plus, there are no networks and virtually no referrals needed. So don't wait. Call now and request this free decision guide to help you better understand Medicare and which AARP Medicare supplement plan might be best for you. There's a wide range to choose from.
We love to travel. And there's so much more to see. So we found a plan that can travel with us anywhere in the country.
Join the millions of people who have already enrolled in the only Medicare supplement insurance plans endorsed by AARP, an organization serving the needs of people 50 and over for generations. Remember, all Medicare supplement insurance
thank you for being here. You ready to rock and roll?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. We are just hours away from knowing the results from the only polls that matter, the ones with the voting booths. We are watching the presidential candidates' final pushes for votes, continuing from a very long, late night. Did they even sleep?
We face the test of our time. So remember, it's not just my name or Donald Trump's name on the ballot. It's the kind of country we want. It's every issue anyone cares about.
There is one core question for you to consider. Do you want America to be ruled by the corrupt political class? Or do you want America to be ruled by you, the people? That's what it is, by the people.
And remember, when my opponent says, every time I talk about these issues, that I'm playing the woman's card, well, you know what I say, deal me in.
Today is our Independence Day. Today, the American working class is going to strike back.
Senior national correspondent John Roberts, who was with the Trump campaign, joins us live now from here in New York. John, always good to see you. What's happening?
When JC
Harris,
grabbed
good afternoon to you. I just said hi to Donald Trump Jr. and his wife Vanessa. They had 4 of their 5 children in tow. They came out of PS 59 behind me. After voting for Don Trump Jr.'s father, just kind of nonchalantly walking down the street together. It was really an interesting scene. Contrast that with this. When Donald Trump arrived about 11 o'clock this morning in full U.S. Secret Service motorcade to vote, and we have confirmed it this morning on Fox.
Still doing with him?
Friends, for himself in today's presidential election. Went inside to PS 59. I heard that maybe he might have bought a cookie on his way in because apparently they were selling some baked goods, and then cast his vote. Wife Melania was with him, daughter Ivanka, and his son-in-law Jared Kushner. Donald Trump briefly talked to the pool as well about today. Listen.
Did you vote? Thank you.
Mr. Trump, what are you hearing about early returns so far from your team? Very good?
Everything's very good.
Any states in particular?
Yes, it is.
Very good, generally speaking.
How she is having.
Well, there aren't any early returns from anywhere but the very upper part of New Hampshire, Dixville, Notch Mark's location, that area, and the overall Donald Trump came out ahead. But we don't know what the overall vote is going to be in New Hampshire. Certainly the outcome here in New York City is not in question. It'll go Democratic, even though Donald Trump was talking early in the campaign about trying to put New York State in play. But there are plenty of other places across the country that are in play. Donald Trump visited 10 states, 14 events over the 72 hours leading up to this election, finishing off last night at about 1 o'clock in the morning in Grand Rapids, Michigan, a state where his campaign says the numbers are tightening, though that would seem to go against what we've been seeing in the public polling. There's no question, though, Harris, that he has got a very narrow path to 270. I mean, a quick calculation, if he wins everything that Mitt Romney won in 2012, and he adds in there the state of Nevada, Iowa, Ohio, Florida, New Hampshire, and the 2nd Congressional District in Maine, that will take him to 270 votes. He also hopes to play in Michigan, maybe Minnesota and Virginia, but neither one of those would be deemed highly likely for him at this point. Harris?
All right, John Roberts, I wonder what kind of cookie it was, in fact. We'll have to find out. I'm kidding.
They don't, a lot of people, they don't go to work. They don't work.
Thank you. Now let's go to the Democratic nominee. As I mentioned, Hillary Clinton also voted earlier today, just hours after she made her final pitch to voters. For more on Team Clinton, let's bring in senior political correspondent Mike Emanuel live in Hillary's hometown of Chappaqua, New York. Hi, Mike.
Harris, good afternoon. The campaign visits to battleground states are now over, and Hillary Clinton is now working with her team on 2 speeches. One if she wins, the other if she loses, based on the outcome. Clinton and her husband, former President Bill Clinton, created quite a stir at the local elementary school when they went to vote first thing this morning. She was swarmed by neighbors and supporters wishing her well. A senior Clinton aide tells me there's a sense of relief that after this long, bruising campaign, they're at the light at the end of the tunnel. And the Clinton team feels like with her out campaigning until arriving home around 4 this morning, she gave it everything she had. After voting, Clinton reflected briefly on this historic moment.
Because he's a sex offender?
It is the most humbling feeling, Dan, because, I know how much responsibility goes with this, and so many people are counting on the outcome of this election.
After voting, Clinton also called into radio stations in some strategic places, for example, Florida, North Carolina, and Michigan. She called a Charlotte radio station and spoke briefly about North Carolina's controversial bathroom law.
I feel like in your state right now, people are saying, hey, we want to get back to being the model. We don't want to be known for discrimination and some of these, unfair and untrue feelings about us. We want to lead the country again in all kinds of ways. And I think that's what North Carolina should be doing.
Job in your life
I love being there, and I look forward to coming back in the future.
In a few hours, Clinton is expected to leave her Chappaqua home to head for a New York City hotel. Bottom line, she wants to watch returns there, finish up those speeches. Sorry about the traffic, Harris.
Oh, no, I was actually focused on the gazebo behind you. It looks so idyllic. It's good to see you.
Beautiful town.
It is. Thank you very much. Punishing travel schedule. Brett, does any of it really make a difference on this last day with voters?
Well, it does, especially in the two states that we saw them travel to yesterday, Michigan and Pennsylvania. There's very limited early voting. There's absentee voting, but there's not like an early voting statute where they can vote in big numbers. So they have to really gin up the vote to get out to the polls on election day. So that's why Michigan and Pennsylvania are a big stop. And also it's very tight in those states. I mean, in less than 7 hours, you'll have 9 states closing. In those, there are a lot of early votes. For example, Florida, both teams, Republican and Democrat, are looking at Florida and that early vote and how it splits. You have some 43 million people who have voted early, the most we have ever seen.
Yeah.
And maybe 130 million will vote in this election.
So that's so fascinating because when you talk about how late the night may go, at least for those first 8 or 9 states, we could know relatively early what the projections are.
Well, if it's very tight, we're not going to be able to make a call until the raw vote total starts
on the
flowing
total.
In on the total.
Right.
But when you get the early vote plus the exit polls, our decision desk is going to be able to make a kind of a modeled prediction of where the state may be headed.
What's Brett Baer watching? What is going to be the big state for you to watch tonight?
Well, I'm going to watch Florida. I'm going to watch North Carolina, and then I'm going to watch Michigan. And I think that those 3 states will tell a big story about where things are going. New Hampshire also closes at 7 o'clock, and that is also very tight. And if we see this vote materializing that is not being tracked by the polls, that could tell us something that happens through the night.
Can I just say, it is an exciting day. I went and voted this morning with my family. I took my son. It was exhilarating. This has been a bruising battle, and I think everybody out there knows that. But it was so refreshing to go and cast that ballot. It reminded us why this country is great. And after all this, when I looked around, why we can come together after it, please go vote. I mean, it really, it refreshed my spirit.
Well, it is
and
so
send
true
those
about
pictures.
that. Selfies, right?
I did. I sent mine.
Fox News 2016, hashtag that, and we might be able to see you or Megan put it on the air tonight. But you bring up such a beautiful point. I mean, it is actually going to be a brain stretch, Julie, to imagine how we all come together. So if we can practice democracy together and not ask each other, what did you do or why did you do it, and just kind of get through the day, maybe that's a good start.
Can I just say that there are people all over the world that
You seem absolutely fine with
the privilege that all of us have
Ever
to
thought
go
of
vote.
working here?
That's
There are
right.
people
but
who
you said
have
it so-
died in this country for that privilege.
Exactly right. And John Lewis, actually a congressman, one of the great civil rights leaders of our time, sent out a tweet basically saying that there are people who died for the privilege to vote. So I don't care who you're voting for, as Melissa said. It's so important to exercise that franchise. You have women who 100 years ago were not able to vote, African Americans who couldn't vote. All sorts of people who now have the franchise. Just vote. It doesn't matter who you vote for. Just come out and do it, because as somebody who comes from a country where you were not able to do that freely,
It was not an option.
trust me, this is a privilege that people all over the world would die for.
So it's a wonderful coming together here, but I would imagine that is not how the candidates feel at all.
Well, and we wonder if we're going to have that coming together moment tonight. Once we know who wins this election, right now we know that the candidates are preparing speeches for either way, a win or a loss. I mean, what do you expect based on either one of them? I mean, really, really, you can't say either one would be a surprise at this point because the polling has been so tight.
Yeah, I'm optimistic that no matter what happens, the other candidate is going to be magnanimous, unless, there are some major problems. Just historically, voter fraud has not been a big problem nationwide. We have a team that is going to follow up on all the reports tonight, if there are any, to run them down. James Rosen and a team of producers are going to fact-check things and try to get to the facts, but it historically has not been a big issue. So I think the hope is that whatever happens, the speeches are going to be magnanimous about coming together and the peaceful transition of power. Yesterday we showed the images of the inauguration stands being created outside the White House.
Yeah.
I mean, that gives you a sense that this thing is real. Somebody's going to be president January 20th.
And then we have to get beyond today.
That's right.
Right? Oh, glad to have you.
Chilling.
Thank you for being here. All right, we'll move on. Today, Fox News Channel is the only place to be. From dawn until the wee hours of tomorrow morning, potentially, we will have election coverage from across America and the very best analysis for you as well. At 6 p.m. Eastern, Brett and Megan will be at the helm in our brand new studio. It is something to see for certain. It's so fancy. And we want you to be a part of the coverage. We just talked about it moments ago. If you have voted or are getting ready to vote, post your picture on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram with the hashtag Fox News 2016. You could see it on air tonight. And with this presidential election soon to enter the history books, the scandals and the surprises rocking both campaigns in the final months of the race, the one that may have had the most impact in the last 30 days, we'll take a look. And as the race comes down to the wire, people there in Arlington, Virginia are voting the candidate who has the best path to the magic number. Not just for baseball anymore. The 270 electoral college votes needed to win the White House. The states that could decide it all. Stay with us.
Remember 2007? It seems like just yesterday. The market was up, home values were up, our 401ks were rocking. Then we were blindsided. The bubbles burst, markets tanked, home values plummeted, and our retirement accounts were wiped out. Remember? Today, the markets are record highs, home values are up, 401ks are doing well. Sound familiar? As Yogi Berra said, it's like deja vu all over again. Only this time, the Fed's bag of bailout tricks is almost empty.
Call Lear Capital at 1-800-885-2007 and watch our exclusive interview with financial educator Robert Kiyosaki. Find out what his plan B is so you can protect your wealth and retirement dreams when the bubbles burst again. And for a limited time, get this special report, 15 compelling reasons to own gold and silver. Plus, ask how you can get up to $500 free in gold or silver with a qualifying purchase. Call 1-800-885-2007. Call now.
Take it up for Kyle.
There you go.
You wouldn't put up with part of a pizza.
Something wrong?
So when it comes to pain relievers, why put up with just part of a day?
You want the whole?
Yes. Live whole, not part. A leave.
You don't let anything keep you sidelined. That's why you drink Ensure with 9 grams of protein and 26 vitamins and minerals. For the strength and energy to get back to doing what you love. Ensure. Always be you.
Hi, I'm Barry Sloan with NewTek, your business solutions company. Does your business need money? Whether you need $10,000 or $10 million, you can count on NewTek, the nation's largest non-bank government-guaranteed lender. NewTek can help your business expand and grow. With a simple phone interview, we can pre-qualify you in just 48 hours. And with rates as low as 6%, you can see why so many businesses turn to NewTek. To see how easy getting a loan can be, contact NewTek, your business solutions company, today.
You know that moment? The moment it hits you. Seems like yesterday she was born. And tomorrow she'll be off to college. Let's see, 12 years with inflation. Ooh, let that sink in for a moment. Then come see us. Welcome to the new Scottrade. Whether you know where you're going or need guidance to get there, we're here to help. Now is your moment.
Tonight, it's complete Election Day 2016 coverage. Watch Your World with Neil Cavuto at 4 and The 5 with special guests Brett Baer and Megyn Kelly.
Some people see things as they are and say, why?
I dream things never were and say, why not?
Dedicate. To set something aside for a purpose. This November, it means making sure New Jersey's gas tax is used for fixing roads and bridges and improving mass transit. For too long, Trenton politicians borrow the money, bankrupting the Transportation Trust Fund. But there's a solution. Vote yes to dedicate the gas tax
The workers
to
I
actually funding
supervise look
transportation.
rough, but they
You
work
don't
neatly.
have to trust Trenton. Just
You look
vote
both
yes on
smart
question
and
2
strong.
and dedicate
Clearly,
the gas tax.
you're not as neat as me.
The person who
like
says
cats?
it cannot be done
Well, let's be
should not
friends.
interrupt the person who's doing it.
Fox News alert, we are just hours away now from the first polls closing as millions of Americans casting their ballots for their new president. And as we come down to the wire, who has the best path to the 270 electoral votes needed to win? With the race tightening in its final days, the states to watch tonight, and can Donald Trump flip a blue state? All right, let's talk first about the math here. Everybody's coming up with a way, as far as the Trump campaign is concerned, a path. They say they've got several. What does it look like right now?
They do have several paths, but they do have to run the table. And so if Hillary Clinton and the Democrats can win Florida, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, or Ohio, the path gets really, really tricky. And you have to win a lot of states, and you have to win, you know, one of those ones that has been elusive, a blue state like Michigan. So there is definitely a path, and some of these states are very close. And if, as I said, the polls are wrong by 2 points, you could see a lot of states go the other way.
You know, it's interesting because I've heard you say Michigan a couple of times today, and I know Donald Trump doesn't get a lot of credit for, you know, having looked at really what a path could be, but he has talked about Michigan a lot.
He worked hard there.
Yeah, he really did, and he's talked about how cars are made more and more outside this country, so on and so forth. So he may not have done the traditional modeling, and he's gotten criticism for not having that in play, but it is interesting that he knows that state so well, so much that Michael Moore even answered back. I don't know if you caught that video, where he would understand if people in Michigan voted for Trump.
Well, look, he went for Bernie Sanders, and in a surprise win in the primary, Hillary Clinton was up double digits, and Bernie Sanders ends up pulling out the win there. It lines up with Donald Trump and his message on the economy, and I'd say that or Pennsylvania is the likeliest blue state to go.
And Julie, just in these final days, the Fox News desk calling a lean Republican on Arizona, changing the final days. Iowa leaning Republican. In the final days, there seem to be some toss-ups going Republican.
Well, Arizona, I think, was always going to be a stretch for Democrats this cycle. Let's wait for 2020 for when Arizona, I think, really becomes a true purple state the way Virginia has over the last few cycles. Georgia will follow probably 2024 because of shifting demographics. Iowa is, to me, the state that he's most likely to flip from what Obama did 4 years ago to Republican. Iowa seems to be trending very much in his direction, which is helpful to him. I'm skeptical, Brett, about Pennsylvania tremendously.
No, I agree. It's been elusive for every Republican.
Since '88. I'm skeptical about Michigan for the same reasons, same similar demographics. I think cities like Flint, cities like Detroit will carry her over the top. But he does have opportunities in places like Iowa, which much more aligned demographically with where his support is, and he's coalesced the Republican Party there early, which is not something he's been able to do in other states around the country.
I think it's interesting. I mean, now's when we find out if those rigged phony polls are really phony and so off. I mean, he said that so many times during the campaign. We've talked about, you know, the people that like Trump and want to vote for him but aren't willing to say it out loud. We see today if that's really true. I mean, the other effect is that, you know, Hillary Clinton's supporters all have very much felt like they had it in the bag along the way, and you wonder about turnout in that event. I mean, people worry about that. So there's just a lot of different factors at work that could upset what some people are seeing, and so I would encourage everyone to watch.
You're right. I already put Iowa in his column. I was saying, you know, what does he need to go to get to the 270? He's going to have to win one of the big states.
He does. And it's going to have to be Florida. You know, that's the biggest prize. And Florida, we can talk about this further, but Florida, from what I understand, the Latino vote has been so strong in early voting, it's going to be tough for him to do.
Well, it's a busy day. There's some things going on we want to get to. Things expected to be tense tonight as the results come in. Fox News has been offered an exclusive look inside the Trump campaign's war room, where their experts will crunch the numbers that we're talking about right here and monitor the network's TV coverage. Fox News correspondent Shannon Bream is live in New York City with Trump spokesman Jason Miller. Hey, Shannon.
Hey, Sandra. Yeah, this is an exclusive look inside. This is where people are monitoring what goes on. They've got a fast response team from media. We got a sneak peek inside the room where they're crunching the numbers and keeping an eye on the legal issues as well. Jason Miller is here with us. How are you feeling going into this final day?
We're feeling good. So here you're inside the war room, the campaign's war room, where we're tracking the media 24/7. We have our TVs, we have people tracking social media and the computers. And then one level below us is where we have our data center. We're tracking the precinct by precinct returns all around the country. We're feeling good. We're seeing good things in North Carolina and in Michigan and in Florida this morning, tracking everything. It's early. Everyone, it's their long lines, short lines, rain, no rain. We're watching everything.
And listen, people are obviously working very hard. They're very quiet for us while we're in here right now, but they are working really hard to keep an eye on things. You've been at this for well over a year at this point. You come down to this final decision today. You know, I understand Mr. Trump was here earlier and kind of rallying the troops. How is everybody feeling going into that final stretch?
I think inspired, energetic. I think we're feeling good about tonight. When Mr. Trump came through a little bit ago, everyone greeted him with a standing applause right after he had voted. I feel like we're really at the verge of something historic here.
Okay, now we did get a number, look at the numbers crunchers, the legal teams, but I got to show people, we should show them something else here. This is what's powering the team. Check out these. We're trying to think of another name for them besides donuts, because these things are like a meal. They've got things inside. There are multiple layers to them. How important is the sugar and the carb?
It's important, and I really like that one, and then that one and that one were really good also.
Oh, and by the way, if you'll look behind us, you could see Sean Spicer is here from the RNC. Wave, Sean, as they coordinate, and we don't know how many donuts he's had. I'm not going to attribute any donuts to him, but he is here as the team works together with the party. And by the way, we're going to go over to Hillary Clinton's headquarters as well and give you an inside look there. In the meantime, wishing everyone the best as you work hard and the teams on both sides have a big fight, and we find out tonight what the American people think. Thanks, Jason.
We're feeling good. Thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
All right, Shannon Bream, a live look inside Donald Trump's war room on Election Day with some tasty treats. Much needed, I'm sure. Shannon, thank you. Well, it was a race filled with controversies and October surprises, that's for sure. So as Americans head to the polls today, will any of those scandals stick to the candidates? And which ones had the biggest impact? Plus, a lot more is at stake in this election than just the presidency, control of Congress. Also hanging in the balance, we'll take a look at the down ballot races that could shake up Washington.
Insult women.
It's all talk.
Well, here we go again.
It's really bad judgment.
Issues, not insults.
She should be ashamed of herself.
Fox News Channel has election night covered, fair and balanced, up-to-the-minute exit polls, breaking race results and powerful analysis from the best team in politics. Plus, it all happens live from our new state-of-the-art studio. Only Fox News Channel has election night covered because we are America's election headquarters.
Oh, this is awful. Try it.
Oh, no, that looks gross. What is that?
You gotta try it. It's terrible.
I don't want to try it if it's terrible.
It's like mango chutney and burnt hair.
No, thank you. I have a very sensitive palate.
Just try it!
Guys, I think we should hurry up.
If you taste something bad, you want someone else to try it. It's what you do.
I can't get the taste out of my mouth.
If you want to save 15% or more on car insurance, you switch to Geico. It's what you do.
Shh, dog.
Marie knows that a Dutch apple pie can make any occasion feel more special. So she makes her pie crust from scratch and sprinkles on brown sugar streusel so that you can spend more time making special moments with your family. Marie Callender's. It's time to savor.
I did it. I joined eHarmony. Yeah, I can get my own dates.
How's that going?
Sign me up.
Stop waiting. Start communicating for free today.
Tired of trying to hide your belly bulge, muffin top, or that beer gut? Now there's a fun, effective, and easy way to get fit and toned in just minutes a day with the Simply Fit board. It's got everyone twisting and getting you into your fat-burning zone.
It's so fun, I don't feel like I'm working out.
I'm Lori Grenier from Shark Tank. I like being toned, but I'm not big into working out and sweating. That's why I fell in love with the Simply Fit board. The minute I saw it, I knew it was a hero, and I did the deal so we could bring it to all of you.
You'll feel it working instantly. The secret is its unique twisting motion and balance board pivoting action that engages your entire core, helping tone abs, legs, and your entire body, all while having fun. You can get started with as little as 5 minutes a day. Do it anytime, anywhere. Do it while watching TV. This is a great workout for everyone, no matter your age.
It's low impact and easy on the joints. And look at me, I'm 64 and in better shape than I've been in years.
I love feeling my muscles working because it feels like I'm working and I'm just burning fat away, and who doesn't want to burn fat away?
The Simply Fit board can help trim your waistline, engage your entire core, and improve your balance. The Simply Fit board is so durable it holds up to 400 pounds, and it's lightweight, portable, and stores away easily. Call or go online now to get your Simply Fit board for only $39.99. Plus, you'll also get the Simply Fit workout DVD with 3 full body exercise routines. And here's our 100% risk-free guarantee. If you don't feel it working in just 60 seconds, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. We'll even pay the return shipping.
Now that's a great deal, and that's how sure I am that you will absolutely love your Simply Fit board.
Simply Fit rocks!
To order the Simply Fit board for $39.99 plus processing and handling, call 1-800-509-8168 or order online at simplyfitboard.com.
Are you a veteran, own a home, and need cash? You need to know about the New Day 100 Home Loan for Veterans. It lets you borrow up to 100% of your home's value, not just 80%. And that can mean a lot more money for you and your family. With our military service, veterans like us have earned a valuable VA benefit, the right to apply for a VA home loan. The New Day 100 VA loan lets you refinance your mortgages, consolidate your credit card debt, put cash in the bank, and lower your payments an average of $640 a month. And New Day will even pay your appraisal fee. That could save you up to $500 or more. So call New Day USA. They look at your whole financial picture, not just your credit score. And they'll do everything they possibly can to get you approved. Call them today.
Refinance for up to 100% of your home's value. Go to newdayusa.com or call New Day USA now at 1-855-429-4866.
Big question now. As millions of Americans are making their way to the polls, which 2016 controversy had the biggest impact with voters? What did you find that resonated? On the final day of her campaign, Hillary Clinton still dealing with her email scandal, commenting for the first time since the FBI cleared her in its renewed probe, second time. Here it is. Take a watch.
Well, I can't say that I was surprised. I never expected them to do that. I was obviously a little bit befuddled by the whole process, but it's behind us now, and I think everybody should focus on what is best for our country and how we're going to meet the challenges we have.
But that, of course, was not the only big controversy to rock the 2016 race. In early October, Donald Trump came under fire after an audio tape was leaked of him talking crudely about women. A few days later, several women accused Trump of unwanted sexual advances, which he, to this day, denies. And as we mentioned, Clinton had her own share of October surprises. We had so many of them. It's like October was 2 months long. Like when WikiLeaks began releasing a massive trove of emails from her campaign manager's account. And then, of course, the FBI's renewed Part 2 investigation into her private server late last month. So we went back and forth and back and forth. In fact, it wasn't even really a surprise anymore. It was like, oh, another whatever.
I think if you look at the polls, the biggest things that shifted everything were that Access Hollywood tape that changed the dynamic of the race. There was a focus on women, and there was a focus, it changed the whole race, really, and the polls shifted dramatically. And then late in the game, I think that Comey coming out with that letter to Congress stopped what was going to be, I think, her momentum into the final election days. And it really turned the race around. But I also do think, Harris, that the announcement by the administration about Obamacare there. And the premiums and the deductibles that people had to deal with, while not a specific controversy, it was a reality that everybody's dealing with, really affected this race late.
You know what gave me a tip off of that, Julie? I was looking at Essence magazine, and they actually had an article explaining to women, particularly women of color, why Obamacare was so negatively in the headlines. And I thought, wow, that hit a bullseye somewhere.
It must have. You know, I'm curious to see whether this theory is going to be proven right. And I'm looking at Florida and specifically Nevada to see if I'm going to be right tomorrow morning or not. I think the biggest controversy of this 2016 campaign was when Donald Trump came down that escalator and started talking disparagingly about building walls and Latinos. And the reason I say that is because the white vote, I think, at the end is going to be a wash. Whatever she makes up with college-educated white women, he's going to offset with a higher turnout among non-college educated white men. So I think the white vote's ultimately going to probably be roughly the same as Romney Obama was in 2012. What I think is interesting is the turnout in places like Florida and places like Clark County, Nevada, that are going to potentially, among Latinos, that are going to potentially steer those two states towards her column, and whether that is going to signify that his campaign essentially ended the day began when he came down that escalator.
But you have to concede that illegal immigration has become a pretty big issue from the beginning.
No question. But I'm just saying, I wonder if his rhetorical stance against or about Latinos, however you want to address legal immigration, whether that is something that's going to ultimately tip places like Nevada and Florida in her favor, and whether Latinos will make the difference in those two states. Because my understanding is even the non-party affiliated voters that you have coming out in places like Florida with early voting tended to be more Latino than they anticipated, and what that means for this election start tomorrow morning.
So part of the question has been, and some of it economically based, Sandra, is that, watch for a surge among Latino voters. Were they hit with a bullseye when it came to not just the issue of illegal immigration and immigration as a whole, but also just the economy?
Well, if it were up to Melissa, she would say the economy would decide everybody's vote. But I remember before Halloween, you said you were going to dress up as the undecided voter because you didn't believe that any really existed. But still, especially in these states where they don't have much of an opportunity for early voting, they're going into the polls today. I feel like I would be lying to myself if I didn't think that even those that were convinced of who they're going to vote for went into that voting booth and said, and there were certain scandals that weighed on their minds more than others when they decided to pull the trigger for one of the candidates versus the other. So you just have, I guess the conversation is which of those scandals is weighing more on the mind of the American voter as they head into that.
As somebody who already voted today, I mean, it is very real when you get in there and you look at these names. It's a more momentous moment than you think, even though you know what you're going to do. I think in many cases before you go in there, for me, the biggest scandal is the foundation and the WikiLeaks revealing to us what I always felt like I knew, and seeing it in print. I mean, from Sheikh Mo to the King of Morocco, from the 2014 Nonprofit Lawyer of the Year telling Chelsea Clinton that she felt like people, donors within the foundation, expected a quid pro quo, that they were getting something in exchange for their money. I mean, to see the raw and dirty details, even though they were brought to us in a way that I concede without question was not right, we still saw in writing something that the Clinton campaign never denied. We saw these dirty details inside the foundation where they really were selling the State Department like I always suspected, and that was heartbreaking to me. Yeah, I come back, though, to the economy and what you said, Brad, and that was Obamacare. I think that when voters get up in the morning, that's still the thing that they're going to look back on and say, this is the thing that affects my life. And it does come down to money in that sense, and whether you have it in your pocket or not.
Exactly.
Well, and look at the stock market in the last couple of days. There is certainly predictions weighing on the price of the stock market, and we have seen it, change direction sharply based on what's happening in the news with the election.
All right, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton are not the only ones on the ballot today. The important House and Senate races that could shake up Washington, and how the top of the ticket could help or hurt the down ballot candidates. And after the show, oh my goodness, more Bret Baier. Yes! On Outnumbered Overtime, we put to bed the TV version of us, and then we pop up live online, foxnews.com/outnumbered. Tap the Overtime tab, and then you can watch us on Facebook Live, too. Our handle is Outnumbered FNC. So much us for you to enjoy, and we want you to be part of the conversation. Join our live chat or comment on Facebook Live, and we'll get you in. Stay close.
What's it like to be in good hands? Like finding new ways to be taken care of.
Home, car, life insurance, obviously.
But with added touches you can't get everywhere else, like
Claim-free rewards? Or safe driving bonus checks? Oh, yes. Even a claim satisfaction guarantee. N means protection plus unique extras. Only from an expert Allstate agent.
It's good to be in good hands.
Swinging the rod in average flannel. Swinging the rod in Duluth Free Swinging Flannel. Duluth Trading Free Swinging Flannel. Let freedom swing. Only at DuluthTrading.com.
They say inflation is right around the corner. So if your mortgage APR is higher than our 2.75, you'd better make the cash call at 855-890-CASH now, before the inflation boogeyman steals it. That's 2.75 with no closing costs. Call today.
Donald, your spokesperson. Attention! If you or a loved one received a Stryker hip implant with metal stem or metal head and suffered complications, call 1-800-777-6970 now. You may be entitled to compensation. Stryker hip implants such as Rejuvenate, ABG2, and Accolade are failing and causing severe pain and the need for more surgeries. If you received the Stryker metal hip implant and suffered complications, you may have a claim. Call 1-800-777-6970 now for a free case evaluation.
It's endless shrimp at Red Lobster with another new flavor you never saw coming. Grilled, glazed, Korean barbecue shrimp. And try as much as you want of flavors like new Parmesan peppercorn shrimp. Just come in before it ends.
See me.
See me.
Don't stare at me.
See me. See me.
See me to know that psoriasis is just something that I have. I'm not contagious. See me to know that I won't stop until I find what works.
Discover Cosentyx, a different kind of medicine for moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, proven to help the majority of people find clear or almost clear skin. 8 out of 10 people saw 75% skin clearance at 3 months, while the majority saw 90% clearance. Do not use if you are allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, you should be tested for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you have received a vaccine or plan to. If you have inflammatory bowel disease, tell your doctor if symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
See me.
See me. See me on my way.
Find clear skin and a clearer path forward. For a different kind of medicine, ask your dermatologist about Cosentyx.
Hi, I'm William Devane. And right now, there's a serious discussion about who our next president will be. A Republican, a Democrat, an independent. The future of our country is hanging in the balance. Which is why, as a good American, I'm going to do 2 things. I'm going to vote, and I'm going to buy gold from Rosalind Capital. Buying gold from Rosalind helps protect me against runaway inflation and all that paper money being printed around the world by unstable governments. Whether you want new or old gold or premium collector coins, Rosalind has them all. And what you order is what you get. No gimmicks, no nonsense, no hassle. So do your part to protect your future. Vote and buy gold from Rosalind Capital. What's in your safe?
Call now and get a free gold kit, a free silver kit, and a free IRA transfer kit. Call 800-630-8900. 800-630-8900. 800-630-8900.
As voters make their final decisions now, it won't just be Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton on the ballot, of course. Also at stake, down-ballot races that will decide control of Congress. While most analysts say Democrats may cut into the Republicans' majority in the House, they believe it's unlikely to flip. The Senate, however, could be a different story. Democrats only need to pick up 4 seats to wrestle control of the chamber from Republicans if Hillary wins. And with the GOP having to defend 24 of the 34 seats up for grabs this year, Democrats have more opportunities to flip some of them. Meantime, some say the enthusiasm gap Hillary has with Trump could mean fewer Democratic voters at the polls. Bret Baier, this is something you've been talking a lot about. What do you see happening here?
Well, I think that there are a lot of predictions, but all of them are really tight. And, you know, Charlie Cook and others, Real Clear Politics, have come out with like 51-49 either way, or 50-50 in the Senate. And I think that the last few days, there has been a Republican closing in some of these states, and I think that you could see some surprises tonight. I think because of the vote that you talked about out in Nevada, that Joe Heck, you don't know how he's going to hold up. I think that the race in Florida is a lot closer than they thought it was going to be with Marco Rubio, but you are on the cusp of control of the U.S. Senate. They, remember, have to pick up a net gain of 5, but 4 if Democrats win the White House. And as you look at the map, it is right on that line.
You seem to be nodding and agreeing with most of what Brett's saying.
100%. I mean, what's interesting here is you had senators, a lot of them incumbent senators, people like Rob Portman, who run completely non-coordinated campaign operations from the top of the ticket, which is traditionally something you rarely ever see. And so what Brett, you raised a very good point, which is the Democrats have a superior ground game. They have a much superior modeling game, which I've talked about repeatedly on the couch. But on the other hand, you've got incumbent Republicans who have created their own organization, essentially separate and apart from what the RNC may be doing, or maybe in conjunction with the RNC, but separately from what Trump 2016 is doing. And so, to me, you have people like Rob Portman in Ohio who are going to win, even if Trump doesn't necessarily win Ohio, although I think he's in a position to do it for that reason. Marco Rubio, great example. Trump may lose Florida, but Marco Rubio has had his own organization going on down there since he announced he was running again. So you're absolutely right. Nobody knows what's going to happen as a result of that.
I know for people who are not able to sleep tonight through all the excitement, I am on Fox Business from 1 to 5 a.m. So I am watching these Senate races very closely because remember, this matters a lot. I mean, it is critical because it either allows whoever wins to do everything they've said and everything they want to do or almost nothing. I mean, it's very important. Some of the races we've highlighted to watch, you've talked about. I mean, Indiana, Pennsylvania, Nevada, North Carolina, these are all really interesting races. New Hampshire, Missouri, they're all over the place. They've gone back and forth. They're essential, and we're going to be keeping a close eye on them. Well, and then the U.S. Supreme Court picks. I mean,
That's it. Yeah.
Who's going to be in charge in the Senate really matters.
Neither,
like have a thought bubble of
neither party will have 60 votes. So this will have to be a governing thing where they reach across the aisle. The other thing is in 2 years, Democrats defend 25 seats, 5 of them in states that are reddish. So you are going to have a scenario where at least 5 senators are going to be careful about how they're reacting to, they couldn't go to a Bernie Sanders type legislative agenda if they want to get reelected in those states. So, in other words, in 2 years, this whole thing could flip around again.
Wow.
You want me to scare you? You want me to scare you on our way out?
Oh, no.
Nuclear option. Because that may happen with the Supreme Court. If she gets elected and people like John McCain say we're not going to appoint a Supreme Court justice under her, you may finally see the nuclear option being exercised in ways, and that's
she wouldn't get anything else done.
That would set off World War III.
That's why they call it the
I can't believe this is it. This is.
I know.
Hey, so good to have you here, Brett Barrett. Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump both talking about unity in their final pitches to voters. But some say no matter who wins, the nation will remain divided. Whether that's going to be the case.
It's Empire Today's biggest sale. The 50-50-50 sale. 50% off carpet and flooring, 50% off padding and materials, and 50% off installation. That's right, half off your entire project. You can save thousands. Empire's 50-50-50 sale won't last long. Don't miss 50% off carpet and flooring, 50% off padding and materials, and 50% off installation.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today, the American moment is here. 2 choices, 2 Americas, decided by you. Hillary Clinton will keep us on the road to stagnation. Fewer jobs, rising crime, America diminished at home and abroad. Donald Trump will bring the change we're waiting for. America, better, stronger, more prosperous for everyone. A plan for tomorrow, a future brighter than our past. The choice is yours.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message. We asked people to write down the things they love to do most on these balloons.
Travel with my daughter.
Roller derby?
Now, give up half of them.
Do I have to?
This is the tough financial choice we could face when we retire. But if we start saving even just 1% more of our annual income, we could keep doing all the things we love.
Prudential, bring your challenges.
Election Day. Go to foxbusiness.com and stream it all live. Starting at 4, we're streaming live and breaking down every result as it comes in.
Do you suffer from varicose or spider veins? Do you experience leg fatigue, heaviness, aching, pain, swelling, or restless legs? Are you embarrassed by the appearance of your legs? Dr. Miller performs safe, effective, and convenient outpatient procedures for symptomatic and cosmetic varicose and spider veins.
I'm so glad I made the call. I have a wonderful rapport with Dr. Miller.
Call the New Jersey Vein and Vascular Center to schedule your free consultation.
Hi, I'm Dr. Miller. Let me help you get your legs feeling better and looking younger.
I owed the IRS $10,000.
The IRS garnished my wages.
They put a lien on my house. The IRS is the most powerful collection agency in the world. They do not give up until you pay. Tax Solutions Now can get you help. Our agents know the rules, can stop the pain, and get you the best deals. I called Tax Solutions Now, and they got the IRS off my back.
Call 800-756-5346. 800-756-5346.
Looking for these? You drive Buzz. Could be one very expensive ride.
First, we gotta make bail. Then pay me to get your car back.
Your insurance premiums will go through the roof.
And my legal fees just keep adding up. All told, it could end up costing you $10,000.
Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzz driving, because buzz driving is drunk driving.
We're Bob and Linda.
And I'm Audrey, too, from their favorite movie.
We just got Optimum's Premier Protection and Support, protection for our devices, and expert help hooking them all up.
I can't wait for that Optimum guy to get here. I'm hungry.
Actually, we get expert help over the phone, and they can remote into your device. It's easy.
I say, what? Now, who the heck am I supposed to eat?
Optimum. Let's connect more. Protect your devices today.
Between division or unity. We don't have to accept a dark and divisive vision for America. Tomorrow you can vote for a hopeful, inclusive, big-hearted America.
We are fighting to bring us all together as Americans. We're living in a divided nation. We're living in a very divided nation. We're going to be brought together. Just imagine what our country could accomplish if we started working together as one people under one God, saluting one American flag.
Well, two very different takes on unity from the candidates. Hillary Clinton claiming that she wants to heal a divided nation. Donald Trump suggesting that the divisiveness will only end if he wins. This, as some say, the nastiness of the campaign may not be gone after today. The Hill's Bob Cusack and Ian Swanson writing, quote, no matter who wins on Tuesday, half the country will be angry. If Donald Trump wins, Democrats will blame FBI Director Jim Comey. If Hillary Clinton wins, Trump and his supporters will likely blame the GOP establishment for not uniting behind him. You guys are all nodding. Go ahead, Julie.
Well, so first of all, I don't think Democrats will blame Jim Comey. I think Democrats will blame themselves for not running a good campaign, or at least I would. Although I think she has run a good campaign, which is why I think ultimately she'll prevail. What is interesting to me is Democrats will probably go through the same thing to some extent that Republicans went through the last few years, which is, should we have nominated Bernie Sanders? Where's the direction of our party going? However, if Donald Trump loses, and you have Paul Ryan, whose head is going to be on a platter by some of these Trump supporters, not literally, so everybody has to calm down. But what happens to the Republican Party? I mean, ultimately, that's the tragedy of what's going to end up happening here, where you're not going to just have fights between Democrats and Republicans if she gets elected. You're going to have an explosive fight, especially in the House.
Why is that a tragedy? Why is that a tragedy? Why is that only a Republican thing? Because I think you're wrong about that. I think that's going to be...
If she gets elected?
If it happens with either person getting elected, I think both these parties are going to have to take a look at themselves. And we were on the floor with those Bernie Sanders supporters in Philly. They were crying.
I mean, listen, when we just talked about the Senate, you're going to have, you'll have potentially, if they win the Senate and they win the White House, Chuck Schumer, Bernie Sanders, and Elizabeth Warren. And they will have a narrow majority with a Democratic president who's trying to get something done.
Right.
Now, you mean to tell me that there's not going to be a fight in the Democratic Party?
It's not
for the future and the ideology that leads forward the Democratic Party?
It will be this kind of fight. It'll be a fight where Chuck Schumer is still going to be the Senate Majority Leader. It's not going to be a fight to replace Chuck Schumer with Elizabeth Warren, or it's not going to be to replace. It's not going to be an ideological fight, I guess is what I'm trying to say, in the way that a Republican fight would happen, where I think.
Oh, I think you're wrong. Why do you think Debbie Wasserman Schultz fought so hard to make sure that Bernie didn't go forward? They didn't want to go that far.
I don't think there's enough Bernie Sanders people in the Democratic caucus to have that happen.
I don't know. I mean, Bernie Sanders has been grossly underestimated before.
Not on the caucus.
Despite the fact that we found out that he had a pact to not attack Hillary Clinton on different things. I mean, I think there are a lot of hurt feelings on both sides. We saw in the emails that he didn't really have a fair shake, and that's why Debbie Wasserman Schultz is out. And I think we've learned a lot of these things in his campaign. On the Republican side, Brett, I'd be interested in your perspective. I mean, you look at it, Democrats lost in 80, 84, and 88, and then took a step back and said, what is it that we're doing wrong? 3 times in a row. And from that, Bill Clinton emerged. Maybe something similar happens on the Republican side.
I think it will be fascinating, to your point about the Republican Party. I do think that there is also a Democratic side to it. But, I asked Donald Trump in the last interview, what happens, if he doesn't win. And he's obviously confident that he can pull off a win today. But if he doesn't, does he go back to business, or does he lead a movement? And he said, well, maybe I'll tell you on November 9th, but I really feel like all of these people have followed me, and they really we could do something in the future. So is Donald Trump then the de facto leader of this party, or a populist party?
Can you give us an idea of what you expect to happen if Hillary Clinton should win the election tonight? What happens with her investigations and Congress pushing forward to get more questions answered there? Will we see, Newt Gingrich said, tragically, we've drifted into an environment where if Hillary's elected, the criminal investigations will be endless.
Well, listen, the Justice Department is saying that the email investigation for their sense is over. From what we're told, the Foundation investigation continues, and you listen to Jason Chaffetz and Trey Gowdy and others saying that they are going to continue forward with questions about these things. I do think that one thing we need to be careful of is that Donald Trump could shoot the gap today. We don't know until we see the exit polls what the electorate looks like.
Absolutely.
And I think it's very possible that some of these states that you think are going Democrat could shift 1 or 2 points.
Absolutely.
So as we talk about it.
Well, one thing's for sure. Tomorrow and the days going forward, we have a lot of issues facing this country.
That's true. We have a lot to work on. And that note, so what will be tonight's big surprise? What do we need to watch for? And most importantly, how late do we have to stay up? Well, I'm staying up till 5 a.m., but for you,
we're with you
until
Melissa.
the final result comes in. That's right, Bret Baier with his predictions.
Ooh.
Up next. Ooh, I like that.
You wear a special hat.
He just found out.
If you're like thousands of veterans who own a home, you may be thinking about refinancing to get money for your family. But you may not be thinking about a valuable VA benefit veterans like us have earned. The right to apply for a VA home loan for up to 100% of your home's value. Not 80% like many other loans. That's an important difference because that can mean a lot more money for you and your family. Money for retirement, unexpected medical bills, home improvements, or just to put in the bank. The New Day 100 VA loan lets you refinance your mortgages, consolidate your credit card debt, get cash, and lower your payments an average of $640 a month. And New Day will even pay for your appraisal. Take advantage of the VA home loan benefit many vets don't even know about. Call New Day USA right now because no one works harder to help veterans get the financial security we deserve.
Go to newdayusa.com or call 1-877-778-4963.
You don't let anything keep you sidelined. That's why you drink Ensure with 9 grams of protein and 26 vitamins and minerals. For the strength and energy to get back to doing what you love. Ensure, always be you.
Lose weight just in time for the holidays.
Stay tuned for a limited-time holiday offer from Nutrisystem.
I'm Marie, and I lost 50 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Be one of the first 500 callers and save $80 right now.
I'm Melissa Joan Hart, and I lost 40 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Lose weight fast with Nutrisystem's Turbo 10. Lose up to 10 pounds in your first month and 5 inches overall. Lose weight, money back guaranteed.
I lost 30 pounds. 48 pounds gone.
Order your 28-day plan right now and we'll rush you Turbo 10. Get specially selected meals, plus 1 week of NutriCrush shakes to crush hunger free. And 1 week of Turbo shakes to help bust belly bloat free. Don't forget, be one of the first 500 callers and save $80 right now on Uniquely Yours, our most popular plan with over 150 foods.
There's never been a better time to get started.
Call 877-747-SIZE right now and get Turbo 10 with shakes free and save $80.
If you have Medicare, I have 3 things you'll want to hear. There's an all-in-one Medicare Advantage plan from Humana. It includes Medicare Part D prescription drug coverage, and it may save you money in so many ways. It's all in this book, and it's yours free just for calling. You'll see all the ways the plan might save you money, even on prescription drugs. In fact, Humana Medicare Advantage members can expect to save almost $500 in premium this year through our pharmacy benefit management efforts. And you get all this coverage with an affordable monthly plan premium, and in some areas, no plan premium. Even if you've looked at Humana before, you need to take another look at this plan. We'll send you the decision guide absolutely free, in a slightly smaller size, of course. Discover the all-in-one Medicare Advantage plan that could cut your costs and cover your prescriptions. Call 1-800-552-2950. Or go to HumanaBigBook.com. The savings are too big to miss.
Wells Fargo is making changes to make things right. We've eliminated product sales goals for our retail bankers to ensure your interests are put first. We're renewing our commitment to you.
Deep breath. It's here. It's really here. And all day and into the wee hours of the morning, right here on FNC. This is the only place to be, all-day coverage. And at 6 p.m. Eastern, Brett and Meghan take over. I'm sure that they will have plenty of coffee on hand, so be sure to stay with us as the votes come in and are tallied throughout the evening. And, of course, your predictions. I mean, you don't have to tell us who you think is going to win the election.
That's
but
good.
What time
What
do you think that the race will get called tonight?
I'm not even going to give you that. What I'm going to tell you is that at 5:15 p.m. Eastern Time, we are going to get a download from the exit polls. And we have, as all the networks have, and in this consortium, they are enclosed, and they don't come out until 5:15. Then we get the exit polls of these key states. Then the raw vote total, and as we mentioned, a lot of these states, 39 of them, have raw vote that will happen right when the polls close. So we get that data and the exit poll data, and our decision desk will be able to then calculate how these states may go. We're not going to make a call before we know it's a call.
I can tell you this fun fact. In 2012, Fox News called Obama in the race at 11:18 p.m.
Right, and if it's a big spread, you know, that time is probably about right. If it is tight, you could be talking later into the evening, especially if we see some states that are really tight that go the other way. As I mentioned before, we might see a push of that timetable.
There's a buzz in this building. There are so many people. I know, it's very everywhere. You walk in here early this morning, you could just tell that our numbers are like triple. Real quickly, because I know we're going to talk about this more in overtime, outnumbered overtime online momentarily, but I'm getting tweets from people who wonder if they haven't voted yet and they're seeing the exit polling from the other coast, if it makes other people stay home. They worry about that. This is how we do it. Why?
Well, we have done it this way for a long time, and we extrapolate where votes coming from and where it is. Obviously, if you waited until California and Hawaii voted, we'd have a long night before we made a call. But I think, you know, some of those states are predictable Democratic states, California, for example. But there are down-ballot races that could be affected by an early call in the evening, and whether they're fired up to split and say we need to provide a different representative than the presidency, or whether they're kind of bummed out and don't go to the polls, and those down ballot races are affected. So they're really good questions about when the calls are made.
All right, and that call will be made in our new fancy Fox News studio. Thank you, Bret Baier, for giving us your time today. You are a busy man. Great to have you. We'll all be watching tonight, and we're going to keep it right here. A little bit more of Bret and Outnumbered Overtime on the web. You can also find us on Facebook at facebook.com/outnumberedfnc. We're back on TV tomorrow at noon Eastern with a new president. Happening Now starts right now.
A Fox News alert, and this is it, folks. Election Day 2016. Millions of Americans casting their ballots right now to choose our next president, with the first polls closing in just 6 hours. Welcome to the second hour of Happening Now. I'm John Scott in the capital city of the traditional bellwether of presidential elections, Ohio.
It's great to see you, John. I'm Jenna Lee, everybody. Capital city of another battleground state right here that could determine who becomes our 45th president. Raleigh, North Carolina. That's where it's at today. The presidential nominees and their running mates also voting today. Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump casting ballots in New York. Tim Kaine and Mike Pence voting in their home states of Virginia and Indiana.
We have complete coverage from coast to coast this election day. You're looking live at polling sites in Las Vegas, Nevada, as well as Hollywood, Florida. The first polls set to close, like I said, about 5-6 hours from now. And the outcome could come down to turnout. Daniel Henninger is deputy editorial page editor for the Wall Street Journal. So as you assess this race, Hillary Clinton is supposed to have the better ground operation, the better turnout effort. Donald Trump is said to have the energy and the excitement. Which one of those holds the edge, Daniel?
Well, that is a great question, John. I mean, there's an element common to both of these campaigns, and that was the one that was revealed in the polls late by like the New York Times last week, which is that most people, the overwhelming majority of voters out there, are disgusted by the campaign, or they are dispirited. And there was a school of thought that that might result in lower turnout, but it is looking like it's quite the opposite. There's going to be strong turnout, despite the fact that people are presumably disgusted by the campaign. And I think you have to ask yourself, what is driving this enormous amount of turnout out there? And I think it is the one other common element to this election, and that was the desire for change, however you define it. Change in the economy, change in our political system, or even change in the culture, what we call political correctness. And I think, John, that this race has really tightened towards the end. Trump is the candidate of change. Hillary Clinton cannot pretend to be, and I don't think she has. And just as you were suggesting, she is relying on her field operations, on the big blue machine, turnout in the Democratic Party. And we're going to find out when North Carolina reports, it's going to be one of the earliest states, whether her turnout machine has overcome Trump's ability to push people who desire change the polls.
Donald Trump has been anathema to a lot of his fellow Republicans, including the governor of this state. And yet, there are signs that in the closing weeks of this campaign, a lot of Republicans have sort of come home. Why is that? Are they just ignoring the traditional party leaders?
No, I think it's partly, it has a lot to do with one of the basic reasons that so many people are coming to the polls, and that is that they understand the implications of a Clinton presidency. It isn't just Hillary Clinton. I know that this campaign has been built around these two huge personalities. But I think a lot of voters understand that you're not just getting a personality with your votes, you're getting a political party. And they've looked at what the Clintons represent, they looked at what Obama has done the last 8 years, and they're deciding, these Republicans are, that whatever their feelings about Donald Trump personally, they cannot abide the idea of 4 more years of a Democratic presidency that has taken the party much further left than a lot of people's experiences were, say, with Bill Clinton in the mid-1990s. This is not the party of Bill Clinton. So I think a lot of people are looking past those personalities, and I know it has overwhelmed us, but are looking past that to take a look at what would come with those two presidencies. And what would come with it are two extremely different sets of policies. I think voters are just sort of hungry out there for a change of direction, and those changes have to do with issues and with policies.
I remember the column you wrote in the Wall Street Journal a couple of weeks back about titled Donald Trump's Mosh Pit, and you suggested that he seemed to be harnessing the desire for change that a lot of voters are hungry for. Yeah, I think there's no question about that. And I would point out, John, as well, that watch how this affects the down ballot races, the undercard in the Senate. We've been talking for the past week about whether people would divide their vote. But those Senate races have tightened up. I'm going to make a prediction that the Republicans are going to hold the Senate. And I think it has a lot to do with exactly this. The Democratic candidates have been unable to attach themselves to the idea of change. And so the Republicans, I think, by default, are going to pick up a lot of that vote. And I do think they're going to hold the Senate. And I think Trump just might pull this off tonight for the reasons I've been describing. The Republican senator in this state, Rob Portman, was down 10 points. He's now up something like 18. So it doesn't look like Democrats will be flipping one in this state. Dan Henninger, thank you. Jenna.
John, thank you. Voting is underway here in North Carolina. Both campaigns held big events here yesterday, underscoring how critical this state is. The 15 electoral votes in this state are and what that could actually bring to either campaign. Our guest now, John Dinan. He's a political science professor at Wake Forest University. We've spoken over the past several months. Professor, it's great to have you back in the program. I know you have class, which is why you're joining us from the university. So great to have you. We spoke off air, and you gave me some great information about how tight this race is in North Carolina by the numbers. Yeah. Tell our viewers about 2008 and 2012 and how close this race has been.
I mean, you could make the case that North Carolina has been the most evenly balanced state if you look at 2008 and 2012. Half a percentage point separated the candidates in 2008. 2 percentage points separated the candidates in 2012. We're talking about a dozen or several dozen votes per precinct that's separating the candidates in those races. Very evenly balanced, and that's borne out by the polls so far in 2016.
So, busy Starbucks, if you just look at a busy Starbucks wherever you are in America, that Starbucks, the difference of voters in that Starbucks could make a difference in the precinct here in North Carolina. It really brings it home. The African-American vote is something a lot of folks talk about in North Carolina, and I was able to speak to some voters last night at a Hillary Clinton rally. Here's what they told me. So is at the top of your list jobs and the economy for the concerns for folks in North Carolina?
Definitely jobs. Definitely jobs, definitely equal opportunity, definitely more cohesiveness in our community relations with the police, definitely the things that impact, the things that are important to us.
When you go to an event like this and you go to the voting sites, how does it compare to 2012?
2012, I think that this year, people are more. In 2012, the votes went down a lot compared to 2008. But I think we saw what happened in 2012. People didn't get to come to the polls, and it changed the House and the Senate a lot, and it has had a major effect on our state.
Really interesting perspective from a mother and daughter that were at this Hillary Clinton rally. How important is the African-American vote for either side?
African-American vote is crucial in North Carolina. African-Americans make up about 22% of the state's population. That's the highest percentage of any of the other battleground states. African-American vote, along with youth voters, kind of suburban women, those were crucial to Obama's victories in 2008 and 2012. And so the key going into 2016 was how would each of those groups do in terms of turnout and support for the Democratic candidate. We've gotten a few signs from early voting that African-American voter turnout is lagging behind in 2016 where it was in 2012. Not by a dramatic amount, but by an amount that's led people to take notice that unless that difference is made up on Election Day today, that could put Democrats in a tougher position than they were in 2008 and 2012.
Interesting. What else did we learn from early voting results?
You know, the top line story that comes out of the early voting results, and North Carolina does a very good job of providing a lot of data on early voting. North Carolina's right up there with any state in the country. What we can also learn is that Democratic early voting turnout just about where it is in 2016 as it was in 2012. We're virtually unchanged. Republican turnout up by about 12 percentage points. Unaffiliated voter surged by over 40% turnout in the early voting period in 2016 compared with 2012. That's the dramatic story that everybody's paying attention to. Who are these unaffiliated voters and which way might they lean?
They're a mystery to even us here in Raleigh. We're looking for them. We're looking for them, Professor. It's great to have you back in the program, and we'll look forward to checking back in with you. Thank you so much. John?
Thank you.
Jenna, I'm in Ohio, where over the last 150 years or so, the voters of this state have sided with the presidential winner just about every time except twice. And they've made it every time since the 1960s. But this year's race could change what we know about Ohio. Our next guest has a closer look at the early indicators and the counties that will shape the race. Remember, Fox News is America's election headquarters. Live coverage all day and all night with the latest results, reaction, and fair and balanced analysis as America chooses our next president. Keep it right here on Fox News Channel. We'll be back with more happening now, live from Columbus, Ohio, and Raleigh, North Carolina.
We boarded the Avalon with a destination. 120 years hibernation means we'll wake up in a new century, on a new planet, but in the blink of an eye. Everything changed. Do you know what's going on?
We woke up 90 years too soon.
There's something they didn't tell us.
There's a reason we woke up early. Rated PG-13.
Washington's out of control, the debt's out of control. Nothing in that story is going to change, so you have to.
The U.S. debt is increasing an average of nearly $2.4 billion every day.
This is an unsustainable practice. It's going to end, but when it does, it's going to end very rapidly and very disruptively.
Call 1-800-654-1010 for this exclusive report, The Screaming Fundamentals for Owning Gold.
We're about to enter the greatest financial reset in history. So now is the time for people to invest in hard assets, to get their plan together, and to really understand the context behind what's about to happen.
Call Lear Capital for your free report and discover how hard assets like gold and silver can help protect your savings. Plus, find out how you can get up to $500 in free gold or silver.
It can't go on forever. And when it bursts, it's going to be the most destructive bubble in all of human history.
This offer ends soon. Call 1-800-654-1010. 1-800-654-1010.
Before it became a medicine, it was an idea, a wild what if. So scientists went to work. They examined 87 different protein structures and worked for 12 long years. There were thousands of patient volunteers and the hope of millions. And so after it became a medicine, someone who couldn't be cured could be. Me.
Can a toothpaste do everything well?
This clean was like, pow.
It added this other level of clean to it.
6 times cleaning.
My teeth are glowing. They are so white.
6 times whitening.
I actually really like the 2 steps.
Step 1 cleans, step 2 whitens.
Every time I use this together, it felt like leaving the dentist office.
Crest HD, 6 times cleaning, 6 times whitening.
I would switch to Crest HD over what I was using before.
Crest, healthy, beautiful smiles for life.
You did it. You were disciplined. You saved your money and you have a retirement nest egg. But what do you do now? It doesn't have to be complicated. The smart investor has their money protected against market losses. Up with the market and never down. Forwards with their money and never backwards. And it's simple. Sound attractive? Get your investor's kit and I'll explain on the DVD exactly how it works and you decide if it's right for you.
Get your investor's kit. Call 800-557-7379 or tyjyoung.net.
And welcome back to Happening Now, a split show, special split show edition for Election Day. We're in Raleigh, North Carolina. Behind me, you see the old Capitol building here in Raleigh. And kind of an interesting fact about this building is that the governor's office is there. And it's had the longest continuous office for a governor anywhere in the country in this building. So the governor's race is one we're going to watch in North Carolina, but certainly going to be paying close attention to the top of the ticket as well, John.
That's right. And of course, the nation's eyes are also on Ohio today, a swing state with a history of picking presidents. With me now, Roger Beckett, Executive Director of the Ashbrook Center at Ashland University. So polls close here. We're on kind of the western edge of the Eastern time zone.
Correct.
Polls close here at 7:30 Eastern time, a little over 6 hours from now. What are you going to be watching for when the polls close?
What we usually see is the smaller counties reporting early, and those more rural counties, they tend to be the Republican counties. So it always looks good for the Republican early on. And as the night goes on, we'll start to see the large cities reporting. And so we'll
begin to see that shift. And I think there are two counties that you can really look at that are small counties that are good bellwethers for what we're likely to see in Ohio. One is Ashland County. Ashland is probably the most conservative county in the state. It has only voted Democratic twice for FDR and LBJ in the past 100 years. And if Trump performs at 65% or better, in the Ashland County here in Ohio, that's going to be a very good sign for him that the polls really aren't capturing the conservative base that's out there.
All right, and what about Ottawa County?
And Ottawa County is the other one. Ottawa County has, since 1964, always selected the the candidate who's going to be president. It's evenly split Republican, Democrat, and they have been a great bellwether. And it's a small county. It'll be reporting early, so probably 8:30, 9 o'clock. We could see results there. They could be an indicator of what we're going to see.
The overall Ohio numbers are not expected to come in until 1:30, maybe 2 in the morning, because Cuyahoga County, it takes a while to tabulate those votes. But you're saying these two relatively small counties that report early are going to give you and the viewers out there a very good indication of what's going to happen tonight.
Exactly, John. That's what I'll be watching tonight.
All right. So in terms of voter attitudes, I mean, there is this appetite for change this election, it would seem. Is Donald Trump the candidate who has captured that, or has Hillary Clinton tapped into something that voters of Ohio, that's resonating with voters of Ohio?
Well, Ohio is such an evenly split state that this is why it's probably going to be till 1:30 in the morning, and it's going to be a very tight race in Ohio. And whether or not that case for change, and whether or not Donald Trump was the right person to make that case for change, I think we'll end up seeing later tonight.
Last time around, the Obama campaign and I think the Romney campaign suddenly popped in to the state for last-minute appearances on Election Day. I mean, are you expecting to see some of that from either one of these?
I haven't heard any indications of it, which is surprising. Mrs. Clinton seems to be doing some radio today. Mr. Trump seems to be keeping it quiet today. So haven't heard any indications of anything going on in the state today.
So you don't know if there's going to be a last-minute visit from either one, but...
No indications yet.
All right. And again, in terms of Cuyahoga County, one of our earlier guests in our first hour said that the early returns, the early voting there, suggests that turnout is pretty light. Now, that's a traditionally Democrat stronghold.
Yes.
So that perhaps bodes well, or does not bode well for Hillary Clinton. But on the other hand, Franklin County, where we are here in Columbus, apparently numbers are through the roof, and this is another Democrat stronghold.
They both are, and I don't think we can look at those early numbers as a strong indicator of what we're going to see here. It's going to be late in the night tonight before we see what happens in Ohio.
Fascinating race. Roger Beckett, good to have you here.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. Jenna.
John, we're going to talk a little bit about early voting numbers as well. Are they a good predictor here in North Carolina? Our next guest thinks they do bode well for Donald Trump. So we'll talk to him about that. Last night I had a chance to speak to Hillary Clinton supporters at a rally. 9 hours until the polls open here in North Carolina, and this is what the turnout looks like for Hillary Clinton at this midnight rally tonight. Will this enthusiasm turn into votes? We'll see. More coming up on Happening Now.
Your insurance company won't replace the full value of your totaled new car. The guy says, you picked the wrong insurance plan. No, I picked the wrong insurance company.
With new car replacement, we'll replace the full value of your car, plus depreciation. Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Tomorrow's the day we'll play something besides video games.
Every day is a gift, especially for people with heart failure. But today, there's Entresto, a breakthrough medicine that can help make more tomorrows possible.
Tomorrow, I want to see Teddy make his first hook.
In the largest heart failure study ever, Entresto was proven to help more people stay alive and out of the hospital than a leading heart failure medicine. Women who are pregnant must not take Entresto. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. Don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren. If you've had angioedema while taking an ACE or ARB medicine, don't take Entresto. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high potassium in your blood.
Tomorrow, I'm gonna step out with my favorite girl.
Ask your heart doctor about Entresto and help make the gift of tomorrow possible.
Hi, I'm Barry Sloan with NewTek, your business solutions company. Does your business need money? Whether you need $10,000 or $10 million, you can count on NewTek, the nation's largest non-bank government-guaranteed lender. NewTek can help your business expand and grow. With a simple phone interview, we can pre-qualify you in just 48 hours. And with rates as low as 6%, you can see why so many businesses turn to NewTek. To see how easy getting a loan can be, contact NewTek, your business solutions company, today.
Home Advisor is a very easy way to find a home contractor, and for me, it's the only way.
Home Advisor instantly connects you with top-rated pros for any type of home project.
If you need it, Home Advisor has it.
And it's completely free. Go to homeadvisor.com now.
Now, with our future on the line, it's America's turn to make its voice heard. Fox News Channel has election night covered because we are America's election headquarters.
I owe the IRS $10,000.
The IRS garnished my wages.
They put a lien on my house.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency in the world. They do not give up until you pay. Tax Solutions Now can get you help. Our agents know the rules, can stop the pain, and get you the best deals.
I called Tax Solutions Now, and they got the IRS off my back.
Call 800-756-5346. 800-756-5346.
Looking for these? You drive Buzzed. Could be one very expensive ride.
First, you gotta make bail. Then pay me to get your car back.
Your insurance premiums will go through the roof.
And my legal fees just keep adding up. All told, it could end up costing you $10,000.
Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzz driving, because buzz driving is drunk driving.
North Carolina is the very definition of a swing state. Even when you look at registered voters, you have no idea what the results might be. For example, for Democrats, there's just over 2.6 million Democrats registered in this state. There's also around 2 million Republicans. But there's also this number of unaffiliated voters, around 2 million unaffiliated voters, and that voting bloc is crucial for both Clinton and for Donald Trump. I'm joined now by Kirk Bell, Donald Trump's North Carolina Director of Communications. Let's talk about the unaffiliated. I bet you've been talking about that voter.
It's very, very important.
So talk to us about, from the Trump campaign's perspective, how important is the unaffiliated voter? How do you reach them?
Well, what we've tried to do is, once again, we've improved since 2012 substantially the amount of door knocks, the amount of phone banking, the number of people that we have on the ground. We've got around 775 operatives out there, staffers, hitting neighborhoods daily. We've improved nationwide door knocking from 11 million in 2012 to 20 million.
Because, you know, that's what you'll hear Democrats will say about the Republicans. Listen, we got the ground game. The Republicans don't have the ground game, and at the end of the day, that's what's really going to translate into votes. What do you say about that?
That's a narrative that I don't really believe is accurate, and we've been on the ground through the RNC, through NCGOP, and the Trump campaign more recently, but since 2013, the RNC has had a very substantial presence here in North Carolina and other battleground states. So, you know, registrations are well in excess of where the Democrats are. Our team is out there, once again, you know, in big numbers, neighborhoods all throughout the state, you know, counties like Brunswick, Moore County, Union County.
And these are counties, we're not in those counties. We're in a different county that's a very urban county that
correct.
That many say, well, that'll lean Democrat, although we don't know any of the results yet. So what is the message that's really resonating with voters? As you see Donald Trump go to different states, what's really working here for North Carolina?
Well, I think the message that we have is momentum. And I feel like that, and the campaign feels like, you know, that we have closed the gap, whatever gap there was in the last few weeks, to the point now where we feel like in states like, well, North Carolina, Michigan, Ohio, Florida, that we've not only closed the gap to even, but we've also taken the lead. So it's about momentum, and it's about, you know, getting our voters out. And
was interesting. You know, I was at a Hillary Clinton rally last night. Donald Trump had a big event earlier. We were on our way here, so I only was able to speak to that specific voting bloc at a rally. But it was interesting what they said to me. They said the reason why we're voting for Hillary Clinton is because of her experience. We like her resume, and that's why we're confident about her. And that's something that Donald Trump doesn't have. That's what they said. What's your argument to a voter that says that? That's why they're voting for Hillary Clinton.
Well, what I would say that this is a change election. I think the Americans want change. They don't want 8 more years of where we've been, and Donald Trump is a change candidate. And I hear that from all corners of the state. We want to change, and we're tired of the way things are. We're tired of the same old Washington insider politics. We want someone new, someone fresh to come in and actually drain the swamp.
How confident that you guys are going to pull this out tonight in North Carolina?
I'm cautiously optimistic.
Cautiously optimistic.
Trite term, but yes.
Hey, we'll take it. I mean, if that's how you feel, it's something we're going to be watching. Kirk, it's great to see you.
Good to see you.
Thank you very much. Best of luck. We're going to be talking to the Clinton campaign in just a moment. John?
We are live in the ultimate battleground state. As we have mentioned, Ohio has a reputation for choosing the next president. So who will Ohio voters pick today? Our next guest explains why he feels the outcome in Ohio is still anyone's guess.
In this land, I feel alone when I'm not at home.
Remember when you said men are superior drivers?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then how'd I get this?
Allstate Safe Driving Bonus Check. Only Allstate sends you a bonus check for every 6 months you're accident-free. Silence. It's good to be in good hands.
I'm terrible at golf.
He is.
But I'd like to keep being terrible at golf for as long as I can.
New patented Ensure Live has HMB, plus 20 grams of protein to help rebuild muscle for the strength and energy to do what you love. New Ensure Live. Always be you.
Hanging string lights can take hours and cost big bucks. Even untangling them is a chore. Not anymore. Now America's best-selling home laser lights have all new shooting star action. Introducing Star Shower Motion. Watch the stars dance right before your eyes, or freeze them with just a click. It's your choice, still or moving. Use the extra long stake to place it in your yard and switch it on to project thousands of 3D stars. Then click, make the brilliant stars explode into motion from your landscaping all the way to the rooftop. The secret is the weatherproof laser design that projects holographic stars, while the motion motor creates beautiful shimmering patterns of light. Now you can instantly have shooting stars on your walls, on your front entry, even the second floor. Star Shower Motion will cover your entire home up to 3,200 square feet, projecting from over 100 yards away. The built-in light sensor automatically turns it on when it gets dark and off when the sun comes up. Plus, electricity costs are more than 99% less than traditional lights. Now your holidays will come to life. Make Halloween spookier, July 4th more festive, and Christmas sparkle like never before. Or bring them indoors for the holidays. Even create a galaxy at bedtime.
The stars looked amazing on my home, and I didn't think it could get any better until I turned on the motion and was blown away. It was so beautiful.
Don't pay hundreds for ugly, spotty lighting. Get the vibrant green Star Shower Motion for just $49.99. But wait, we'll give you a free instant upgrade to the Deluxe Red-Green Dual Laser. But we're not done yet. Also get the Deluxe Indoor Base free. Now you can easily have stars indoors too. You'll get Star Shower Motion plus the free bonuses. So call now.
Call 1-800-305-7049 to get your Star Shower Motion. Call now or go to starshowermotion.com. So call 1-800-305-7049, 1-800-305-7049. This special offer is not available in any store. Order now.
When you woke up this morning, you saw the sun, got your clubs, and well, some things you just can't control. Like runaway inflation or unstable governments printing money as worthless as wet scorecards. But you can control whether or not you let the money in your retirement lose its value. Hi, I'm William Devane, and it's time you took cover by transferring your existing IRAs to a Roslyn Capital Gold and Silver backed IRA. That means an IRA backed by gold and silver, not by paper and promises. So control the things you can control. Talk to Roslyn today and protect your retirement with a Roslyn Capital Gold and Silver backed IRA. What's in your safe?
Call now and get a free gold kit, a free silver kit, and a free IRA transfer kit. Call 800-630-8900. 800-630-8900. 800-630-8900.
A Fox News alert, voting underway across the country in the 2016 race, happening now live on the ground in 2 key battleground states. I'm Jenna Lee here in Raleigh, North Carolina.
And I'm John Scott in Columbus, Ohio, where polls will close 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time, just about 6 hours from now. The Cleveland newspaper, The Plain Dealer, is urging people to get out and vote with this front page headline, quote, "Now it's up to you." Henry Gomez is the paper's chief political reporter. Henry, you say that this race is still pretty much a jump ball.
Yeah, that's right, John. It seems like it could go anybody's way at this point. The polling going into today showed Donald Trump with a slight edge over Hillary Clinton. But if it's going to come down to the ground games, Hillary Clinton's is superior on the ground here in Ohio. She's working in harmony with the Ohio Democratic Party and the DNC, whereas Donald Trump has had some significant turbulence with the Ohio Republican machine here in Ohio. And if that's going to make a difference, it could swing a close race to Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, we all know that Donald Trump and John Kasich are not exactly the best of friends, and Kasich really hasn't lent his considerable political muscle to the Trump campaign. Clearly, you know, that has hurt Trump, but it might not be a death blow, you're saying.
Yeah, no, I mean, Donald Trump has succeeded in the polls. The one reason Ohio is different from some of these other classic battleground states is the high concentration of white working class voters. Tonight, as the results come in Ohio, we're going to be looking very closely at the eastern and southeastern parts of the state. Traditionally Democratic areas like Youngstown, which encompasses Mahoning and Trumbull counties. This is an area where I don't know that Donald Trump will actually be able to win the county, but he's going to be able to shave the margins on Hillary Clinton, which means these are votes Hillary Clinton has to make up elsewhere. And I think you've had guests earlier today talk about the early voting returns. They're not great for Hillary Clinton, or at least the numbers we've seen suggest it's not going to be great for Hillary Clinton in Cuyahoga County. She's underperforming President Obama's totals in 2012. So we're really going to be looking at the rural and industrial parts of eastern and southeastern Ohio to see if Donald Trump is able to, remarkably outperform Mitt Romney there, and I think he can.
I was speaking with some folks in Jack's Diner, which is a legendary establishment about a block from here, earlier this morning. Just want to play a sample of what they had to say about this race.
It's been very stressful. Yeah, it really has. And I've noticed that with my friends, too. And we have my friends and family, and everybody's split. People that love to talk about politics, when they it seems like 95% of it's negative talk. And I have to agree with both sides of the negative talk. I find myself, that one's bad. Yeah, well, so's the other one. Which is kind of sad.
Do you think it's going to be tough after tomorrow, once we know who the winner is? Do you think it's going to be tough to heal some of the bitterness?
Well, absolutely. I mean, you opened a lot of wounds and saw a lot of people's true character. And with that, there's a lot of caution that's going to happen now and moving forward. And seeing what people's perspective is on race and money and idealisms, it's sad. But it's also enlightening to see where people are really true, where their character really lies.
So that is the question, Henry. Is this state, is this country going to be able to heal up after the eventual winner is decided here?
Yeah, and I think that makes Ohio a great microcosm for the rest of the country, because you've got John Kasich Republicans, you've got Donald Trump and Ronald Reagan Democrats, you've got Clinton Democrats, and they're all sort of meshed together here on Election Day. And depending on what the result is, you're going to have to see the next president. The next president's going to have to try and bring all these people together. And in a state like Ohio, where you have so many disparate factions of voters, that's going to be a challenge. But it gives you a good testing ground for how to heal people and bring them back together.
That's what makes Ohio politics so fascinating. What a microcosm of the rest of the country. Henry Gomez, thank you.
My pleasure, thank you.
Well, a short time ago, we heard from a top Trump campaign official here in North Carolina. Here to talk to us about the other side, Dave Miranda, communications director for the North Carolina Democratic Party. I misspoke, said Clinton campaign earlier, but I figure you're both on the same team.
We are absolutely on the same team. You know, we're working together to elect Democrats up and down the ballot. All the campaigns are.
Okay, talk to me about this unaffiliated voter. I asked Kirk about that, about how he's going out to reach that specific voter. How big is the unaffiliated voter for you in North Carolina, and how are you reaching them?
Well, that's the big question mark, right? Are the unaffiliated voters going to come out and vote for a woman in Secretary Clinton who's got great experience, who's ready to be president on day one, who was in the part of the team that brought Osama bin Laden to justice, and who has a plan to continue our economic growth and expand it so that no one is left behind? Or are they going to choose in Donald Trump someone who brags about sexually assaulting women, someone whose economic plan would result in the loss of 3.5 million jobs and plunge our economy into recession, and someone who can be baited by a tweet, someone who is unfit to be commander-in-chief and lacks the temperament, the judgment, and yes, the experience to be president.
So you're saying
that's the question
there's
for
the
unaffiliated
choice
voters.
that you're presenting to them.
It's a pretty stark
now,
choice.
Kirk would say to us, and he was just here, he said, listen, the vote is about change. It's about someone completely different coming into the office, and that's why we're resonating with that unaffiliated voter. That's something that Clinton doesn't represent. What do you say to that?
I think we've had 8 years of strong economic growth, right? 70-some months of uninterrupted jobs growth. And we know we have more work to do. And Secretary Clinton is clearly the right choice to continue that work. A lot of those unaffiliated voters are going to be turned off by Donald Trump's misogyny, his racism, his rhetoric against immigrants. You know, the list goes on and on. And what are we doing to reach out to them? Over the past week, we Democrats have made more than 3 million voter contact attempts, right? We've got thousands of staff and volunteers in dozens of offices across the state, knocking on doors, making phone calls, turning our vote out. And we really do have a superior ground game that's going to help elect not just Secretary Clinton, but a new governor in Roy Cooper, a new senator in Deborah Ross, and candidates all the way down the ballot.
And we're watching all of those races. We've spoken to a few different folks on the program, not associated with campaigns or either side, and they said, listen, the early voting results, although it is close, and everyone will say it's very close, they're giving an edge to the Trump campaign because of the unaffiliated voter, and they feel that the polling, now we don't talk about polls as of today, but they were looking back. They felt that the early voting numbers suggested that Trump could pull this out. To that, what do you say?
I don't think that's accurate. We've seen higher turnout among women, many of whom, again, are going to be turned off by the fact that Donald Trump has bragged about sexually assaulting women. We've seen higher turnout among young people, many of whom are going to be turned off by the divisive rhetoric, the anti-immigrant rhetoric, the misogyny, the racism you see from Donald Trump. You know, so I think the question is those unaffiliated voters, and I think they are going to break for Secretary Clinton.
Just noticing the list that you keep going down for Donald Trump, is your argument to voters primarily that Hillary Clinton isn't Donald Trump, that it's a vote against Trump to vote for her? What are voters voting for Hillary Clinton?
It's a stark contrast, right? I've mentioned the things that they're voting against in Trump, and I've mentioned the things they're voting for in Secretary Clinton, right? Continued strong economic growth like we've had over the last 8 years, and expanded to not leave anyone behind. An economy that works for everyone, not just those at the top, but includes working class families and middle class families, right? And a country that says we are America, we're working together, and that we truly are stronger together, not someone or a campaign or a party that seeks to divide us by what we look like, or what gender we are, or what race we are, or what religion we are.
We know that you've been working really hard, and it all comes down to tonight. So we look forward. We're going to see Dave later on tonight. We'll be at the location tonight to get the results, and maybe we'll be talking again when we can get some more information. Dave, it's great to have you.
Thanks
you very much. Really appreciate it. John?
Well, Jenna's there in North Carolina. I'm in Ohio, but there is another state likely to play a pivotal role in today's race. Donald Trump hopes to flip a state that hasn't voted Republican since Ronald Reagan, while Senator Ron Johnson is hoping to become the first Republican in Wisconsin since 1980 to win a Senate seat in a presidential year. Mike Tobin, live in Janesville, Wisconsin. Mike?
And, John, that's exactly it. That's the race that has people watching the Badger State because it could contribute to the balance of power in the Senate. And that is the rematch with Senator Ron Johnson, the Republican, and Democrat Russ Feingold. Johnson came from behind to what is now a dead heat. He has been barnstorming the Badger State here in the final days, and he has been joined by Wisconsin's conservative power bloc.
With Ron Johnson's election, we in Wisconsin control who controls the United States Senate. If you want to see anything get done, pass it in the House, get it from the Senate, and get it on a Republican president's desk, get it in law, Ron Johnson's got to get reelected.
When it comes to the U.S. Senate in particular, we get to choose between whether or not we want someone who has Washington values or someone who has Wisconsin values?
Now, turnout here at Edison Middle School in Janesville, Wisconsin has been high, not overwhelming. The early voting here in Wisconsin has broken a lot of records. It's particularly high in the liberal stronghold of Dane County, home to Madison. Senator Johnson, however, says he's not sweating that.
The people voting early, they've made up their minds. Nothing's going to change it. So what we have going for us is all the momentum. All the independents are breaking toward us.
Now, House Speaker Paul Ryan is from Janesville here. He does have an opponent in the general election. They're not particularly concerned about the opponent. The Speaker is more concerned with Republican unity and the size of the majority following this election. John?
Mike Tobin. Mike, thank you. We also want to bring you the scene in another closely watched state. We're talking about New Hampshire. That state is a toss-up, according to our Fox electoral scorecard. Both nominees won its 4 electoral votes. So who will voters from the Granite State choose?
I voted for Trump. I feel Hillary is very corrupt. And I was going for Hillary in the beginning, but I have read a lot of different things about her, so I feel it's time for Trump.
I voted for the next president of the United States, Hillary Clinton, to bring this country back together, because that's what we need.
I voted for Hillary Clinton, mainly because I hate Donald Trump, and I don't think he's a good option for our country.
I voted for Donald Trump, and because I agree with his positions.
New Hampshire also delivered the first Election Day poll results. Under state law there, communities that have less than 100 voters can open their polls at midnight and close them when all of the registered voters have cast ballots. Donald Trump off to an early lead there, winning 3 precincts, 32-25 margin. Jenna.
Well, John, when we were out at a Hillary Clinton event last night, a lot of the voters in line mentioned that they wanted to vote for the first female president of our country, the historic nature of this race. Our next guest thinks the race is historic for a completely different reason. Donald Trump's daughter-in-law doesn't think that Hillary Clinton is the right choice. She's from North Carolina originally, and she's going to join us after the break.
Back with great satisfaction on my 32 years on active duty. I understand the veteran mentality. These are people who have served, they've been in leadership positions, they're willing to put their life on the line if necessary, and they come to us and they say, I need some financial help at this point in time. They're not looking for a handout, they're looking for a little handout. My team at New Day USA is going to do everything we possibly can to make sure that veteran gets that loan.
1-855-707-5772. It's a new day for veterans who want to lower the monthly payment.
That's me.
The New Day 100 VA loan lets you refinance your mortgages, consolidate your credit card debt, get cash, and lower your payments an average of $640 a month. New Day will even pay for your appraisal.
That's me.
As a vet, you've earned the right to apply for a home loan that's VA guaranteed. For veterans who want to refinance, that can mean a lot.
That's me.
Call New Day USA now, 1-855-707-5772.
When you've been making delicious natural cheese for over 100 years like Kraft has, you'll learn a lot about what people want.
Honey, do we have like a super creamy cheese with taco spice already in it? Oh, thanks.
Bon appetit cheese.
Okay.
For lower back pain sufferers, the search for relief often leads here. Introducing drug-free Aleve Direct Therapy, a high-intensity TENS device that uses technology once only in doctors' offices. For deep penetrating relief at the source, new Aleve Direct Therapy.
We've been talking with people who have Medicare about the health plans from Humana that could save you money. These are all-in-one plans that combine medical and prescription drug coverage, all with an affordable monthly plan premium, and in some areas, no plan premium. If you have a separate drug plan with Original Medicare or with a Medicare supplement, you could be saving money and getting more benefits with Humana's Medicare Advantage plans. Could Humana be a better value for your healthcare dollar? Call or go online and get this free booklet that will help you decide if our all-in-one plans are right for you. More than 3 million people are enjoying Humana's all-in-one Medicare Advantage plans. The facts you need are in the book, and it's totally free. Call 1-800-552-6474 or go to HumanaFreeBook.com. That's 1-800-552-6474 or go to HumanaFreeBook.com.
You know that moment? The moment you realize you need to do something with your old 401k. When you changed jobs, you certainly didn't take a sabbatical. You didn't even go on vacation. So why should your retirement savings? Welcome to the new Scottrade. Whether you know where you're going or need guidance to get there, we're here to help. Now is your moment.
Well, here we go again.
Bad judgment.
Issues, not insults.
She should be ashamed of herself.
Fair and balanced, Fox News Channel has election night covered because we are America's election headquarters.
So you have two candidates, two very different platforms. It's easy to forget that both of these candidates are real people with real families. And we're just going to take a moment to talk a little bit about the family of Donald Trump. I'm joined by Laura Trump, Donald Trump's daughter-in-law, wife of his son Eric. And by the way, North Carolina native. Ironic that I'm in North Carolina talking to you, Laura, in New York. Thank you so much for the time today.
Oh, thank you. And I was actually just there less than 24 hours ago. So I wish I was there joining you.
It's probably been a whirlwind. By the way, just a quick housekeeping note, choosing a president is almost as important as choosing the right husband. So a happy anniversary to you and Eric. I know it's your anniversary today.
Thank you.
And I'm just curious what this is like. I'm sure when you both got married, you didn't think someday I'm going to be casting, a vote for my father-in-law to be president. What was that like this morning?
Yeah, it was amazing. This has been such a journey for our entire family, and to be able to go in with my husband on a special day for us and cast our vote for Donald Trump as the president was incredible because, you think back to when he started, and so many people didn't even give him a shot. And it's been a tough 18 months for our family. We've been through a lot has been thrown our way at my father-in-law. And, to be able to come out today to vote for him, to see all that he has accomplished in the past 18 months, the movement that created behind him, was really incredible. It was a very special feeling.
We can only imagine. It's an opportunity that few have. And it's forever changed the course of history for your family. What are the next few hours like? I'm just curious. Do you guys go home and sit around in the living room and just sort of hang out and wait for the votes to come in? How are you going to handle the next few hours?
Well, I think we're all probably trying to distract ourselves a bit because the next couple hours feel like they're really dragging out quite a bit. But, we're all going to be together tonight as a family. We'll watch the results come in because family is very important to us. We got into this race as a family. We've gone through the whole thing together, and we'll be together again tonight no matter what happens. And I think it really has brought us closer together. This entire process is as nasty as it's gotten at times and as tough as it's been. It's actually been a blessing for all of us because I think whenever you feel like you've got the whole world against you, you have your family, and it's really been incredible.
We just spoke to an official with the Democrat Party in North Carolina, and when I asked him about this election season, one of the things that he did is list off a long list of offenses for Donald Trump. You've heard these attacks before. You just mentioned that your family has certainly had to deal with a lot of incoming over the last 18 months. For voters that hear that list and feel discouraged, what's your message to them today?
I really prefer actually to stay positive today. Look, we can go through Hillary Clinton's list, but we'll be here all night. And this is a woman who's been in politics for 30 years and really has nothing to show for it, is under criminal investigation. We could go on and on. But what I'd like to say is that I'm so proud of all that my father-in-law has done. I mean, you said it yourself, it's been historic. This is a man who has created a movement in this country, and it's because people are sick and tired of establishment politicians. This is a businessman who has come out and said, I want to give up my life to run for the highest office in the land because this country has serious problems. We have $20 trillion worth of debt. We have 95 million Americans that don't have jobs in this country. We give $150 billion away to countries that hate us while our veterans are dying. And these are big problems that we have. And unfortunately, these are problems that Hillary Clinton hasn't addressed that we really want to tackle. And my father-in-law, I give so much credit to because any other person would not be standing right now. But not only is he standing, he is winning in a lot of states, and I think we're going to see a great outcome this evening.
I'm so curious what your plan was in North Carolina as we wrap up here with the final question. Where did you decide to spend a lot of your time? What were your efforts like and why?
Well, I'm from Wilmington on the coast, so I wish I spent more time there. But the reality is, you know, we wanted to be in the bigger metropolitan areas in Charlotte and Raleigh, talking to people, talking to voters, talking to women in particular. And we did spend a lot of time there. And I actually feel so fortunate that I got to spend a lot of time in my home state and actually went to places that I'd never been for, even though I lived there for the majority of my life. So it's been a very special process, a learning process for sure, but one that I feel very fortunate for.
Well, we have had nothing but friendly people in Raleigh, North Carolina. we look forward to asking you about restaurant recommendations in the future, but for now it's all politics, Laura. So thank you so much for joining us today and making time for us, and best of luck. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
John?
Of course, the balance of power in the U.S. Senate is up for grabs tonight. We're looking at a close Senate race in Missouri. Why Donald Trump's message could actually be helping the Democratic candidate there. We're rolling along here on America's Election Headquarters. More happening now live from Columbus, Ohio and Raleigh, North Carolina next as we take a look at Fox News World Headquarters in New York City on this election day.
We asked people to write down the things they love to do most on these balloons.
Travel with my daughter.
Roller derby?
Now, give up half of them.
Do I have to?
This is the tough financial choice we could face when we retire. But if we start saving even just 1% more of our annual income, we could keep doing all the things we love.
Prudential, bring your challenges.
How the Duluth Fire Hose Shirt Jack got concocted. It took tough and toasty and some cozy. It also took technique. The Duluth Trading Fire Hose Shirt Jack, the toughest, toastiest, mightiest shirt known to man. Get one only at DuluthTrading.com.
Tonight, it's complete Election Day 2016 coverage. Watch Your World with Neil Cavuto at 4 and The 5 with special guests Brett Baer and Megyn Kelly.
Looking for these? You drive Buzz. Could be one very expensive
I'm
ride.
worried about my father.
First, you gotta make
I
bail.
can only pray the antidote.
Then pay me to get your car back.
Your insurance premiums go through the roof.
And my legal fees just keep adding up. All told, it could end up costing you $10,000.
Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzz driving, because buzz driving is drunk driving.
This is not your typical telecom commercial. We're not going to make assumptions about your business. We're not even going to tell you about our data, internet, and voice products. We'll tell you that we're dedicated to connecting with our customers and solving their business challenges, one relationship at a time. But are we the right company to help your business? We think it's worth a few minutes to find out. If you're tired of the same old telecommunications experience, give us a shot. After one meeting, you'll feel the difference with LightPath.
Click, connect, collaborate. It's that easy with LightPath Audio and Web Conference. Bring customers and colleagues together on any device, anywhere, anytime. An intuitive interface and one-click connections make online meetings and conference calls simple and more productive, helping your business save time and money. See why collaboration comes easily with LightPath Conference Services. Visit us online today.
What are we doing here? Are we gonna move some stuff out east for you?
Nah, man, that truck barely made it down the driveway.
It was a long drive.
Listen, guys, I don't have time.
I placed the red dot
to build a shelter
on
to
everything
take
that you
care
guys
of
are gonna take with you to my storage facility. Okay. Now, if it doesn't have a red dot on it, it stays here. Can you say it one more time?
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. I'm Martha McCallum. Breaking news of a lawsuit that was just announced by the Trump campaign. What is that all about, and what might that mean for tonight? We'll tell you what's going on there. Plus, voting is underway across the country. We are live in the battleground states where polling has been so tight. We'll talk about that. And Dana Perino and Brian Kilmeade will join me with their take on today, tonight, and tomorrow, as the nation is excited and on edge on Election Day in America 2016, coming up at the top of the hour. We'll see you then.
The balance of power in the U.S. Senate depends on what happens in just a handful of states, and Missouri's race is shaping up to be a close one. But Trump's message of change in Washington actually might be helping the Democratic candidate in the Show Me state. Rich Edson, live in my old college town, Columbia, Missouri, to explain. Rich.
Heck of a place, John. And, it's a message that Donald Trump has employed effectively. Anti-Washington, anti-establishment, anti-incumbent. It's also playing here in the Missouri Senate race. We're talking about Jason Kander. He's the 35-year-old Secretary of State. He's an Army veteran, and he's a Democrat. And in his race against incumbent Republican Senator Roy Blunt, he's moved that message through, essentially arguing that he is trying to oust an insider.
That I will go there and I will replace Senator Blunt, and I will never become Senator Blunt.
And with that, this race is essentially tied or close, according to the number of polls that we'd seen leading up to this race. Meanwhile, the Republican nominee, Donald Trump, had a pretty substantial lead going into a number of the polls that we saw over the last week. Roy Blunt, however, is running a campaign that's very typical Democrat versus Republican. He argues that this is for control of the United States Senate and, most importantly, control of the U.S. Supreme Court nomination process.
If you look at Missouri politics, this is a year like a lot of others where it's contested. I think the national Democrats will do anything to take over the Senate, and we're not going to let that happen.
Outside groups have unexpectedly spent tens of millions of dollars on this seat. Now, if this seat does go to the Democrat here, if it flips from the conservative Republican, the possibility of the fact it could be credited to perhaps the most unique voter this cycle, the split Donald Trump Senate Democrat candidate crossover vote. John, back to you.
Rich Edson in Missouri. Rich, thank you. We'll be back from Ohio and North Carolina in just a moment.
Tension reached a boiling point today outside of a Trump rally in Ohio, which started off as... Protesters interrupt the Hillary Clinton speech in Iowa.
Donald Trump campaign violence.
Did you happen to see this dog out in the parking lot or anything? I'm trying to find his owner. He's really, really sweet. Is he stray? He was running with the leash, so he's obviously
really?
someone's, you know? So we're looking for the owner.
So you're a Hillary supporter, are you?
I am. And I don't know if they're like in line or...
Are you a Trump supporter?
And you are wearing, huh. Yes, I am.
Hey there, little fella. What a beautiful dog. Mike, would you like to pet the dog? Oh, look at that.
I have my own dog. I wouldn't want my dog lost or anything, you know?
Yeah, definitely. I have a golden retriever, too.
Oh, yeah?
Been a dog lover forever.
And I am, too.
Yeah, the dogs don't criticize.
Right.
Especially my golden retriever. He'd be laying on her feet right now.
Oh, look. Awesome. Oh, my God.
I love that apparently when it comes to dogs, there's no political party.
You know, I didn't ever expect myself to agree with the Trump supporter on something.
We do agree that we love dogs. Dogs love us.
I think fundamentally, if you go talk person to person, they care about each other and they care about kids. They care about dogs, and unfortunately, that's not what gets out in the media.
Things like this give us hope that we can all find common ground in some places, and I think that was what we were just a part of.
We have our differences, but everyone loves dogs.
Best news for me today, the line of storms sweeping in from the west, already hitting Cleveland to our north and Cincinnati to our south, but so far we're dry in Columbus. Thanks for joining us.
We'll take the clear skies. In the meantime, it'll be an exciting night no matter where you are, but of course we hope to see you on Fox News. America's election headquarters starts right now.
Thank you, John and Jenna. Just hours from now, we will start making calls in states across the country, learning who will be the 45th president of these United States. Hello, everybody, and happy Election Day 2016. I'm Martha McCallum. So the presidential hopefuls did something today that few Americans will ever experience. Stepping into a voting booth and voting, yep, for themselves. Donald Trump did just that at public school in New York City. Hillary Clinton near her home in Chappaqua, New York, with her husband by her side. Two New Yorkers, only one, will head to Pennsylvania Avenue to make their mark on the history of this country. One will celebrate in the Big Apple, and one will concede tonight, most likely. That's the plan. We've got live team coverage. Carl Cameron with the Trump campaign. First, we go to Jennifer Griffin, traveling with the Clinton campaign on the final day. Jennifer.
Hi, Martha. Well, we're inside the Javits Center here in New York City, and they call this the Crystal Palace. They call it that for a reason. It is an engineering feat of steel and glass, and the Clinton campaign chose it today because if she wins and she breaks through that ultimate glass ceiling, this will be the symbolic backdrop that they choose for her to make her remarks tonight. She will speak on the stage behind me. She will be the only person speaking on that stage behind me. She voted earlier this morning near her house in Chappaqua, New York. She spoke to reporters and talked about how she felt today. She got home very late last night from that last midnight event in Raleigh, North Carolina. The fact that the campaign decided to end the campaign last night in North Carolina after having that all-star turnout in front of Independence Hall in Philadelphia shows just how nervous they are about North Carolina. It's very, very close there. I also talked to Democratic sources this morning, and they tell me that they have seen Michigan in a free fall in recent weeks. That is why so much attention was paid to that state, which has typically been Democratic, in the last hours by both the president, Hillary Clinton, and other senior Democrats showing up in Michigan. They think they may be able to squeak it out, but they said that they really were hurt in Michigan by the Comey letter just 10 days ago. Back to you, Martha.
Fascinating. Jennifer, thank you. So just under 2 miles from the spot where Hillary Clinton will spend election night, Donald Trump will watch the results at a Hilton hotel in Midtown Manhattan. That is where we find Carl Cameron right now. So, Carl, what's up with the latest Trump campaign lawsuit that we've just heard about in Nevada?
Well, he heard about this on Saturday and complained about it, said that he didn't think it was appropriate and something might be done. Donald Trump did. What they're alleging is that when the time came to close the polls, in Clark County, Nevada, just outside Las Vegas, there were a lot of people in line, and customarily the polling places do stay in line, but they cut the line at wherever it is, and additional people aren't allowed to be added. The Trump campaign is saying that after hours, when the polls were supposed to have closed, in addition to the people who were in line at that time, others came and were allowed to vote as well. And that would be a violation of the rules that Clark County and Nevada have on their books, and so those votes would have to be somehow removed from the count. We're here on 52nd Street. Behind me is the Hilton Hotel, where Trump will have what he hopes will be a victory speech tonight. There's not a big crowd expected for this. This is mostly for the media. and we don't have a lot of the logistics worked out entirely yet. The Trump campaign notoriously late in the game with giving a lot of the planning. That being said, the planning that they hope is going to matter is in the battleground states where Trump really traveled for the last 72 hours, back and forth to the places where the polls were the narrowest, in hopes of picking up the necessary 270 electors. An exhausting night. He actually campaigned yesterday past midnight, and both Pence and Trump were able to say it's officially November 8th. Now go back home, take a nap, and go vote. Trump himself did that today in Manhattan. He brought his family along with him. As he was leaving the ballot booth, the press threw him questions, and he was asked specifically if he would concede if he's defeated tonight, and he said he'll have to wait and see, which is effectively consistent with the statement that he made many weeks ago after the last debate, in which he was asked if he would concede and said that he was not going to make up his mind and he would keep people in suspense. The statement then said he would reserve the right to litigate if there were problems, and now he's doing that. Martha?
Fascinating. Carl, thank you very much. So both Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton closing out the campaign, pleading for every last vote out there, with more than 100 million Americans expected to cast ballots today. It was about 130 million last time around, so it'll be interesting to see if we go north of that number tonight. The candidates' Election Day ground game could make all the difference out there. Governor Mike Huckabee is a former presidential candidate and former governor of Arkansas and a supporter of Donald Trump. And Michigan Congresswoman Debbie Dingell is a member of the Democratic National Committee and former chair of Al Gore's 2000 campaign in Michigan. Welcome to both of you. Good to have you here. You know, when you look back at the Al Gore situation and you think about what Carl Cameron was talking about, Debbie, is it possible that we see a similar situation tonight, do you think?
Well, I think that we're seeing significant voter turnout throughout the country. People know that their votes matter. And the way that I'm reading, and Lord, I'm just like everybody else right now, reading these early voter turnouts, I think we'll have a clear, definitive winner, and I think it will be my candidate tonight. So I think it's very important tomorrow that we all come together as Americans. We're not Republicans or Democrats. We care about this country, and I hope that we will not see a replay of what happened in the year 2000, and that we will all come together tomorrow as Americans.
All right, just hold on for a moment, if you would. Governor Huckabee and Debbie Dingell, we had been hoping to have Mr. Trump on the phone with us. We know he had voted earlier today and is in New York City, so we're going to speak to him in just... Okay, we've got him. All right, great. So joining me now is the candidate himself, Mr. Donald Trump. Mr. Trump, welcome. Great to have you with us today. It's a special day all around.
Well, it is, Martha. It's been amazing. It's been a whole amazing year and a half. And make America great again. That's what we're looking to do. Very important.
How are you feeling today, and how are you feeling about tonight?
I feel great. I mean, I feel great. I had a marathon going for the last 3 days, as you know, with, you know, massive crowds and speeches and things. But I feel really good. I feel good about tonight. We'll have to see what happens, but we're getting very good numbers coming out, and we'll see. I mean, who knows? But I think we're going to do very well.
We were just listening to Carl Cameron talk about the lawsuit that you have brought up in Nevada. Do you have any comment to make about that?
No, the people brought it up. I mean, I have great representatives in Nevada and, you know, really a lot of other places, and they felt it was a pretty bad situation out there. You have Harry Reid. He's a guy who is, you know, he plays pretty loose, let's face it. You know how he deals, you know probably better than I know. And they brought a lawsuit that sounded like a good one to me, so I let him bring it. We have to keep the system honest. We have a very, very serious situation with the whole process. And, you know, I've been talking about the rigged system for a long time, Martha, and in many ways it really is a rigged system. And you see that with Hillary Clinton, how she gets off from deleting 33,000 emails, et cetera, et cetera. So we want to go to the judges when we have to.
You know, you said when you were in the debate that was moderated by Chris Wallace, you know, I'll leave you in suspense in terms of whether or not you would accept the decision that is made tonight by the voters. Is that what you will do? Will you accept that decision tonight? Or from everything you're saying right now, it makes me wonder.
Today. Yeah, Martha, we're going to see how things play out today. And hopefully they'll play out well, and hopefully we won't have to worry about it, meaning hopefully we'll win. But we're going to see how they play out, and I want to see everything honest. If you look at Philadelphia, if you look at St. Louis, if you look at Chicago, President Obama 8 years ago was quoted as saying essentially that it's it's corrupt as can be, the polling booths at Chicago. I mean, that's what he said. And you have the tape because I actually saw it on Fox. But we have to see how it is, and hopefully everything's going to be on the straight and up.
I mean, how do you feel about this, the peaceful transition of power that America prides itself on? I mean, how important is it to you that people be able to heal and move on after what's been a decidedly divisive election process, Mr. Trump?
Well, I do love it. I love it. I think it's important. I think it's very powerful. I also think that when you see what's going on with Hillary and the FBI and the Department of Justice, when Bill Clinton goes on an airplane with the Attorney General of the United States just prior to her making a decision, which is unheard of. This is unheard of. When the United States Congress sends a subpoena to look at emails and look at other material, and they're all deleted, and nothing happens, and yet they put a 4-star general in jail, or they probably will put him in jail for as much as 5 years when General Petraeus' life is destroyed. You say this is a system that is broken. It's broken.
So what happens, I'm going to ask you about each scenario. If you win tonight, how will you move forward to heal the rift that many people believe exists in this country?
Well, that I believe exists. You and I have spoken about it. And, we have a very divided country. We're divided in many different ways, but we are certainly a divided country.
So what would you do to bring it together? What move would you make?
You've got to be, first of all, we need jobs. We have to bring our jobs back because our jobs are being stolen like never before. You look at the number of factories and plants that are closed around the United States over the last 15 years. It's unbelievable to look at it. And the thousands and actually millions and millions of jobs that are missing. I mean, they're just missing. They were stolen. And it's a terrible situation. I think it's one of the reasons that, I made it through 17 people, and I'm doing obviously pretty well right now because we're essentially pretty close to being tied, I guess. And I can tell you from the results that are being out in the polling booths today, as you have already stated, I think we're doing pretty well, too.
Yeah, I mean, it's very close in many of these battleground states, which is what it's going to come down to. So, it's clear that if you win, you want to get to work on jobs. That would be your first priority, and it sounds like you believe that that's the way to heal the country.
Sure, but we have many things. We have to repeal and replace Obamacare. Martha, nobody knows how serious the disaster of Obamacare is. It's destroying families. It's destroying businesses. You have businesses that can't function anymore. They're going out of business. The health care is, first of all, it's horrible health care. It's terrible. It doesn't even work. Deductibles as high as $17,000. It doesn't even work. But on top of that, people have to pay so much for it. So you're buying something that you're never going to be able to use. And Obamacare is killing our country. It's really hurting our country badly.
I think it's clear that, people finding out what those premiums are going to cost definitely
drew attention
to your campaign. But before I run out of time, I want to ask you this. If you do lose tonight, what's your next move?
Well, I'm going to have to see under what circumstances. I mean, honestly, look, I want everything to be really, really smooth and really, really good. I understand the importance of that. I was very good in history. And frankly, I fully understand that it's very important in so many different ways. But, I've been using the word, and long before Bernie Sanders ever used it, I guess they all got it from me. I was talking about his situation. I was talking about other situations. It's largely a rigged system. And you see it at the polling booths, too. You're seeing
Are you saying that you believe this will not be over tonight, Mr. Trump?
No, I'm not saying that. I say I have to look at, what's happening. I have to look at reports that are coming out. There are reports that when people vote for Republicans, the entire ticket switches over to Democrats. You've seen that. It's happening at various places today. It's been reported. In other words, the machines, you put down a Republican and it registers as a Democrat. And they've had a lot of complaints about that today. We have to be careful. We have to see what it is. We have to be. I must tell you, there's something really nice about the old paper ballot system. There is some. Maybe it takes a lot longer. But there's something awfully nice about the old system. You don't worry about hacking. You don't worry about all of the problems that you're seeing. But it's old and it's time-consuming. It takes a long time, but it's, in many respects, it's a lot better, Mom.
You said that if you lose, it would be a tremendous waste of time and a lot of your money. What would be your message to all of those millions of people who have come out in support of you. What would you say to those who view
Well, I
the
think it'd be
forgotten man and forgotten woman?
Yeah, they are the forgotten men and women, and I think it would be very disappointing to those women and those men and those families, because, you know, they're tremendous families. They built the country to a large extent. I mean, these are people that built the country.
I have to jump in and thank you very much. And best of luck to you and to Hillary Clinton tonight. We'll be right back after this.
Are you a veteran, own a home, and need cash? You need to know about the New Day 100 Home Loan for Veterans. It lets you borrow up to 100% of your home's value, not just 80%. And that can mean a lot more money for you and your family. With our military service, veterans like us have earned a valuable VA benefit, the right to apply for a VA home loan. The New Day 100 VA loan lets you refinance your mortgages, consolidate your credit card debt, put cash in the bank, and lower your payments an average of $640 a month. And New Day will even pay your appraisal fee. That could save you up to $500 or more. So call New Day USA. They look at your whole financial picture, not just your credit score. And they'll do everything they possibly can to get you approved. Call them today.
Refinance for up to 100% of your home's value. Go to newdayusa.com or call New Day USA now at 1-855-429-4866.
You don't let anything keep you sidelined. That's why you drink Ensure with 9 grams of protein and 26 vitamins and minerals. For the strength and energy to get back to doing what you love. Ensure, always be you.
The world's most awarded luxury cruise line is bringing its legendary experience to Europe's majestic waterways. Introducing Crystal River Cruises, an all-inclusive, truly exclusive travel experience that's in a class by itself. With state-of-the-art river yachts boasting impeccable design and elegant, spacious suites. Enjoy every luxury imaginable. Butler service for every suite, glorious spas, open spaces, exceptional dining, and so much more. Unique excursions into Europe's most iconic cities, historic landmarks, breathtaking landscapes, and local cultures, with voyages along the Danube, Rhine, and Main rivers, ranging from 7 to 16 days. Come explore Europe's enchanting waterways with Crystal River Cruises, the world's only luxury river cruise line.
There's a big concentration of power in this city, and you need a watchdog. Somebody needs to keep the people in power honest. Politicians, lobbyists, journalists. I know how it works. You gotta hold these guys accountable.
Tucker Carlson tonight. It's time to get answers. Premieres Monday at 7.
You did it. You were disciplined. You saved your money, and you have a retirement nest egg. But what do you do now? It doesn't have to be complicated. The smart investor has their money protected against market losses. Up with the market and never down. Forwards with their money, never backwards. And it's simple. Sound attractive? Get your investor's kit, and I'll explain on the DVD exactly how it works, and you decide if it's right for you.
Get your investor's kit. Call 800-557-7379 or tyjyoung.net.
Fox News Channel on Sirius XM. Your favorite shows on Channel 114. Plus every story, every 15 minutes. Fox News headlines 24/7. Channel 115.
Always a lot of excitement on Election Day, and today is no exception. Millions of Americans are heading to the polls. They're putting those stickers on saying, I voted. It's a proud moment for all Americans, and it is the election of our 45th president. Think about that. Only 44 other people have gotten a chance to lead this country, and number 45 is about to be elected. Win or lose tonight, Donald Trump has created a new wave within the Republican Party and in the country, bringing thousands of new voters into the GOP's tent. So what does that mean going forward? Here's running mate Mike Pence at Donald Trump's midnight rally in Grand Rapids, Michigan, on some of the key issues for the new GOP.
But the truth is, this election's even about bigger things than their small ethics. And on this election day, we do well to reflect on that with our neighbors and friends. I mean, the simple fact is that this election is also about our security. It's about our prosperity. And it's about the Supreme Court of the United States of America. Don't you doubt it for 1 second.
Big issues. Sean Spicer, Chief Strategist and Communications Director for the Republican National Committee. Been a long road, Sean. The day is finally here.
Finally here.
So how are you feeling? Do you think that you're going to have a win tonight?
I do. I'm excited. You look at those 6 rallies that Donald Trump did yesterday, the energy that he has and the energy that the crowds have. People waiting hours, abandoning their cars and walking miles just to be part of history. It's a pretty phenomenal, historic last couple days here for this election cycle.
I mean, I think you're absolutely right. And I think that's true no matter which side of the fence people are on. We have seen a tremendous outpouring of people, many of whom, according to all of the research we've seen, many of whom don't normally vote. Would you say that that's true?
Yeah, we've got a lot of low propensity voters who have, and I think one of the things that Donald Trump and Mike Pence have done is really channel that sense of people not feeling like they've been part of the process, that they feel frustrated, and they're channeling that, and they finally feel like they've got a vessel that's saying, I get it. I'll go to Washington, I'll change things up, I'm going to end the status quo, and they're excited, and they're willing to wait hours and walk miles to just be part of that movement.
Lord Faust spends
we just spoke with him a
sitting
moment ago,
on a cliff.
and I asked him that. So what happens if you win? I said, and we went through that scenario. And if you lose, and we went through that scenario, what happens to those people? What happens to those people who have been stirred to action and who have been excited by the thought of a Trump presidency? How does the GOP answer to them?
Well, I think not just Donald Trump and Mike Pence, but we're increasingly confident maintaining the Senate, Speaker Paul Ryan, and being able to all work together and enact that sort of change and solutions that people have been asking for finally. I think that they've all figured out, hey, if we get there, if we get this opportunity, if we're blessed and honored to earn the support of so many Americans, then we really need to show that there can be a difference, that our government can be responsive. And so we're going to have to do what we can to make sure that all of that energy, excitement, enthusiasm, and hard work pays off into actual results in Washington.
Paul Ryan has had a complicated relationship with Donald Trump, and part of your job has been trying to herd the cats in the Republican Party, which has not been easy through the course of, and if Donald Trump doesn't win tonight, people are going to say, well, no wonder. I mean, why didn't his party get behind him?
Well, look, the party is behind him. I think there's some voices out there, sometimes louder than others, that drowned out the millions that have come to be part of this. But you look at the polling results, you look at the state. Again, I mean, think about this from the last couple cycles, from 08 to 12 to now. We're talking about Michigan, Colorado, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Maine too. All of this is expanding the map for Republicans. We are going to have more electoral votes tonight than we've had in the last 2 cycles. And I think that that's an important thing to note for all of the media, mainstream media narrative. We will do very, very well tonight. We will bring millions of people into this process. And I think we'll see a resounding victory in more and more states that Obama carried twice.
We will see. It's going to be fascinating to watch. Sean Spicer, thank you for your time as always. Good to have you here today. So we are already starting to hear about some of the returns from early voting, but what can we expect when the polls finally start closing across this country? We're going to take a look. There's the map. It'll be changing by the moment. We'll be right back.
This program is brought to you by Empire Today. For your carpet, flooring, and window treatment needs, call today.
It's Empire Today's biggest sale. The 50-50-50 sale. 50% off carpet and flooring, 50% off padding and materials, and 50% off installation. That's right, half off your entire project. You can save thousands. Empire's 50-50-50 sale won't last long. Don't miss 50% off carpet and flooring, 50% off padding and materials, and 50% off installation.
800-300 Empire.
Today. Hi, I'm Derek Lowe with NewTek, your business solutions company. Does your business need money? Whether you need $10,000 or $10 million, you can count on NewTek, the nation's largest non-bank government-guaranteed lender. NewTek can help your business expand and grow. With a simple phone interview, we can pre-qualify you in just 48 hours. And with rates as low as 6%, you can see why so many businesses turn to NewTek. To see how easy getting a loan can be, contact NewTek, your business solutions company, today.
Hi, I'm William Devane. And right now, there's a serious discussion about who our next president will be. A Republican, a Democrat, an independent. The future of our country is hanging in the balance, which is why, as a good American, I'm going to do 2 things. I'm going to vote, and I'm going to buy gold from Roslyn Capital. Buying gold from Roslyn helps protect me against runaway inflation. and all that paper money being printed around the world by unstable governments. Whether you want new or old gold or premium collector coins, Rosalind has them all. And what you order is what you get. No gimmicks, no nonsense, no hassle. So do your part to protect your future. Vote and buy gold from Rosalind Capital. What's in your safe?
Call now and get a free gold kit, a free silver kit, and a free IRA transfer kit. Call 800-630-8900. 800-630-8900. 800-630-8900.
Imagine winning $1 billion and using all the money to help humanity.
How long is it going to be until I get to go on the show?
Next, Harry, the very funny Kevin James. You worked as a fitness trainer at one point?
I wasn't very motivational. When you're having ice cream with your trainer, you got to make a switch.
Plus, this kid magician will blow your mind.
1, 2, 3, blow. I said blow, not spit, Harry.
And I understand you have a special challenge for me. Next, Harry.
Today at 4 on Fox 5.
The future of medicine at your hospital is the present medicine at our hospital.
So just a little while ago, we talked with Donald Trump and asked about what does each candidate have to do, really, to win the ground game. We heard from Mr. Trump a little while ago, and his feelings about how tight it might be tonight. Governor Mike Huckabee is a former presidential candidate and former governor of Arkansas, and Michigan Congresswoman Debbie Dingell is a member of the Democratic National Committee and former chair of Al Gore's 2000 campaign in Michigan. Thanks, you guys, for staying with us. I appreciate that. We didn't know exactly when he was going to call in, so and it was good to hear from him today, of course. So let me go to you first, Governor Huckabee, because one of the things that he talked about was that he does think that the system is rigged, as he has said many times. Do you expect that we're going to get a clear decision tonight?
I think we very well may. I feel like he's going to win, and I've said that for a long time. I sense it. I feel it. I could be wrong. Heck, I've been wrong before. I was wrong this time about who was going to win the primary. I just got preempted by the man himself. So it wasn't the first time this year that's happened. But something is going on out there. And let me tell you what I sense. It's not about Donald Trump. It's about the movement that he's created, where frustrated men and women who are working class and who've spent a lifetime lifting heavy things, standing on concrete floors, wiping the sweat off their brow at the end of a hard day's work, and they've got nothing to show for it. There are a few people in this country that are living large, but so many people in this nation know that the system has failed them, and it is rigged. Hillary is not being held accountable for the things that she has done, like letting her maid have access to classified information. Those are the kind of things that just make people say, I don't know what kind of president Donald Trump might be, but by gosh, I'm willing to give him a shot, because he can't lead this country anywhere but better.
And Debbie, it is a real concern out there that people watch everything that has happened, and I know, the FBI said that they didn't find anything in those emails, and that's something that I think everybody accepts on the face of it. That's what they found. But there's a feeling that there's different rules for people who are in that inner circle, whether it be in government or whether it be on Wall Street, and there's a lot of people who feel very left out in that process. Now, those people used to be represented by Democrats, but what we're seeing in this election is that many of them feel like the Democrats have become the party of the elite, and the Republicans have become the party of the working man.
So I agree with both of you that I think there's a real frustration there, and people are tired of the status quo. They're tired of it, particularly they're tired of people not addressing and caring about the issues that they care about. But I disagree with you that they think it's Secretary Clinton. I think they look at everybody. I think right now, the reason I think that Secretary Clinton is going to win tonight is when they look at who they need, what's happening to them, I think she's going to win tonight. And I think that's, I got to say, I'm actually probably the only one here who think that the people ago when he was tapping in and talking about trade. I was excited to hear him talk about it because we needed to have something like that talk about it. But then when you look at watching his talk, the fact of the matter is he doesn't produce the things that his companies produce in this country. He produces them in China and Mexico and other countries. And then when he came to Michigan and he talked about trade, he also realized that his worker was being paid. And so they're going to build auto plants in other places, pay him less. And then they'll be desperate for a job, so they won't care what they say. He has it when he really talks about things that working men and women care about. And whether this billionaire can identify with the real struggles that we're seeing working men and women deal with every day, I think in the end, that's why Secretary Clinton will win tonight.
We'll see. People are voting right now. They're going to be voting after work when they get home. This story is very far from being written, and there's a lot of tight races out there. But I think, I'm going to be covering the exit polls tonight, Governor Huckabee, and these are the things that I'm going to be looking for. People in a lower income class, people who have not got a college education, which, by the way, is 2/3 of the country. It's most of the country who falls into that basket, and basket of deplorables, I guess one of the candidates would have called them. But, who do they vote for? Which way do they lean, and how much does it change the future picture of this political country? Thought on that, Governor?
Donald Trump may in fact be a billionaire, but the fact is he got it the old-fashioned way. He earned it in the private sector. I think people look at Hillary Clinton and they realize that based on her connection to government and then as Secretary of State shaking down foreign governments for hundreds of billions of dollars to the Clinton Foundation, and we're not talking about the friendliest countries to us. We're not talking about the UK and Australia and Canada. We're talking about Saudi Arabia, for heaven's sakes, where women are deplorably treated. We're talking about Qatar and Morocco. And they funded extraordinary amounts of money. And Hillary and Bill Clinton, fine, they got rich. But they did it because of their connection to government. And there are a lot of people whose only connection to government is getting gut punched by premiums they can't afford from Obamacare, by taxes that are eating their lunch, and by a fact that the job they have worked so hard to preserve, they've disappeared along with their pensions. And there are people who used to make a good living making things in this country, and they don't have a job anymore. Or maybe they've got 2 or 3, and they're still not making what they used to make with the one job.
We've got a lot to figure out in this country. Thank you very much to you both, and we will see what happens tonight. Many thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it is not just the Oval Office that is on the line today. The balance of power in the Senate is also one of the huge questions when it comes to Supreme Court nominations and whether or not they will pass. All of that is a huge question. It will be close by everything that we are looking at. We're going to take a look at what the outcome might be and what it might mean for the next president. We'll be right back with more.
We boarded the Avalon with a destination. 120 years hibernation means you'll wake up in a new century on a new planet. But in the blink of an eye, everything changed. Do you know what's going on?
You woke up 90 years too soon.
There's something they didn't tell us.
There's a reason we woke up early.
Rated PG-13.
I'm my team's #1 fan. Yay, sports. I've never been #1 in anything until I put these babies on. Now, we're on a winning streak, and I have never taken them off. Do I know where I'm going? Absolutely. We're going to the playoffs.
Allstate guarantees your rates won't go up just because of an accident, starting the day you sign up.
So get accident forgiveness from Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
It's good to be in good hands.
At PXG, our company colors are black and white for a reason. The golf club either looks sexy or it doesn't. It either launches higher and goes further or it doesn't. It either feels softer, is unbelievably forgiving, and has a sweet spot the size of Texas, or it doesn't. The golf club is either good enough to be called the world's finest or it isn't PXG. Nobody makes golf clubs the way we do. Period.
I know what you're thinking. I thought what you thought. Some things are just too good to be true. Just like you, I thought that reverse mortgages had to have some kind of catch. Just a way for the banks to get your house, right? Well, I found out it's not any of that. It's not enough. And it's also not too good to be true. mortgage loan is a simple idea, really. You turn your home's equity into cash, and you pay it back when you leave the house. Most people use the money to pay off their existing mortgage or pay some bills, cover medical costs, even update their home. And, just as importantly, you still own your home. And you make no monthly mortgage payments. It's a loan designed just for older Americans, and it's helped hundreds of thousands to live a more stable, secure retirement and stay in the home they love.
AAG is the leader in reverse mortgages. Call us today for your free information kit. It will answer all your questions and help you decide if a reverse mortgage is right for you and how to qualify.
I know what you're thinking. I did too. I felt the same way. But I checked it out, and I found out a lot more. It's pretty simple. A reverse mortgage from AAG can give you the retirement stability you're looking for. Maybe you want to check it out.
If you're 62 or older and own your own home, give AAG a call to receive your free information kit. You'll receive the information you're looking for, as well as tell you how much cash you may qualify for. Call 800-927-6660 today.
Bringing stability to retirement.
It is a big night, and the balance of power is also up to wraps in the Senate on this election day. So there are a lot of Senate candidates who are jittery right now, waiting for the results for this evening. It's going to be close, with just 1 to 2 seats is what most of the prognosticators are saying in terms of what will turn the dime on whether the Senate stays Republican or whether it goes into Democratic control. I also spoke with candidate Donald Trump a few moments ago about whether or not he will accept the outcome in the presidential race tonight. And here's what Mr. Trump said.
And hopefully they'll play out well. But we're going to see how they play out, and I want to see everything honest.
Spokesperson for President George W. Bush. Emily Tish Sussman is campaign director for the Center for American Progress Action Fund. Good to have both of you with us. So, let's start with Tom. You were around in the Bush White House. We all remember 2000, and I spoke with Sean Spicer a little while ago too. Sort of what's the marker? At what point did you see something and Florida, once again, becomes a state that everybody is watching. Mercedes, what do you think?
Absolutely. Well, I was there during the 2000 election, and obviously Al Gore didn't concede right away. It took him so much to concede, actually, and I think we have to wait and see what the results are. I think it's very easy for reporters to be asking, well, why are you going to concede? They could put a pressure on Donald Trump. This is a wait and see until the very end, and I think we have to figure out what happens in each of these states. If it's down to 400 votes or 500 votes, like we saw in the state of Florida back in 2000, it really gets into this very tricky territory.
I mean, we're seeing things all over the map when you look at some of these electoral potential counts that everybody is adding up. But if it is that close and it comes down to Florida, we know that they have what's going on in Nevada as well. What do you think?
It does make me nervous that this is where the tenor of the discourse has taken us. Trump, from the beginning, has basically made up his own rules. He's stuck by the truth that he wants to stick with. He even just said this morning that every poll is wrong. He said, I feel something in the room. They all must be getting it wrong. So he's always made himself fast. They went suing Nevada.
He went through the primary process and won the primary process, and then he got the nomination, and then he ran for president. So I'm not sure what you're referring to on that specifically.
He just the lawsuit that he just filed with Nevada saying that they cannot do the polls, but the law is very explicit. If people are online, you do keep the polls open. There's no discretion in it. And the fact that he just filed that lawsuit, I think, is a precursor to see that every single thing can be challenged.
So much time where they don't even want to talk about voter fraud, for example. So when the Republicans bring up the fact that there could be voter fraud in different states, it's the Democrats that say, oh, that's not rampant, that's not happening across the country. I mean, these are issues of voter fraud throughout the country, especially on a day like today. I mean, democracy is not something that you can take for granted. You have to push at it all the time.
And you've got to make sure that everything is honest, because we all know, I mean, we've all read our history, remember the stories about Chicago, remember the stories about Lyndon Johnson in Texas, and, you know, writing in people who didn't exist and passed away a long time ago. I don't see what's wrong with this. Using the magnifying glasses, every company has to really talk about that. And that's what we should be. And since 2004, a nonpartisan study by the Washington Post said that out of 1 billion votes cast, it was something around 31 cases out of 1 billion votes cast. So I think if we should have the vote always zero, and we should have an equal discussion.
And plenty of cases in different states where people have been convicted of voter fraud. I mean, it does happen.
Discussion about voter intimidation, about he stood by Al Gore's right for the recount, right? He stood by Al Gore's right. Absolutely. Okay. So I think we're good.
Yeah, we're all.
Thank you very much. See you later. So, a contentious election season ending with a request for unity from both candidates. Dana Perino and Brian Kilmeade will give their take on how the country moves forward after what has been a bit of a sling fest over the last many months. We'll see who becomes the 45th president tonight. We'll be right back.
I would like to take a moment to address my fellow veterans, because I know there are so many of them who have served their country, whether it was 2 years, 4 years, or 32 years like myself. One of the benefits of serving the country is your eligibility for a VA loan. Not 80%, 100% of the value of your country. That's what you can get from the U.S.
Go to newdayusa.com or call 1-855-707-5775. It's a new day for veterans who want to refinance. That's me. The New Day 100 VA loan lets you refinance your mortgages, consolidate your credit card debt, get cash, and lower your payments an average of $640 a month. New Day will even pay for your appraisal. That's me. As a vet, you need to call New Day USA.
The wisdom from a lifetime of shared experience and the security of knowing who you can count on. We're Interim Health, and we've been helping people defend their lives for more than 15 years.
See me.
Don't stare at me. See me.
See me.
See me at your nose.
Psoriasis is just something that I have.
I'm not contagious.
See me to know that I won't stop.
Until I find what works.
Discover Cosentyx, a different kind of medicine for moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Proven to help the majority of people find clear or almost clear skin. 8 out of 10 people saw 75% skin clearance in 3 months, while the majority saw 90% clearance. Do not use it for your allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, you should be tested for tuberculosis, an increased risk of infections and low debility like infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, and severe cough. Or if you can see that bacteria plants. If you have inflammatory bowel disease, tell your doctor if symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
See me. See me.
Insurance plan? No. I could go on an insurance company. With Liberty Mutual replacement, you don't have to worry about replacing your car because you have the full value back, including depreciation. And if you have more than one Liberty Mutual policy, you qualify for a multi-policy discount, saving you money on your car and home coverage. Call 1-888-799-3459 for a free quote today. Liberty stands with you. Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Shepard Smith on the Fox News Network coordinator on Election Day in America. We'll speak with the Fox News president, Chris Wallace, who challenges facing our next president, about who that may be. We'll also check in with Fox News contributor Ed Rollins. He's the head of the Super PAC supporting Donald Trump. Saying his word, it'll still take a miracle for the Republican nominee to beat Hillary Clinton. That's coming up top of the hour on Shepard Smith Reporting. We'll see you then.
Thank you, Shepard. We're looking forward to that. Plus this, both Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump calling for unity in their closing arguments to voters. But how can the nation come together after the bruising battle that we have all witnessed between two of the most unpopular candidates in electoral history? Here's Secretary Clinton this morning.
I hope to be remembered as someone who began to help heal our country, to overcome these divides and, this very unfortunate, feeling that a lot of people have that, this election was very much filled with nastiness and negativity. And I want us to come together.
Dana Perino, co-host of The Five and co-host of Perino and Steyerwalt. I'll tell you what. Brian Kilmeade, co-host of Fox and Friends and author of Thomas Jefferson and the Tripoli Pirates. Welcome. It's great to have both of you here. Thank you so much for being here. Dana, let me start with you. How do you build a country?
Well, I would love to be a consultant for whoever wins, because I feel like I have some pretty good ideas for what they could do between Thanksgiving and Christmas. Because I think that period is not a time when either of these candidates, if they should win, should go on vacation. I think that is the time to try to figure out a few ways to help start bringing people together. The other thing I would say is that for the public, start to get yourself in the mindset that compromise is not a traitorous act. So the country has a lot of problems. Those have been exposed over this campaign season. People have strong feelings on both sides. So whoever the next president is, whatever their first 100 days looks like, if the other side, the other party in Congress comes to the table to make some sort of a deal, that is not a traitorous act. And I think that the zero-sum politics that we have gotten to see over the last probably 12 years is not productive, and I don't think that in the future we're going to lose an election just because it came to the table. Let's listen to this from Donald Trump moments ago.
But we have many things. We have to repeal and replace Obamacare. Martha, nobody knows how serious the disaster of Obamacare is. It's destroying families, it's destroying businesses. You have businesses that can't function anymore. They're going out of business. The healthcare is healthcare. It's terrible. It doesn't even work.
And this is true for a lot of people. So if Hillary Clinton wins, does she need to say, there's parts of this that need to be fixed? We need to talk to small businesses in this country. We need to figure out how to make it so that they don't want to hire fewer people.
I know ideally the perfect thing to do, Martha. I'm sorry, did you call on me?
Yes, I did.
And ideally the perfect thing to do is really compromise, get together, but call in for leadership if it is Hillary Clinton that wins. The first thing you guys call leadership is that you're willing to talk about. Don't just say, I need you to fix Obamacare. Really? What are you going to do about, I don't know, the judges? What are you going to do about immigration? What are you going to do about the wars that we're barely fighting overseas? What are you going to do about getting rid of sequester in a way that is responsible, in a way that when you need this is over? You got to find out some priorities. If we can see some really take right off,
You know, in terms of that process, Dana, when you look at how difficult that will be, and I keep thinking about people that we've watched who come out to these rallies, right, and feel forgotten. We know that the suicide rate among white men is amazing, and there is this forgotten man, forgotten woman in the nation. So if he wins tonight, they're going to feel empowered. They're going to feel like somebody's looking for them. If he loses tonight, what happens?
Well, I think that both parties have realized that they have missed helping out the white working class, the people that you're talking about. And it's women, too. In the different posts this weekend about so many women on the Western Slope actually committing suicide sort of in their 40s and 50s. So there is health and healing that needs to be done all across the country. Here's my big concern. The jobs are not coming back from China. They're not coming back from Mexico. Those types of jobs that have been offshored, those are actually now going south to Bangladesh or Vietnam. They're being replaced here in America, not necessarily with other people, but with technology and robots. So in terms of when it happens going forward, we know that people not working leads to a lot of anger, understandably so. And so that if you look at Joe Biden or Donald Trump, they actually say the same thing. You cannot forget these workers in the country, and they're not just in the battleground states, they are all across the country, and it's only going to get exasperated
speak a voice. But I still think you got not only get jobs, I still you got to carry over to the inner city. And you got to give them some opportunity to make these jobs. So those are the ones that really simple as they get. Then go to the inner city and say, how do we create opportunity for you? And I actually think that sincerely the Trump family is letting me know Donald Trump has said in publicly that I think he is moved by this going to the inner city. I think he really about what's going on over the last 18 months. I think he does want to help, and he sees the potential there. And I think if you could do that, you could start healing some of the rifts that exist between law enforcement, the African-American community, jobs, and I think we could get off some of the friction.
Whoever gets elected remembers the people that you are referring to, because the criticism is that they only think of them during election time.
The other thing people need to remember is that government can't solve everything. A lot of problems that are a problem in all of these communities across America, it's not something that government can do. Government can't heal a heart.
But the president does have a paternal role, and I think sometimes it gets negated. But that's important.
Well, Hillary Clinton has tried to make that case based with her ads. Our children are watching. What kind of example do we want to set? And Donald Trump is saying, I will make this country great again because our children deserve better. Interestingly, in all of the debates, not one question about early education, whether it be in the inner city or elsewhere across the country. And they can set the tone for that.
We'll see you guys later. Thank you so much. Great to have you here. So we're getting ready for some reports about early voting returns, what we can expect when the polls do start closing in a few hours from now. We'll give you a rundown of what to look for tonight. How do you watch all of this as a viewer when we come back?
Remember 2007? It seems like just yesterday. The market was up, home values were up, our 401ks were rocking. Then we were blindsided. The bubbles burst, markets tanked, home values plummeted, and our retirement accounts were wiped out. Remember? Today, the market's at record highs, home values are up, 401ks are doing well. Sound familiar? As Yogi Berra said, it's like deja vu all over again. Only this time, the Fed's bag of bailout tricks is almost empty.
Call Lear Capital at 1-800-885-2007 and watch our exclusive interview with financial educator Robert Kiyosaki. Find out what his plan B is so you can protect your wealth and retirement dreams when the bubbles burst again. And for a limited time, get this special report, 15 compelling reasons to own gold and silver. Plus, ask how you can get up to $500 free in gold or silver with a qualifying purchase. Call 1-800-885-2007. Call now.
The time is now, and America is ready. Brett and Megan have powerful election night coverage you can't miss. Tonight, don't miss a special America's Election Headquarters.
We've got a small business, and we needed a new website.
I talked to a web design company, but they wanted to charge me a fortune.
If you call the experts at web.com now, you can have a new custom website built for your small business absolutely free. If you're happy with your new website, we'll continue to provide promotion, hosting, support, and maintenance, all for one low monthly fee. If not, cancel and pay nothing.
Call 1-800-834-6727 today.
We need a simple way for people to contact customer service. No bad ideas. There is one bad idea.
We could offer total support on email, chat, Facebook, Twitter, and this new app I just designed.
Simple. I like it.
Sorry. What was that?
What was what?
Optimum 24/7 support. It's service made simple.
Looking for these? You drive Buzz. Could be one very expensive ride.
First, you gotta make bail. Then pay me to get your car back.
Your insurance premiums will go through the roof.
And my legal fees just keep adding up. All told, it could end up costing you $10,000.
Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzz driving, because buzz driving is drunk driving.
The IRS garnished my wages. They put a lien on my house. The IRS is the most powerful collection agency in the world. Tax Solutions now can get you help. Our agents know the rules, can stop the pain, and get you the best deals.
I call Tax Solutions now, and they got the IRS off my back.
Call 800-756-5346. 756-5346.
everybody wants to know, right? How soon will we know who is the next president? It depends on 5 key states, essentially, we think. Vice President Joe Biden is keeping his eye on the Sunshine State for one tonight.
Could be a very long night, could be very short. Look at Florida. When that comes in, if it comes in early, well, we're going to have an idea how long we're going to go tonight.
Polls close at 6 o'clock in eastern Kentucky and Indiana, but we could be in for a very long night tonight. Chris Anderson is co-founder and president of Anderson Robbins Research. Joe Biden didn't help us at all. Could be early, could be late. One of the two. What do you think we should be watching tonight?
Well, I think he's right. I think it will either be in the 10 o'clock hour that we'll know, or it'll be after midnight. And I think if it's Clinton, we will probably have a pretty good sense of that before 11 o'clock. If it's Trump, I think we will be waiting for votes to come in from Alaska, and those literally come in by snow machine sometimes. So what I'll be looking for at 7 o'clock when the polls first close, I'll be looking to Georgia and South Carolina to see what the black turnout looks like. If it's as good or better than it was for Obama, that's a good sign for Clinton. I'll also be looking to see if there's any signs of either campaign sort of going off the rails. Everybody thinks Clinton will get Virginia. Everybody thinks Trump will get South Carolina, but this will be the first time we have real votes, so that's where I'll be looking. After that, 8 o'clock hour gets really interesting. That's when Pennsylvania, Florida, and New Hampshire all close. An interesting dynamic in Florida is that most of the state's polls close at 7 o'clock. It's just the Panhandle that closes at 8. So by 8 o'clock, we'll have a lot of real data in. I'll be most interested in the Orlando area, Orange County specifically. There's been a huge influx of Puerto Ricans to that area in recent years. And it looks from early indications that, in fact, they are voting in good numbers. If that's true, that is obviously a really good sign for the Clinton camp. 9 o'clock hour is when things down on the decision desk will get really hot, because we will have another 17 states closing. We'll also have earlier states like Pennsylvania, Ohio, North Carolina starting to get ripe, meaning we've got enough data in that we might actually be able to call those. Then 10 o'clock hour, we have Nevada, which is a very interesting state. We also have Utah, which most likely will go for Trump, but we have a third-party candidate there that could really muck things up for him a little bit. 11 o'clock, if Clinton wins, that's probably when we'll run the whiz-bang machine, as we say. That's when you'll be able to, she'll hit that magic number, but not saying that's what will happen.
And 1 a.m. is Alaska, which we may be around for tonight as well. Thank you so much for seeing later tonight. Stephen Rue.
From Academy Award-winning director Warren Beatty.
Hi, I'm Frank.
Hi.
Is anybody working for me?
Warren Beatty, Lily Collins, Owen Ehrenreich, Annette Bening, Matthew Broderick, and Alec Baldwin.
You do know why Baptists think sex is bad? Because it might lead to dancing.
Lose weight just in time for the holidays.
Stay tuned for a limited time holiday offer from Nutrisystem.
I'm Marie, and I lost 50 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Be one of the first 500 callers and save $80 right now.
I'm Melissa Joan Hart, and I lost 40 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Lose weight fast with Nutrisystem's Turbo 10. Lose up to 10 pounds in your first month and 5 inches overall. Lose weight, money back guaranteed.
I lost 30 pounds. 48 pounds gone.
Order your 28-day plan right now and we'll rush you Turbo 10. Get specially selected meals, plus 1 week of NutriCrush shakes to crush hunger free. And 1 week of Turbo shakes to help bust belly bloat free. Don't forget to be one of the first 500 callers and save $80 right now on uniquely yours. However, popular plan for over 150 foods.
There's never been a better time to get started.
Call 877-747-SIZE right now and get Turbo 10 with shakes free and save $80.
Attention homeowners age 62 and older. One Reverse Mortgage has a great way for you to live a better retirement. It's called a reverse mortgage. Call right now to receive your free information kit with no obligation. It answers questions like how a reverse mortgage works, how much you qualify for, the ways to receive your money, and more. Plus, when you call Magnifier is LED light absolutely free. When you call the experts at One Reverse Mortgage today, you'll learn the benefits of a government-insured reverse mortgage. It will eliminate your monthly mortgage payments and give you tax-free money from the equity in your home. And here's the best part. You stay out in your home. Call now. Take control of your retirement today.
Call 888-562-9678 to get your free information kit. Call now and also get a free magnifier with LED light.
Germs better than Clorox. They say inflation is right around the corner. So if your mortgage APR is due at 9.75, you better make a cash call at 855-890-CASH now before the inflation boogeyman steals it. That's 2.75 with no closing costs. Call today.
Voting day in America. And in just a couple of hours, we will get our first look at the exit polls, and they will tell us a lot. I will see you at 5 o'clock on the 5 with the first round of those. We'll be right back. We'll see you over the afternoon. Now, let me toss it over to Shep Smith. Thanks for being with us, everybody, on Election Day 2016. Here's Shep.
It's 3 o'clock on the East Coast, noon on the West Coast, and after hundreds of days on the campaign trail, thousands of miles traveled, and billions of dollars spent, it all comes down to this. By the end of this day, we should know who will be our next president. Either a billionaire businessman or the first woman ever to hold the office. Millions of you have already voted. And before this day ends, millions more will cast your ballots. Marking your hopes and your dreams for the future of our democracy. In this hour, we have extensive coverage across the country. We'll take you to some of the most important states in the land, like Florida, North Carolina, and Ohio. On this election day in America,
Now, Shepard Smith reporting.
And first from the desk this afternoon, just 4 hours until the polls start closing in what has been one of the most bitter presidential races in recent history. A campaign season filled with name-calling, personal attacks, federal investigations, accusations of sexual assault, suspected interference from Russian hackers, false claims of widespread voter fraud, and the airing of dirty laundry from decades ago. And now, at last, it's almost over. This election day is anything but typical. And there is no telling how the night will end, especially with a Republican nominee who has threatened to keep us in suspense should he lose. Less than an hour ago, Donald Trump again suggested he might not concede tonight if the results are not in his favor. Here's what he told Fox News.
I have to look at, what's happening. I have to look at reports that are coming out. There are reports that when people vote for Republicans, the entire ticket switches over to Democrats. You've seen that. It's happening. In other words, the machines, you put down a Republican and it registers as a Democrat. They got a lot of complaints about that. It's a game for them to see
According to the Washington Post newspaper, state officials and voting experts say they are worried about potential confrontations at the polls between Trump and Trump's supporters. We've seen no reports of that, none so far. But Democrats have filed years of lasting a lawsuit accusing Donald Trump supporters of attempting to vote. Officials say they expect more than 130 million cast ballots this year, and that a record 46 million people already voted early. Secretary Clinton cast her ballot this morning at her home near Chappaqua, New York, about an hour north of New York City. Donald Trump voted in the city near Trump Tower, where 51 was. He and Hillary Clinton are both set to hold their election night events here in Midtown Manhattan. And for those of you watching around the world, the show ends tonight, but there'll be a new one tomorrow if you're enjoying things tonight from Paris or London. It's fun to watch, right? We have Team Fox coverage. Jennifer Griffin following the Clinton campaign at the Javits Center here in New York City on Manhattan's West Side. First, a campaign call, Cameron. How do Trump staffers feel about things today, Carl?
Oh, I just got on the phone with one who said that they were cautiously, nervously optimistic. And they do have some things to be optimistic about. One of the areas that we've been talking about literally for like 2 years is the central interstate across Florida, I-4, from Tampa to Daytona Beach. And there they say, where there's a huge population of Republican voters that are key to winning Florida, they're looking at some pretty good turnout models reported out of the various different counties along I-4. That's a really good sign for Trump. He recognizes that a win hinges on winning Florida, defending North Carolina, and picking up a couple of other blue states to round out sweeping all of the Romney states that turned red in 2012. And if he does that, then he wins. There has been an awful lot of shenanigans reported around the country that has already prompted him to file a lawsuit in Las Vegas for the polls being kept open late Friday night after the time the polls were closed. They were extended because there was a long line. The Trump campaign is arguing that some people were added to that line, and that's inappropriate, and has demanded that the records all be saved in case there's future litigation. A judge has apparently said that that's redundant. The city already does that. The county already retains all those records anyway. So if there is a recount or irregularities found in warranted, they can be referred to. A couple of established ratifiers of Broward County in Florida, because apparently they were allowing a difference with some elderly people who came in with their health aides and had their health aides go to the booth with them. The argument was that some of these poll watchers were objecting and that the health aides were actually telling them how to vote. Well, the pollsters, the poll workers were removed. So there's stuff out there that's going to give the Trump campaign pause. They're certainly watching it. What they're watching more eagerly are those counties and those areas, exurbs mostly in rural areas, where blue-collar voters, they hope, will turn out big for a victory tonight.
It's interesting that there's so much focus on those two, Fort Lauderdale and Nevada. Harry Reid's machine, very helpful out there getting out the Hispanic vote. And down in Broward County, for people who haven't been to Fort Lauderdale in a while, Broward County is a Latino hotbed now. Lots of Puerto Ricans there. And what I'm told is a huge turnout to which the Clinton camp is pointing anytime we'll watch them.
Well, I mean, people have been talking about how this has been such a negative race on both sides that it was going to depress or suppress the vote. And in fact, it looks like the turnout's been fairly steady in an awful lot of places, particularly these key battleground states. So it's possible that the energy that the Trump campaign has been seeing is there, and that the machinery and the get out the vote exercises that the Clinton campaign is working, and there could be a respectable vote. This time around, both of the candidates were expecting low turnout to make this an even more difficult race. There's no question about it. This is going to be very, very close in every single one of the battleground states that both effectively the last weekend. Shep.
Carl, thanks so much. Last day. Enjoy yourself. Thank you. Hillary Clinton campaign aide says she, quote, left it all on the field after yesterday's jam-packed schedule on her final day of the trail. Secretary Clinton made some stops in key battleground states yesterday, calling her powerful bench of surrogates. But you look at these pictures, they're a little green there. That's the camera work, not the people, as far as we know. She held an event in Philly last night. It was star-studded. Bruce Springsteen, President Obama, the First Lady, as well as Bill and Chelsea Clinton. Later on, rock stars Lady Gaga sing one. Did you see that one? I don't know. Lady Gaga, Bon Jovi, too, performing at a midnight rally in the swing state of North Kakalaki. Clinton didn't get home to Chappaqua in New York around 3:30 this morning. And she was out voting just several hours later. The former Secretary of State took a lighter tone in an interview with a Boston radio station today, joking about what she'll do, what she'll call her husband should she win the White House.
Probably first gentleman is the most likely outcome, but I'll tell you some of the other suggestions. First dude. First dude? Yeah, first dude. Then there's a great idea, First Laddie, Laddie, like,
hey, that sounds proper.
Play on First Lady.
So British. A Clinton campaign aide says it's a relief that there's light at the end of the tunnel, and that aide is right. Team Fox coverage continues. Jennifer Griffin, Midtown Manhattan, where, as I mentioned, Hillary Clinton set to hold her election event tonight. No fireworks, come on.
Well, no fireworks. I think they didn't want to get ahead of themselves. A lot of nerves behind the scenes amidst everything that has happened of late. I'm told that Hillary Clinton is a very superstitious person. She's been working on 2 different versions of her speech tonight, depending on whether she wins or not. And she spoke to reporters after she cast her ballot this morning. She said she felt humbled.
It is the most humbling feeling, Dan, because, I know how much responsibility goes with this, and So many people are counting on the outcome of this election, what it means for our country, and I'll do the very best I can if I'm fortunate enough to win today.
Here at the Javits Center on the west side of Manhattan, they chose as this backdrop a feat in engineering steel and glass, and of course a symbolic glass ceiling in case Hillary Clinton becomes the next president. She will have, of course, broken the ultimate glass ceiling, and so that is why we are here at the Javits Center waiting for Hillary Clinton. She'll be speaking on the stage behind me later tonight, Shepard.
I mentioned she had a busy day yesterday after hundreds of busy days. I don't know how either one of them, she or Donald Trump, does that. I turned on the TV right before going to bed last night, and her rally was just beginning.
Well, it was a midnight rally in North Carolina, but really all day yesterday she was focusing on making her closing statement. She was in Philadelphia. 33,000 people turned out to hear her, as well as President and Michelle Obama. It was very clear from listening to the president's remarks that he felt that a vote for Hillary Clinton was really a legacy issue for him.
I am betting that tomorrow you will reject fear and you'll choose hope. I'm betting that the wisdom and decency and generosity of the American people will once again win the day.
A passionate, outspoken young woman, determined to do all the good she can go on to break the highest, hardest glass ceiling and become our president.
The campaign, Shepard, is already seeing record turnout. In fact, in Northwest Philly, where they had some concerns, they're seeing 300% uptick in voting compared to 2012. They're seeing record numbers of Latinos voting. In North Carolina, that vote is up 85%. So we'll have to see, but we'll be here all night. And, of course, Hillary Clinton will be joining us later this evening.
That Democratic machine in Philly, there's really nothing like it in the country, is there?
Absolutely.
Yep, thousands of people out there going door to door. Come on out, let's do the voting. Good to see you, Jen. Up next, the Fox News Sunday anchor Chris Wallace with perspective on how this day is shaping up and the mile markers that could tell us where the candidates actually stand on this last leg of the race for the White House. A day for which we've been waiting a couple of years, and it is here. It's all coming up from the Fox News deck on this election day in America.
Well, here we go again.
Bad judgment.
Issues, not insults.
She should be ashamed of herself.
Fair and balanced. Fox News Channel has election night covered because we are America's election headquarters.
My insurance rates are probably going to double.
But Dad, you've got...
Allstate. With accident forgiveness, they guarantee your rates won't go up just because of an accident.
Smart kid.
Indeed. It's good to be in good hands.
I never want to miss these moments due to my pain. I live for this. Arthritis used to get in the way, but now with Blue Emu Maximum Arthritis Cream, I'll never miss another hug. Blue Emu Maximum Arthritis Cream. Beat the pain and enjoy life.
When people depend on you, you can depend on this. And with America's longest lasting pickups, you're always ready to lend a hand. Clear the way and carry the weight with load leveling rear air suspension. So you can get there first and stay till the end. Great deals going on all month long at the Black Friday event.
We boarded the Avalon with a destination. 120 years hibernation means we'll wake up in a new century on a new planet. But in the blink of an eye, everything changed. Do you know what's going on?
We woke up 90 years too soon.
No. There's something they didn't tell us.
There's a reason we woke up early.
Rated PG-13.
Looking for a home service pro you know you can trust? For over 15 years, homeowners have trusted HomeAdvisor to find only the best home pros and do a thorough background check. So start every job at HomeAdvisor.
Now that Karen's taking Osteo Biflex, she's noticing a real difference in her joint comfort.
She's sick.
And high levels of humiliation in her daughter. In just 7 days, your joint comfort can be your kid's discomfort. OsteoBiflex made the move.
You did it. You were disciplined. You saved your money, and you have a retirement nest egg. But what do you do now? It doesn't have to be complicated. The smart investor has their money protected against market losses. Up with the market and never down. Forwards with their money and never backwards. And it's simple. Sound attractive? Get your investor's kit, and I'll explain on the DVD exactly how it works, and you decide if it's right for you.
Get your investor's kit. Call 800-557-7379 or tyjyoung.net.
You are looking live. This is LaGuardia Airport here in the New York. Actually, it's in the New York. It's over in Queens. And this is Trump Force 2. You always see the regular Trump plane out there. We all know that. We've been seeing that Trump plane on the LaGuardia tarmac for years and years and years. Now it's like, okay, well, maybe. But this is the backup plane. This is Trump Force 2, they call it. And Mike Pence is on there. He was in Indiana this morning. You may have seen him vote here live on the Fox News Channel. First, he took a bike ride, which everyone should. The president usually plays basketball on Election Day, and I'm told he did this morning. Mike Pence liked to take an early morning bike ride. It was beautiful in Indiana this morning, much like it is here in New York. Election days I always kind of remember as cold and rainy, like the heart of fall is set in and it's starting to feel like winter. You stand outside in the rain waiting to vote. It's miserable. Not today. Would you look at those blue skies up there? Mid-50s or so.
No, it's in the 60s.
It's supposed to get to the 60s.
Yeah.
Is it there already?
Yeah.
Then tonight we're thinking 40s, so not too bad for whichever one of these wins is going to have great weather for their party. That is not Mike Pence, but it could be. I met his whole family. They were here at the Fox News Channel yesterday, just sort of visiting and shaking hands. I think they went to all the news stations, nice as they could be. One of them is an anchor for one of our stations.
That's his daughter, yeah?
Yeah, she's an anchor there, and she's been off the air because
that's not Mike Pence either.
Daddy's running for vice president, so they probably figured she doesn't need to be on there for a while, and she's very pregnant. So she's going to have a child pretty quick. I don't know when she'll be back on the air, but she's very excited to be with the family. That's all they talked about. So nice to be away from our jobs and with the family in this very family time. Really was great. Chris Wallace is here.
That's heartwarming, that story.
Well, you know where we have that break room outside between the two buildings. We have a little breezeway there. And tourists will come up and snap pictures and whatever. But these weren't tourists. These were honored guests here. And it was really nice to meet them. Chris, where are we? What do you think? From everything I read, it's so close, but then I look at state by state by state. I look at North Carolina and the kind of turnout they're getting. I look at the suburbs of Philadelphia. I look at the I-4 corridor, especially in the Fort Lauderdale area. I look at the turnout out in Nevada. And if it were 3 o'clock in the afternoon and I were running, I'd rather be in Hillary Clinton's place right now than his, but that doesn't really mean anything.
No, because we don't know exactly who's going to vote. We don't know who's going to vote the rest of the day. Yeah. But look, coming into today, you would rather be in Hillary Clinton's spot than Trump's. What are you doing?
I dropped my chapstick. I got to have a chapstick. Should I leave it on the floor for someone else to pick up?
Well, I don't know. Or you could have waited till the break.
I need it. It's chapstick.
You have a little chapstick fetish, don't you?
Fetish?
Well, I think you.
Do you know what that means?
What? Chapstick?
No,
yes,
fetish.
I know what chapstick. It's a lip balm. I think that you're like a little OCD. You like your chapstick. Who carries chapstick around with them?
I'm taking antibiotics. I've had an ear infection, so
I'm sorry. Then I didn't mean to make.
So now America knows.
No.
Send remedies by Twitter. Anyway, there he is.
There's Karen and Mike Pence.
And Mike Pence. So I guess the first thing to watch tonight, well, Virginia, of the toss-ups, Virginia closes first. It's close. We're not going to know anything right at 7:30 on Virginia.
No, you're not going to know anything about a lot of these places.
But you'll know a little bit about Florida because their returns are going to come in so fast because they're going to very quickly dump all the early voting.
Let me tell you an interesting statistic. I'm filled with these kind of useless statistics. Do you know the last time that a Republican won the presidency without winning Florida?
Wow, it would have been a while ago. Who?
1924.
Really?
Yes. So Trump can't win the presidency by winning Florida, but he, in effect, could lose the presidency if he loses Florida. I mean, there are still mathematical ways, but not practical political ways that he gets to 270 without the 29 electoral votes in Florida. So it's key. And if you see him going down there, it's not going to be a good night.
Beyond that, there are some places that look like they could be good nights. They're really excited about Ohio.
Yes.
They're real excited. They seem to think they have a really good shot in Pennsylvania as well. They seem to. I know.
That's going to be tough. North Carolina, I think he's got a pretty good shot in. But he's got to win. That's almost like the base. He's got to win Florida, North Carolina and Ohio, and that still doesn't get him to 270. Then he's got to flip.
But it gives him an opportunity.
No, it absolutely puts him right on the brink, and then he's got to flip one big Democratic state like Pennsylvania, like Michigan. There's another scenario where he wins a bunch of little states. But the easier way to do it is just take one big high electoral vote state like Pennsylvania or Michigan, which has not voted, which has not voted for a Republican in 6 straight elections.
Wow. Some of the pundits take these polls as some sort of gospel, and they're not.
No.
We've learned this. We know they're not. And we're not even sure that the models that we use for these, for instance, down in Florida, when they're doing the polling, in most counties, in most areas of Florida, they have bilingual pollsters, but they don't in Nevada. They don't in North Carolina. There are a lot of places where if you only speak Spanish, you can't get counted. That's not to say you don't vote.
Right.
That's a polling flaw.
No, absolutely. I didn't know that, but you're exactly right. The model is the important thing at this point, not the polls, because the polls assume a model, and by a model I mean how many whites are going to show up, how many Hispanics are going to show up, how many college-educated whites, how many non-college-educated whites, and that's all an assumption that goes into weighting the various groups and saying with the polls, well, if it turns out that more, let's say, Trump voters, let's say non-college-educated whites turn out to vote, if there is this surge which he's been talking about, then forget the polls and he could win.
Well, he certainly could. Those models, we've never separated in the way we do this year with highly educated, not so educated. We've separated black and white. We've separated Hispanic. We haven't separated things the way the voters seem to be breaking down this year. It's a new to the pollsters thing. It's not new to America. We've been coming along this way for a while, but it's new to the pollsters.
No, that's right. But to a certain degree, it's a reflection of the various groups, and what you've seen with Romney didn't have this huge division between college-educated and non-college-educated whites. He did well among both. Trump doesn't. Trump does much better among less educated white people than he does among more educated white people. Not to say that that makes them better or worse or anything.
Just different.
Just different.
There are a couple hundred of us, including this team, who will be working on the Fox Broadcast Network tonight. We'll have 6 hours of coverage tonight, including especially during prime time in your local Fox area. And Chris Wallace will be here to help us out with that, and a lot of Fox people you know. Hope you'll watch that and Fox News Sunday, this Sunday on your local Fox station. The news continues on Fox News Channel after this.
If you're like thousands of veterans who own a home, you may be thinking about refinancing to get money for your family. But you may not be thinking about a valuable VA benefit veterans like us have earned. The right to apply for a VA home loan for up to 100% of your home's value, not 80% like many other loans. That's an important difference because that can mean a lot more money for you and your family. Money for retirement, unexpected medical bills, home improvements, or just to put in the bank. The New Day 100 VA loan lets you refinance your mortgages, consolidate your credit card debt, get cash, and lower your payments an average of $640 a month. And New Day will even pay for your appraisal. Take advantage of the VA home loan benefit many vets don't even know about. Call New Day USA right now, because no one works harder to help veterans get the financial security we deserve.
Go to newdayusa.com or call 1-877-778-4963.
The Clintons. From dead broke to worth hundreds of millions. So how did Hillary end up filthy rich? Pay-to-play politics. Staggering amounts of cash poured into the Clinton Foundation from criminals, dictators, countries that hate America. Hillary cut deals for donors, sold out American workers, exploited Haitians in need. She even handed over American uranium rights to the Russians. Hillary Clinton only cares about power, money, and herself.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
Hey.
Hey.
Sorry to be late. Did you hear about the NATO plane downed by Russia?
No.
The markets are a mess. Everybody's selling, or at least trying to, if their brokers are up and running.
But it's almost 8. Everything's closed.
That depends who your broker is. I can trade in Chicago, London, Hong Kong, right now. Wow. The market's already down 2%. I'm sorry, I need to do some hedging trades.
You want to trade here, right now?
Yeah, let's just take a minute.
Wow. Who's your broker?
Election Day. Go to foxbusiness.com and stream it all live. Starting at 4, we're streaming live and breaking down every result as it comes in.
How long is it going to be until I get to go on the show?
Next, Harry, the very funny Kevin James. You worked as a fitness trainer at one point?
I wasn't very motivational. When you're having ice cream with your trainer, you got to make a switch.
Plus, this kid magician will blow your mind.
1, 2, 3, blow. I said blow, not spit, Harry.
And I understand you have a special challenge for me. Next, Harry.
Today at 4 on Fox 5.
Dave owed back taxes. After being hit with a wage garnishment and a bank levy, Dave struggled with his finances. He thought all was lost. Then he found out about U.S. Tax Shield.
If you have been threatened with a wage garnishment, bank levy, or tax lien,
call 1-800-395-5298.
Sandra and Victor owed an enormous amount of money to the IRS. U.S. Tax Shield was able to reduce their tax debt so that they were able to maintain their lifestyle.
owe $15,000 or more to the IRS or state, call U.S. Tax Shield.
Call 1-800-395-5298.
Miracles happen. We all know that. Some analysts say it would take a miracle for Donald Trump to win it tonight, including the head of a pro-Trump super PAC. We'll speak with him in a moment. The Associated Press reports a record 46 million Americans have already voted. That's crazy. And according to the Associated Press, there are good signs for both candidates in those early ballots. The battleground states are still up for grabs, and Trump has been making a push for states that are traditionally blue states. So what does his path to victory look like? Ed Rowlands is here. He's a GOP campaign consultant and advisor, also a Fox News contributor, head of a pro-Trump PAC called Great America PAC. You said it would take a miracle. Line up what a miracle.
A miracle would be you start with Florida. If you don't win Florida, the game's over. You then win North Carolina, which has switched back and forth the last two elections. We won it the last time. You literally have to win everything that Romney won, and then basically add 5 or 6 states that are their states.
Or a big one like Michigan.
Michigan hasn't gone for Republicans since '88. Either is Pennsylvania. So these are hard, entrenched political systems for the Democrats. I admire him for going in and trying, and obviously he's shaken the game up a little bit. And you never can tell. Voters get to vote and they get to participate. And I always say the election's held just to see whether the polls are right, and we'll see that today. But
elections are held to see if the polls were right. Oh, that's horrible. Well, they're holding it, and if you say it takes a miracle, if there is no miracle, what does tomorrow look like?
My sense, it depends on the size of the victory. If Hillary wins big, which I'm not predicting, but if she does, then I think to a certain extent Trump will basically do what all good candidates who lose do. He'll basically congratulate her and move on. If for some reason it's a very, very close race and his people are very angry and they feel they've been deprived of a victory, which they thought they've had for the last week by misuse of the system or rigging or what have you, then you could have some antagonism going on.
There are a few states that look like he could really get. Nevada, one of them. I suppose it's still possible. It is still possible.
Still possible.
But who was it? Roger Stone, a longtime Republican and Trump guy, said he's run the worst campaign in Nevada ever. Why does he say that?
Why does Stone say that? I can't interpret Roger. I've known Roger for a long time.
At the end of this season, it felt like they should have been hitting here and there that they missed.
He did not run a traditional campaign. He didn't have a lot of the operatives that normally get into campaigns and run campaigns. She ran a traditional campaign. He didn't need it for some reason in the primaries. The best campaign in the primaries was Ted Cruz, who had pretty good operatives. But he had this magnificent connection with voters, and obviously, beat a lot of very significant candidates. I think he liked that. He liked going out to the crowds. He likes getting in his airplane. He likes watching Fox. He likes basically tweeting. All the things that you would want a candidate not to be doing, in the sense, not being in the Fox party, but you'd want them to be disciplined. You want them to be in message. And until the last couple of weeks, he's been all over the place. He gives a good economic speech. He's got a good plan. Then he gets off doing tweets, and so it's been the most untraditional campaign. If he wins, it'll be probably the greatest comeback since the defeat of Truman defeating Dewey. But my sense is that this is one that's going to be 100 books written on it and 5,000 PhD dissertations. I mean, it could change American politics forever, no matter what happens, because the value of paid commercials, which is so much of a campaign today, has not had any impact.
Ooh.
He's being outspent 3 or 4 to 1, 2 to 1 in North Carolina. Magnificent outspending in the early. I mean, he's got some good commercials now, but it took him a long time to get there. And he has no traditional organization in the campaign. He's dependent on the RNC. So every element that you sit down and check off as a campaign strategist, this is what you should do. He hasn't done. What he has done is he's gone on and connect with voters.
Well, Well, it's too early to talk about what Republicans are going to become, but it won't be too early tonight. Tonight, Ed Rollins will be our guest on the Fox Broadcast Network as we bring hours and hours and hours of coverage of this election on your local Fox station. The great thing about watching on your local Fox station is at 10 o'clock Eastern Time or 9 o'clock in the Central Mountain Time zones, most of them go to their local news, and that's when your local stuff is coming together. So during prime time, you get the national stuff. Then they come on for their 9 or 10 o'clock news, depending on where you live. And then after that, we'll come back and hopefully decide the president, and Ed Rollins will be here with us on Fox.
Absolutely. Look forward to
Certainly do appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And tonight we'll talk about what you think Republicans need to do next.
And, you know,
but not yet.
Okay, a lot at stake. In the Senate, House, a lot at stake across the country.
Oh, yeah. That Senate race, that's going to be one to stay up for.
Well, the one in New Hampshire is $130 million has been spent in a state with 4 electoral votes.
And Kelly Ayotte has been impressive in her turnaround.
Absolutely.
We'll watch it closely. Ed, thank you.
Thank you. Look forward to it.
Michelle Obama recently pointed out President Obama won North Carolina in 2008 by about 2 votes per precinct. And then he lost the next time by about 17. And we all know how close it can be in Florida. Ahead, we'll check in on those 2 crucial battlegrounds and what they call the checkmate states tonight. Stay with us.
We asked a group of young people when they thought they should start saving for retirement. Then we asked some older people when they actually did start saving. This gap between when we should start saving and when we actually do is one of the reasons why too many of us aren't prepared for retirement.
Just start as early as you can. It's going to pay off in the future.
If we all start saving a little more today, we'll all be better prepared tomorrow.
Prudential, bring your challenges.
See me.
See me. Don't stare at me.
See me.
See me.
See me to know that psoriasis is just something that I have.
I'm not contagious.
See me to know that I won't stop until I find what works.
Discover Cosentyx, a different kind of medicine for moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, proven to help the majority of people find clear or almost clear skin. 8 out of 10 people saw 75% skin clearance at 3 months, while the majority saw 90% clearance. Do not use if you are allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, you should be tested for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough. Or if you have received a vaccine or plan to. If you have inflammatory bowel disease, tell your doctor if symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
See me. See me. See me on my way.
Find clear skin and a clearer path forward. For a different kind of medicine, ask your dermatologist about Cosentyx.
Take the hassle out of holiday decorating with the Points of Light LED Light Show. 98 lighting effects and 12 color combinations, including all white. Points of Light is easy to set up, safe to use, and spreads holiday cheer up to 50 feet. Decorating indoors is just as easy. And Points of Light is energy efficient and weather resistant, so you can enjoy it for every celebration. This holiday, create a brilliant Points of Light Christmas. Get your Points of Light today. Only at Walmart.
Fox Report now, and more of the headlines from the Fox News deck. Iraqi troops fighting the Islamic State. A report that they found a grave with about 100 bodies near Mosul. That's according to a military spokesman who said that because the bodies are decayed, it's difficult to tell whether they're soldiers or civilians. U.S.-backed forces are in a push to take back Mosul from ISIS. The terrorists have held that city since 2014. A 90-foot sinkhole opened in a Japanese city, swallowing a 5-lane highway. Nobody got hurt, but the collapse cut some utility lines. Some reports blame nearby subway construction. And search crews have found a 3rd body on the South Carolina property of a registered sex offender. Last week, cops found a woman there chained up alive. They discovered her boyfriend's remains on Friday and another body over the weekend. Investigators have not yet identified these latest victims, and the sheriff says the suspect may be linked to as many as 7 murders.
Lose weight just in time for the holidays.
Stay tuned for a limited-time holiday offer from Nutrisystem.
I'm Marie, and I lost 50 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Be one of the first 500 callers and save $80 right now.
I'm Melissa Joan Hart, and I lost 40 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Lose weight fast with Nutrisystem's Turbo 10. Lose up to 10 pounds in your first month and 5 inches overall. Lose weight, money back guaranteed.
I lost 30 pounds. 48 pounds gone.
Order your 28-day plan right now and we'll rush you Turbo 10. Get specially selected meals, plus 1 week of NutriCrush shakes to crush hunger free. And 1 week of Turbo Shakes to help bust belly bloat free. Don't forget, be one of the first 500 callers and save $80 right now on Uniquely Yours, our most popular plan with over 150 foods.
There's never been a better time to get started.
Call 877-747-SIZE right now and get Turbo 10 with shakes free and save $80.
Hi, I'm Scott Carter, CEO of Lear Capital. The media says the economy is doing fine. Are they telling the whole truth?
Japan is printing money. Europe is printing. England is printing. The United States is printing.
Everybody's doing it, printing money and manipulating financial markets. So it's not if this bubble will burst, it's when.
Call Lear Capital now and get your free video and insider report. Find out what the experts know and what they're doing to get prepared.
The stock market is rigged. They don't trust Wall Street, and for good reason.
Don't wait. Call now and get the truth about today's economy. See why banks and billionaires are buying gold and silver to help preserve their wealth.
Do what rich people do when they anticipate a crisis. They buy gold and silver, not more stocks.
Call now and kickstart your investment with up to $600 in free gold or silver. Plus, receive the industry's best research and expert DVD free. Call 1-800-885-1955. 1-800-885-1955.
One of the most competitive of the swing states this election is North Carolina. Polls close there, 7:30 Eastern Time tonight. Analysts call it a must-win for Donald Trump. Both candidates have been campaigning hard in North Carolina leading up to today. There are 15 electoral votes on the table, and recent elections have been very close in North Carolina. Back in 2008, then Senator Obama beat John McCain by just 14,000 votes. 4 years later, the president lost in North Carolina to Mitt Romney, that time by 97,000. Jonathan Seri with the news. He's live in Raleigh. Jonathan, officials in Durham County are trying to extend the voting. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right, Shep. The Durham County elections officials confirmed that they've had some problems with the electronic machines, the electronic poll books. These are not the touchscreen machines that voters use to actually cast their ballots, but the machines that are used to verify names when you first check in at the polling site. So they're verifying names using paper records. It works just fine, but it takes longer, and that's creating some lines at some of the precincts. So civil rights groups are calling for an extension in voting hours beyond the normal 7:30 cutoff time. Durham County elections officials put in a request with the State Board of Elections to extend voting by 90 minutes county-wide. The State Board is going to consider that request, but an official with the board tells Fox News by state statute the board has to consider such requests by a precinct-by-precinct basis, case by case, and they can only grant such extensions when it's proven that a problem creates a disruption in voting, not just a delay. So it's still unclear what the board will decide. Overall, other parts of the state, turnout has been very heavy at the precincts that we have visited, but perhaps the most significant numbers are the early voting numbers. 3.1 million North Carolinians had already cast their ballots before the polls opened. That's more than 2/3 the number of North Carolinians that voted in the entire 2012 general election, Shep.
Jonathan Seri live in Raleigh this afternoon. Jonathan, thank you. Florida is breaking records in this presidential. State officials say 6.5 million Floridians voted early. That's about half of Florida's total voters. Democrats have cast 90,000 more ballots than Republicans going into today, but we really don't yet know how they voted. Of course, Florida's 29 electoral votes could really come down to just a few counties. Consider this. Back in 2012, President Obama won the state by just 74,000 votes. That's less than 1 percentage point. Kevin Cate is here. He's the founder of CateCom, a PR and advertising firm down in Florida. He works with Democratic candidates down there, knows Florida very well, and strangely, used to be an intern here on this very spot.
I was much smarter back then.
Well, because
I knew a lot more.
Well, didn't you? You all do, the young ones. Now you do know a lot about Florida, and when we start watching Florida tonight, because it's the first thing. Virginia closes before, but it is Florida that we're going to know. Is it Broward County to watch first? Is it the whole corridor? What are we looking at the beginning?
Well, what we know, what you mentioned, is we have 89,000 vote lead going into today.
Democrats
Democrats do, sorry. Democrats. So we have 90,000 votes that is the margin. What Trump needs to do, if I'm Donald Trump and I'm watching tonight, I'm watching Duval County. He needs those numbers to go.
Duval is the Keys.
Well, that's the Jacksonville area.
Oh, Jacksonville, sorry.
And he needs to run up the score there. He went in today with a deficit, which is almost unheard of in Duval County. And now it's 2,000 to 4,000 Republican lead. He needs that to be in the tens of thousands in that area. He needs to make sure everything north of Gainesville except Tallahassee basically is turning out. These are older, white voters who his message has resonated with.
They had hoped for less of a voter turnout in the Broward County area around Fort Lauderdale because that would mean fewer Latinos. Instead, their numbers apparently are skyrocketing.
Yeah, it's unheard of what's happened down there. And you had an extra Sunday of early vote. Now, not every Florida county had that extra Sunday.
Just the big ones.
Well, the big ones for Hillary. Absolutely.
How did that happen?
Well, you have elections aren't rigged. I don't know if you've heard that, but we have local supervisors of elections and local governments, and they decide if they want their elections open on that Sunday.
The Latino vote in Florida is a little different than most places. You have this big Cuban population down south. The older ones, especially second and third generation ones, are very Republican. Are the millennials? Do we have a way to know yet if young Latinos are really skewing like 7-3 Democrat, or is there not really a model for that yet?
Well, what we know is that everything that Donald Trump said after he walked down or strolled down that escalator offended a whole heck of a lot of people in Florida, and that has built a firewall for Secretary Clinton down in South Florida. We've seen lines through the early vote. We see lines down there today. It's going to take a miracle, basically, for him to overcome the margin that he set up through not having an early vote plan. And the New York Times said the other day he had an early vote plan for Florida in front of him for 2 weeks and didn't do anything. And now you've got 6.5 million votes that have already been cast going into Election Day. He is so far behind, it'd be hard to see how he makes it up.
It looks like Marco Rubio is going to survive, though. All the numbers suggest that he will. How did he do that?
Well, in Florida, politicians are like cats. They have 9 lives, and they keep coming back. As a consultant for Charlie Crist, I know that.
Well, it doesn't look like he's coming back. He's running for a House seat, but.
Well, he's in Florida 13. I'm confident that he'll pull it out. It may be a slimmer margin than we hope.
You just told a fib, but go on.
But Senator Rubio will most likely be reelected. I've seen nothing that says that he won't. That's a big disappointment for Democrats, but they had to make a decision. It probably would have cost $10 to $15 million more to make Patrick Murphy competitive in that race.
That's the
challenger.
Up-and-coming challenger.
Absolutely. And they spread that money out through these other states, which we'll be watching later tonight on the broadcast channel.
Kevin will be with us tonight, as so many will, tonight on the Fox Broadcast Network. Prime time in your local area, and then late night, of course. Good to see you, Kevin.
Thanks, Jeff.
Long lines reported in Ohio today as voted. In Greenwich Village this morning, I voted about 10 minutes to 7. 3 blocks all around, 3 city blocks, and then into the building and all the queuing, probably 75 volunteers in there. And it ran like a Chipotle in New York, not like in the suburbs, but like in New York. It ran like the Magic Mountain line. You just kept moving, and you get up there. Everybody's screaming at each other because it's New York.
Oh, God.
Everybody's screaming, go here, go there. And it was perfect. It took about 30 minutes. They had a bake sale there at PS 41 this morning. It was a fantastic New York voting experience. Everybody had their kids in line. It was cold out, and it was really, it made me feel good.
Everything is right in the world.
It made me feel good. Everybody was out doing what they do. Hope you voted. If you haven't voted, go vote. Doesn't matter who you vote for, go vote. Long lines reported in Ohio as voters headed to the polls to make their choices for president. In the last 13 elections, the winner in Ohio has won the White House. So there's a lot of attention on the Buckeye State. Buckeyes, I like those. Those are little peanut butter things.
Delicious.
Chocolate
Cracker
on the
Barrels, those
outside.
great ones.
Ooh. Hang on now.
Is he gone? Finally! I thought he'd never leave.
Why are you texting my man at 2 a.m.?
If you want someone to leave you alone, you pretend like you're sleeping. It's what you do. If you want to save 15% or more on car insurance, you switch to Geico. It's what you do.
Taking selfies in the kitchen does not make you a model. Okay.
Falls are the #1 cause of injury to senior citizens. Falling down stairs can be disastrous. Acorn Stair Lifts has a solution. Just don't fall. Sit, relax, ride, with an Acorn Stairlift, the world's leader in stairlifts. That's right. Don't let limited mobility keep you from going up and down your stairs, even outside. Call Acorn Stairlifts now for a free information kit and no obligation quote. Now you can safely ride with your Acorn Stairlift.
Now I don't have to worry about him climbing those stairs again.
And our Acorn Stairlift was very affordable.
Our Acorn Stairlift is definitely more affordable than moving.
The Acorn Stairlift has a padded seat and backrest for maximum comfort. It easily folds up for access to the stairway. 5 safety sensors stop your Acorn Stairlift if there's something in the way. And it even runs during power outages.
And I'm the king of my own castle again.
You'll be working directly with the world's leader in stairlifts. That's right, there's no middleman. Acorn's trained technicians professionally install your stairlift directly to the staircase, in most cases in 2 hours or less, with no need for special construction. We don't leave until you're completely comfortable using your Acorn Stairlift.
Don't risk a serious fall down the stairs.
I was really surprised at how little they cost.
Call for your free no-obligation information kit and quote from Acorn Stairlifts. Just don't fall. Safely ride up and down your steps.
Give your life a lift with an Acorn Stairlift.
Call 1-800-927-9011 right now for your free information kit or visit our website today. That number again is 1-800-927-9011. 1-800-927-9011. Call now.
Call now.
Before it became a medicine, it was an idea, a wild what if. So scientists went to work. They examined 87 different protein structures and worked for 12 long years. There were thousands of patient volunteers and the hope of millions. And so after it became a medicine, someone who couldn't be cured could be. Me.
Quarter till the hour now. We've been talking battleground states as voters in the swing state of Ohio head to the polls. They say they're finding some long lines today. Take a look in Columbus, about 100 miles northeast of Cincinnati. Columbus, come on, Buckeyes. Doesn't look too bad, but some folks in the area reported waiting more than an hour to submit their ballots. It's not bad. Both candidates, their VP picks and campaign surrogates, have traveled to the battleground state dozens of times during this election cycle. Ohio has voted for the winner in the last 13 presidential elections, and there has never been a Republican, not one, to win the White House without first winning Ohio. John Scott is there. He's the co-anchor of Happening Now, live in Columbus. You've been following the early voting there. How's it looking, John?
Well, I got to tell you, Shepard, the Republicans are absolutely giddy about the numbers they're seeing come out of this state right now. The polls here are open for almost another 4 hours. They close at 7:30 in Ohio. But early voting returns, again, the Republicans are happy. In Cuyahoga County, a county that helped propel Barack Obama to a win here 4 years ago, early voting is down 20%. Franklin County, where we are, it's down 8%. Hamilton County, it's down 12%, and Summit County down 6%, I should say. Now, those are all counties that Barack Obama took when he beat Mitt Romney by about 2.9% statewide 4 years ago. Contrast that with counties that Romney won. In Warren County, early voting is up 18%. Delaware County, it's up 4%. Greene County, up 10%. And in Miami County, 15% increase in early voting. And again, those last four are counties that Mitt Romney won 4 years ago. That's why Republicans are very optimistic about their chances here in Ohio, Shep.
And I hear you say it's getting a little chippy around there.
Yeah, it's the rain that has hit Cleveland and Cincinnati is just about here. We kind of escaped it, but it's starting to sprinkle on us just a bit.
I was actually talking about the attitudes. They're all kind of chipping at each other, or a little arguing.
The attitude, well, there are three different parties. Normally, all the Republicans get together in one big tent and throw one big party, but that's not the case here. You might know that the governor here, John Kasich, didn't get along so well with Donald Trump. So there's the Republican Party for the state. Rob Portman, the Senate candidate, is having his party across town, and then there's one more party for Donald Trump and his people. That's taking place a little ways behind me. So three Republican parties instead of one tonight.
John Scott in Ohio will be checking in with him tonight, all night, a big state. If you're betting on the outcome, you probably are not putting your money on Gary Johnson, Jill Stein, and Evan McMullin. They're the, well, not to be rude, but they're kind of the also-rans in this election, the third party and independent candidates. But while they may not walk into the White House in January, they could very well play the role of spoiler for either Clinton or Trump's chances, depending on which voters give them support. Kennedy with the spoilers. That's next.
We boarded the Avalon with a destination. 120 years hibernation means we'll wake up in a new century on a new planet, but in the blink of an eye. Everything changed. Do you know what's going on?
We woke up 90 years too soon.
There's something they didn't tell us.
There's a reason we woke up early.
Rated PG-13.
When you've got the ultimate high-potency probiotic working inside you, life feels a little lighter, a little livelier, a little more you. Take Ultimate Flora Probiotics and live digestively.
I am totally blind. I lost my sight in Afghanistan.
If you're totally blind, you may also be struggling with Non-24. Call 844-844-2424 or visit my24info.com.
Tonight, it's complete Election Day 2016 coverage. Watch Your World with Neil Cavuto at 4 and The 5 with special guests Brett Baer and Megyn Kelly.
Looking for these? You drive buzzed. Could be one very expensive ride.
First, you gotta make bail. Then pay me to get your car back.
Your insurance premiums will go through the roof.
And my legal fees just keep adding up. All told, it could end up costing you $10,000.
Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzz driving, because buzz driving is drunk driving.
You guys better be more professional than you look. It doesn't have a red dot on it. What's gonna happen?
We gonna take it home and
It stays here.
Everything with a red dot stays here.
Breakage policy?
Yeah, we don't have one.
Are you guys in my pool?
You have a pool?
I didn't think you clowns could screw this up anymore, huh?
Yeah, I love the ballet.
Check out The Unmovers at youtube.com/Optimum. Optimum, let's connect more.
I owe the IRS $10,000.
The IRS garnished my wages.
They put a lien on my house. The IRS is the most powerful collection agency in the world. They do not give up until you pay. Tax Solutions Now can get you help. Our agents know the rules, can stop the pain, and get you the best deal.
I call Tax Solutions Now, and they got the IRS off my back.
Call
I talked to a web design company, but they wanted to charge me a fortune.
If you call the experts at web.com now, you can have a new custom website built for your small business absolutely free. If you're happy with your new website, we'll continue to provide promotion, hosting, support, and maintenance, all for one low monthly fee. If not, cancel and pay nothing.
Call 1-800-834-6727 today.
Lots of people have made it clear that they don't want to vote for Hillary Clinton and they don't want to vote for Donald Trump. Analysts say that's giving third-party candidates a potential boost that they haven't seen in a few elections. Not since Larry, can I finish? Ross Perot was interesting. Former CIA officer and independent candidate Evan McMullin is trying to pull off an upset in Utah, and it looked like he was going to do it. It really did. He would be the first contender outside of the major parties to win a big state, or any state really, since 1968. Analysts also say even if Evan McMullin, the Libertarian Gary Johnson, and the Green Party candidate who sends more email than anyone on God's green earth, Jill Stein, won't win anything.
But not paper letters, because that'd be destroying the earth.
She loves Mother Earth. They could still take away some key votes from Trump and Clinton. Kennedy is here. She's host of Kennedy, 8 o'clock Eastern Time on the Fox Business Network, and will join Neil Cavuto for live coverage on Fox Business Network.
Absolutely right.
Tonight, these spoiler candidates, Evan McMullin, especially in Utah, You take Utah, you get there, I think, 6 electoral votes. You're a thing.
You're absolutely a thing. And, you know, you put yourself on the map. It would have been nice to have seen at least one of these candidates on one of the presidential debate stages. And you can only imagine how much it would have changed the tenor, especially the debate in St. Louis, when we spent 45 minutes talking about naughty parts. You know, what if we were talking about freedom? What if we were talking about guaranteed universal health care in the case of Dr. Jill Stein? What if we were talking about limited government conservative principles the way Evan McMullen wants to?
Just any issue would be more interesting.
Well, and actually, you know, these 3 candidates may not get a huge percentage of the vote. Gary Johnson also ran in 2012, as did Jill Stein, and Gary is on par to get about 3 times the vote he got in 2012. And if the Libertarian Party reaches that 5% threshold, it's actually very funny because they are officially designated a minor party in this country and guaranteed $10 million in federal funding.
Really?
But they're libertarians, and they want limited government, so they would have a crisis of conscience. Do they take the money, or do they use the greater visibility to fundraise on their own?
Yeah, why don't we ask states that are expanding their Medicaid, but they don't want any of it? I mean, there's a few, you know.
Yeah.
But Dr. Jill Stein, and I saw an interview that you did with her, as a matter of fact, at the Republican convention out there in Cleveland. If you can listen, she makes some points that I think a lot of conservatives would find interesting.
Well, it's funny because Dr. Ron Paul went on a competing network and he said, you know, hey, if you want to vote for someone who is good on civil liberties, who is not a war hawk, you want to vote for Jill Stein. And he was talking to left-leaning libertarians because there is a lot of crossover there. But then, you know, when it comes to fiscal responsibility, Dr. Stein is a little bit less responsible than.
And then there's William Weld. Yeah. And I've wondered from the beginning, and I know you have, if they flipped Gary Johnson and William Weld were the top of that ticket, you wonder if, not that it would have made an enormous difference, but if there had been enough points to where maybe they might have gotten on that debate.
Yeah, I asked high-profile Never Trumper Bill Kristol at the Republican National Convention, will you be voting for Gary Johnson? And he said he would have voted for him if they flipped the ticket. But here's the problem with that. Bill Weld went on Rachel Maddow's show and essentially endorsed Hillary Clinton, which was one of the most bizarre moves in presidential history. He pretty much did.
He almost did.
Now, if Jill Stein had gone on our beloved Hannity and endorsed Donald Trump or vouched for Donald Trump, don't you think that would have been slightly odd? These people are supposed to be running against each other. The Libertarian Party is a party of ideas.
Hannity could chew on that one for a half hour, though. That would have been great TV.
I would love to see that at Del Frisco's on a plate.
Anything on a plate at Del Frisco.
Seriously, had some today. It's delicious.
Thank you. Get the lemon cake. More politicking, and Cavuto's just 4 minutes away, so hang tight.
The full line of Ram ProMaster work vans offer better fuel economy. Upfits tailored to fit your business. Greater cargo capacity. And easier access to your workspace. Ram ProMaster and ProMaster City let you maximize every hour, minute, and second even more effectively.
Are you a veteran, own a home, and need cash? You need to know about the New Day 100 Home Loan for Veterans. It lets you borrow up to 100% of your home's value, not just 80%. And that can mean a lot more money for you and your family. With our military service, veterans like us have earned a valuable VA benefit, the right to apply for a VA home loan. The New Day 100 VA loan lets you refinance your mortgages, consolidate your credit card debt, put cash in the bank, and lower your payments an average of $640 a month. And New Day will even pay your appraisal fee. That could save you up to $500 or more. So call New Day USA. They look at your whole financial picture, not just your credit score. And they'll do everything they possibly can to get you approved. Call them today.
Refinance for up to 100% of your home's value. Go to newdayusa.com or call New Day USA now at 1-855-429-4866.
I do quite a bit of holiday shopping, and I use Ebates for all of it.
I earn cash back just by doing the shopping I was going to do anyway. It gives you cash back on anything and everything that you buy for your family.
Not only do I get all my holiday shopping done in a short amount of time, I get money back for doing so.
I could use that cash back to buy more gifts, or actually a gift for myself.
Sign up for free, shop at your favorite stores, get paid. Join today and get a $10 bonus at ebates.com.
It was getting to be a struggle to get in and out of the tub.
Yeah, we were really worried about falling.
And we needed a solution to stay safe in our own home.
So we got an American Standard walk-in bath.
American Standard is celebrating over 140 years in business with our best offer on our Liberation walk-in baths.
They have a lifetime warranty on the bath, the installation, including the labor. I've never heard of that before.
American Standard has the only walk-in bath with over 20 comfort and safety features, including an ultra-low entryway, 44 massaging jets to help relieve aches and pains, and our patented quick drain technology, which drains your bath in less than 2 minutes. Other brands can leave you sitting in the cold. So call now for your free information kit. For a limited time, get $1,500 in savings, including a free American Standard right height toilet.
Don't delay. Call 1-800-425-8414 for your free information kit, $1,500 in savings, including a free toilet. That's 1-800-425-8414.
On this day in 1932, Americans elected New York's governor, Democratic Governor Franklin Roosevelt, as president. Historians say the effects of the Great Depression devastated the Republican Herbert Hoover's chances for re-election. During the campaign, Roosevelt offered a, quote, New Deal for the American people. Wow. He'd go on to win 42 states in that election. Democrats also secured majorities in both the House and the Senate, and it was on. FDR had so much flexibility to try to steal the country through the economic crisis. And during his inaugural address, he said, quote, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. After an election day blowout 84 years ago today. That won't happen tonight. We don't think so. We'll have coverage here on Fox Broadcast Network, on Fox News Radio, and on your local Fox station. Maybe it's Fox 8, Fox 13, Fox 2. I don't know. I'll be there tonight, prime time, and after your late local news, along with all your friends from Fox. We hope you'll join us in one of those places, and I'll see you there.
All right, we're 3 hours away from the first states of reporting results. You're looking at action going on right now in Raleigh, North Carolina, Arlington, Virginia, Concord, New Hampshire, and Cleveland, Ohio, among many other spots we are going to be going to throughout the evening to get a gauge of what's at stake and who's at stake. And I also want to take a look at this. The markets seem to have already figured out who's going to win this one if you buy the idea that the markets are telegraphing accuracy. That is usually not the case, but the snapshot read, at least in the markets, is that they're betting on Hillary Clinton, adding to gain after gain after gain, that the known quantity of Hillary Clinton is better than the unknown quantity of one Donald Trump. Now, that is just a sort of a knee-jerk market read that could be very, very wrong. But let's get the read now from some of these battleground states with Jonathan Hunt first in Nevada, Las Vegas. More to the point. Jonathan.
Hey, Neil, Nevada now has the perhaps dubious distinction of being the site of the first lawsuit filed by a campaign in this election. In a court hearing today here in Las Vegas, the Trump campaign alleged anomalies in early voting, which ended here in Nevada on Friday. Specifically, they say that voters were allowed to join the lines and therefore vote after the scheduled closing time of certain polling places. Now, Clark County being where Las Vegas is, Clark County lawyer pointed out to the judge that may be the law on election day, that you have to be in line by the scheduled closing of a polling place. It is not the law for early election. The Trump lawyers then said they wanted the court to rule that the Clark County officials had to preserve all voting evidence from these polling places. The judge, somewhat incredulously, said that is, in fact, already the law. I'm not going to obligate them to do something they already have a public obligation to do. And the Trump lawsuit was therefore denied. As for the state of the race here, Neil, it has been tight throughout. Hillary Clinton appears to have an edge from early voting. Donald Trump will hope to reverse that with a large turnout in more conservative northern Nevada today. Neil?
Thank you, my friend. All right, in the meantime, looking to another battleground state, and this is Ohio, where, of course, we've been getting reports all day of very heavy voter turnout. Who that benefits or exactly where that turnout is showing up, anyone's guess. But Peter Ducey in Cleveland right now, keeping track of all of that. Hey, Peter.
And Neil, we're wondering where the heavy turnout is showing up as well, because here in Cuyahoga County, there have not been any problems with really long lines yet today. Officials had been warning through the weekend and then into yesterday afternoon that voters needed to give themselves about an hour to go to a polling place, find a parking spot, then go and cast their ballots and head on out. But we spent a good chunk of our morning and early afternoon driving around to a handful of random polling places in suburbs and in the city, and we didn't see big crowds anywhere. In fact, it's taking people here at this recreational center in Cleveland just a few minutes to get in and out. One complicating factor could be the weather. It has been steadily raining for the last 2.5 hours or so. It's going to keep raining until polls close. That said, the Secretary of State is calling the turnout statewide steady, but he does not think there's going to be a record set here in the Buckeye State. Neil?
All right, thank you. That's a must-win, certainly, right now for Donald Trump. All right, now Fox Business Network, Connell McShane crunching all the data in all the key states, especially the rollout throughout the evening. Connell, what do you have?
Well, you know, it's interesting, Neil. We're just about at the time when we can go to our maps here and we'll start to populate what we're looking at with some real data. And as you said a moment ago, under 3 hours from now is when we'll start to get some of the key closing states. We'll look at Virginia and we'll look at Georgia in the 7 o'clock Eastern time hour. But I think the time to circle on your watch, so to speak, is 7:30 Eastern. Peter was out in Ohio, but also the key state this time around of North Carolina, which we can talk about in some more detail in just a moment. By the top of the 8 o'clock evening Eastern hour, when we're covering it on the Fox Business Network later, Neil, we'll have Florida, we'll have Pennsylvania, and then we'll really start to get into it, move out west at 9 o'clock in the east. We'll be looking at Arizona and Colorado and key states like that. Now, let's get into this just a little bit, and we'll go back to 2012, the Barack Obama-Mitt Romney map, and every conversation that we'll be having this evening with regards to does Donald Trump have a path to 270 electoral votes will have to start and end in the state of Florida. Remember, we divide Florida up into thirds with the Democratic support here in the southern part of the state in places like Miami-Dade and Broward County, with the Republican support up here along the border with Alabama and Georgia. But look at the I-4 corridor and see how that one turns out. That's how you know how the state of Florida will turn out. Now, I mentioned North Carolina a moment ago. That really is going to be so important when it comes in later. Mitt Romney won it 4 years ago. Remember, Barack Obama had it 8 years ago, the first time he ran. The place to watch, or one of the places to watch in North Carolina, is going to be Mecklenburg County, right in the Charlotte area. Look how much the president took this county by in 2012 over Mitt Romney, 61-38. So the question for Hillary Clinton on the Democratic side, can she turn out, particularly African-American voters in inner cities, whether it's Charlotte and other places, and make sure that she's able to run up this score to a similar fashion? We'll watch it very closely this evening in North Carolina. Now, finally, as I go back to you, Neil, we could pick a state up here because all of the narrative of the story has been is, can Donald Trump take a traditional blue state, whether it be Michigan or maybe Pennsylvania, where I just came back from doing some reporting in, and flip it over to his side? One of the keys in Pennsylvania is, how does he do in the Philadelphia suburbs? There are 4 counties surrounding the city of Philadelphia. Only one of them, Chester County, went red the last time around. Let's look to see how Trump does there tonight. So we're getting there, Neil. Almost time to have real results.
No, let's get ready to rumble. All right, thank you very much, Connell. Again, the first wave of states, we've got 6 of them that close at 7 p.m. You're looking at the scene right now in Youngstown, Ohio. But a lot of tension there. That state is getting a great deal of scrutiny, to put it mildly. Those closing at 7:30 p.m. there, a must-win state, as we said, for Donald Trump. If you buy the conventional wisdom that no Republican can make it to the White House without first winning there, let's get the read of things and how it kind of rolls out tonight with GOP pollster Lee Carter and the Hill's Bob Cusack. All right, so Lee, looking at what has to go Donald Trump's way, what has to go Hillary Clinton's way, those early waves of states, what do you look for? That would include Georgia and Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Virginia, Vermont. What are the kind of things you're going to be focused on?
So the things that I really want to look at as the exit polls begin coming out over the next hour or so is voter turnout. What are the numbers of people that are voting, and who are they? I want to know the demographics. I want to understand, is it the white vote? Is it the Hispanic vote? Is it the black vote? Is it women? That's going to tell us a lot about who's going to win, because I do believe that our polling model is going to prove to be broken to a certain extent this election cycle, because we've only been focused on likely voters. That doesn't mean people have voted before. And we're already seeing in states like Florida, we have a record number of Hispanics. We have 20% increase in voter in the white vote coming out. So it's going to come down to a lot of new voters this election cycle, and I think that's going to prove to be a very challenging thing for us to know what's going to happen. So looking at those polls, trying to figure out who it is that's voted, I think we can start making some extrapolations from there, but it's really anybody's guess, and everything is so close. The last polls that we had yesterday in these swing states were so tight, there's really no way of knowing what's going to happen until we start seeing some of these numbers coming out.
Yeah, they were all virtually in the margin of error, save only a couple. But Bob, let me ask you a little bit about the early surge in Hispanic voting we're hearing, and that was thought to be an instant, especially in states like Florida, beneficiary to Hillary Clinton. But of course, it leaves out the fact that many of those Hispanic voters are Cuban Americans. I guess it depends on the generation. But it's not a lock that they're all Hillary Clinton voters, or what's your read?
Yeah, no, that's right. And Mitt Romney struggled with Hispanic voters in 2012. Certainly, Hillary Clinton is going to win the Hispanic vote, but it's just a matter of margins. But there's no doubt about it. I think the key thing is the African-American turnout. Can they get it to 85, 90% of what happened in 2012? And certainly, I think one early state to look at is Virginia. In 2012, when they didn't call North Carolina early for Mitt Romney, you knew that he was going to have a tough night. If they don't call Virginia relatively early for Hillary Clinton, it could be a very good night for Trump and a bad night for Hillary Clinton. She should win Virginia.
So, you know, Lee, one of the interesting developments, and you said at the outset about whose people are showing up or what groups are showing up. We've heard already that for Hillary Clinton, the problem, not surprisingly, it's not exclusively her fault, is the passion that you had on the part of African-American voters is simply not there as it was 4 years ago, and certainly 4 years prior to that with Barack Obama. She has supposedly made up for that. Again, if you buy the consensus argument that most of those Hispanic votes might be going her way with that. But is that enough? I mean, what else do you look for that would be an uh-oh for her?
You know, that alone is not enough. I think we also have to see the single women come out and vote. The single women are more than 75% are likely to vote for Hillary Clinton. And so if we see a lot of the single women coming out and voting, we know that she's having a very, very good night. A lot of this is coming down to enthusiasm. And we've been talking about the enthusiasm that exists between Donald Trump supporters and Hillary Clinton supporters. And that's a big, you know, it's a big thing. Over the last week, we have seen Trump's enthusiasm has gone up, her enthusiasm has gone down. I don't know. We've been wondering what is the result of Comey coming back and saying there's nothing new to see here. Is that going to make her base more enthusiastic? Is that going to make people who question her more likely to come out and vote for her? There's so many variables right now, but I would be looking right now to see the numbers of single women coming out to vote.
Bob, real quickly as well on Florida, if you don't mind my going back to that. It's such a crucial state. Everyone says that if you're Donald Trump, you have to win it. Hillary Clinton doesn't have to win it. That's a consensus. But if it turns out he loses that one, and keep in mind, it took us a couple of days 4 years ago to find out who really did win Florida. I think it was separated by less than a percentage point. But then what does Donald Trump have to do? If Florida isn't going his way, well, how does he string together enough states to make up for it?
Neil, it's a tough road at that point. If he loses Pennsylvania and Florida, then you've got to look at Michigan. Remember, President Obama and Hillary Clinton were in Michigan yesterday, and if you told me a year ago that the day before the election that they were both going to be in Michigan, I'd be like, wow, that's astounding, and maybe she's in trouble. So I think you'd have to tear down that blue wall, Wisconsin, Michigan, win Iowa, win Ohio. Is it still possible? Yes, but I think he's got to win Florida, Neil.
All right, we'll watch closely. Guys, I want to thank you both very, very much. In the meantime, this falls under the not-so-amazing Fox News alert. Goldman, Citi, Barclays, they're all apparently issuing a warning that whatever we decide tonight as a nation, there's going to be a lot of volatility in the markets and in general. All right. Home Depot co-founder Ken Langone on that next.
Hi, I'm William Devane. And right now, there's a serious discussion about who our next president will be. A Republican, a Democrat, an independent. The future of our country is hanging in the balance, which is why, as a good American, I'm going to do two things. I'm going to vote, and I'm going to buy gold from Roslyn Capital. Buying gold from Roslyn helps protect me against runaway inflation and all that paper money being printed around the world by unstable governments. Whether you want new or old gold or premium collector coins, Roslyn has them all. And what you order is what you get. No gimmicks, no nonsense, no hassle. So do your part to protect your future. Vote and buy gold from Roslyn Capital. What's in your safe?
Call now and get a free gold kit, a free silver kit, and a free IRA transfer kit. Call 800-630-8900. 800-630-8900. 800-630-8900.
I spy something on search with M. Mickey!
The 2017 Mitsubishi Outlander, one of America's safest crossovers, well equipped for under $24,000. Get up to $3,000 cash back on select models during the Mitsubishi Motors Holiday Sales Event.
Clap your hands and you swing out wide. Rock a little bit, beat it out, catch it. Everybody's happy when you're doing the job.
New Shuffle Cats. Download now.
Hey, babe. Senacoot. Hey, what's this?
Senokot is a laxative. Sometimes I get constipated.
Really?
Yeah, I like Senokot. Uses a natural vegetable laxative ingredient. That matters to me. And it usually works overnight.
Senokot, because ingredients matter.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need or can't afford? Now you can sell your policy for an immediate payment.
We bought life insurance when our kids were young, to protect their future.
Our youngest just turned 40. We no longer needed the coverage.
That got us to thinking about letting our policy go. So I did some research and called Coventry Direct. I learned that you could sell all or part of a life insurance policy, even a term life policy. Turns out, people have been selling policies like ours for the past 15 years. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we have money to help with the medical bills.
And to add to our retirement. If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may be a candidate to sell your policy.
Call 1-800-471-6800 or visit CoventryDirect.com for a free information pack. 1-800-471-6800.
Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
All right, I want to show you something. This is New York City. These are voters who are wrapping lines around blocks here. A very, very heavy turnout we're hearing in New York. Depending on the voting precinct and the locality, of course, you're hearing stories that are pretty similar. Of course, when we finally crunch the numbers, we'll get a real idea. This is just sort of like a visual, anecdotal case that, at least in New York, there's a great deal of pent-up interest in this race. Now, New York, of course, on a national level, is Hillary Clinton's state to lose. Rich electoral votes, and for as long as I know, it's been, I think, dating back to maybe once with Ronald Reagan, an instant Democratic win. But again, that shows a lot of people there. They do have a lot of referenda up for votes here in the city here. That's a long, long line. All right, I have Ken Langonia, the Home Depot co-founder. Apparently, I don't realize that Ken pays attention to this show. So when I was kidding his cohort in crime, Bernie Marcus was also a guest here, and neither of them were very handy. Well, unfortunately, Mr. Langone heard that, so I was hoping to talk behind his back and not realize that he, in fact, did hear that. Here he is now, Ken Langone, and you are not handy.
The only thing that bothered me about what you said, poor Bernie couldn't sleep last night. Didn't bother me.
Oh, I think he sleeps just fine.
He has Jewish insecurities.
It is amazing. Two of the most unhandy guys on the planet come up with Home Depot.
We couldn't put nails.
All right, well, what do you think of this race right now, the way you see it? You're obviously for Donald Trump.
What do I think? I'm glad it's over, almost over.
Yeah.
I'm glad and I feel so bad for America. The issues and the challenges this country has ahead of it, big time. The deficit, foreign relations, Middle East, education, entitlements. These are all things that need to be addressed.
And neither candidate really does.
I don't think they know what they need to address.
Yeah.
The tragedy, I said off camera, the tragedy is the wrong people run for public office. But why would anybody in their right frame of mind want to get in that cesspool? And that's exactly what it's
That's
become.
what I was kind of saying to you. I mean, did you ever entertain
Never.
this? And why not? It's
Because my wife would have divorced me, and I love her too much, okay?
Yeah.
No, seriously.
It is a demeaning and grueling process, isn't it?
You can dramatically improve it if you have term limits.
Yeah.
If you have term limits, people know I'm going there, I'm going to do my thing, and then I'm going home. But you turn these people into political classes, into professional paths.
They're there perpetually.
Tonight, there's going to be winners and losers. The first thought all the winners are going to have tonight across America is getting reelected again the next time.
Right, their next focus. You know, you've seen some of this market reaction, what's going on. I know you don't put much stock in it here, but the stock market seems to like Hillary Clinton. And I've had our Charlie Gasparino, why? And says, well, the argument is she's a known quantity, Trump is an unknown quantity. Do you buy that?
I don't know if she's a known quantity any more than he's an unknown quantity. Look, the big issue is we're going to have to take some pain in America. I don't care who you are or what you do. When we start to look at the deficit, when we start to look at how out of control we are in terms of interest, paying people peanuts, pension funds are going to go broke, insurance companies are going to. This is not healthy for us as a nation.
No, we keep kicking the can and we don't address
and we
this
got to take
stuff.
some pain.
Do you think whoever gets in, I've heard this argument a lot, the chickens come home to roost, they're an automatic one-term.
That wouldn't be bad to me. Look. I view where we are right now as the equivalent of a drunk hitting bottom. Right this minute. I think America, all this anger, all this voter turnout, these are not happy voters. These are not people coming out to vote saying, hey, we love what you do and do more of it. These are people that are saying we're fed up.
Normally, if there are enough of them, Ken, they go for the challenger, in this case, Donald Trump. Do you think so?
I think the anger of the American people is so profound and so deep that they don't know why they're angry anymore. All they know is they're angry, and they know look, unemployment. Whoever the hell believes 4.9% is our unemployment rate, there's a bunch of bridges over here. I'll give them all the bridges for $1. They can buy them all. This unemployment rate's 10, 11, 12% right now.
Yeah. I know there so many people have dropped out of the workforce. And
look at income inequality. There's another issue we have to deal with. The biggest issue of all to me is education. Public school education in America is a disgrace. It's not bad. It's pathetic. It's an absolute disgrace. We, the most developed nation on earth, and this is the best we can do.
So these long lines who share a lot of your angst, normally when there's a large protest and anger out there, it benefits the renegade Canada. That supposedly is Donald Trump, but it's not reflected.
But it may not be this time.
It may not be this time. All right,
look, it's like a great wine. Maybe it ripens in 5 years or 9 years or 13. The fact is the American people are getting closer and closer to the reality that their leaders have failed them badly.
Who of these two is better equipped to deal with this? All the stuff you outlined.
I think probably Trump. And I'll tell you why. You can say a lot of bad things about Trump. Look at every building he built.
Oh, he's a business genius.
Gets them done. They're beautiful. Look at Woolman Rink. The city stood around for 4 years. He takes it in 6. There's a lot of things I wish were different about Donald Trump. But if you want to look at accomplishments, you know, people talk about his problem with subcontractors. Seems to me that he has no trouble getting subcontractors every time he does a project.
But business guys have a tough time in a political world, don't they?
Yeah, because they want to get things done.
Right.
Look at the nonsense of the Congress of the United States the last 16 years. Obama takes office 8 years ago today, maybe today. I don't know. Public education has gotten dramatically worse in 8 years. If he wants to do anything to help the disadvantaged people in America, the most he can do, give them a good education.
Give them a good education. So good seeing you, my
nice
friend. You've done very well for yourself without being handy.
Bernie, if you're out there, he lied yesterday, Bernie, okay?
You both couldn't know which end of the hammer to hold up.
Good to see you.
But that's fine. That's fine. I'm not the only one.
Good seeing you.
All right. Good seeing you. Ken
Thanks,
Langone. Close it like he sees it. More. He's already leaving. He's so annoyed. I can't blame him. We'll have more. Yeah, fine. Take care.
When we started Betterment, we set out to reinvent investing by making it smarter and more personalized. We've also made it really easy to get started. Just go to betterment.com/start and answer some straightforward questions to create your personalized investment plan. Join our hundreds of thousands of customers seeking higher returns, lower fees, and access. Let us help you achieve your goals. Get up to 6 months of free investment management at betterment.com/start. Investing made better.
You may not be a prepper now, but you will be. Whether the next disaster is man-made or wrought by Mother Nature, you need a plan. WiseFoodStorage.com's emergency gourmet meals are made in the USA, delicious, easy to prepare, just add water, and packaged and proportioned perfectly, eliminating waste and creating a shelf life of up to 25 years.
Get your free sample now. Call in the next 15 minutes and get your free survival guide. Call 888-731-5532.
If you're looking for an affordable Medicare prescription drug plan, here's good news. Humana and Walmart have once again teamed up to bring you a plan that costs just $17 a month. That's one of the lowest national plan premiums, less than 57 cents a day. Plus, if you live near a Walmart and fill your prescriptions there, your in-store co-payments may be as low as $1. And there's no deductible for most covered generic drugs. Call 1-866-836-6326 to get Medicare prescription drug coverage from a trusted partner working to make healthcare simpler. The Humana Walmart Prescription Drug Plan. With one of the lowest national plan premiums, in-store co-payments as low as $1 at pharmacies that offer preferred cost sharing, plus no deductible for most covered generic drugs, the savings could really add up. Call Humana now at 1-866-836-6326.
Now, with our future on the line, it's America's turn to make its voice heard. Fox News Channel has election night covered because we are America's election headquarters.
What's going on at Mount Sinai? How much time do you have?
Come find discounts worth celebrating during Raymore and Flanagan's Veterans Day sale. Everything is on sale. Save $300 on this comfortable leather sofa. $300 on this 7-piece dining set. Save 20% on this stylish queen bed. And Sealy mattress sets start at just $4.99, all with no interest for an incredible 72 months. And free next day mattress delivery. The Veterans Day sale only at Raymore and Flanagan.
There is no such thing as incurable. There are only diseases that haven't been cured yet.
All right, we're getting news out of Durham County, North Carolina. This is in the Raleigh area. The North Carolina State Board of Education of Elections Office has directed Durham County to use paper poll books throughout the day after technical problems with electronic poll books were encountered in some of the precincts. The issue arose earlier on when they were checking in voters when they would come in to vote. It had nothing to do with the ballots, so their argument that there was some sort of a ballot rigging was not the issue, just that they prefer everyone to post paper ballots. And they are not, it looks like, going to interrupt or extend voting as a result. So the regular closing hours will be the same. I believe that state closed at 7:30 p.m. Am I right on that? Yes, 7:30 p.m. So they think with this accommodation, there's no reason to extend voting in that state, another very closely watched battleground state. All right, by the way, not just for president there in that state, for example, it's for a governorship and a Senate seat, but also these Senate seats in the battle for the U.S. Senate is very, very much being scrutinized here because if Hillary Clinton were to win tonight, all she needs are 4 more Democrats to win tonight in their Senate battles, and she has got the United States Senate under her control in that event. Molly Line in Concord, New Hampshire, with the latest on probably the more focused battle for the New Hampshire Senate race. Molly.
Absolutely, Neil. There's been strong turnout here in the Granite State, as there generally is. Very savvy voters here in the state. They have some hotly contested races before them. But if you want to talk about the Senate race, you're absolutely right, Neil. This could have a big impact on what happens in the U.S. Senate. It's the incumbent Republican Senator, Kelly Ayotte, that's facing a very tough challenge from the Democratic governor of the state, Maggie Hassan. Both of these women have strong name recognition. They have long resumes, and they have powerful get-out-the-vote machines behind them. They've been crisscrossing the state, doing the retail politics that it takes to win here in New Hampshire. We had a chance to check in with both of these candidates in recent days. On Ayotte's camp, she's been out there going to diners, doing bagging groceries. Her campaign says it's been one of her favorite things to do along the lines out there and chatting with the voters. We also had a chance to catch up with the governor and get a look at her canvassing machine. She had a kickoff, and it was completely full room that she sent out there to get out and knock on doors. So both of these women have powerful machines behind them, and they have been out there working hard, even to.
All right, sorry we lost Molly's feed here. Frank Luntz, a GOP pollster extraordinaire, keeps track of the mood of the American electorate better than a lot of folks I know here. He's in the middle of Times Square, so he's not looking for freebies, and he's not like one of those you walk up to and take a picture with him like some of these characters. He's a character, but a brilliant one. What's your read on this night, and what are the states that Frank Luntz is looking at very closely?
So my read is that the turnout is significant. And Neil, it was the one thing that I could not predict until the last 2 or 3 days. I wasn't sure if the negativity and the voters' real disdain for both candidates would yield a high turnout or low turnout. It's pretty clear that people are coming out to vote all across the country, at least in these battleground states. And I've got it down to 5 states. Florida, which at this point leans narrowly to Hillary Clinton, and I'm watching the exit polling right now, and it's pretty significant in Latino communities. I don't mean the exit polling, the early voting, that the Latino vote in Florida and Nevada is not only significant, but it is historic, and it is leaning strongly towards Hillary Clinton. Second state is North Carolina, as you mentioned. Much too early to call, much too tight a race. I think the winner ends up with maybe 1% difference. New Hampshire, that you also were addressing, once again, it was a state that Hillary Clinton had a lead up until 3 or 4 days ago. Trump was moving and closing and closing. At this point, it leads narrowly towards the Democrats, but way too close to call. I'm also watching Nevada, that I just talked about, and finally Michigan. If there's one state that will be a surprise for Donald Trump, I think it's Michigan, because of the turnout that we see so far in the blue-collar areas and the fact that the Trump campaign had its best organization in that state. Who knows? It could make a difference.
But if you're right, gaining Michigan wouldn't make up for potentially losing Florida.
You're correct, and if you do the math, I still see this as a narrow victory for Hillary Clinton. I don't see any other way to do the math, but I also say to viewers, because we have to be careful, no projections. There are 5 states that are still in play, and either candidate could still win tonight.
You know, Frank, much has been said of the fact the undercurrents could be very 1980-like, and that we didn't appreciate the magnitude of that undercurrent wave of support for Ronald Reagan until we did. Do you see anything like that manifesting itself, or potentially tonight?
Well, I've been looking for that so-called shy Trump voter, the person who won't acknowledge it, but actually supports him. And frankly, I haven't found a significant example of it. But by the same token, those people who are not willing to acknowledge they are voting for Trump may well balance out Clinton's advantage in some of these states in turnout. Now, the Republicans have a very strong effort in a place like Michigan, where they've won statewide, not for the presidency, but a governor and for the legislature. Neil, we are ending this campaign with more people disliking both candidates than at any time in modern history, more people wanting this election to be over with, a sense of frustration that they never really got to the policies. It was all about character assassination. But that has not stopped turnout. And all my sources are telling me that people are lining up for an hour or more all across these swing states. Amazing. And that makes this a competitive race.
All right. Thank you very, very much. Frank Luntz in Times Square. Well, they say history really isn't about repeating itself. Historian Doris Kearns Goodwin might disagree. And we're always told that these guys can never, that is Republicans and Democrats, let an election go and get their grievances behind them. The Republican congressman who strongly disagrees, Emanuel Cleaver, is here.
Hi, I'm Barry Sloan with NewTek, your business solutions company. Does your business need money? Whether you need $10,000 or $10 million, you can count on NewTek, the nation's largest non-bank government-guaranteed lender. NewTek can help your business expand and grow. With a simple phone interview, we can pre-qualify you in just 48 hours. And with rates as low as 6%, you can see why so many businesses turn to NewTek. To see how easy getting a loan can be, contact NewTek, your business solutions company, today.
Attention homeowners. Quicken Loans has some very important information regarding the U.S. government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. We've told you about HARP in the past, and we're happy to report that nearly 3 million homeowners have already taken advantage of this fantastic money-saving program. But there are so many more of you who could be saving hundreds of dollars every month on your mortgage. Quicken Loans is here to help you save your money. Why Quicken Loans? The home loan experts at Quicken Loans fully understand the HARP guidelines. We'll work with you to understand your specific circumstances and strive to find the financial solution that's best for you. Then we'll guide you through each step of the mortgage refinance process to make sure that it's both simple and easy. And for 6 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. And for the third year, they also ranked us highest in the nation for mortgage servicing. If you're not familiar with HARP, it's a U.S. government program designed specifically for homeowners who have little or no equity. A great feature of the HARP program is that most HARP refinance loans do not require an appraisal, and there are fewer income verification requirements. That makes it simpler, easier, and even faster. And even if you've been denied for a HARP loan in the past, new guidelines mean that you now may be eligible. Give us a call and we'll give you a Quicken Loans mortgage review. And we'll do all we can to help you save money on your mortgage. It's simple and easy. So find out if you're eligible to take advantage of today's incredibly low interest rates and start saving money every month on your mortgage. Call Quicken Loans today or go to QuickenLoans.com for a mortgage experience that's engineered to amaze.
All right, you are looking at one of many long lines in New York City to vote in this presidential election, where a third of the Senate is up for grabs, all of the House. A lot of these people are going to be waiting for a good while to vote. It's everywhere.
Gaviscon is a proven heartburn remedy that gives you fast-acting, long-lasting relief. It immediately neutralizes acid, and only Gaviscon helps keep acid down for hours. For fast-acting, long-lasting relief, try doctor-recommended Gaviscon.
I love Ebates. I do quite a bit of holiday shopping, and I use Ebates for all of it. Ebates is a website with thousands of stores that I shop through, and they pay me to shop. Not only do I get all my holiday shopping done in a short amount of time, I get money back for doing so. There's no hassles, no gimmicks, nothing.
Ebates is where it pays to shop online, literally.
Sign up for free, shop at your favorite stores, get paid. Join today and get a $10 bonus at ebates.com.
Liberty Mutual stood with me when I was too busy with the kids to get a repair estimate. I just snapped a photo and got an estimate in 24 hours.
My insurance company definitely doesn't have that.
You can leave worry behind when Liberty stands with you. Liberty Mutual Insurance.
All right, the scene right now for control of Washington, for control of a third of the United States Senate up for grabs, all of the House up for grabs, of course, the White House itself up for grabs. Missouri Democratic Congressman Emanuel Cleaver. Congressman, very good to have you. I'm sorry I misidentified you as a Republican. Of course, I knew better. And I haven't even gotten into my multi-hour coverage yet, Congressman, so imagine what I'm capable of screwing up. It's very good to have you, sir. How do you think it's shaping up? All right, we just
the House of Representatives.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think the House of Representatives is probably going to remain in the hands of Republicans, although the Democrats are going to pick up some seats, maybe 10 seats. And I think the Senate is too close to call. It could go either way, and it's going to depend on turnout. Yeah. But I think in some of the Senate race in Missouri is a neck and neck between Roy Blunt and Jason Kander. I don't think there's anybody who could say they know exactly how that's going to turn out. And it's that way, I think, in Wisconsin, as well as New Hampshire and probably Arizona. We thought it was going to be a closer race, but it's not as close as we thought. looks like John McCain should win that seat again.
Yeah, you know, Democrats need only 4 seats, assuming Hillary Clinton were to win, and that's way too early to tell one way or the other, to your point. But do you get a sense, if the House stays, and let's say Democrats pick up only 10 seats, I mean, that's going to be a pretty split breed of the Hill. How do you think that would work out?
Well, 2 things. One, many of the Republicans in the Senate, the senior Republicans, have worked with Hillary Clinton before, and many of them say that they had a very good working relationship with her. I think she's going to extend her hand to Republicans a lot sooner than maybe we've seen in the past. And I think she will also spend an enormous amount of time early on trying to get Republicans to buy into some of the proposals she would like to bring forth, and by the same token, listening to what they want.
Well,
I think
tax hikes with a Republican House seem to be a non-starter, but what do you think?
I don't think it's going to go far because of the Norquist pledge. That's one of the reasons I don't think we're going to be able to get tax reform. Republicans and Democrats alike understand that we do need to reform our tax codes, and Donald Trump himself has said that needs to be dealt with. But because the Norquist pledge, where many of the Republicans have signed a pledge that under no circumstance would they vote to increase taxes, and if you have a tax reform package, that means that some people's taxes, some corporations' taxes will go up while others would go down. And so the Norquist people say, even if there's a change in the tax code, that's a tax increase.
All right, Emanuel Cleaver, thank you very much. Democratic Congressman Missouri, a minister also by training here, so he's good at keeping the peace on both sides. A quality that might come in handy, depending on how things go tonight. I guess either way they go tonight. Doris Kearns Goodwin is here. She's broken through a lot of similarities in this election. Just so you think that we've never had anything like this ever before. Au contraire. After this.
Oh, this is awful. Try it.
Oh, no, that looks gross. What is that?
You gotta try it. It's terrible.
I don't want to try it if it's terrible.
It's like mango chutney and burnt hair.
No, thank you. I have a very sensitive palate.
Just try it.
Guys, I think we should hurry up.
If you taste something bad, you want someone else to try it. It's what you do.
I can't get the taste out of my mouth.
If you want to save 15% or more on car insurance, you switch to Geico. It's what you do.
Shh, dog.
I thought I was managing my moderate to severe Crohn's disease. I didn't think there was anything else to talk about. But then I realized there was. So I finally broke the silence with my doctor about what I was experiencing. He said Humira is for people like me who've tried other medications but still experience the symptoms of moderate to severe Crohn's disease. In clinical studies, the majority of patients on Humira saw significant symptom relief, and many achieved remission.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections, including tuberculosis. Serious, sometimes fatal infections and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Before treatment, get tested for TB. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
If you're still just managing your symptoms, talk with your gastroenterologist about Humira. With Humira, remission is possible.
As I went walking, I saw a sign. And on the sign it said, "No trespassing." But on the other side, it said nothing. That side was made for you and me. I've roamed and rambled, and I followed my footsteps to the sparkling sands of her diamond deserts. And all around me, a voice was sounding. This land was made for you and me. This land is your land. Esta tierra es mía. This land was made for you and me.
You're a smart saver. You find ways to stretch your dollar. So why not compare your Medicare Part D plan with other options? Call or go online now and see how Aetna Medicare RX Saver could help you save. With a low monthly plan premium, access to over 60,000 pharmacies, plus $1 Tier 1 generic medications at preferred pharmacies including Walgreens and Walmart. Shop smart. Compare your Part D options today and find out if Aetna RX Saver is right for you.
All right, this is the scene right now in Chappaqua, New York. This is Hillary Clinton's home base here. She is preparing to leave for, I believe, the New York's Peninsula Hotel before heading on to the Jacob Javits Center to give what she hopes, I'm sure, is a victory speech, although we're told that she, like Donald Trump, have a victory and a concession speech ready at the go. I don't know if Doris Kearns Goodwin has ever written such speeches, but she has heard them from both sides, the noted presidential historian, on the importance of this very big evening. Doris, very good day. Thanks for coming.
You're very welcome.
All right, so your sense, first of all, of what's at stake tonight. I caught your remarks. I think you were addressing a crowd recently out in California where it was bemoaning a very divisive, nasty election, not unprecedented, but right up there. How do you think we'll all come together, no matter who wins tonight?
Well, I think the one thing that history tells us is while we always think we're living through the worst of times, and there's lots of structural reasons why this could be difficult after this election, if one of the candidates doesn't accept it, if there's polarization that cannot be gotten through in the Congress, and yet I look more optimistically. I mean, think about some of the troubling elections we had in the past. In 1912, Teddy and Taft, when they ran against each other, Taft, the sitting president, Teddy, the actual former president who came against his old friend, there was such vitriol. He called Taft a pinhead with the brain of a guinea pig. Taft said Teddy was going to be a dictator. The New York Times said this is such an embarrassing campaign that we must all have a blush on our cheeks as to what foreigners are thinking about us.
That was before cable
Exactly.
news.
Exactly. In fact, that was the first primary system, so that's where it all began.
Right.
And maybe that's the fruit of what we're getting now.
The primary system created the very thing that party bosses didn't like, that they lost hold of and control of. That's been the rap, depending on your views of Donald Trump, but where we are now. What do you think happens if Donald Trump were to lose tonight? Way too early, we don't know. What happens then? Do parties reassess?
You know, I think
what
the party may have to think about having more sense of, if not control, more influence over who the nominee is. I mean, parties are supposed to exist mainly for nominating a candidate. And in the old days, they did it in the conventions. And then we came home, and then suddenly we had 2 months only in the fall for the election. I think many of us would love to go back to that. It's hard to turn your back on democracy once it's gone forward, which a primary system recommends. But still, the Democrats had more control this year because they had more superdelegates that were there for Hillary from the beginning. The Republicans ceded that control to the primary.
But, you know, many of those Democrats are bitter and angry about that process, and it might not matter and Hillary Clinton wins, but it leaves raw nerves.
No, I understand. It's really a tension, but it's a real tension in American life is if the parties mean anything at all, you want the party leaders, if you trust them, to have some greater say in who the person is. Now, the interesting thing that happens after 1912, as bitter as that was, eventually Taft and Teddy reconciled their own personal relationship. Eventually, the Republican Party, even though it lost then to the Democrats, they then win 3 presidential elections. They've come back together, the progressive and conservative wings. So we've seen that as history. We saw Al Gore and that incredible problem that he had with Mr. Bush. It went 36 days before the election was even decided. And he comes out and gives a speech that says, I will meet Bush. I want to heal these divisions as soon as possible, reminding people that when Stephen Douglas lost to Lincoln, he said, we're all patriots now first. So history allows you to hope that when a person gets the mantle of the presidency over them, there is a sense that we're going to give legitimacy to that person.
But it really depends on the size of the victory, right, Doris? I mean, obviously that was such a nail-biter. You could make the argument that Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump, if it's a real close one tonight, would be looking for any avenue, any opportunity, much as, now, he didn't formally challenge it. John Kerry looked at Ohio, or his people did, in 2004. If it's close enough or could make a difference in a crucial state, all legal options are open, right?
Well, on the other hand, though, look at President Nixon when he lost the first time in 1960.
You're right.
I mean, look how close that election was. And he, I think, and it was a good decision on his part. For the good of the country, he did not contest that. As I said, Al Gore went right away after it finally was decided and said, you know, we are all in this together. The rule of law, the Supreme Court has spoken. Even way, way back when Jefferson beat Adams, and it was the first time the Republicans had won because the Federalists had been in power. It was the first peaceful transfer of power. And he comes right out and says, we're all Republicans, we're all Federalists. So it's going to depend on whoever the loser is. A lot is weighing tonight on the dignity and the willingness, I think, of that loser to look at the election and know what his responsibilities or her responsibilities
But,
are
you know,
to
some
the
of them are
country.
so close, right? I mean, if you just go by polls going into this, Florida separated by a point, Pennsylvania by 2 points, Michigan 3 points. Within the margin of error, so anything can happen. But regardless of whether one accepts the other, I'm just worried about how the nation then moves forward. We've had 16 years of this acrimony. Very little getting done. I talked to Emanuel Cleaver, of course, you know, as a minister by training and tries to work with both sides. But he was just saying, Neil, it's very tough in this environment, right or left. So can you see anything approaching normalcy returning to Washington? And by the way, this is looking at Hillary now leaving Chappaqua for the Peninsula Hotel and what she hopes will be later on a victory speech tonight. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I understand how tough it is. I mean, I think the polarization is not just political, it's economic, it's social. It's been a long time coming now. It's not just been the last 8 years. When you think about it, you think about the Clinton impeachment and you think about the problems that Bush Jr. had and then the problems Obama's had in reaching across the aisle. Something's happened to the structure of our government and to our lack of faith in each other on the other side, looking at the other side as evil, not being willing to even talk to the other side. My only hope is that the American people, it's interesting they're coming out in voting a lot today. People thought they'd be so dismissive of this election they wouldn't even want to vote. And maybe they're saying to both parties right now, you've gone down there to Washington to do our business. Just get to it. Stop what you're doing. There's such a sense of frustration with politicians. Politicians are losing their sense of an honorable vocation, being a political figure. So I still have a feeling that maybe both sides are going to realize something has to change. And maybe we've reached that point with this election because it's been so disheartening for so many people to see the coursing dialogue that this election has brought to us.
You are an inherently good person, but you're naive. All right, I don't know. I'm kidding.
You know what? You may be right, but I think, you know what? You got to have optimism.
No,
you got to
you're
have
right
hope.
about that.
What's the
We've
point?
gotten through far worse, more divisive times. But I guess what I'm asking you is, Ken Langonia, the Home Depot co-founder, he's a Republican, likes Donald Trump. But when I asked him flippantly whether he would ever entertain running for office, he said, no way, no way. More or less saying what others say. It's a demeaning, very long process. Everything is out there. They vilify you on the left and right. Just not worth it. I wonder with young people, I know your own son ran for office and all, but does it really make young people, all people, very cynical and jaded to say, no, never?
No, I think that's a real problem. I mean, to the extent that politicians don't have that same sense of excitement about being a political figure, to the extent they have to spend so much time raising money, dialing for dollars, their private lives are going to be exposed in a way that they may not want to be. Perhaps our best people are not entering public life. And that's why I keep hoping that more and more people who've been in the military will go into public life because they know what it's like to have a common mission, a common purpose, to put themselves in honor of their country. That's why I wish there could be some national service program so more young people could do something like that, and maybe that would bring those kind of people into public life. But right now, it's not one of those times when being a politician, you keep saying, oh, I can't wait to be one of those guys in Washington.
Yeah,
that's a problem for us, but we have to change that.
All right. Doris, thank you. So many stunning bestsellers, The Bully Pulpit, Team of Rivals. She's written on every major U.S. president, and even the not-so-major ones. So history tells us we always get through this sort of stuff. Doris, thank you very much.
That's it.
There you go. I learned something from you, Doris. All right, again, following this motorcade here of Hillary Clinton en route to New York, where she hopes some hours from now she'll deliver a victory speech. We'll see.
We asked a group of young people when they thought they should start saving for retirement. Then we asked some older people when they actually did start saving. This gap between when we should start saving and when we actually do is one of the reasons why too many of us aren't prepared for retirement.
Just start as early as you can. It's going to pay off in the future.
If we all start saving a little more today, we'll all be better prepared tomorrow.
Prudential, bring your challenges.
Yeah, I'm seeing the latest figures. So basically, we have two production options that will impact P&L that I think... Hey guys, I gotta call you back.
Hello?
Hey, Mom.
Oh, hi, sweetie. How are you?
I'm good. I was just thinking of you. How was everything?
Give a Keurig brewer this holiday, and they will think of you every day.
The time is now, and America is ready. Brett and Megan have powerful election night coverage you can't miss. Tonight, don't miss a special America's Election Headquarters.
At Woody's Automotive, your expectations are what we strive to exceed. After 30 years in business, we created a terrific new repair facility located on Sussex Turnpike in Mount Freedom. Our ASE certified experts can perform all types of repairs and services. It's like taking your car to the dealer without the dealership pricing. Woody's provides easy parking, easy drop-off, a comfortable waiting room, and a friendly staff.
Hi, I'm Woody. After 30 years in business, we've really stepped it up in our new facility. Come by and see why.
You guys better be more professional than you look. It doesn't have a red dot on it. What's gonna happen?
We're gonna take it home and
It stays here.
Everything with a red dot stays here.
Breakage policy?
Yeah, we don't have one.
Are you guys in my pool?
You have a pool?
I didn't think you clowns could screw this up anymore, huh?
Yeah, I love the ballet.
Check out The Unmovers at youtube.com/Optimum. Optimum, let's connect more.
When you have credit card debt, the debt suckers, high rate and high pay, are everywhere.
Ooh, they're making another minimum payment. Great. Most of the money goes to us. We'll suck the life out of them.
Because your credit card rates are so high, you can't get rid of the debt suckers alone.
Their minimum payments are insane. No, that's juicy.
But one call to Consolidated Credit can get the debt suckers off your neck.
Thank you for calling Consolidated Credit.
Oh no, they lower his rates and consolidate his bills into one low payment. He'll pay off his debt in no time. Consolidated Credit drives us batty.
Call Consolidated Credit now. Call now and get your life back.
Oh, because debt sucks.
Call now.
Call Consolidated Credit at 1-800-334-5442. That's 1-800-334-5442. Call now.
All right, we've been telling you about these long lines in New York City. Rob Schmidt has seen them up close himself. Rob, they look incredible.
Yeah, well, you know, you said long lines, Neil. I think there's a long line. I think we found it. We couldn't find any others but this. We're on 56th Street here in Midtown, and you see behind me, this goes all the way down to the corner here and then makes it around the corner and goes up the block to 57th. If you come down this way to school, it's a public school and elementary school, is about another block down that way where the actual polling location is where people are voting here tonight. This is open until 9 o'clock tonight, and just to give you an idea how long this line's been taking, we are going to ask Andrew here real quick just how long you've been waiting here in line.
Well, I've been here for about 25 minutes so far.
Been waiting about 25 minutes.
Yeah.
About how much longer do you think it'll go?
I'm hoping it's going to be very soon, maybe 5-10 minutes, I hope, but I'm excited to vote.
Is it worth it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's nothing better in this country than voting.
I got you. All right.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you so much. And yeah, this is actually, Neil, this is where Donald Trump actually voted earlier this morning. He was met with some protests as he came in the door, but, you know, he still did his thing and went on ahead to Trump Tower from there. And there was actually a topless protest here in the school gymnasium this morning as Donald Trump was set to arrive a couple hours from them. And 2 women arrested, anti-Trump protesters taking their top off in an elementary school gymnasium. It's election day. Welcome to New York.
Why did they?
We'll send it back to you.
Why did they take their top off?
Well, actually, you know, you can take your top off in New York City if you're outside, Neil. That's actually legal.
Okay.
If you're in a school gymnasium, you're not allowed to. I think they were just trying to make a point, get their names in the paper. They certainly did so. They also got arrested.
All right, Rob, thank you very, very much. That's just part of the coverage we will have tonight when FPN starts going through all of this. Lou Dobbs kicks off at 7 p.m. At 8 p.m. then, as the states start rolling in fast and furious, we'll take it there. You never know if someone will just rip their top off. I get that a lot. So that's on FPN. I mean, your call, America. See you then.
You know that moment? The moment when uncertainty loses its grip. When worry no longer has the upper hand. With 1,500 investment consultants, it's time to put a face to a name. Welcome to the new Scottrade. Whether you know where you're going or need guidance to get there, we're here to help. Now is your moment.
The 2017 Mitsubishi Outlander Sport with available all-wheel control and starting at $19,795. It's ready for any adventure you can imagine. Get up to $3,000 cash back on select models during the Mitsubishi Motors holiday sales fair.
Ruth, she had a recipe for everything. Make big plans,
But live spontaneously. Travel more.
and make your best memories on a 500-degree sizzling plate. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. This is how it's done.
When you're looking for answers, it's good to have help, because the right information at the right time may make all the difference. At Humana, we know that's especially true when you're looking for a Medicare supplement insurance plan. That's why we're offering this fact-filled guide, 7 things every Medicare supplement should have. And it's yours free, just for calling 1-888-309-7423. You see, Medicare covers only about 80% of your Part B medical expenses. The rest is up to you. That's why so many people purchase Medicare supplement insurance plans like those offered by Humana. They're designed to help you save money and pay some of the costs Medicare doesn't. Depending on the Medicare supplement plan you select, you could have no deductibles or co-payments for doctor visits, hospital stays, emergency care, and more. You can keep the doctors you have now, ones you know and trust, with no referrals needed. Plus, you can get medical care anywhere in the country, even when you're traveling. With Humana, you get a competitive monthly premium and personalized service from a healthcare partner working to make healthcare simpler and easier for you. You can choose from a wide range of standardized plans. Each one is designed to work seamlessly with Medicare and save you money. So how do you find the plan that's right for you? One that fits your needs and your budget. Call Humana now at 1-888-309-7423. That's 1-888-309-7423. For this free guide, it's just one of the ways that Humana is making healthcare simpler. And when you call, a knowledgeable licensed agent producer can answer any questions you have and help you choose the plan that's right for you. The call is free and there's no obligation. You know Medicare won't cover all your medical costs, so call now and see why a Medicare supplement plan from a company like Humana just might be the answer.
This is it. After more than a year and a half of campaigning, Election Night 2016 is officially here. Hello, everyone. I'm Megyn Kelly.
And I'm Bret Baier. The first presidential candidate made his announcement 596 days ago. Remember that? Senator Ted Cruz? But it's all come down to Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton.
You can feel the excitement in the air. The voting booths were stocked full of people today, lines wrapping around neighborhoods, east to west, north to south, and finally, the verdict is in. The voters decided today. We'll be back at the top of the hour for full coverage, but first, want to go outside of our beautiful new studios to our friends at The Five. Take it away, guys.
Hey, guys.
Well, thank you, Brett and Megyn. Hello, everyone. I'm Eric Bolling, along with Kimberly Guilfoyle, Juan Williams, Dana Perino, and Greg Gutfeld. It's 5 o'clock in New York City, Election Day in America, and this is The Five. We are live outside Americans' election headquarters, where results will soon be pouring in as the polls close across the country. As Brett mentioned, 596 days since Ted Cruz kicked off election 2016. 22 candidates, now down to 2. 62 million primary votes cast. $1.3 billion spent, and hundreds of hours of disagreement and debate on this show alone, all in the books. And now, we are just a few hours away from finding out whether an establishment Democrat with a strong ground game or a political outsider with an uncanny ability to use the media will be the 45th president of the United States of America. Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump cast their votes today after a bitter general election battle. They'll be spending election night less than 2 miles away from one another right here in Manhattan. along with the White House, control of the Senate is also up for grabs. It's going to be an interesting night, to say the least, Miss Guilfoyle.
Yes.
How do you make the race so far? What are you thinking? By the way, congratulations, everybody. 596 days, and we're still together here.
A long journey indeed. I think it's very exciting. You can tell by the crowd out here tonight. People can feel it in the air. We've got both of the people contending to be president of the United States right here in Manhattan in New York City. They both have worked very hard in a long, tough battle to be able to get into these positions. And here's the exciting part, that we live in this democracy. It's a close race. It's tight by all the polls that are being considered. So it really is one to watch to see how this is going to turn out. Will it be historic with a woman as the first president of the United States, or will be the outsider who said he's going to drain the swamp in D.C. and take back government for the people? Pretty exciting.
Dana, in a couple of minutes, we're going to get some exit polls to go inside as soon as we have them compiled. Your thoughts? What do you think we're going to hear in a couple of minutes?
Well, I want to find out if the exit polls from the primaries end up being what you hear tonight in the general. One of the things that was notable in the exit polls for the Republican primary is that people really want somebody who would tell it like it is. They got that. They also said that it wasn't that important to them that it could be somebody who could win in November. They may get that too. Or they might not, because Hillary Clinton was considered to be somebody that people were like unenthusiastic about in the Democratic primary, because a lot of the enthusiasm was with Bernie Sanders. And I think Donald Trump has this amazing enthusiasm behind him across the country. But can that overtake her organization? That's going to be what we have to find out in the next 5 hours.
One, I said it was an establishment Democrat with a strong ground game versus an outsider with the uncanny ability to work the media. Who wins in that?
Well, I think ground game wins, because it's just like you can have big rallies, you can have a lot of TV ratings, but the question is, do you have people who go to the polls? And today, what we know is 130 million people. 130 million. Astounding. So this will set all records for voter turnout in the USA. And what you get is a huge change in who is turning out, huge increases, especially among Latino voters right now, the focus of so much attention from the political analysts.
All right, what do you say, Greg? How do you assess it so far?
My favorite part of today was when they asked Hillary Clinton what it was like to vote for herself. And she said, I felt humbled. Feeling humbled for voting for yourself might be the greatest contradiction I've ever. That's like saying, you know, I feel selfless when I still steal those pills from grandma, or I feel brave when I run from a butterfly. Well, I love her.
Obviously, guys, Florida's going to be super important, and also North Carolina. And the interesting part about that is that's the Eastern time zone. One other hour, I guess, the Panhandle of Florida is the next hour. However, very two important states we could be calling it early if Trump doesn't lock those two down.
Maybe, but you know, he does have a path to 270, and one of the states to watch is Pennsylvania, and of course then New Hampshire. We'll get those results. And if it's really, really close, you need to look up into Maine, where they split their vote, and he could actually pick one of those up there.
On CD2. Yeah?
Yeah, I have an idea. See, my state doesn't matter. New York City, you know, it's like if I vote, it's like adding a grain of sand to the Gobi Desert. It's going to go Hillary no matter what. I think they should change the rules so that if you get the popular vote, you get the VP. So if Hillary, let's say Hillary wins, but Trump gets the popular vote, he gets to be VP. Trump is VP.
That's what they
and the reverse. I love that idea. Why can't we do that?
Yeah, because it would be explosive, Gregory. I mean, it's not like we haven't had a divisive enough election.
It would be a
institutionalized.
It would be a unification.
This is another example of Greg thinking way outside his little box. I like it. I like it.
Why does it have to be little?
Well, you know, there is a very, very, robust debate whether we should get back to rather, leave the Electoral College and go back to the popular vote.
But it's in the Constitution,
I
right?
understand that. And there are methods to change the laws via constitutionally via ways to change it.
There are, and that's why it's very interesting to see. So, Greg, I'm going to disagree with you and say that you should get out there to vote, regardless of whether your state is historically gone blue or red. You want to see people, everybody's vote should count, and then you see the comparison. I think it's worth it to be able to see who wins popular, who wins the Electoral College vote. But But more importantly, what we saw, people talked about this being a divisive or negative election, tough fought battle. You know what I saw? I saw people engaged and passionate on both sides. I think that is important, and perhaps we've gotten more people to register, to get out there to vote, to exercise their civic duty here, which I think is important. There's so many people across the world that would kill to have the right to vote and determine who their leaders are going to be.
Well, just let me quickly add there that part of that is women. I mean, tonight is a big deal for women, and women are a larger percentage of the electorate tonight than they were back in 2012. It means that up to now, more than 54%.
Let me cut you off, Juan, because we want to go right now to Martha MacCallum. She's live inside America's election headquarters with the very first exit polls hot off the press. Martha, what do you see?
Hi there, Eric. We are just getting the first information out of these early exit polls. Lots more information will come in later as these numbers continue to update. But the first two are quite interesting because they go to the news-oriented issues that people have had to deal with out there. Hillary Clinton's emails and the FBI investigation, big news in the final days of this race. So did it matter to voters? It did. 6 in 10 say that the Clinton email issue bothered them, according to the numbers that we're getting. How about Donald Trump and his treatment of women? Clearly troublesome to voters as well. In fact, more so. 71% saying that his treatment of women bothered them and was a factor. So take a look at this. In terms of whether or not people were voting against someone, because we've seen the long lines wrapped around buildings out there, and what's driving the voter, more than twice as many folks today say they are voting because they dislike the other candidate than felt that way back in 2012. It's up 10%. So the number strongly favors their choice is down more than 20 points. Take a look at those numbers for just a moment here. Best describes my vote for the candidate. Strongly favor 41%. Have reservations 32%. Dislike the others 25%. And that is higher than what we saw in 2012. Let's take a look at the commander-in-chief number. Obviously an important factor for everybody as they go to place their vote today. Clinton winning on that by 3%, 49 to 46 over Donald Trump. The economy has always been a strong one for Donald Trump throughout the course of this race. He beats her on that one, 48 to 46. But here's one more interesting tidbit that we have in. Gary Johnson is getting almost 3 times as much support among the late deciders. So you have both of these candidates all across the country trying to pull in those last-minute folks. And it turns out that many of them decided to go for Gary Johnson in the final moments of walking in there and placing their vote. So we're getting a lot of numbers in here. You've got 1,000 places across the country where people are having these questionnaires placed in front of them. About 45% say, yeah, I'll answer the questions. So that's what we're going through right now. We'll have a lot more coming up at the top of the hour. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Martha. We are going to have a lot more on this, more to come on this special Election Day edition of The Five. Coming up next, Bill Hemmer's at the data deck with states to keep a close eye on tonight. Stay tuned.
We boarded the Avalon with a destination. 120 years hibernation means we'll wake up in a new century on a new planet, but in the blink of an eye. Everything changed. Do you know what's going on?
We woke up 9 years too soon.
There's something they didn't tell us.
There's a reason we woke up early.
Rated PG-13.
I enlisted in the Army in 2005. I went to Iraq 3 times and Afghanistan once. She's the culprit that ripped our door off. 2,000-pound animal bumping into a steel door creates quite a bit of damage. Actually use the app. Take pictures of it right there for USAA, and they take care of the rest. USAA is great about working with both active and separated military. I'm Josh Eilers, and I'm a USAA member for life.
Call USAA today to talk about your insurance needs.
I have asthma, one of many pieces in my life. So when my asthma symptoms kept coming back on my long-term control medicine, I talked to my doctor and found a missing piece in my asthma treatment with Brio.
Once daily Brio prevents asthma symptoms. Brio's for adults with asthma not well controlled on a long-term asthma control medicine, like an inhaled corticosteroid. Brio won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Brio opens up airways to help improve breathing for a full 24 hours. Brio contains a type of medicine that increases the risk of death from asthma asthma problems and may increase the risk of hospitalization in children and adolescents. Brio is not for people whose asthma is well controlled on a long-term asthma control medicine, like an inhaled corticosteroid. Once your asthma is well controlled, your doctor will decide if you can stop Brio and prescribe a different asthma control medicine, like an inhaled corticosteroid. Do not take Brio more than prescribed. See your doctor if your asthma does not improve or gets worse.
Ask your doctor if 24-hour Brio could be a missing piece for you. See if you're eligible for 12 months free at mybrio.com.
Ah, Beth. So the elevator's stuck again. With DirecTV and AT&T, you can stream your favorite shows without using your data.
You came to see
That
my
makes you
jewels.
more powerful than being stuck in an elevator with a guy with overactive sweat glands.
Sorry, rode my bike today. Hey.
It's your TV. Take it with you. Watch all your live DirecTV channels on AT&T data free.
Now, with our future on the line, it's America's turn to make its voice heard. Fox News Channel has election night covered because we are America's election headquarters.
It wouldn't make sense if you turned on something in one room and it's turned on everywhere else. But that's exactly how traditional cooling and heating systems work. So you pay more than you should. But Mitsubishi Electric Systems give you a better way. With no waste and lower energy bills. Control temperatures precisely in one or every room with no new ductwork. Mitsubishi Electric Cooling and Heating. Make comfort personal.
For Mitsubishi Electric ductless heating and cooling and other home comfort solutions, call Warren Heating and Cooling.
They mustn't be petrified.
We need a simple way for people to find optimum Wi-Fi hotspots.
What if I told you a guy in an alley sold me a magic unicorn that can detect Wi-Fi with its horn? Cheers. Thank you.
Get out of here.
Oh, right.
Is there How about some real ideas?
What about a Wi-Fi Finder app?
Genius.
What if I told you that unicorn is non-refundable?
The Optimum Wi-Fi Hotspot Finder app. The simple way to find more Wi-Fi. No unicorns.
First time I met in Alabama, Hannah, I was skinny as a rail.
Welcome back to The Five. We are live outside America's election headquarters on this decision day in America. 270, that's the magic number. Bill Hemmer joins us now from the data deck with some possible scenarios on how things could shake out tonight. How's it looking, Bill?
Dana, good evening to you. Here's what I want viewers to learn from this. It's sort of a guide to the first couple of hours for our coverage later this evening, okay? The poll closings 1 hour and 45 minutes from now. At 7 o'clock Eastern Time, we're getting a polls closing in Virginia, 13 electoral votes. Also, the state of Georgia, Indiana closes at 7 o'clock as well. And you got a good governor's race there, a good Senate race through there in Indiana. At 7:30 East Coast time, so 2 hours and 15 minutes from now, you get two big ones. That's Ohio at 18 electoral votes and North Carolina at 15 electoral votes. And we'll see which way this goes and whether or not it's something. In all likelihood, this is not a state, either state, that we'll be able to call around 7:30. So we'll watch the returns as they come in. 8 o'clock, here is your map, Dana. 8 o'clock on the East Coast. New Hampshire, 4 electoral votes. Pennsylvania at 20. And down here, bottom right, Florida, 29 electoral votes. That is a big, big prize as you look at the map tonight. 8:30 is Arkansas, and at 9 o'clock, we all light up across the country here, especially upper Midwest, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota. Are they really in play this year? We'll start to get an indication around that time, 8 o'clock Eastern time. The map is blank for the moment, but you're gonna see this thing filling throughout the night, red and blue, and as we start to tally things up from now. One thing we have not talked a lot about, given the state of the race on the presidential side, that's the balance of power in Congress. And the Senate is really something to watch throughout the night. Right now, Republicans go in with a 54-46 lead. Among those Democrats, you have 2 independents who caucus with them, so we're going to watch this, and that could go very late when you consider this race we've been watching in the state of Nevada. With Joe Heck on the Republican side, we'll see whether or not he can do something in Nevada that he has been gunning for some time, and that is take the seat of Harry Reid. That could be a very late decider tonight. Back outside to you guys. We'll be back in the data deck in about an hour's time.
All right, thank you so much, Bill. So I was thinking, Eric, about how, I'm not a native of New York, right? Born in Wyoming, but this is the city that never sleeps. And tonight, I think this is actually quite unusual. You have both candidates, presidential candidates, within 2 miles of each other. I'm not sure what traffic is going to be like later. It'll probably be pretty bad. But can you imagine the excitement, the tension, the concern, the joy, like they're holding back their exuberance at both campaigns.
Yeah, it's less than 2 miles apart, right up the street, a couple of blocks. The Trump victory party is heading right over there, and you go about, I don't know, maybe a mile or so that way to the Javits Center. Hillary Clinton has her victory party planned. There'll be a whole bunch of people in Times Square going, should I go that way or should I go that way? But Hammer's right. So Florida, very important. Obviously, the East Coast, North Carolina. Trump wants to down the next something in Colorado. He has to have the data. So we'll know what path he needs to take probably within an hour of the polls closing on the East Coast.
Kimberly, any thoughts about the big parties tonight? Like, you know New York.
I do know New York. Everyone's been asking me, believe me. Look, obviously people are going to be excited to go and support their candidate. There was supposed to be fireworks for Hillary Clinton, but apparently that was dialed back. They made some comments or some requests with the U.S. Coast Guard. But I think no matter what, I mean, the point is we're going to have this celebration tonight regardless. There are going to be people that are going to be upset because their candidate didn't win, but their voice was heard. And I'm sure there'll be some private parties for people, depending on their candidate, and also some people private.
Juan, did you get any sense today of how the Hillary Clinton campaign is doing going into the summer?
Well, both campaigns were trying to focus on the positives. And we heard the Clinton campaign talking about the icon among the two. And something that we saw a little bit in terms of what Martha was talking about, that voters were coming out, especially women, and they anticipated that Martha was numbers from the big voice. A tremendous point of concern for the emails, also a big point of concern for Trump supporters, but not up to the 70% level that you saw for people concerned about Trump. I was interested to see that both candidates split just about evenly on commander-in-chief and the economy. So, and immigration, you know, we talk so much about immigration given Donald Trump's talk about the wall from the very start of the time he came down that escalator in Trump Tower. But it's not a big issue for the voter tonight.
What do you think, Greg, if you were going to go out and party tonight?
Party?
Would you party tonight, or would you how do you like to watch the results?
Well, first of all,
I'm assuming you want to do it quietly.
Man or woman over the age of 21 should use party as a verb.
Okay.
It is a noun. You say you're going out and have an entertaining time. Let's talk about the fireworks, shall we? It's a difficult question because if you get the fireworks, right, and you lose, you look stupid. If you don't get the fireworks and you win, you look stupid.
You look like a jerk.
So the solution is an ice cream cake.
Oh my God.
If you lose, you can eat the ice cream cake. If you win, you could drop it from a building. Because it's pretty awesome when you see an ice cream cake hit the floor.
Don't encourage that, Greg.
You know, it's better. Del Frisco's lemon cake would be better than
Yes, I know.
But you would never want to drop that.
Famous from
There's probably
Kimberly's
1,000 people in there trying to figure out where to go to. As, by the way, on cue, a Trump.
It probably is on cue.
With Drain the Swamp Side.
Drain the Swamp Side.
Your friends are here.
A Trump Congo line.
All right, we're going to get back to you in just a moment. What are the nominees doing as they wait for their results to stream in? We're going to check in with our reporters covering both campaigns straight ahead. Keep it right here on the 5 on this Election Day 2016. We're back in a moment.
Well, here we go again.
Bad judgment.
Issues, not insults.
She should be ashamed of herself.
Fair and balanced, Fox News Channel has election night covered because we are America's election headquarters.
We boarded the Avalon with a destination. 120 years hibernation means we'll wake up in a new century on a new planet. But in the blink of an eye, everything changed. Do you know what's going on?
We woke up 90 years too soon.
No. There's something they didn't tell us.
There's a reason we woke up early.
Rated PG-13.
When you woke up this morning, you saw the sun, got your clubs, and, well, some things you just can't control. Like runaway inflation or unstable governments printing money as worthless as wet scorecards. But you can control whether or not you let the money in your retirement lose its value. Hi, I'm William Devane, and it's time you took cover. by transferring your existing IRAs to a Roslyn Capital gold and silver-backed IRA. That means an IRA backed by gold and silver, not by paper and promises. So control the things you can control. Talk to Roslyn today and protect your retirement with a Roslyn Capital gold and silver-backed IRA. What's in your safe?
Call now and get a free gold kit, a free silver kit, and a free IRA transfer kit. Call 800-630-8900. 800-630-8900. 800-630-8900.
The world's most awarded luxury cruise line is bringing its legendary experience to Europe's majestic waterways. Introducing Crystal River Cruises, an all-inclusive, truly exclusive travel experience that's in a class by itself. With state-of-the-art river yachts boasting impeccable design and elegant, spacious suites. Enjoy every luxury imaginable. Butler service for every suite, glorious spas, open spaces, exceptional dining, and so much more. Unique excursions into Europe's most iconic cities, historic landmarks, breathtaking landscapes, and local cultures, with voyages along the Danube, Rhine, and Main rivers, ranging from 7 to 16 days. Come explore Europe's enchanting waterways with Crystal River Cruises, the world's only luxury river cruise line.
Cartels, militias, terrorist groups, they all need a place to park their cash and turn us their dirty little piggy bank.
We're going to insert into the country while nobody is looking.
We're going to steal their money, sir?
No, we are going to destroy it.
We're going to finish this mission. Anything we find is ours. We want to trust a bunch of Blackwater mercs. In the rush, I've never felt anything like it.
If we stay here, we're gonna die. And we die!
So you're thinking about a Garmin Drive, but you want to know why it's better than the map on your phone that keeps slipping between your legs. Well, there's driver alerts for sharp curves, speed changes, and other potential delays, like an alien abduction on the 5. Okay, that's not going to happen. There's smart notifications for incoming calls or texts, most likely from your spouse with a new honey-do list. It's an insane amount of stuff, so you can do the one thing you're supposed to do, drive.
Big day? Not the usual. Move some new cars. Bought a bunch of steel. Kept the supermarket shelves stocked. Made sure everyone got their latest gadgets. What's up for the next trip?
Nothing much. Just keeping the lights on.
Nice.
Doing the big things that move an economy.
See you tomorrow night.
See you tomorrow, sir.
Just another day at Norfolk Southern.
Welcome back. 17 months ago, Donald Trump announced his presidential bid at Trump Tower right here in Midtown Manhattan. Tonight, he will close out his campaign a few blocks away at the Hilton Hotel. Campaign Carl is there now and joins us. Hi, Carl.
Hi, Kimberly. Trump aides described themselves earlier today as cautiously, hopefully, nervously optimistic. And they're looking at a number of key states, obviously. Florida is fundamentally the most important. They recognize that there's some good turnout, it appears, on the Interstate 4, I-4, a corridor of a heavily, heavily populated part of Florida that can often swing how Florida goes. But the Clinton campaign has a particularly strong base of support in an organization in South Florida, Miami area. And the question really becomes whether or not the Trump campaign, with its last-minute dash to some Democratic states that have voted for Obama in the last couple of cycles, will pay off, and whether or not working-class whites come out in big numbers to match what is expected to be a pretty hefty turnout for Clinton's campaign with African-Americans and Latino voters. This morning, Trump voted here in New York and was asked whether or not he would concede if, in fact, he is defeated, and he said he's going to wait and see. At one point today, the Trump campaign actually registered a lawsuit in Las Vegas against the keeping open of the polling places for early voting on Friday night. When it came time to close the poll, there was a long line, and the Trump campaign is alleging that they didn't cut off the line at the appropriate time, and people who voted, in some cases, should not have. So there's now litigation in the mix here. Trump has said in the past that he wouldn't say whether or not he was going to accept the results, particularly in the debate with Chris Wallace. So the Trump campaign is looking for a big win, particularly in Michigan and Pennsylvania. Flip those two states, and he's in great shape. Florida and North Carolina, where everybody's watching right now. Kimberly?
All right, Carl, we're going to take it straight down the line here. Go ahead, Juan, your question.
Hey, Carl, is there any requirement that the candidate concede?
No, none whatsoever. But it helps to unify the country in the wake of what has been one of the most combative presidential elections we've seen. The exit polls have made it pretty clear that the one thing people are really happy about is that it's finally going to be over.
Exactly. Bowling.
Carl, in the last couple of days, Donald Trump made a couple of visits he went to Virginia, he also went to Wisconsin. What was the theory? What's the idea behind those visits? Is there a thought that one of these, the pollsters have misread these states completely?
No. They saw that there was movement in the polls and that Trump was growing momentum in those states. They were sort of on the B list. His top four to win were Florida, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina. If he were to flip the blue states and keep the red states in that configuration and match what Mitt Romney did in 2012, he could win the presidency. Pennsylvania's been tough. Florida has been tied all along. North Carolina's a dogfight. And Ohio seems to have been tilted a little bit towards Trump for the last couple of weeks, but always within the margin of error. So they were looking for backstop states, and Michigan, Minnesota, and Wisconsin is where they chose because they saw in polling data that that part of this country was tightening.
All right, Dana.
Carl, we've made a lot of comments over the past several months about organization and whether the Trump campaign had enough of it. My sense is that the Republican National Committee is not getting enough credit for some of the work that it's done over the last 4 years, no matter who the nominee was going to be, and that is possibly paying off in some states, like even my home state of Colorado.
Yeah, the Republican National Committee has put together a pretty impressive ground organization across the country, and that's what Trump is relying on. Trump doesn't really have a separate campaign organization. He's piggybacking off of the RNC. The RNC has an obligation to work for down-ballot candidates as well, and there's some evidence to suggest that the Republican Senate races that have been in big trouble, some of them will probably lose, but perhaps the Senate will stay in Republican hands now, which is, a major relief for Republicans if that were to come to pass. And there was some evidence in the polls in the last few days that that might be underway. But the RNC has done a good job. They've really beefed up their big data and social media presence. It may not rival Hillary Clinton's per se, but it's far, far superior to what it was in 2012 when they had a lot of problems. So far, we haven't heard about those types of problems. There have been some complaints about voting booths and voting machines not working, but it's this kind of sporadic stuff that's fairly normal.
Okay, Greg has a question for you. Brace yourself, Carl.
Carl, great to see you. I love the Hilton. Be sure to check out the third floor ice machine. I left you a little surprise. I have a question about everybody keeps talking about how this election has a lot of negativity and divisiveness. But the real divisiveness is within the party. At least that's how I see it. It's not between parties. It's within the party. How has that affected among Republicans? How has that affected Trump's chances?
Well, great question. And it's true of both parties. The liberals in the Democratic Party, the Bernie Sanders types, were very aggressively opposed to Hillary Clinton, and it was necessary for them to unite that part of the party. And it appears that the Clinton campaign is in the realm of what is necessary to win. For Republicans, that's really about 94% of Republicans have to come home, and Trump's definitely on track to have done that.